You say he lies at the beginning of the Bible?
Yeah, when he says that Adam and Eve, you were surely unalive if you eat from the tree, and they don't.
Okay.
They live
Yeah.
pretty long lives. And the serpent didn't lie. He's not the one who lied in the Bible. And it's also, actually, even the deeper I got into it, the more I realized how very kind of disturbing the Bible was in a very like PDF, whatever, weird, what was going on. I don't know, with the foot washing. I don't know why he had to be like naked, but I know they weren't washing feet.
So you're saying that you feel disappointed because you believed these stories and never asked these questions. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, all right. I always questioned since I was a kid because I went to Catholic school, so I was always that annoying kid with that her had her hand raised, and they would just stop calling on eventually.
Yeah.
Because I questioned everything in the Bible because none of it made any sense.
Mm-hmm. But
And
so as far as like being an atheist now and a former believer, what is it that you are disappointed and embarrassed in? I'm a little confused right now.
that I didn't that well, for one, that I just kind of like fed whatever they told me, and I was like, oh, okay, that's got to be, that's real. And then once I dug into it a little deeper, and realizing it was a whole nother story.
Yeah.
Can-
Go ahead, Nelly.
I was going to
Um,
ask a question. Let me ask you this. If one day you woke up and you found out that the God is real and Jesus was real, no doubt, would you follow the God?
Probably not.
And why do you say that?
I don't trust them based on what I read.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Oh,
I agree.
all right. Did you have anything else that you wanted to share, Gina?
I'm just curious why you guys are disappointed and embarrassed for once believing.
Well,
Well, go ahead. Thank you.
for me, I was disappointed when found out that it was not what I thought it was, like as I studied. But right now, my disappointment is coming from the behaviors that I'm noticing this belief system creates in those that believe in it, the hatred that comes from it, the uh, racism, the internalized racism, the homophobia, a lot of their reasonings for hate is, well, hate is just illogical, but the fact that it's almost as if they are blind to the illogicalness of their hatred and their
I
bigotry.
see. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry, Maddie. Next time I'll do it right.
No, thinker, because you've looked
I,
at my name tag
no,
so
I
many times.
didn't.
Honestly, it's fine. Like
No, I didn't.
it's
I will.
no,
I'll fix
no.
it for next time. I can't do it now because I have the YouTube up and I can't go into my email with the screen sharing. But I'll fix it for next week. It still says Maddie.
Right, but like the I don't know, make it look nasty. Like I don't know.
Actually, I think it makes you look softer.
I don't want to be soft. I'm a hard body ass bitch. I never wanted to be soft. That's just me though.
But yeah, that's I'll fix it next week. But that's what has me feeling disappointed at this moment in time.
Yeah. It's a very destructive book and can be used for in very harmful ways.
Yeah. Natalie, were you getting ready to say something to Leah? I mean to Gina? What the fuck I get
No,
Leah?
you pretty much hit it right on the head. I mean, I think all of us have those type of similarities of why we are embarrassed or ashamed of, even believing this nonsense in the first place. Um, you know, uh, it for me, it was more or less, I guess I can say, just to add to, I realized that in order for me to had stayed in that belief, I would have had to keep a childlike mind in order to serve this God, because you have to have a childlike mind. You have to stay in a alternate reality. You have to uh, just throw logic out the window, and you have to turn a blind eye to things that are going on right in front of you just to protect your God. So, yeah, there's so many reasons, of why. Because I mean, like I said, I tell people all the time, I'm guilty. I'm definitely guilty. You know, I was a believer for a long time. I've, rebuked people. I've done those things. And I used to look at people that call themselves atheists. I look at them as demons, worshipers of the devil, and all kind of stuff. Just anything that was that it didn't fit into my belief world, into my mindset. It was demonized. I even looked at my own people as being um, as being demons, and so yeah, it's embarrassing. It really is.
Did you ever call people demons, Gina, when you were a believer?
No, no.
I didn't either. I was called
No.
demon a lot, but I didn't call people
Yeah.
demons.
Might have been, yes, yeah. But no, I never called anybody demons. I never heard, no.
Yeah.
But according to all the nuns, I was going to be burning in purgatory for quite a
Oh, so
while.
you went to Catholic school?
Yes.
Mm. I hear those nuns are scary.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And they were just flat out making crap up just to scare us, like literally making things up.
What's the
Like,
scariest thing they told you?
well, they would if we wasted paper, we were going to burn in purgatory for that.
For wasting paper?
Yes. For wasting paper. That's what I mean. They were just making up stuff at this point. And then I remember one of the teachers took the rosary beads and put it on this one of this. He was just like the class clown. So like he used to goof around and like steal the teacher's books and run around with. Anyway, but she put the rosary beads on his desk and said, "I can't. I'm no longer praying to Jesus. I'm going to pray to Satan to come and take you away." I mean, yeah, it was very
Wait, they could pray to Satan?
Well, I don't know what this. She like had pretty much snapped this teacher, and like, I don't know if she knew what she was saying, but
Wow. The mental abuse that and torment that they put in kids' minds. Yeah,
yeah.
I heard that they would take the ruler and like hit your knuckles with it if you got a Bible verse wrong. Um, Stuff like their disciplinarian strategy for teaching the Bible is so abusive.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. It was.
Your phone messed up, Gina.
I said it was very traumatizing, really, because I was young, seeing all this and hearing all this. It was just insanity.
So how long were you a believer after getting out of school, like after graduating?
Not long.
You left you
Yeah.
left
Not
immediately?
long. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
I wonder how many people do, like, when they are, like, taught by nuns, how many people stay in the religion, or does that, uh, is that a factor as to why people deconstruct early on, from Catholicism? Like, do the
I
nuns run people away? Nuns make
probably
you
so.
run.
Yeah. Yes. The- oh yeah. They sure do. Yeah. And just everything that was being thankfully I did have my mother. to go back to who didn't really follow that tradition and try to like talk, it's okay what they're saying, you're right, it's not, you're not going to burn in purgatory, there is no, this and that. So I just kind of shut down from religion altogether. I never read the Bible. I didn't want no part of it. And then now, being older, now I'm just curious. The curiosity got to me,
Yeah.
and it made me see even more.
So your mom wasn't religious. Why were you going
Well,
to a
she,
Catholic school?
well, I don't know. Well, she was Catholic. I don't know because we were all. I guess we were just raised Catholic, and that was the thing to do.
Okay.
I really don't know. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you got out of it. Um, and like, are you better? Do you feel like you're better
Yes.
for it, or?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Definitely.
Oh, that's good. I don't know if any of the younger hosts or Selena have any questions for you before we move on to the next guest.
Okay.
Anybody? Don't y'all all talk at once. So Pisces, what the hell? We don't talk. You're gonna have to come off the microphone.
Sorry, I'm just so used to like not talking. So, no, I don't have any questions.
Okay. All right. Gina, thank you so much for coming up, and I hope you have a
Oh,
great day,
thank you
okay?
for having me. You too.
All right.
Bye, Gina.
All right. Bye, guys.
Hi, Thinker. Hi, panel.
Hey, Pisces.
Hi, Pisces.
Hey,
Ray, I'm only calm with people who deserve my calmness, motherfucker. Anyway, I have some good news, y'all. Well, some interesting and exciting news. It may be good news to you, but it's good news to me. So today I became a permanent host on the line. And my first show will be Saturday. It's a new show that they are doing. Um, uh, I see you, Tulip. It's a new show that they're doing, and so I'll be debuting that show this Saturday with Sarah at 5 o'clock. So after sub only, I will be jumping on with that. Uh, only twice a month, so it won't be like every Saturday. It's only twice a month. And then there's one more show that they're working on that I think that I will be a part of as well. It sounds pretty interesting. But yeah, I'm excited about that. And then we have the appearance with Matt Dillahunty next Wednesday. And then my first time hosting the Atheist Experience is next Saturday with Trust But Verify. And so I'm excited about that. We got a lot coming up. Make sure y'all are following us on Archthinker so that you can catch all this, because they did say that I can simulcast, so I can cast it to my channel as well so that we can get more people over there. But I'm excited for more conversations and to raise awareness about these evangelical fundamental beliefs. Fuck your prayer, Ray. Oh, Real, whatever the fuck your name is. Nobody gives a damn.
Congratulations, Thinker.
Thank
That's so
you.
exciting. Oh,
Thank you.
Excellence.
Thank
Just
you.
pure excellence.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Real, nobody gives a damn about your prayer. Like the very fact that y'all keep telling people that y'all are going to pray for them, even if they don't believe, like, and then y'all don't even realize the lies you tell, because y'all will get up here and say that your God can't heal somebody because they don't believe. Like, y'all just say shit. And then, Real, why don't you get your real ass in the box? Like, why you come in here every night and just talk shit in the chat? Like, why don't you get in the box? Are you real scared? Huh? Like, you show up here every fucking night and you have yet to hop on this stage. What's up, Tulip?
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. The last time we had a conversation was a couple of months ago, so it's been a minute, but I'm really happy to be up here because I think this is a really great discussion that we should both be having.
Yeah, awesome. I'm gonna let you talk to one of the younger hosts tonight. It's good to see you, and then we'll hop in. Maddie, you want to go first or choose one of the hosts?
Yeah. Hey, Maddie.
Hi, Tulip. I could talk to Tulip.
Hey.
Tulip's cool.
Yeah. I saw your cat. Your cat's really cute.
Thank you. It's in my way and it won't move.
Yeah. So I think this is a very important discussion because I feel like that this is like also the process of like the aftermath of the trauma that we have either gone through or had to, or what we're actually still continuously having to go through, especially with like believers of saying like, we'll pray for you. You were never a real Christian. I think this conversation is really important rather than actually like digging deeper into like the reasoning of like why and how versus like what do we do afterwards with believing. And when I first left the church, it was easy because I was like, I never really felt that sort of deep connection. But now that I'm slowly like I'm still kind of mourning it because I still consider myself agnostic. I feel disappointed in how Christianity truly is today. I mean, it's always been like this with the purgatory and the religious psychosis and the blasphemy of like, or like the misinformation about many things within the Bible. And because of these things, it is embarrassing. But I also want to say that I truly don't regret it because it truly shows where my moral stances really show and that I could actually outgrow these things of what they try to teach me because I am able to create and formulate my own thoughts rather than have someone lay out a path for me.
That's amazing. Like I'm happy that you're proud of like, you know, being a Christian. I'm
Used to
not gonna
be.
say, yeah, like from used to be. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna say I was too proud. I was saying some real stupid shit. Like I actually feel I'm not happy about that point really because I felt like it didn't bring me like no joy or like no substance to my life. If anything, I felt like I don't know. I feel like I was more fearful of things. Like so, I'm very embarrassed about it, and like I don't even look back on it like with happiness. Like when I think about it, I'm actually like kind of irritated because I was duped.
Mm.
I
So,
was duped, and then I also didn't know like the different things that was talked about in the Bible that I would never agree with. So when I got out of it and then I found out all this stuff, I was embarrassed that I ever called myself a Christian. And honestly, I wish it never existed.
No,
Like,
that's fair.
so
I
let me
think.
ask you a question. Like,
Mhm.
you've been watching the lives here for probably 2 years now, right?
Yeah, I
Um,
think so. Wow.
yeah, and seeing the behavior of the Christians, the things that they justify, the things that Christianity has done. Um, th- are you proud of that too?
No, I'm not. I think what I say about what I'm kind of happy about was that I never grew up in that sort of environment. I grew up like in a Methodist, non-denominational, they like to say they're very progressive, like we're very like late, like I think that Methodists are like very laid back. And then being exposed to like either Orthodox church or the Catholics or the catalysts, I think that's what they're called, I don't remember, but being exposed to that really showed me the deep root within each denomination. Really was eye-opening for me because I was so blindsided by it because of how I was exposed to like the sugar coating kind of like Christian apologetic worldview versus like what people actually do believe and what actually they stand for. Especially when I watch your live streams and other live streams on that matter, it just really made me realize, wow, like I would have never thought about that when I was a Christian.
Yeah, I get that. Like where you were raised. Like I wasn't raised around any of this either. But I think one thing that I realized is that I was going through life like in this bubble and not paying attention to what was actually happening in the world, and not paying attention to how what I believe is a catalyst for the things that was happening in the world.
Catalyst, yeah.
Yeah, like Jesus is the catalyst for a lot of the hatred, a lot of the wars, a lot of the division, right? Like, and so saying, well, I wasn't raised around that. To me, it reminds me of when I say to believers is that they believe or feel like their belief system is so harmless that it only affects them. And even like with you saying that you're proud to be a Christian, but not addressing the things that you see that we've talked about in here, right? About what Christianity has done, the things that, the God that you do believe in justifies and condones and commands in this book that people who are not within your denomination read and obey, and the harm that that causes, the impact that that causes. Like, even though you were not raised around it, even though you may be in a different denomination, it's still the same God, it's still the same text.
Mhm. I think I think I should rephrase it better when it comes to like the idea of like being proud. I'm not saying that I'm proud of what I was. I think I needed to experience this and I needed to be raised in it to actually form my own moral stances rather than having someone lay out, like I said, lay out a path for me and actually figure this out. Because again, I grew up in a Christian private school, and yeah, there were a lot of things that made me exposed to like the reality of what people do actually read and whatnot. But I think it then was the start of my deconstruction where I'm like, man, I'm kind of grateful that I was able to experience this, but also it saddens me because that is a part of my life that I think if I never went to that private Christian school, I would have been living in absolute like lack and like ignorance is bliss. But at the same time, I think it still would have not been ignored because I think I'm still going to be in the same place I am today because of the political state in this world and how people are performing within Christianity. So either way, I think whatever path I might have would have taken, I think this is where I was supposed to be in the long run.
I guess I'm a little confused on, like, you're like, I think everybody thinks that, right? Like, because I mean, we are where we are because of the decisions that we make, the decisions that our parents make. Like, decisions brought us to where we are in life. There's not like a supernatural entity that's has his hand on our head and are guiding us, or that's um, orchestrating things, right? Like, it's the decisions that people make that bring us where we are at this very point in time. And I think a lot of us would rather not have to deal with the hatred and the divide that's happening in the world. And I think as long as people subscribe to uh, Christianity or give it authority or credence or credibility, we'll always be dealing with this. Especially like if a Christian sees what is happening in these lives and does not call it out, it's just going to continue to happen as well.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's very important to be able to like expose these truths and actually expose these Christians to like a broader audience of like other Christians who like myself was kind of like blindsided but also like kind of like in a bubble to actually be exposed to this sort of truth to then actually realize I need to dig deeper. It's like there's like a bigger hole to dig rather than just like, oh, here it is, this is how it's going to be laid out. No, it's bigger than this. It's how the world is formed. The world has been created with hatred, homophobia, sexism. Like it's built on the foundation of religious like power and
Well, not just religious power. Like, this comes from the text that
yeah.
your God, uh, like, that you believe your God left, right?
Mhm.
So it's not just religious power. These are the words of your God. It's the authoritative words of your God.
Mhm.
Like, how would you see a different world with these same words?
I think I don't think there would have been, but I think when we're raised in this idea of like Christian apologetics, they will always try to find a way to twist it into something good, to create a narrative of something will come from evil, because without chaos there will not be a hero. I think there's the saying of like, don't forget, you better sin today or else Jesus didn't die for nothing. You know, I think it's like, it's the idea of when it comes to chaos, there needs to be this sort of like hero and this sort of like feeling of comfort with them. And it is a coping mechanism for Christians. And it is
What do you mean
painful.
them? Like, wouldn't you be a part of them?
I would probably would have been, because
I mean, you
I
don't
do
feel
have
like you are now? Like
I do, yeah.
like with everything that's going on in the world, right? And you as a Christian, you don't think that you are an apologist for it?
No. I
Why, how
mean,
so?
I think so. I feel like right now I am dealing with a tug of war with myself. I think it's really hard trying to deconstruct when all I keep on thinking about is there's got to be good out of it. There's something good out of it. There's something good out of it.
Hey,
But
are you deconstructing? I thought you were a
no,
Christian.
I
Like,
am. I no, I am. But like sometimes my head sometimes is like one day I'm like completely like I can't do this. I cannot be religious. And then another day I'm like praying and praying and praying and like hoping like there is some sort of peace. I think it's like more of like a meditation for me to like find a spiritual like relaxation for my body. I think because of like where I grew up within this indoctrination, my mind does kind of come into the idea of like sort of being apologetic, but I'm not at all, because of course I know how the Bible is and I know how things have been so corrupted by just like listening to your lives and actually like learning stuff about this. But I think it's just more of like it's just a mental game for me, unfortunately, with how this world has always been such a Christian nationalist, where like I'm trying to find my own freedom in finding my own identity by separating the two rather than just like coping with just the religion. Does that make sense?
yeah, and I can definitely like see the tug of war because like one when you first started coming in here, you were deconstructing, and then I think the last time I talked to you, you found good in the religion you stated, and like you were leaning more towards you know being Christian
Yes.
and staying a Christian, and then I think like just now you were saying that like you're proud, right, to be a Christian, and
Oh, I didn't say that. I said I was proud about what I was in the past because of where I am today. So I don't identify as a Christian. So I'm sorry if it came off as that.
okay, yeah, that's why I asked what you asked because I thought that's what you
Yeah.
were saying. Okay, and so you are deconstructing right now
Yes.
again.
Yeah. So
Okay.
because I think I was always deconstructing, because the last time I came up here I actually said I was a theist, that I did believe in a God, but I never really conformed to the idea that there could be like the Christian God. I just believe that there could be a God, but it doesn't really hold any much authority of just like it created the universe, but it doesn't create the it isn't like the God of the Bible, because I guess I was in like this sort of like progressive idea of like being in the middle ground, to just be like, okay, there's probably a God. I don't want to like create this idea of like the Christian or the Abrahamic God and having to follow him because of all the shitty things that happened in the Bible. I just created my own God. And that's also something that I was like, why am I doing that? Why am I creating my own God? And now I'm s- I'm like deconstructing by then saying I'm agnostic, by saying maybe there is a God, maybe there isn't a God. And I feel like that's also a middle ground, but I feel like I'm at a point where I'm okay with just saying I don't know. And it was very hard for me to even say that, because I've always just taught that either you believe or you don't.
Right, yeah, and there's no either or, right? It definitely is a spectrum. Okay, and because um that makes sense because I know that I've talked to you several times and I know you were definitely trying to find something good in the belief system. I think the last time we talked, um, you were leaning more towards uh, seeing the good and in the religion and not necessarily thinking that like it was necessary like to focus on the bad things of it. But it does sound like you uh, have done a lot of thinking about it and continuing to, which I do recommend that you do. And I do think that people who decide to believe in this God, when other people who share their beliefs, even in a God, because if there is a God, we still have the same problems, right? Like we still have all of this harm happening on the earth. And I heard Fee say something earlier today when there was another person on stage who was identifying as agnostic. And I had said that I don't typically get into those conversations because what is it? The fact that you believe in God, as long as that God isn't telling you, go do this, go do that, or hate this person or whatever, then I have nothing to do with that. And then Fee said something like, as she always does, um, even just a agnostic belief in a God can be manipulated. And so I think even then, right, like when there's people in here who are claiming that a God is and a God can and a God does, I think though those people should speak up more, right? When they see other people doing hateful things in the name of the God that they believe in. Because
Yeah.
I think that's the thing that we don't see a lot with people who believe in a God. Like it's very personal and it's like, oh, the God, the purpose of God is for me, for my personal development and then everything else that's happening in the world is not their problem.
hmm And like your channel has really helped me like try to dissect that. And I've been listening to a lot of like philosophy of like Alex O'Connor and no nonsense spirituality. And it just, I don't like things sugar coated. I think I am very much feel safer in atheist spaces than I do with Christianity spaces because you guys are just very transparent and you actually are able to just like rip the band-aid off rather than just like try to be the sort of like apologist and by saying yeah there's definitely not a god because of xyz. No, you dissect each thing with historical and like with such precision that I find I deeply respect you, thinker. I really do, especially like how you present yourself on this channel with being so knowledgeable about this stuff that actually makes me think deeper. I mean, that's literally what your name is, thinker. You make me think better about where I could be rather than who people expect me to be within a demographic rather than just be religious,
Yeah.
and it's hard to have this tug of war when you feel like your whole identity was always built on this foundation and not being able to find your whole identity and having to restart that is again a tug of war that I still continuously deal with because the last conversation we had was about that story that one of my coworkers told me about how um, the twin boy who ended up passing away by doing a backflip off the board at a
Mm-hmm.
Christian camp.
Yeah.
And like I was trying to find good, not I wasn't saying anything good about it. I was just like upset about it because I was like, where is the justice of actually finding like is there any sort of like justice or any sort of like peace, like is there any sort of like gratification within life that we should be able to feel grateful for where we are today versus like maybe there is something grateful to look forward to in the afterlife. I think that's why I was so deep into this because of like I was always thinking there's got to be something good. And that's
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I remember that conversation very vividly. And I think like we just have to, especially when it comes to death and death of a child. I saw a lady crying on the FYP yesterday. Her 2-year-old died. Like,
Mm.
beautiful little girl. Just, she went to work, came home, the baby was sick. She started choking, throwing up, and they worked on her to try to revive her. Like, it was so sad. Like, they still had the stomach contents on the mom's bed as she's making the video. And like, it's just like Dr. B said, like, it's just not fair. And we don't know when anyone is going to die, not even a baby. Like, babies aren't guaranteed to live 80 years, you know?
Mhm.
And I think trying to find the good in a 2-year-old's death, or even that young man's death at the pool, I think we do ourselves an injustice, and instead of accepting, right, that death is the thing that is objectively true, and the fact that we don't know, like, we're not guaranteed 80 to 100 years just because we're born. And you know, dealing with the hurt and the grief and allowing ourselves to grieve and not necessarily trying to find the good. Like, I'm not saying it's bad to try to, but sometimes that can do ourselves more harm,
Mhm.
or to another person by trying to find another good, something good out of it. And I think that's one thing Christians do horribly, is when someone loses a loved one, Christians are trying to find that good, and they go, at least he's with Jesus, and they end up getting cussed the fuck out because, like, that's not the right thing to say at that time, or it may not be the right thing to say at that time to someone who's grieving.
Mhm.
Um, in just the words, it's just not fair, you know?
And that yeah. And that is something I am embarrassed of, because whenever somebody talks about like like a family member passing away, or like a beloved pet that passes away, I never know what to say. Which, I mean, I always say I'm sorry for your loss, but like, being with people who are mostly Christians, of course my internal instinct is just to say I'll pray for you, even though most likely I'm not. Or like saying, well, he's in a better place now, you know. There is a part of me that isn't really embarrassed about that, because there is that sort of like, there is a thing within grief where like we do kind of have to accept the faith that they're no longer with us. But sometimes I feel like living within like this sort of like fantasy, or maybe a delusion, by thinking that there is something good out there beyond this world, kind of gives you some sort of peace. But I do agree with you about how Christians go forth with it. I think the intention is good, but how it's executed is completely disheartening, and actually very, very like insensitive of like how they go forth when it comes to grief, which is 100% true. I feel like Christians do have a tendency to try to find ways to see the good in things, but at the very end, it could be very destructive, because because they don't know how to formulate things in a healthy way when it comes to grief or handling emotions, because it's either too demonic or it's just God's will.
Right, because everything is magical to them, right? And they have to have an answer for everything. And I would say, and I'm gonna hand it back to the young host, but I would say that uh, not all Christians have good intent. Some of them just would, like, grief and seeing other people hurting is uncomfortable for them, and so they're saying whatever they say whatever they think is the right thing to say at that moment to get to relieve them of that uncomfortable feeling, right? Like, sometimes other people's grief is a burden to another person, and they're thinking in their head like, damn, like, uh, I gotta sit here and watch this person cry, or damn, like, why is this happening to me at this moment? Like, they will literally make somebody else's suffering about them, and they'll go, well, God knew that I needed to see that, or like, they'll make it about themselves. And so not all Christians have good intent when they do that. So But Pisces and Venus, y'all have anything?
Nope, I don't have any questions or anything to add.
Venus, are you there?
No questions.
And I remember one more thing about Nels, because like he did mention about his daughter in our last conversation, and it's still like I still think about it to this day about like every time I see Nell on here is about like his daughter and like the idea of like grief, because again with me with the tug of war, I always have a feeling of like tendency of like wanting to say I'm gonna pray for you, which I know can be insensitive, but like I feel like when it comes to like grief and everything that comes within life, I feel like because of my indoctrination, I don't feel like I ever had like a proper way of somebody actually teaching me how to properly give condolences without having to like have this sort of like religious indoctrination to be placed upon. I don't feel like does that make sense? Like I don't want to be like trained into actually having the right words to say to someone who lost someone, because I still think about that conversation still, like what I said to Nell about like his daughter, like like sometimes I feel regretful about like how I might have came forward about it, because I said to him about how it's like horrible what happened to his daughter, and that you like your daughter still should have been with him still to this day, but I know how life is, unfortunately. But I do have a question for you, Thinker. How do you go forth when it comes to deconstructing? How do you move forward when it comes to like giving condolences to people who have lost a loved one without having this sort of like relapse of going back into I'll pray for you?
I mean, I just relate, and like sometimes you don't have the words to say because you relate to what it feels like to lose a loved one. And I just say I'm sorry, right? Um, that's all you can say sometimes, and sometimes not saying anything. I don't know why like we feel that we have to, because we just don't have the answers for why a person's time uh has ended here on the earth. And sometimes just being there and not saying anything is better than having a mouthful of words that are empty.
Mm-hmm. I think it's because I overthink a lot. Because I'm like, if I don't say anything, then they're gonna think I'm insensitive, and that's a whole nother thing that I gotta deal with. But yeah, I think this conversation has really been productive for me, especially because there are still a lot of things that I do want to move forward with, because I do feel like I lean more on the atheist side, but because of like how I'm dealing with how much I feel like when it comes to deconstructing, it is huge with like you grieve what could have been, and there is no what could have been, because it's not going to come of it of me being this like pastor wife, have being a mother, like I have to figure this out on my own with my own identity, especially since as someone who's agnostic and is like leaning like towards atheist, it's hard for me because of how the world would perceive me, especially with like dating. Like I feel like I have to formulate, I have to match their energy and their emotion and their belief system in order for them to like me. Not just like in a romantic setting, but just like a people pleasing thing. Because I don't feel like there's a lot of groups out there besides being on TikTok where there are a lot of atheists who are actually more like understanding rather than like judgy like Christians are.
Yeah, and that is true, unfortunately, because half the world is indoctrinated into supernatural beliefs. Um, and people pleasing is definitely something that we are all deconstructing, because the belief system does teach you to make your life about serving other people, and that's the way to get into eternal life. But I think that when we look at ourselves and begin to love ourselves, right, and recognize that we are human, we have emotions, we suffer as well, just like the next person, then we're able to relate much better, right? And not necessarily pleasing the other person, but being there for the other person becomes just a part of who you are and not necessarily an obligation or a chore. And I think when we look at it, the people pleasing is more so like a job, right? Like you're a checklist. You're making sure that you're checking all of the boxes so that you can reach whatever goal, whether that is to be this person's friend, to be this person's romantic partner, to be a good daughter, or to even get into heaven. But when you're putting yourself first, even if that means that you could possibly lose this relationship, then you're able to show up as yourself. You're able to show up as a human and possibly be the best source of help that person needs at that moment in time because you're relating to them as another human.
Mm-hmm. And a question for you, do you think it's possible for people who are in religious, it's not interracial, interreligious couples, like either they're like Jewish or Christian atheist, do you think there is a possibility to like find like a balance or a middle ground within each religious belief system, whether you are agnostic or atheist or Christian?
I don't know. I've never been in one of those relationships, so I have no idea.
Maddie, you're back. I don't know what happened.
Sorry, my mom called.
You're all good.
Well, I definitely thank you for coming up, Tulith. Why did I call you Tulith? What the
I
fuck?
am Tulip.
No, I called you Tulith, not Tulip.
But also I did celebrate my birthday, so thank you for having me up here for my belated birthday.
When
So
was
I'm
your
happy.
birthday?
It was on Sunday. I'm 24 now.
Oh, well, happy belated birthday. Did we say happy
Thank
birthday to
you.
you? Did we? Did you tell us it was
No.
your birthday?
Nope, I just said it's my birthday just now.
Oh. Well, happy belated birthday to you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me up here again.
You're welcome. Have a great rest of the night.
You too. Bye.
All right, y'all. 18 and up if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing your beliefs, or an atheist. Everybody in the guest box are on the wait list. Please, y'all continue to do what y'all did this week. It is Maddie's Hour. We want to have a good Maddie's Hour with consistent conversations for the host. Feed the beast, share the stream out, tap the live, and keep the comments rolling so that TikTok knows that everybody in here is awake and not asleep. It is 12:08, and we only an hour in. Thank you. JP TikTok.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
How old are you?
I think, 35.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer.
All right. The topic is I am an ex-believer, now atheist, disappointed and embarrassed that I once believed. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think a lot of people, turn into unbelievers or disbelieve the Bible because of something that's bad that's happened in their life. Someone close to them may have died. Someone might have got some sickness or disease. Someone might have prayed to God and didn't get the answer that they thought they should have received. What I've found out, so I did a deep dive and I wanted to know if God is so good, as the Bible says he is, why does all these bad things happen to good people?
Wait, hold on.
So I went
Before
back.
you get into that, let's address your
Yeah.
first thing. I find it interesting that you didn't ask. Like you just assumed, right? That the reason that I do not believe is because something bad happened. Nothing bad happened that caused me not to believe in this God. I don't believe because
Okay.
the information just doesn't line up.
Okay.
We study the Bible damn near every day. I started researching, trying to get closer to, the God of Christianity.
Mhm.
And the more I studied, the more I learned that, what I was taught wasn't true. And so I even started seeing and understanding the God for who it was, and I don't I don't agree with what this God stands for. And so little by little, it chipped away, and then I started deconstructing, and it took me about 5.5 years, actually 6 years, to even identify as an atheist. So nothing, absolutely nothing happened in my life that made me say, I'm mad at this God I don't believe.
Okay.
Also, before you go on, nothing happened to me neither, by the way. I was very okay in the faith. Like, my mom and everyone else around me is still a Christian. Nothing happened to me. But I really think it's insensitive when you guys go, oh, you left because something tragic happened to you. What does
Okay.
it matter if that's the reason why they left, right? Because if you're holding to the notion that the God is all good and he loves and care about you, why would he let you go through something that would make you lose your faith and not regain it? Does that make sense? Like,
Oh
it's just
yeah.
really insensitive and kind of like, I don't like when people say it. It's kind of weird because even if people did leave because of that, they have the right to leave because of that, because
Sure.
shit like that shouldn't be going on if the God does love you, if that makes sense. But I'm
Right.
gonna let you continue with Thinker. I just want to add that.
Okay. Well, if you read Genesis, start in Genesis, chapter 1, God, there's the creation event right there. And it says God created man, and it says we're created in his image after his likeness. And you'll find out that God created this paradise for mankind. There was no sickness, there was no disease, there was no poverty. God designed mankind to live forever in paradise.
How is there going to be poverty with two people living in the woods?
Well,
Like
I'm just
he
comparing it
also
to.
hold on, he also didn't create them with toilets. Like they had intestines, right? They had to shit and
Sure.
piss, right? He created them to shit behind trees,
Well,
right?
they had glorified bodies then.
What do you mean?
They
What
were
do you mean?
designed
So
never
they were
to
not
die.
homo? No, they were not.
They were
That's why
immortal
no, they were not. That's why the tree of life was in the garden. They had to eat
as a
from the tree.
result
They had to
as a
eat.
result of.
No.
Yes.
You and I can't talk at the same time. They had
Okay.
to eat from the tree of life in order to live forever. There is nowhere in that Bible that says that this God created them to be immortal. Nowhere.
Read Genesis
Yeah, show
2:17.
me.
It says, "For in the day that you eat of that tree, essentially, you will surely die."
Did they die that day?
They died spiritually that day, and
There is no
Nope.
spiritual connotation or context in that text. In the Hebrew, that means a physical death. The word mut there means a physical death, not
it
a
says in
spiritual death.
it says
Also,
in dying you shall die
And
in
it's a
absolute
physical
Hebrew.
death. I do know Hebrew, and it is
But
a
did they die
physical
that day?
death. No, because your God lied.
No.
Yes,
So
but
there's a
also,
spiritual
there
death
is no
and a
spiritual
physical
death.
death.
No, there's not. How do they have a spiritual awakening when their eyes were open and a spiritual death at the same time?
So here's what happened. So, God had the tree of knowledge of good and evil in there, right?
Which gave them a spiritual awakening in their mind. How did
They were
they have
spiritually alive
how
unto
did they
God.
have no, they died because they ate the fruit according to you.
Once they ate the
According
fruit,
to you, they died spiritually once they ate the fruit. But once they
right?
ate the fruit, they awakened spiritually. So how do you spiritually die and spiritually awaken at the same time?
They didn't spiritually
The
awaken, they
word there,
spiritually died.
the word there for kana is a spiritual opening. It is also used when Elisha is praying and the Israelites are scared to fight. And Elisha asks your God to open the eyes of the Israelites so they could see the spiritual world fighting with them.
Right.
It is a spiritual awakening. So
No.
how do they have a conscious awakening and a spiritual death at the same time?
How come death,
Are you going to answer that question?
thorns. Well, you won't believe me.
Answer
You said
the
there's
question.
nowhere.
How does somebody spiritually die? Because what y'all are talking about, when y'all talk about spirit, you're only talking about your brain, what your brain does, right?
Oh, no.
Yes, y'all are. What is a spirit, JP? What is a spirit?
The Bible says that you are first a spirit.
What is a
That's the
spirit?
real you.
What is it?
It's exactly what God's made out of.
What is your spirit?
The real you.
Which is
You-
what?
I'm God.
You
Which
are a
is what?
spirit.
Which is
Listen.
what? Describe it.
It's the real you. It's a spiritual force.
Oh, so what? It's my
That's
personality.
you.
It's my personality.
No. Your
Oh, okay.
soul
So
is
what
your soul is your mind, will, and emotion.
What does the spirit do?
It contacts God, the spirit realm.
How?
God is a spirit, and it says they that worship Him must worship Him in spirit and in truth.
How does my spirit contact your God?
How does it? Through prayer, through
Wait,
getting
hold
in the
on.
Word of God, meditating in Scripture.
To pray, I need my brain.
You have to use your soul and your spirit. Your soul is your mind, will, and emotions.
I'm sorry. How does my spirit contact your God without my brain?
They work together.
So my brain.
So you are a spirit first. You have a soul.
Hold on. So
which
my
is your mind,
spirit
will,
can't
and
do
emotions,
anything without my brain.
and you live in a physical body.
Okay. So my spirit. What can my spirit do without my brain?
Your spirit is the real you. That
What can
it's
it
either
do?
alive unto God or it's
What can
dead.
it do without my brain?
Your spirit and your soul function together.
So the spirit is useless without my brain.
No, your spirit is the real you, but it functions with your soul.
So what can it do without my brain?
Without your brain, they're intertwined.
So it can't do anything without my brain.
It's your mind.
So
your
it
will
can't,
and emotions
so it
are a
can't do
part
anything.
of your spirit.
So it cannot do anything without my brain.
Well, the Bible says that when you die, your spirit and soul separate from your body.
So then
And your
what
spirit
can
and soul are alive
so again,
forever,
the
and your
spirit can't
body
do
dies.
anything without my brain.
The spirit, you can't even live without a spirit. You wouldn't even be walking, talking, breathing
I'm
without a
living now.
spirit.
I'm living now. What
Exactly.
can the spirit
But when your
needs?
spirit
The
leaves your
spirit
body,
needs the
you
body.
can't breathe.
The spirit needs the body to do anything.
Yeah, the spirit, your body's a shell.
Okay, so the spirit,
and your spirit's the real you.
Spirit does nothing. The spirit does nothing. That you just saying that a spirit is there.
The
My
spirit
brain,
is the real you.
Stop. My brain works. Regardless of you claiming that a spirit is there, my brain works, my body works. There is nothing that your so-called spirit can do without a brain. Even when your brain is under anesthesia, where the fuck is your spirit? When your body is under anesthesia, you don't remember shit when you wake up. Where the fuck was your spirit?
Your spirit is the real you.
I didn't ask what it is. I asked
the person that's screaming at me right now and cussing at me.
Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. Okay?
I did.
No, you didn't. When you are under anesthesia and your brain is put into an unconscious state, damn near like death, when you wake up, you haven't had a dream. You don't remember anything from the time that you were put under anesthesia. Where was your spirit?
Your spirit is it's just laying there. It's the real you. And guess what? When people die, you hear the stories of people coming out of their body and looking at their body. That's your spirit looking back at you.
You are closer to death under anesthesia than when people have fucking NDEs.
No.
Yes, you are. Your brain is in an unconscious state. Your brain does not work.
Yeah, your brain is.
Hold on. Stop talking while I'm talking.
Your brain itself is matter. Your body is matter, but not your spirit and soul.
Stop talking while I'm talking. I don't know how y'all have conversations. Dang. Your brain is in an unconscious state. Your memory does not work. Your communication does not work. Your reflections, your neurons, nothing is firing when you are under anesthesia. And if there was a spirit there that is actually informing your brain, then anesthesia should not cut off access to you thinking while your brain is not working. There is no spirit there. This is something that you all believe. You have faith that you have a spirit. But it doesn't make any sense for you to say that they had a spiritual death and a spiritual awakening at the same damn time. I don't even know why the fuck we're talking about this when literally when we were talking about why we don't why we are embarrassed that we do not believe or disappointed that we do not believe anymore.
Well, I have a point I've been sitting on. Your God created the calamity and evil in the first place, and I felt like you were going down the road of because Eve ate the fruit, evil was spoken into the world or added into the world. When that's not true, because God, nothing can live or be created outside of God. Your God created the evil. When they ate the fruit, their eyes opened to said evil that was all around them. I really feel like that's where you were going with that. And I just want to kind of nip that in the bud right now. But that's also in your book that he created the calamity. It says that, by the way, in Genesis that you keep on saying we need to read, but it's clear you haven't read it if that's the way you were going.
I think he was talking about the image because I said that I'm not in the image of this God.
I hope so, because I really hope he wasn't going down the road I was talking about, because I think that's just it's a bad take.
It's your turn to speak, JP. When there is silence, that's an opportunity to speak.
He probably doesn't even know how to unmute.
I mean, he unmuted before. He definitely knows. I don't know what's going on.
What I was thinking when he said that we are a shell and our spirit is inside us, I just kept thinking about that episode in Amazing World of Gumball when Penny broke out of her shell.
I love that
Saying
episode.
that thing. Yeah.
That's what I think about too. But I also feel like it's dumb because if your brain and your body is matter, that would imply your spirit isn't matter. How is
It
your
also
spirit and your soul moving if it isn't matter? Like what plane is it moving on? Where and how?
it also doesn't make sense for like things like prescription drugs or like substances to actually affect said personality or spirit since it's metaphysical, or even like accidents, you know, like brain trauma and stuff like that. Doesn't make sense for that to change this personality that's being upheld by a spirit.
They don't realize that they are just talking about personality. That's why when I kept asking him, where's the spirit? He just kept saying, the spirit is you. JP, can you please come off mute?
But also, we can look at personality in the brain.
Okay,
Like,
can you hear me?
Yeah, hold
no,
on,
okay,
Maddie.
yes.
Hold on, let him go because we've been waiting for his response.
So, so God created every creature has a free will. He created Lucifer. Okay, Lucifer was a cherub. His job was to stand in the presence of God and reflect his glory, and he also led worship in heaven. Well, him and a bunch of angels decided, you know what? I'm going to rebel and I'm going to become like God. Well, think of this. So, how does God create? God creates with his words of his mouth. When he speaks it, boom, it happens. That's how he created the earth and us and everything in it. Well, Satan, and if you read over in Isaiah, went to God and said, I'm going to ascend to the throne. I'm going to become the most high. And essentially, I'm going to be God and you're going to be out. And God says, oh no, essentially, I'm the creator. I cast you down to the earth.
JP,
So
are you
what you,
here to preach? I'm
Hold
sorry
on,
to
hold on,
no,
interrupt
Maddie.
you.
I'm just
Hold on,
telling
Maddie.
you,
Hold
I'm
on.
telling
Wait,
you
wait,
how
wait,
this
wait,
comes
wait.
about.
Be quiet, y'all. Hold on. Y'all, please remember the rules of the live. Like, don't cut him off just because you don't agree with what he's saying. Let him get it out. Only interrupt them if they are giving misinformation, if they're misquoting you, if they're not answering your questions. I don't want to interrupt them just because we don't agree with what they're saying. If they monologue too long, we'll stop them. Go ahead. I know, Maddie,
Okay.
but like the way I run my live, I try to be fair to everybody. Only interrupt them when they need to be interrupted. Go ahead.
Okay. So when God told Adam and Eve that he gave them dominion over the garden. So they essentially were the gods of this world system. God created everything, made it perfect, no sickness, disease, nothing bad, gave it all to them. So they're the gods of this world. But he did tell Adam and Eve, guard it and protect it. Well, who's he guarding it and protecting it from? The devil, because he was already cast down to the earth. Well, what happened was when Adam and Eve ate, so Satan come to Eve just like he comes to us. How does Satan work? He throws thoughts in your mind. Hey, Eve, did God really tell you not to eat of that tree? Because if you do, you know, you're going to become like God. You're going to know the difference between good and evil if you do it.
I know what he's
And
doing.
that's how, so what happened was over a period of time, it doesn't say when, Eve believed Satan. And when they ate of that fruit of that tree, whatever it was, they all the dominion and power and authority that God gave Adam and Eve was transferred to the devil, who is now the God of this world system. And he has three goals: to steal, kill, and destroy. Jesus said, I might have life, and that he wants you to have life and have it more abundantly. So everything, the root of all evil, is because Satan is now the god of this world. And in 2 Corinthians 4:4 even tells you Satan's the god of this world system. And if he truly isn't the god of this world system, then when he tempted Jesus in the wilderness, he took him up to a high mountain and said, hey, if you bow down to me, I'll give you all the kingdoms of this world
JP,
if you do it.
do you
So you were
remember?
responding
Hold
to
on,
me?
Maddie. Hold on, Matt. JP, do you remember the reason that I told you that I do not believe? What was the reason?
No.
You were not listening.
Well, you said you didn't believe, not because of the things that I said. You said just it doesn't have to be anything that I said, essentially.
You
Like,
didn't
because
listen.
bad things happen to people,
You didn't
or
listen though, JP, did you?
yes, I did.
Then why don't I believe, JP?
Just because you don't believe.
No, I very specifically told you that I do
You
not.
said because there's no proof
I did not
of any
say
of it.
anything about proof. I told you I do not
Mm,
believe because I study.
okay.
That whole entire story that you just gave, those are claims,
Yeah.
and I have researched every damn claim. First off, the Satan in Isaiah, that is a fucking king that is talking.
Yeah, King of Tarsus, which is
Stop.
refers
No,
to
it's
Satan.
not. No, it's not. And stop talking while I'm
Yes, it
talking.
is.
If I'm gonna tell them not to interrupt you, you need to do the same thing. Go
Okay.
on mute. It is my turn to speak. In Isaiah, when it refers to Lucifer, that is the king of Babylon speaking. That is not Satan. It was a church father who interpreted that to be Lucifer. In Revelation, the devil or the dragon or Satan, whatever y'all refer to him, he gets thrown down to the earth after humans have already been created. Way after Eve had her first kids. Eve is dead. He gets thrown down to the earth when Jesus is born. This has nothing to do with a devil in the fucking garden. Your God did not tell them to guard the fucking garden. That isn't true. Your God created humans to till the ground. That isn't true.
There's a
And
scripture that says he told him to guard it.
stop. You need to show some fucking self-control. Like the thing that has me the most disappointed in y'all is y'all will get up here and y'all will repeat all this bullshit, this fucking fairy tale nonsense as adults, and it does nothing for you as a fucking human. The supernatural claims that y'all claim this Jesus died to give you, you don't fucking have. Y'all are some of the most rude, horrible, violent, ignorant people I have ever met in my life. I don't care about whatever fucking comic book fairy tales you tell. I'm looking at what you do. What does Jesus make you become? And Jesus makes y'all become selfish, inconsiderate, uncompassionate, dishonest, violent human beings in the name of your God.
Jesus Jesus cares about each and every person. And you know, one of the reasons why I believe in Jesus is because when I was a kid, me and my brother were wrestling around and I accidentally elbowed my brother directly right in the eyeball. And his eye instantly got swollen shut and he could barely see out of it. And this was on a Sunday morning. And this was before church. And my mom,
JP, I don't care
she
about
freaked
your, hold
out.
on, stop. I don't care about your testimony. Do you see how you just went to defending Jesus? Like, you don't care about humans. You care about defending your belief. You care about making people believe what you believe. You don't give a damn
I'm not
about,
trying to
stop.
force
You
anybody to
don't, yes,
believe
you are. That's the
anything.
only reason why you went to a testimony. You are
Well,
here.
yeah, I'm telling you
You're
how good
only
Jesus
here.
is.
That's all you fucking care about, but you can't show it in your fucking actions. A compassionate response would have been you actually listening to the words that came out of my mouth and relating to them. I don't give a damn about your testimony. I don't give a damn about your fairy tales. I don't care. What you show me has more impact than that bullshit.
Okay.
But also, I believe when you went on that whole rant, you were responding to me about Satan.
Right.
So did God not create Satan?
God created Lucifer. He didn't create
Okay,
Satan.
wait. Did he create the character that would eventually turn into Satan? Yes?
Sure, but he also created Adolf
Right.
Hitler.
Okay, hold up. I'm asking you straightforward questions. Don't deviate, because then you're gonna start monologuing, and I don't want to hear that. Okay, is your God all knowing? Yes or no?
Yes,
Okay, so your God created Lucifer,
he
knowing he would turn into Satan, right?
did.
Oh, so he set the system up for Satan to be the king of this world? Oh,
No, he
and
set the system up for Adam and Eve to
let
be
me go.
gods of this world and to rule and
No.
reign
Oh my
forever
gosh.
in
Oh my god.
paradise.
That's
That's what he
also
did.
not true, because he literally he set Eve up to fail. Right? He put the
No.
tree, hold up. He put the tree
Mm-hmm.
of the knowledge of good and evil in the garden. He knew when he made Adam and Eve that Eve was going to get, quote unquote, tricked by the serpent and go and eat that apple. He knew that, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so why would he do that? If
Because
he's supposed to be all good, he let them go and set themselves up and get themselves kicked out of the garden. He knew that was going to happen.
he did what he did. That wasn't his divine plan, though.
Yes, it was.
No,
Now you're going to argue that stuff happens out of God's will. Can things happen outside of
because
God's will?
well, yes, because you got to realize God gave all authority over the whole earth to Adam and Eve. So once God does something, it's done. He like his hands are tied. He's done. He offered us everything: paradise, live for eternity, never die, never be sick. And then he gave, but see, God is a God that he doesn't want to force you to believe him. You have
Okay,
a
wait,
free
but that's
will to
not what I'm
choose to
talking
believe
about.
him. And the
Okay,
problem is
you're pissing me
Adam
off. I can't do
sinned,
the monologue.
Eve sinned, you
And,
know?
and none of
And
this shit
so
has to do with your behavior. Like, I don't give a
th-
fuck about none of that.
that
I don't give a fuck about any of that. Like, we are talking about y'all's behaviors and how y'all are impacting the world. I don't give a fuck about your God putting a fucking apple in the garden. The bullshit that you are spewing right now does not, like, it has nothing to do with how the fuck you are behaving on this stage. How y'all are behaving in this world. The hatred y'all spew.
I don't hate you.
But also, like, it doesn't make sense, and it also just proves you would get up here and you're not even like, to go into the way you're acting, you're not even responding to me to have a conversation. You're literally responding to preach. And that's why I keep interrupting you,
No.
because I don't want to hear preaching and monologuing. Like, what I'm asking is a straightforward back and forth conversation. But every time I turn the mic over to you, like I swear you start writing a paragraph. Like, I don't know when you're gonna reach your word count limit, but I need you to dial it back, because I'm the type of person, when you start monologuing, I stop listening. Like, if I ask you something, I need you to just go ahead and answer it, maybe a sentence after. But if you start monologuing, my ears turn off, because that's not what I asked for, right? So my point was, before you even switch to the whole preaching thing, was that if somebody can go against your God's will, he's not all knowing. The whole premise of him being all knowing is that he's setting these systems up. So you can't disprove something God knows will happen. So if you can go against God's will, essentially what he knows, then your God isn't all knowing. That's a contradiction. That cannot happen. So it's either, is your God all knowing, or does he have a will and he hopes they follow that will? Because it can't be both.
He is all knowing, and he created his perfect will, but it was free will. I mean, and we chose wrong. And the problem is, once we chose wrong, we disobeyed God, which brought sin into the world, which brought death into the world. But
Sin was already in the world, though. Like, we already talked about
just
that.
the devil himself, man was not.
That was beforehand. Like, we're
That
talking
happened
about in
before
the
Adam and
garden.
Eve.
We're
Right.
talking about in the garden. Thinker already told you that the Satan story is afterwards. We're
No,
talking
it
about in
happened.
the garden.
Yeah, and
Oh
we
my
need to
gosh.
get back on topic, because this ain't the topic.
The Satan story happened before Adam and Eve.
No, it didn't. That's no. Like, no. No. You know what, Thinker? You can
did.
pull it back. You can pull it back.
Well,
We're talking about why we are disappointed and embarrassed that we believed, right? Your actions, the shit that I don't care about them fucking stories right now. Your actions, what y'all are doing in the world.
what are we doing in the world?
What Christians are doing in the world. First, look at the
What are they
wars. Look at
doing?
the wars fought in your Jesus' name. Christians are all over TikTok dancing, excited about children being blown up in buses, thinking that your Jesus is coming back. When the government shut down and people lost their food stamps and they couldn't eat, Christians were all over the fucking FYP, happy that people weren't getting food stamps. People are making videos talking about the LGBTQIA community. Y'all bring the LGBTQIA community up in every fucking conversation. Like, y'all will swear up and down that your Jesus died for everybody's sins except for gay people. And then you perpetuate hate towards specific groups. The racism that is spewed in your God's name.
No.
Y'all come up on this stage, like, even just earlier, when I asked them not to interrupt you, you couldn't even, like, you don't even listen when people talk to you. Like, you're just here like a bot. You're here to just regurgitate whatever the hell your preachers have taught you. Like, you're like a sales bot for Christ. Y'all have lost
Jesus changed my life. I can't deny it.
Why are you talking while I'm talking? Y'all have lost all humanity. You don't even have any ability to relate to human beings. All y'all care about is proving your Jesus is real. Jesus died. Jesus hell, heaven. That's all y'all talking about.
I could finish the testimony if you want to hear it.
I don't give a fuck about that testimony. Your testimonies don't do anything for me. That's anecdotal bullshit. Okay. You are crediting shit to a God. You are crediting shit to a God. What can your God do in this physical world without you? Without a human body?
We're the hands and feet of God.
Yeah, so he can't do anything, can he?
That's exactly right.
Exactly right.
We are his workmanship, created in his image.
And what y'all are doing in his name is a lot of violent, hateful shit. The evil that is, yes, it is. The evil that is on this planet, it is pastors, priests, popes, bishops that are essaying children in the churches. And it is lay members that ignore it because y'all have been taught to respect authority. You have been taught that your God will deal with his chosen. You turn a blind
Well,
eye, and children continue to get essayed. It is Christians and Muslims that are constantly going after the LGBTQIA community in the name of your God. Wars after wars are fought in the name of your God. Your God moves when you all moves. The hateful shit that y'all spew, the bigoted shit that y'all spew, you all are speaking for your God.
no. You have a skewed idea of who God
Tell me
is.
that I'm wrong. Tell me that the wars aren't fought in the name of your God.
Which war?
The Crusades, the war in Iraq, the war in Israel, the war that's going on today.
You know, there's a broad definition of what a true Christian is.
Tell me, am I wrong? Are these wars fought in the name of your God or not?
No.
You are a liar. Y'all lie.
There's only one true Christian.
Hold on, no, stop.
And it's a born-again, spirit-filled Christian.
So our government didn't tell, our military didn't tell the soldiers that they're fighting for God, fighting for Christ. You gonna lie?
In what war?
The current one. Are you gonna lie?
Well, I believe that Jesus will protect our soldiers from harm.
Do you see what I'm talking about? Y'all are dishonest as fuck. You're manipulative.
Well,
and I cannot.
But you got to realize those people in Iran.
Stop talking while I'm talking. And it's Iran. It's not Iran. I don't know where the fuck you running, but you need to close your fucking mouth and go on mute while I'm talking. Go on mute while I'm talking. I shouldn't have to keep policing your mouth as a grown-ass adult. I've asked them. They're younger than us. I've asked them not to interrupt you, and they don't. You continue. And you are a grown-ass adult. And the reason why you're doing it is for your Jesus. Because you don't care about anybody else. You're just here to fucking defend Jesus. You're not here to listen. You're not here to consider anybody else's perspective. You're here to fucking preach.
Jesus loves you.
Fuck your
off.
Jesus. Fuck you
He
and your
does.
Jesus.
You see how you can't even interact with the conversation though? Like she's bringing up
I'm
one
just
point and you
listening
can't
to
even
her
like.
put me down and scream
She's
and
not
yell
putting
and
you down.
cuss at
She's
me.
not putting you down. She didn't
Oh,
say
okay.
nothing about you directly. She's not putting you down. Like you're not listening.
I mean, I don't
Active
care if she
listening.
does.
Okay, listen. If you love and care about people on the panel, why aren't you actively listening? That's part of loving and
I
caring.
am, but you
Actively. You
what
aren't,
questions
because
do
you
you
can't
have?
even
You don't
respond. You
care.
can't even respond to what she's saying. You don't really
No,
care.
she
You're
just
here to
keeps
push a
telling me to be
narrative.
quiet
You don't care.
so that
Guess
she
what,
can tell me
JP? There
how
is
horrible
absolutely
Christians
nothing.
are and
Your behavior
how
right
evil
now,
they are.
your
and-
behavior right now is not going to move anybody to come to your Jesus. And everybody, the believers in the comments that's telling you to continue behaving this way, y'all are the reason people deconstruct. They come here already questioning whether this shit is real. But then when y'all get on this stage, that's when they go, oh, hell no. What the hell am I a part of? Shut up talking while I'm talking. Shut the
are
fuck
today
up. Shut up while I'm
where
talking.
they are.
Shut up. Like y'all lack self-control. Like y'all belong to a group that just basically excuses your bad behavior. Nobody wants to be a part of that shit. And all the Christians in the comments that's telling you to continue behaving that way, y'all keep doing it. Like, I love it when y'all come up here because there are believers who are watching from the hallway, who are watching from YouTube, who are afraid to question, and they deconstruct because of your behavior. So keep doing it. Those of you in the comments that keep clapping them up and edging on this fucking badass behavior, keep fucking doing it. Because more and more people will continue to deconstruct.
He can't even sit 2 seconds without interrupting. But you have been putting me down. All he's doing is either crying or preaching when he gets off mute.
I feel like when it comes to this whole idea of God being a perfect creator, when a perfect creator creates something, that thing is perfect, and perfect things don't fail, right?
Can you hear
So
me?
if
Sorry.
you're, bro, dude. So if you're, see, you literally threw off my train of thought. So essentially, if you're a perfect creator, everything you create is perfect. So if God created Adam and Eve perfectly, then they should have never failed or been tempted by the devil.
I swear,
The devil?
when a believer, like if I don't know, like when I'm angry, do I fucking tell y'all while I'm angry? Like, did I just not give a whole motherfucking speech saying why the fuck I'm angry? Like, Talia, why do y'all ask those stupid ass questions? Like, y'all don't have to tell her that I'm passionate. I'm fucking angry because y'all do harmful shit. Y'all excuse harmful shit. Your behaviors are horrible. But and then y'all come in here, y'all don't listen to shit. You don't listen to anything anybody say. You're fucking self-absorbed. The fuck you gonna ask what I'm angry for? And I just fucking went on a 5-minute rant telling you why I'm angry.
Does anybody have any questions for me?
I have a
Shut your
comment for
motherfucking
you.
live. Who's asking you any questions? This is supposed to be a. You didn't even answer the prompt.
I
And
don't
then
What
have
you
was
time
telling
to
going
motherfuckers to
because
on?
ask
someone
you questions?
speaks over me.
Because you can't shut the fuck up. You've been
You
talking
just
over
don't want me
Deacon
to
this whole
tell
Shut
the
the fuck
truth.
up talking over me. Are you okay?
Are you okay?
Yes. Are you? Because you're
I'm
not. You haven't been
wonderful.
shutting the fuck up since you got on this motherfucking panel.
Do you believe in talking snakes? You don't have the truth. You haven't even researched these fucking claims in this book. You don't have the truth. And
Yeah,
and
I
and
do.
and, and no, the fuck you don't. And you can't even fucking deal with reality. Nobody, I don't give a damn about them fucking stories. I'm talking about what the fuck y'all are doing in the world today. In the name of your God and the name of
Okay,
your
you want me to
religion.
tell
I
you
don't
what we're
give
doing
a
in
fuck
Iran
about
today?
stories.
Do you want
It's
me to tell
not
you what we're doing in
Iran,
Iran?
motherfucker. It's Iran. The fuck is Iran?
What I was gonna add onto the hurtful stuff y'all do, when Thinker was talking about all the kids that are going through stuff, you came off mute and your response was, Jesus loves me. What about those fucking kids? Like, that's again so insensitive. Like, why wouldn't people talk about like other kids struggling or getting blew to smithereens and going through completely traumatic and horrible things? Your instant response is Jesus loves me and Jesus loves y'all. Why can't Jesus can take his love off of me and God can take his love off of me and give it to those fucking kids? That's who needs his love and protection, is all those innocent kids. Matter of fact, some of those kids are praying and calling out to him and they're still going through that shit. Like, they're dying from traumatic things, but the only thing you can respond to kids getting essayed and the things that are happening in different wars across the country is Jesus loves me and loves y'all. Huh?
No, this world is messed up because Satan is the god of this world system, not Jesus right now.
No, right. But
You're
Jesus,
Okay?
but
retarded.
And
God
he
put him in
comes to
charge.
steal, kill, and destroy
God
and
put him
wreak
in charge.
havoc.
He
What?
can't do anything. He can't do anything outside of God. Like, it's in your book.
Yes.
He
Yeah.
cannot act or do anything outside of God. So the things that he are doing is because God is letting him.
No.
If God's no,
No.
if God
Or-
loves these people,
No.
why is he letting it happen?
If
You see how you're excusing this bullshit?
well, if you keep listening to me, I'll tell you what you can do to get out of all those
First
problems.
off, there ain't a
Like, what's your
devil
no
in that
excuses?
fucking book that's killing, stealing, and destroying. That's your God and his people. Second,
No.
the scripture that you quoted in 2 Corinthians 4 does not say Satan is the God of this world.
In
It does
whom the
not say
God
it.
of this world
That's not
this
Satan. The God of this world in Isaiah 6, 9, and 10 that blinded the eyes of the people is your God.
no.
Your God in Isaiah chapter 6, verses 9 and 10 told Isaiah to purposefully and teach the wrong shit so that it blinds the eyes of the people, it mutes them, makes them deaf so they cannot hear, so they do not repent. That came from your God, not a devil, not a Satan. The only God, the only entity in this book that is robbing, killing, and destroying is your God. There ain't a
No.
devil in this fucking
It's
book
Satan.
doing any of that.
Yeah, it is.
Show me one story where Satan is killing and destroying.
Um You don't need a story. You can just look at the
So it's
world
no,
today.
so it's not a story in the book where Satan is killing and destroying then, right?
Oh, he's the author of sickness
So
and
there's
disease.
not a
He's
story
the
in the book.
author
So
of
there's
every
not
kind of evil work, it says in the Bible.
There's
He's the
not a story in this book where your devil is killing, stealing, and destroying then, correct?
Yes. Yes, you want me to give you the scriptures?
Yes.
Okay. John 3:8. He that committeth
I'm not
sin is of the devil.
No.
For the
Not
devil
no.
sins from the
Stop.
beginning.
No, motherfucker. That's a claim. What I asked you for was stories in the book where the devil, your devil, is killing, stealing, and destroying. Not somebody saying he wants to.
He's been nut-eyeing all since every time he get off mute, but nothing has been given. Shit is crazy.
And he can point to other scriptures and try to use those, but can't comprehend the fact that God created the evil and nothing can act outside of God's will. So it's basically God's will that Satan is going around and supposedly doing all these things. Like, this is in God's will for children to get essayed and blew up and
Luke
viciously
13:16.
murdered.
Does Satan talk in Luke 13:16?
Luke 13:16.
Does Satan talk in that chapter, in that verse?
Jesus does.
I asked you for a story where your devil.
I did.
I asked you
Yeah.
for a story where your devil is doing the action word.
Yeah, it
Give
is.
me
It's
the
in there.
action word. No, it's not.
Satan hath bound
No,
this
it's not.
woman
No, it's not.
for 18
That's your
years.
Jesus saying.
Luke
That's your
13:16.
Jesus saying it.
Acts
Show
10:38.
me that is your Jesus saying that.
Is it- And ought not this woman,
You
being a daughter of
show
Abraham,
me Satan
whom Satan
doing
hath bound,
anything.
lo,
That
these
is your
18
Jesus
years be
saying that.
loosed
That is
from
your
this
Jesus
bond.
saying that.
Yeah, you want scriptures. Here's scriptures prove the
Show
devil.
me.
Here's another one.
No.
Acts
Hey,
10:38.
this is why you get fucking muted, motherfucker. This is why you get muted. Y'all are so fucking dishonest. The only God,
Jesus healed
shut the
all
fuck
that
up.
were oppressed of the
Jesus
devil.
ain't healed a motherfucking thing. That's why y'all motherfuckers dying of cancer still. You got the blood of Jesus covered all over you and your motherfucking ass still die. Y'all motherfuckers talking about you see Jesus and you still fucking blind. Got to use braille. You motherfuckers got to use sign language because you deaf, because you can't get your Jesus to heal your voice box.
You keep silencing me.
Now, yes, because you ain't fucking listening to me and you keep talking while I'm fucking talking. You are disrespectful as fuck. You are disrespectful as fuck. I asked you for a specific thing and you aren't doing it. You keep giving me fucking scriptures where somebody else saying Satan did this, Satan did that, Satan did this.
John 10. John.
Ask Jesus to unmute you. See, let's see Jesus unmute you. Let's see Jesus help you get a whole fucking sentence out.
He's gonna say you're persecuting him next.
I don't give a damn. Jesus should be able to help him.
I don't know, and the fact you can't pull up the scripture you asked for, but it is still pulling up scriptures of somebody saying the devil is doing something is wild. Like, oh my God.
He doesn't seem to realize that there's a distinction between someone else in the book claiming these things about the devil and an actual event where the devil is doing these things. We want the event, not more claims.
Or where the devil is saying that he wants to do these things and this is like his goal. Like, there's nowhere that says that's his goal.
John.
Your Holy Spirit ain't help you yet. I think maybe if you pray for him to let you be off mute for a good 2 minutes, we'll let you preach your sermon if you can figure out how to be off mute for 2 minutes. Oh, the Holy Spirit dropped him.
Looks like your Holy Spirit
Finally.
failed. If you are in my guest request box and you are coming up here to fucking fight, get the fuck out. Get out of my guest box.
You know, they was crying in the comments.
Get out my guest box now. If you cannot have a fucking conversation and listen and engage, get the fuck out. I don't want you in here. West Coast, I see your motherfucking ass in there. All you want to do is fight. Get the fuck out.
I
Right,
was
with her
gonna
loud
say you
ass.
can't teach South Coast anything. She was an
Exactly.
absolute
She gets
nightmare.
muted in every live because she keeps typing in caps and she knows the freaking rules with her dumb ass.
She wants to fucking fight. You motherfuckers are filled with chaos, with Jesus inside of you. And y'all wonder why don't nobody want any part of that shit. Y'all come up here dishonest as fuck. You don't listen. I don't even know why y'all come on here. If you can't have a conversation, don't bring your ass up here.
Yeah, something wrong with that lady. She only comes up here to circumvent that mute button that she keep coming across.
If you get muted in the chat, you can't come on stage. So obey the fucking rules. Debonair,
Yes, ma'am. How you ladies doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Not bad.
How old are you?
I'm 38.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I was in deconstruction, but I'm an ex-believer.
You an ex-believer? Are you an
Yes, as in
atheist?
I was. Yeah, I don't believe in anything but myself, if that means anything. I mean, I don't worship anything or have a religion. I grew up Christian or Baptist, I would say.
So you are an atheist?
I would say so. Yes, ma'am.
What are your thoughts on the topic?
Now atheist disappointed. It definitely is an embarrassment because I mean you have we was raised Baptist, and the things that we was raised like are getting older, and you would see like all of the the pastor having intercourse and stuff with other members in the church, and then you have people getting judged, and then just the way my grandmother was one example. She was a first lady of the church that we grew up in, and they didn't have her funeral there because she didn't have the money to pay for the funeral. So and it was like, wow, that much dedication, and for it to be God, and you say give in His name, and she paid her tithes, and that wasn't enough for them to do services and just different stuff. And I didn't like the getting older. I went to school for CSI, and I took psychology, and I realized like the study of myself and like just what we are capable of, and the religion basically was trying to hinder us from using our potential. And that's what really got me away from it, and just disappointed on how much I feel like I missed out on my growing up, where I could have believed in myself instead of having limitations or scared to do this because I might be punished or I might go to hell if I tell this person I don't like the way you're talking to me, and just stuff like that. I just feel like I was just lied to and misled, really.
Yeah, that's how I feel too. Like I used to think that being a Christian, I was a part of what was going to make the world good and peaceful. And then it like the more I studied and realized that I was subscribing to the thing that brought a lot of hate, slavery, oppression, um, subjugation of women and children. Like it was just disgusting. I think I remember the first time I read Deuteronomy 13 and saw the words of this God telling the Israelites to kill their own kids if they tried to worship another God, and I damn near wanted to throw up. Like I used to say that I could see like a spiritual toilet and see myself like throwing up over this toilet as I'm reading this, and I'm like, what the
Definitely.
fuck is he telling them to kill their own kids? Like this is insane.
It is definitely. And then that other example, the last straw for me was when that queen called for help, and she used what was supposed to save her and rebuked that cop in the name of Jesus, and that didn't work. Like, how did that not work?
Yes.
How did that not work?
Because what were we taught?
It's yeah, exactly. So that you're supposed to say that's a powerful. I was raised that's a powerful name, and you say that name and it'll help and this and that, and it didn't, and that killed my soul. I was like, yeah, this is no way in hell.
And you know, the thing that got me the most about that is the way believers were saying, well, she didn't have enough faith. She wasn't a real Christian.
Yeah,
Or
that's
like they
wild.
were making excuses for why it didn't work. Um, they were holding lies with her picture, saying she deserved what she got. Um,
Yeah.
and then they were saying, some were saying, well, he did answer her. She's in heaven now. Like her rescue was heaven.
Exactly,
And
like that has to be the piece.
yeah,
Wow.
like it was like all kind of excuses. And that bothered me, right? And then not too long ago, I'm gonna say like a month ago, the verdict came out where he was held liable for it. And now the story is, see, Jesus showed up, won't he do it? I'm like,
Yeah.
damn, when it happened to her, she wasn't a real Christian. Like
Yep.
they just pick and
Definitely.
choose.
Yep. Definitely is it. It can. I'm the black sheep. I'm the only person in my family, like I'm talking about on my mom and dad's side, that do not believe in Jesus Christ, and I really regret getting baptized. And they like, oh, I'm gonna pray for your soul and this and that. I'm like, please don't pray for me.
Yeah, they always talk about free will, but will violate. Like I don't believe in free will, but within their belief system, they'll violate our free will and pray for us even though we don't want it. And like I was asking somebody yesterday, why is it that believers feel like they can violate non-believers' free will to try to force us to believe in your Jesus while you're holding the belief that your God loves you so much that he will not violate free will and to protect the child from being essayed.
Exactly. Yeah, that's definitely is. And then the stereotype is like, you not gonna be with me in judgment day. If that's how we was raised, you can't tell God, well, I told him this or he did do this for me, and that's like, I will have to stand alone. So you basically you judging me for how I'm living my life because it's not you. And like, just I've told my brothers, like, you all going to that church and everyone's bringing their demons into that church and they letting them loose in there. Someone's taking somebody else's problems home.
Yeah, it's I think it's just a big ass gang. Like they don't have any intention on actually, they say that the reason that they believe in this God because of morality, but they don't have any intention on actually being decent human beings. West Coast, you are now muted the entire live. We told you not to type in caps. We told you that if you get muted, you cannot come on stage. You were given a 5-minute mute as a warning. You are now muted the entire live because you did it again. And you are an example of what the fuck we're talking about right now. Y'all don't respect other people's boundaries. You don't respect other people's spaces. You do what the fuck you want to do because y'all are entitled as fuck. Devonair, did you have anything else? I don't know if any of the hosts have anything.
No, man, I didn't have anything else. I appreciate you letting me up. I was listening. I thought the last guy was just like you always saying, he's definitely trying to preach to us, is repeating the same thing we already know, what we was taught. And it's and then with him with the you were on his ass about the Satan and all that. I've never looked at that. And even with the Adam and Eve story, you do not the serpent didn't lie to them. He told them that basically you are going to see things differently. You're going to be aware and more conscious about your surroundings and everything. Their God actually lied and told them that they were going to die.
Yep, exactly.
So and it confuses me. It's like, you can't change the words up into your own understanding, and that it's just like, yeah, that's wild.
They're so used to these claims, and like they don't pay attention to us when we say, well, I researched the claims, I validated or invalidated the claims. They don't understand that the Bible is the claim. And you like repeating this stuff back to me, it does nothing. I don't, I like what? I don't give a damn about any of that. Like I care more about what the fuck are you doing in the world? What is it that you think a God told you to do? All right. And how are you engaging with humanity? How are you engaging when you vote? Like what do you think is the world is supposed to be like? And what harm are you fucking causing?
Exactly.
They don't want to talk about that shit though. I think they
They
like
don't.
they're like, I was telling them when the live first started, there's a video on the FYP of a Persian lady uh who's sharing a story from Zoroastrianism from when Ahura Mazda created time and why Ahura Mazda created time, and it had to do with the strait over there. And she's saying that their prophecies are coming to pass, right? And in their prophecy, Iran will be great again. Basically, Persia will rise again. And I said, well, I said, it's interesting, right? How America is claiming their prophecies are coming to pass and the world is about to end and Jesus is about to come back. And the Persians are saying their prophecies are coming to pass and Persia is about to rise. Like whose prophecy is really coming to pass?
Yeah.
Right. And what we're watching is a bunch of grown ass men with money and power who use these stories that like these are war guides. Like the stories are basic war plans. Right.
Definitely.
Yeah. That's how they communicated their war plans back then, through these stories. And we have governments, imperialist empires still using these stories today to fight each other, to conquer each other. And they're acting it out like, playing dress up in comic books, and we're their G.I. Joe fucking dolls.
Yep. The foot soldiers.
Yep.
Yep. It's unfortunate. It definitely, my brother, he's a newborn. He changed his life around and he's a full blown Christian. And he's mad that when you say someone is your shepherd, wouldn't that mean you are a sheep or a flock?
Yep.
Well, I was, I was, I was, oh, I was, he went off on me for saying that, but I didn't mean no harm about it. I'm like you saying it's a shepherd. A shepherd herds sheep or flocks or whatever you want to call it. But I'm deep into everything. So, I mean, I stepped outside the box and I'm glad I did. And I wish everyone else would also look and see, and we create our own reality.
Yeah. And maybe we'll get some peace.
Definitely.
Less harm, Well, thank you so much for coming up, Devonair. It was a great
Yes,
conversation.
ma'am. Thank you for having me.
All right. Have a good one.
You too.
To the believers in the request, that's how you have a conversation. When you come up here, you don't interrupt people. The hosts have the privilege, not the privilege, the authority to interrupt, but only if you aren't answering questions. If you are gaslighting and manipulating, right? Like, we will not interrupt you just because we don't agree. But if you do what the last guy did, we're going to interrupt you. That's not how you have conversations. Every host on this stage, all four of them, has authority to interrupt you for those reasons.
And no fucking monologuing.
What I call monologuing and what Maddie called monologuing are two different things. Because sometimes there are things that when they talk, there are things that I'm paying attention to that Maddie might not be paying attention to.
Look, if you can't answer the question within them first two sentences that come out your motherfucking mouth, you monologue, and therefore after that, I'm real short. Look, I gotta get
but
the
Maddie,
answer.
you gotta remember that this is about deconstructing. So it's not just about what you say, but it's also about what you do and what you don't say, right? And so there's more to just like going back and forth with a person. So this is what I call 3D deconstruction. So I get it. I'm no nonsense too, but sometimes the monologue is serving a purpose. Does that make
Not
sense?
like no, not everything like that is monologue. I'm saying if I ask you a question and you're going all around the fucking world but on that question, to me that's monologuing. Like if
Yeah,
I
I
ask
know.
you a question about the Bible, about Genesis, and for some reason you go all the way to fucking Revelations, like that's monologuing because that don't have shit to do with each other. That's not what I'm talking about, and that's doing too much. Like him going on about saying how God loves you and God does this. That's not what I fucking asked him. Like that was just preaching and monologuing. That's why I was literally over here like I was shaking in the corner, like I was having to physically restrain myself. I don't know if you ever seen Mother Gothel, where Rapunzel hair got cut off. She was pulling that hood over her head. That was literally me. I couldn't do it.
No, yeah, I get it. But when you interrupted him the first time, I was observing something. So that like it was a monologue, but I was allowing him to do it because I knew where he was going, right? So and it's this is why I said like this is like the youth night. I hate saying it like that because it sound like church, but this is for young hosts who are learning to be deconstruction hosts. But for my uh page, right? And when I sent the rules for the live, the thing that has to keep priority is deconstruction, right? And deconstructing is more than just the conversations; it's observation as well, right? What they don't say. They're not YPWW. Hell no. Like I'm trying to stay away from like that type of language. But every last one of these up here, the hosts up here are young hosts who host lives or participate on other panels and have these discussions. But like there in here is 3D deconstruction, right? So it's allowing people to see as well as hear. So sometimes the monologue is beneficial and sometimes it's not. But I get what you're saying. But I just want to make sure that we keep the deconstruction at the forefront because sometimes our egos can, like mine too, can get in the front of that. But that has to be the first priority, right? Is allowing people to deconstruct, allowing people to see what they need to see and hear what they need to hear in order to figure out what the fuck they believe or don't believe. Um, Imperial fact.
Yeah,
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good. How old are you?
I'm in my 30s.
Are you how close? Lower end, higher end?
Kind of lower, and I guess
Uh,
early 30s.
okay. So I am gonna let one of the younger hosts start off with you. Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm an atheist.
Okay. What are your thoughts on the topic and who wants to take this one?
So thoughts on the topic are
Give me
about
just
deconstruct.
one
Oh,
second.
sorry.
Which one of you wanna take this one?
One of the other hosts can take it. I feel like I've been talking a lot.
I'll take it.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Imperial.
Imperial. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, like my thoughts on the topic are like definitely was disappointed and very not embarrassed, but more angry. So I'm a very objectively operating individual. I'm autistic. So when I was growing up, one of the things that I really disliked was that my mother would always tell me, this is going to be a funny story. I'm going to try to keep it short though. So I don't know if you guys know, but have you ever been on a cloudy day where you see like sunlight kind of poking through like holes in the clouds and it's like beams of light,
Yeah, the crepuscular rays.
right? So I remember as a child asking my mother like what that was, and she told me, "Oh, that's just like Jesus taking people up to heaven." And that terrified me. Like she meant it as like a sweet thing, but for me, because I'm very literal, I was like, oh no, I don't want to like pass on and be like taken into heaven if we pass through one of these lights, and it was scary. I share that story because what eventually happened was I began to find it harder and harder to trust her when she told me things. And then you have the church and adults telling me things like, hey, believe this, believe that. It really ruined like my ability to have an objective framework So I was believing things like in demons and spirits and angels and stuff like that. And it wasn't until well into my teen years that I realized like there's no real good basis for any of this, and it actually like ruined my ability to properly interpret reality. So after I started asking questions, which I think is awesome that your live does this, by the way, like you're asking questions and forcing people to, that's the primary point of deconstruction, is to ask questions. Because a lot of people don't deconstruct because they don't go, well, why is this the case or why is that the case? The host said something really good to the person she was debating earlier, was like, well, didn't God create Satan? Well, yes, he did. But if he knew what Satan was going to become and he did it anyway, and he created Lucifer, doesn't that necessarily mean God is responsible for all the evil in the world? Which, yes, it does, because he could have avoided all of that by just not creating Satan. Ergo, no temptation. So, sorry, that's the I'll cut it short there.
No, I understand. And it's really unfair that that happened to you because they think that it's just, oh, we're just going to church, I'm just trying to steer him this way. But religion teaches people to tend to use these fear-mongering tactics that work on them on their children. And these children don't have like any sort of mental protection from these like forms of abuse by teaching them that they're gonna go to hell or like fear-mongering them like that registers in a child's mind like that, like abuse, that insane fear. And like when you deconstruct, some people are still like trying to break away from that fear, of hell, and it gives people like anxiety and stuff. But no, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, that actually reminds me of the other thing that I used to be afraid of too when they preach about the rapture and Jesus is going to come back and take people, whatever. So I ended up reading like the Left Behind series, which was written by a Christian. But it's about basically like what happens after the rapture. And for the longest time, I was terrified whenever I would wake up that like my parents were gone and like Jesus had come back and taken everyone. And it would take me time, like I have to check, okay, no, my parents are here, and it was a lot of fear and anxiety because of nothing. Like I was a kid that they were telling me these things are real, but this is why it's so hard for people, I think, genuinely to deconstruct, because this is told to you. Ricky Gervais said this really perfectly. The same people that tell you as you're growing up, don't touch the stove, it's hot. Don't run, like without shoes, you'll hurt your feet on the asphalt. Oh, by the way, there's a mythical man in the sky who watches everything you do and cares what you do in your private time, and you'll burn forever if you don't listen to him. So the children aren't prepared for it, and it's a form of indoctrination, which is why it's so hard for people to question those beliefs. Like the first thing people should ask is, can you, like when the guest said, oh, Jesus loves you, well, can you prove Jesus is real? Because if you can't prove he's real, then Jesus loves you means nothing. It's like saying my girlfriend loves you, but she lives in another state and you never met her.
It's like, and the version of this love they're talking about, completely, it makes no sense. And like when it comes to loving someone, that looks different for everyone, right? Like how I feel loved is different from how, everyone else on the panel feels loved. So when they just say Jesus loves you, and it's like you ask how, and it's like, oh, because he's loved. Then it's like, how can someone be loved? And it's like, because he created everyone, and it's like, well, creating something doesn't mean that you love it. And it's like, what it essentially does is it kind of ruins this concept of love for like literally everyone, for all these believers. I don't understand how they can say they love people, like say they love everyone, then say they love their partners. Like how, I don't know. Like, yeah.
No, I think I get your point there, which is like it kind of dilutes the meaning of the word. Like, well, how much do you really like? How important is your spouse to you if you also love everyone else just as equally as you love them? That's like, where's the importance there, the
Yeah.
gravitas to the phrase? So I mean, I don't know. I mean, the way I look at, oops, sorry. The way I look at it is kind of just like first we should like start trying to prove these things, and especially when people say, well, Jesus is all loving or all knowing or all of these things tend to contradict themselves when you follow the logic. But even then, even if we go by what Jesus says or God says he is, we find issues. For instance, God says he's jealous. God says he's angry. God says he's all these things that we would just normally associate with an imperfect human. Yet this is being attributed to a perfect, all good, all loving, all kind God. How can jealousy be a good, loving thing?
It's like, how can you be jealous when you have literally everything? It's like, it's very unserious, and you question believers on this Corinthians love that they talk about, and you end up being very disappointed because it's almost like this God is the exact opposite of the love that is listed out. It says
Mm-hmm.
specifically that he keeps no record of wrongdoing, yet literally they specifically keep a record of wrongdoing in, was it the book of life or something? They
Yep.
specifically keep all the deeds that you've done. So it's almost like an Easter egg for people who actually read the book, because he's the antithesis of this concept of love that he portrays.
I mean, I think it gets even worse because, like, so I go to college for a psychology major, and I've actually tried to, like, spend time thinking about this. Like, if I go by the Bible, my diagnosis of God isn't like a loving person or that or anything like that. It's more like a narcissist because what he's jealous about is that you don't love him enough. You're not putting him first. He's not dominating your every thought. He wants to control your life. He wants you to give up your will and allow him to dictate it. That sounds like a narcissist.
Exactly. And when a woman when a woman well, not doesn't have to be specifically, but I find this problem disproportionately affects women because of the position that religion puts them in. It sort of suggests that
Hmm.
women are, automatically submissive, and they have to be the ones who are dealing with this narcissist, right? So the Christian men see themselves as like this godlike status, that they're meant to be the head of the household, and the women interpret that love as can be violent, can, be this, can be that, all the things that they associate with the Christian God. So this book kind of creates perfect victims before they even understand that they're victims or perpetrators.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, like it literally, if you look at the friggin' rules and laws, and I think it's like Deuteronomy as well, or Leviticus of like how it treats women, it is like almost training women to be just victims. Like you need to listen to your man, you need to obey. I mean, it's a phrase in the Bible too that like slaves should obey their masters. So like the entirety of the book seems to be constructed in such a way as to teach who those people at that time thought to be lesser, which would be women or minorities or basically anyone that wasn't them, to have to learn to just obey unquestioningly. And then like the ones that are following God, like the men that are godly and Christian, they are the ones that are like being servile and servants of God too. So in this paradigm, everyone's basically a slave, which to me is like, why would a God design a system that way? And why would he want it to be that way unless, for whatever reason, this is just me, but like unless he's just a narcissistic individual? Because like, why does any of that matter? What should matter instead of forcing people to love and be submissive is that you want people to be independent and making, if God wants free will, then independent and exercising their judgment and developing character. But that's not what we see. What we see is that genuinely God is like, hey, like I don't want you to come against me. I want you to give everything up to me and just trust that I'll do everything. The book of Job is a perfect example of this. In the book of Job, it's like what God wants. God and Satan make a bet. By the way, host, that was an example of a time when Satan has done something bad. Was the book of Job. But the funny thing about that
But
is,
he
even if he
didn't.
had,
He didn't. Everything he did, that was the God's idea. That wasn't Satan's idea. And then the
well,
even
mhm.
the even the fire and the storm, that was the God's power. The God is the one who brought Job up to Satan. That wasn't Satan's idea.
If I could be wrong then, but if I remember correctly, like Satan was basically telling God, well, the only reason he loves you is because you give him everything. And then
But
either
what's
way, I
wrong
still
with
think
that?
this is bad.
What's
Oh
wrong with
yeah,
him
no.
saying that? That's like saying if
Um,
you have a friend that's dating a girl
mhm.
and he's caking her, and you say to your friend, like he's bragging on her, and you say the only reason why she's with you is because you cake her. If you stop caking her, she ain't gonna be faithful. Does that make you evil?
No, of course not. That's what I'm trying to say more so is that like no matter what happened there was that Satan was just saying, hey, like he won't love you if you take these things from him, and so God said, okay, fine, Satan, like you can do the thing, and so Satan, this is my understanding of the story. It's been a while, but Satan is the one who goes in and like kills his cattle, does all this stuff, but or unalives his cattle, but it doesn't matter anyway if the guest had used that example because it shows that God literally God literally said to Satan, bet, go ahead and do it. Gave him permission to act that way to
Well,
win a bet. So
he didn't
even
give him
still,
permission because it wasn't his idea. It was the God's idea. Like the in the story, the Satan says to the God, if you stretch forth your hand and take away all that he has, he'll crush it to your face. And the God goes, better yet, I'm gonna give you the power to do it. So it was never the Satan's idea. He couldn't use that story.
sure. I mean, you could, yeah, that's fine by me. I mean, either way, to me it would have been funny if he had used it because it wouldn't have mattered either way because the end result was still God allowed for evil to be enacted upon someone literally. And in your case, like it was his idea even, like go ahead and do it. Here's the power to do it, which goes back to like your original question, which was who created Satan? God did. So who's responsible? If Satan is evil, if we just accept that, then it doesn't matter because it still doesn't get God to sidestep his responsibility. He's still responsible for creating Satan. He's still responsible for allowing it to happen, that evil be in the world, especially if you contrast that with the fact that he's all knowing. Like he knew exactly how everything was going to turn out, yet he did it anyway, which is contradicted by the fact that after he created all of humanity, he was like, I don't like this. Let me just flood the world and like restart because I made a mistake, which means is he all perfect? But anyway, sorry. My basic point over going all of that was to just say, like, if you look at the book and you look at what it says, all of the things it says that God is contradicted by everything God says and does later on, all of the time. I hope that makes sense. Sorry.
I think it makes sense. There's an analogy I bring up with Christians a lot of the time is if God is all powerful and all knowing, then that means that we have a set of possibilities when it comes to before creation. And it's like God would have been able to see everything that he was gonna do, and he would have been able to see like the different realities he could have made, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So like God could have made a reality where, let's just say, dolphins can fly or whatever silly stuff that's logically possible. But he decides to make this reality down to every single molecule in a way that he doesn't like. Then he punishes the people that he made in a way that he knew he wouldn't like for being that way. It's honestly, it makes absolutely no sense
Yeah,
how
like
this
why would
God
I?
can like have a problem with evil when he could have just not made it.
Yeah, like why would a why would a perfect being create something so imperfect? And can a perfect being even be capable of creating such an imperfect end result? And if they are capable of doing that, then that must mean that they directly intended for everything to happen that happened, which means that they intended for Adam and Eve to be like start the fall of man, which means everything is going according to plan. Which is like, so if is all powerful and could have done differently than what he did, then he's not all good. And if God is all good, but he couldn't create a reality with all of those other systems in place that didn't have evil in it, then he's not all powerful. So
What
it's
it
like,
essentially means is that everything that's happening now is exactly what he wants to happen. There's no point in praying, there's no point in trying to fight
mm-hmm.
it or change anything. You're either destined for heaven or hell, and it's been that way since you were born. If Christians actually read the book and applied it, that would be the conclusion that they draw.
You can't get away from that conclusion. And a lot of them will state free will, which I thought the guest was going to state too. Like, well, free will, but that doesn't matter either because I don't know if you can even say free will makes sense because if people have free will and then God didn't know exactly what people were going to do, then he's not all knowing. But also at the same time, he can't have free will, or sorry, we can't have free will because he designed the parameters that were going to dictate how we were going to develop and interact in our lives anyway. So everything, like you said, is going to his plan. So if everything's going to his plan, we don't have free will.
Yeah, it's like, but it's also like if because typically how a Christian would respond to that is with the movie analogy. Oh, he knows how the movie is going to play out. It doesn't mean he's, taking away anyone's free will. But the way it is like if when it comes to God creating humans, if he makes it impossible for us to use our free will to breathe underwater or to fly or to use our free will to do other physiologically impossible things, then he could simply make it so instead of not being able to breathe underwater, how about we make grape impossible? How about we make it impossible to do evil? Right? If A, like not breathing underwater, isn't a violation of free will, then they'd have to give us a distinction between how not being able to do evil is a violation of free will, but not being able to breathe underwater.
Yeah, I mean, no, I agree. And like the thing I would say too about the movie thing though that I think Christians forget is like it's not even like God is just watching a movie play out. God was also the director, the producer, the one who like made the actor. He designed the entire
He's every
movie.
single actor as well. He's the set in every
Mhm.
single actor.
He designed the set. He put the situation. Like it's so weird to me that Christian would even say, and I've heard them say that too. That like, well, it's like a movie because it's like, well, no, it's not though. Because me and you watching a movie, we're not the director, we're not the producer. We can't change it. We can only watch it. But God
It's
is
like the
that.
Truman Show. It's like the
It.
Truman Show. How
Mm-hmm.
everyone's like, this Truman guy doesn't realize that everyone is literally an actor. Everyone around him, and it looks like they have free will and that they're making decisions, but they're actually following a script. But is there anything else you want to say, Imperial?
No, I mean that, I think we've covered most of it. We actually agree on most everything. So
Yeah,
sorry, not a fun not a fun conversation.
it
So
was a
it's
fun
all right.
conversation.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
it was
glad to
very
hear that. I
interesting.
enjoyed it.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you.
Thank you for letting me up here.
All right, have a good one.
It was very fruitful
You too.
and fun to listen to.
I could have talked about that for hours, just like debunking arguments. I was like, I've got to stop somewhere because there's so much.
Same. All right. Well, you can just kick me whenever you're ready.
All right,
I
have a
thanks.
good one.
Great to talk to you all.
Bro, Venus, one of my favorite things that you say. I don't know if you remember, but you remember when you were arguing with Slim? It's like back when me and you had first met. And
Yeah.
you kept asking her, could God have made birds blue? And she was getting so fucking mad.
True,
It
I
was such
remember
a
that.
simple question.
How could I
And you was
forget that
like,
question?
but could he have made the birds blue though? And she's like, what the fuck? Why does it matter about the blue birds? What does it matter?
What she
It
does
was
is
so
she's
funny.
gotta pretend like she doesn't understand anything, and like I'm annoying her even though she agreed to debate me. Like I hate when Christians come up here and they act like we're bothering them. It's like, dude, you chose to come here. You knew what was happening. God.
What's up, Phil?
Hi, my lovely people. How you all doing
I'm good. How are
tonight?
you?
Oh, it's morning time here. I better correct his scripts. Imagine that. Yeah, man. Yeah, I want to say that one thing I was embarrassed about when as a Christian, um, thinking about it is like even praying. You pray and you say, okay, God is going to answer prayer, and what you do is just record the hits and ignore the misses, you know, and it gives this false sense of, oh, God answers prayer, but then yet you're ignoring the misses, you never count the misses, and if Christians actually, if they count the misses, they will realize this is no different to actual coincidence, you know. And something that I realized, right, during coincidences I actually, you could say almost like put it to the test. Ben, sometimes you might be thinking of someone or trying to get through to someone, maybe you're a Christian, and you trying to get through to this person, and somehow, you think, oh, wow, you get through to the person, and, oh, God, somehow, because the person you couldn't get through before, and God bring this person in this place. It happened to me even after giving up Christianity. It happens often sometimes, right? And I always reflect and say, well, yeah, if I was a Christian, I will have at one point in my Christian life at that point, I will say that, yeah, God did this. This is God. But this very same thing happens as an atheist. I remember when I was, it took me a whole year to basically come out because I after hearing a number of stories about how persons who came out, right, and how their family and so-called friends treated them, I knew it took me a whole year. And on top of that, there was a friend of mine, well, I call him my dear Jim brother. He's not blood brother, but close, right? And he's an atheist. I knew he was an atheist, and I was trying to get in contact with him for near a whole year. And the same day I came out and I messaged him. You know what? He was on a flight coming to Barbados. One time he would say, oh, this is God. God did that. He was on the flight. On his way.
Yeah.
So I those things happen, and they're coincidences. I mean, even with how what happened surrounding me having a double heart attack 3 years ago. I mean, things that happened. Luckily, when I went to the hospital the same day, right? Because I went to a private clinic initially, and then when they did all the tests and so on, they realized that I had a heart attack, double heart attack. And then when I got to the hospital, the surgeons realized, actually told me, the cardiologist, oh, you had a double heart attack. Mind you, I did not pass out. I just felt immense pain. If I was a Christian, I would have said, oh, look how God protected me. No God. And then again, another good coincidence. I had to get a stent put in, right? The same day, the same time I went to the hospital, I was taken by ambulance to the hospital, right from clinic. When they did it, they said, okay, you need a stent. And luckily, we have no surgery scheduled today. However, all the surgeons, all the crew are here. Again, coincidence. So I got the thing put in the same time, right? So when I look back at these things, I was like, okay, sometimes, when you're a Christian, you will say, oh, this was God. God was working on your behalf, or somebody was praying. Nothing like that. And I think Christians, I have challenged people. Christians, there's a challenge to you. Write down, whenever you pray, write down what you pray for. Write down. Answered, not answered. And compare. Do the stats. I challenge you. And you're going to see that it is no different to actual coincidence. So that's a good test. Put
Yeah.
God to the test. There's nothing wrong.
Yeah, I agree. That's one of the questions that I always ask. What's the difference between saying a believer saying, "Well, that happened because that was God's will," and a non-believer, just saying, "Hey, that's life." Because believers go through the same things that non-believers go through. The difference is they credit it to a god or to a devil. So I agree.
Actually, and one thing I also even, and this is something that during my deconstruction when I was a Christian, I observe, normally they say, tell, sometimes they will tell children, and here in Barbados, Christianity is in schools, public schools. Anyway, but they will say, we used to say, oh, give God thanks that you have this free education, because there are children in other countries that don't. And after I started to think, I said, no. So it means then that this God don't really love these other children. Because when am I thanking God or telling children to thank God for having this free education, and there are other children out there who don't have it and suffering? This
Yeah.
is showing something is wrong here. So yeah,
Yeah. We don't think
what
about
just
that.
one.
We don't think
Yeah, we
about
don't
that.
think about it.
Yeah, like when we be like, I'm blessed and highly favored, or God don't play about me, or thinking that you are so close to the God that He is just blessing you, and not thinking about that there are other people in the world who are going without. And just saying those words is basically saying that the God cares about us. Like He cares, He knows everything that's happening in our life. He knows what they used to say is God knows every hair on your head. And it teaches this narcissistic idea that you're so special to this big almighty creator of the whole entire universe, that he's just so concerned with every aspect of your life, even down to who you having sex with. Like, it's insane. And we don't think about other
Hmm.
people, that there are children whose parents are working two jobs but still can't afford food, right? But then we know that they exist because we use those opportunities to volunteer as a way to say, I'm so good. This is why God loves me, because I'm feeding hungry children. Like, we know they're there, and we're not asking ourselves, why are these children allowed to go starving? Even with parents who are working two jobs, and the jobs only paying them enough to keep a shelter over their head, and electricity and water, right, and gas or daycare, and they can't afford food. It's a very it's a sick system that creates victims too. Because I will say that even people who are in it and they're thinking like, God don't play about me, they're not thinking about that. Like, they don't see it. Yeah, it's very elitist. And I think even those people are victims because they think they're doing the right thing, and they're going deeper and deeper into the elitism, uh, and are going through
Hmm.
life, oblivious to the harm that their belief system, what they believe, what they say, what they teach is causing in the world.
But no, no, you said that it bring to my mind, and this is what we have been observing, because I was on it's on on kindness live, and we have been having asking them like how you have been asking, and I think it's a very good thing to do, to ask them to demonstrate, because their Bible says this, all believers are supposed to be able to demonstrate, this power. They'll be able to lay hands on the sick, blah blah, etc. And Paul said it's not by speech or talk, but by demonstration of the power of God. And I remember Bash brought that up and put it out there to believers, and they just all makes all sorts of excuses. And this is what we see, and it's always about this me. That's it. Me. And as you said, oh, I'm favored, I'm highly blessed. Actually, I actually did. When I started actually doing YouTube videos, and I haven't done many in a long time. Um, I did one where I talked about that same thing about being blessed, and how selfish it is. It is very selfish and self-centered, and this is what we get. This is why they come up here. They don't respect consent. They don't respect boundaries, because it's all about themselves, and they associate this Christianity with their identity again, the me, which actually is contradictory to the First Corinthians 13 that says love is not prideful, but they show pride. It's not conceited, it's not ill mannered, yet they do all of these things because it is a selfish. selfish thing. They don't really care about people. All they care about is winning souls so they can get to heaven, so that God will say, "Well done, thou good and faithful servant." You know, it's really crazy. And as I keep telling Christians, when they come up and they behave that way and they still don't listen, 1 Peter 3:15-16, be always ready to give a good reason for the hope that is within you, but do it with gentleness and kindness. And we don't see that. And then we have to call out their ass for their behavior and give them the energy. They then say, "Oh, persecution, persecution." Again, me. Christians, y'all need to do better.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Well, I thank you for coming up, Phil.
Thanks, Thinker. Yeah, thank you. Have a good night, all y'all.
Thank you.
Love y'all.
Love you too.
Put me down. Good.
All right, y'all. Yep, Phil is very woke. I need to see if are y'all awake. Tap the screen.
Thank you so
One
much.
second, Jane. Tap the screen. Let's see some comments flying. Share the live out. Feed the beats. We sitting with 3 restrictions right now because of that first conversation, and so we have to let the TikTok algorithm know that they can remove those restrictions. So let them know that y'all are enjoying the conversations in here, that you feel safe, so that they will show us to more people on the FYP. Jane, how
The
old?
conversation with I'm sorry. I was asking, was it the conversation with JP?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Jane, how old are you?
Hello,
Yes. How old are you?
I'm fine.
No. How old? How old are you? But I'm glad to hear you're fine.
I'm 34 years old.
Okay. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Yeah.
Which are you? Do you believe in Jesus?
Yes.
Okay. Are you able to hear me well?
Yes.
All right. Okay. And so, what are your thoughts on the topic?
What?
Okay, Jane, I don't think that you can hear me well or understand me. So I'm gonna go ahead and take you down, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
All right. I don't understand why they join when they can't.
Hello.
Aqua,
Hey, how's it going, guys?
it's going good. How are you?
Yeah, pretty good, thanks.
How old are you?
I'm 51.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm an atheist.
Okay. What are your thoughts on the topic?
Yeah, just when I actually read the Bible through, I was really horrified, and I'm thinking, I don't believe this is even real. This can't be real. And I was just so embarrassed, like to even think I even defended any of it. Like especially like unaliving the children in like the conflicts and stuff they had. 47 of them, or in thousands, gone for what, really? I just like, why would a loving God do this? This is not love. I'm sorry. I'm walking away from this. I mean, it was not as simple as that. I mean, but people sort of say, oh, religion explains this, explains that. Well, actually, no, I don't think it does. We haven't figured everything out, why we're here, why the universe came to be, or how it did it. And, I think that's causing a lot of existential grief, maybe, I think is the word. That people are like a seeking meaning, why we're here and all the rest of this. But I often say to people, like, well, we're here because our parents did the deed, and the meaning of life is up to you. I mean, nobody's got it all figured out, and we need to work out a way to figure it out, instead of fighting over something that may never be answered. We just got to love and care for each other.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
think
I don't
that's
think that we should be like trying to figure out why we're here. I think is a fruitless endeavor because there are people
yeah,
that existed way before us who didn't know why humans existed and they had great lives and they made impact in the world. I think it
that's
is so
right.
fruitful to need to answer that question, and I agree. Like, just enjoy the world while we're here. Treat each other with
Yeah,
love and uh respect, right, for their existence, right? And I think just enjoy why we're here.
that's right. Well, I made it a thing that I don't, hate upon anyone just because their beliefs or whatever. I mean, nobody's got it all figured out, and I think some people are trying the best they can, but others, I feel they're just feeding their ego and greed and not like
Hold
doing
on.
what
I'm sorry. Hold on. The YouTube gifts are so fucking cute. I didn't even know YouTube. I'm sorry, Aqua. 1 second. I didn't know YouTube did gifts like that. When did they start doing that? Has that always been? Y'all know? Catman J, thank you. I appreciate you. I'm sorry. I didn't know that YouTube did gifts like TikTok.
I've
I'm
never seen that. They definitely were copying TikTok. That's new. I've never seen that. And I grew
yeah.
up on YouTube.
It
No, it
does.
hasn't.
It does now. They have the gifts like TikTok. Yes, that's what I'm tripping about. Yes, they have gifts like TikTok. That's so cool. Sorry, Aqua. Go ahead.
that's all right, that's all right, yeah. Yeah, what was the saying? Sorry. I was too
You
focused
were
on what
talking
you're saying.
about just helping each other and finding peace on Earth and
Yeah, that's right. And I think, yeah, that's right. I don't hate on anybody that has different ideas because really, at the end of the day, it's all just guesses. Even science. I mean, even though I believe in science and like humanity, there is some things that we just can't work it out. And I think we just need to accept that, like as a species, and work with what we've got and evolve to high ethics and obviously evidence-based research and things like that. We recognize our shortcomings and what else would I say? Yeah, but also recognize the good in us as well. I mean, you know,
yeah.
origin stories served a purpose, but we've long outgrown it. I think we was trying to figure out the why, the whats, and all the rest of that, and we kind of just was focused on the wrong thing rather than care for each other. We just started fighting over what amounts to an idea, and no idea is like worth our humanity or our lives.
I think it. I agree, but I think it was men wanting to control and seeing the opportunity uh, where there was no order, right? As civilization started to grow, I think there were people who had different agendas to becoming,
Yes, yes,
those in power and controlling, and that's why we are the way we are today. And we were talking earlier today about how the religions serve as like a doorstop to the evolution of the awareness and the cognitive abilities of humans. And so
that's
I
right.
I, I listen to No Nonsense Spirituality to Brit a lot. I fucking love her. And she
Yeah,
talks about
that's like
how
good.
the mythologies serve as a purpose and how, as a society, we'll end up creating different stories that'll help us to continue to grow. And the ones that we have now are so outdated. I don't. I see how they were useful back then when we were dealing with
Yeah,
a barbaric society, but it's
yeah,
keeping us in a barbaric mindset to where we can't see the
that's right.
value
Exactly.
of humanity. Yeah.
Yeah,
Imagination is a powerful tool for humanity, and I don't think that we need to stomp out imagination,
no,
but this God control and this sense of hierarchy,
when it comes to our ability to develop cognitively and morally, that we need
Yeah.
to stump out. So, but yeah, I agree. I appreciate
I
you.
think we need to find a. I think we need to find a way to ethically. I wouldn't say control, but guide like imagination. Like I think it's really scary when we have like the technology and yet other people can think of ways to harm people. I think that kind of thing needs to end. That sort of thing,
Yeah,
that's harmful. And absolutely, we need to. I mean, we have the wonder and the awe of the cosmos and all the rest of this, the world around us, like different creatures and everything like this. And yet we're ruining it because we think that somebody from outside of us is going to come in and save us when we all need to be focusing on saving like ourselves and helping each other. We're not believing in ourselves. We're misplacing a belief that that should be within ourselves, that we can do our highest good, rather than expecting somebody else to come in and clean up our mess and because
yeah,
if we're not understanding what we're doing, we're just going to be lost.
I agree. That's why these types of conversations are so important. Did you have anything else, Aqua?
No, I think that'll do for today.
All right. Thank you
But
so
yeah,
much for coming up.
thanks for the chat. Yep, thank you.
All right. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Cap, are you in the request on purpose on accident? Searching for truth, are you in the request on purpose on accident? If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are someone deconstructing your belief in that God, if you are an atheist, 18 and up, the guest box is open. Just want to set the atmosphere here. So I only talk to people who currently have a belief in the God we are discussing. Discussing. I do not talk to people who have a belief in any God. That's not the focus of this room. So we are talking about people who we are talking about the God of the Bible. So if you believe in that God, if you are deconstructing your belief in that God or considering it, you maybe want to challenge what you think you know or believe about the God that you currently believe in. This is the place to do that. Or if you are an atheist. If what the topic tonight is, ex-believer now atheist, disappointed and embarrassed that I once believed. And as someone who's deconstructing, if you come up and talk about this topic, the goal is for you to come up and talk about how, like when you first started deconstructing, what are you seeing in the world today? What was the disappointment that you felt, as far as how the belief system is affecting society? You can share the most embarrassing thing that you once believed or did because of your belief. For example, someone tried to walk on water and damn near drowned. The belief has moved us to do some crazy fuck shit. Um, and how that affects you and your thought and your mind, how you think, as far as, and then also as an atheist, any information that you have, we are a research based live. We deal with facts, we deal with logic, we deal with information. It Most believers will come up and want to give us testimony. That's on you if you do that. Just know that we are going to, if there's holes in your testimony, we're going to rip those holes apart. So if you want to protect your testimony, don't share it. But it's up to you. It's up to you if you do that, okay? 410J, how are you?
What's good? What's good? How you feeling?
I'm doing good. How old are you?
I'm 23.
All right. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Yes, and how dare you? Psych, now I'm playing. No, I'm atheist for sure. I grew up around a whole bunch of religious people, and growing up in that environment.
Before you get started, I'm gonna get you paired with one of the younger hosts. Which
Type.
one of y'all want to take this one?
Pisces.
Pisces had to step away.
Dang it. Okay, I'll take it.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, like I was saying, yeah, I grew up around a whole bunch of religious people, and boy, um, being sorry, English, being black, Christianity is already like deeply driven into the black community. Like that goes way back, and like it's crazy how people don't open their eyes to that. Like I don't understand how a slave and their master pray to the same God and expect different God, what's the word I'm looking for? Different results.
Outcomes,
Jeez.
results.
Outcomes,
Yeah.
results, yeah. Like that's crazy. Like you really think the slave master and the slave is gonna have the same outcome from their prayers? No, that's not how it works. Like you see it today with like our older generation, our yes sirs, no sir, please ma'am, and all that. That's just that's that slave shit. Sorry, I ain't mean to cuss it. I don't know if we can or not.
You can
But that's that.
cuss.
You can
I
cuss.
bet. Oh hell yeah! I'm about to really get into this shit now. Hold up. That's that slave shit that's really getting drilled into people. Like the only reason people fear, or like the only reason I see Christians, well, the Christians that I grew up around, like really are into that is because they're scared to take responsibility or accountability for the shit they do in their life. They think a lot of people think that they can do all this terrible shit, and as long as they repent, they're good when they die. They go to heaven. Um like that's just no, the Bible itself promotes that slavery shit, but a lot of people who read the Bible, a lot of religious people will, well, you have to look at the context, no, ain't no fucking context. Christianity was built on hate, it was built on separation, it was built on division, it was built on misogyny. It's there's nothing good in that shit. Like some people find cope from that and it makes them feel good, sure, but that shit still, you're living a fucking lie. Like that's and honestly, I want my people to like get the fuck out of that. There's no reason any black man or woman should be following Christianity. That shit was made to keep you under, and to this day, it's how dare you question, like you can't even question that shit. Like I used to get smacked across the top of my fucking head. Hey, how he come back to life, but Pop didn't come back. Bow, smacked him across the head. You can't talk like that. What's wrong? Like, thought this was supposed to be love and understanding. Y'all supposed to be help. I thought you were supposed to be teaching the youth. This supposed to be love and shit. I thought it was supposed to be understanding. You're supposed to like lead, but it's not that. This shit like it stunts growth. It stunts thought. It stunts free expression. Like this shit's homophobic. Like exactly what Ken's saying. The minute you start questioning, it's labeled disrespectful. Like that's crazy. It's homophobic as shit. You have people who are God fearing people who are like, when I say God fearing, I'm not meaning like the Christian way. I mean it like the how it's supposed to be. Like you have people who are doing everything they're supposed to be doing. Like they pay their tithes, they donate, they help the needy, they feed like all that. But because they're gay, they go to hell. But God's supposed to make us in His image. So if He made you gay, then what's the point? What about all the people who existed before religion became a thing? Do they go to hell too? Like it's full of hypocrisy and it's full of holes. But the only way people keep going with it because it just feels that comfort that they need, and that shit's sad like that shit is sad. Like look at where was God when Emmett Till was getting hung? Where was God when all our slaves whose names will be forgotten from history, forever forgotten, who died on the way here on the boats? What happened? What happens to them? They don't get a say and choice in that shit. And that's crazy. A lot of Christians treat their religion as, oh, one true God, he's all right. But there's all these other gods. There's Buddha, you got fucking Zeus, you got I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that because I ain't gonna try to butcher that shit. But like, there's a whole bunch of like, if you need God, like a lot of people think that morals come from God. If you need God to be a good person, you're not a good person at all. That's fact. Like, it's just a whole bunch of bullshit that is built in that religion that is made to keep people under, especially black people.
For Jay, I'm gonna stop you right here so that you can have a conversation with
My
Maddie.
fault.
Yeah,
My
that's
fault.
okay. All right, go ahead, Maddie.
Yeah, I mean, he was going down a good road. Every point I was about to say, he just immediately said it. But one thing I always like to say is like, even if there was, you definitely don't need a God, especially when you think about our ancestors and like everything people have been through in general. Like,
Mhm.
who the fuck helped us? Even like, okay, if we were doing like our own spirituality practices, what the fuck helped us when they brought us all the way across sea and we were so depressed, we were jumping off the boats and we were chained up to rotten bodies. Like,
Mhm.
what was helping us on our way there? Nothing helped us, nothing reached out. And that should have been the point where we kind of realized like, okay, yeah, we're in this on our own. Like nothing's helping us. We calling out to what we was believing in. It's not helping. We down here. They done told us like, then the whole reason the Bible was pushed on us because of the whole be a good slave. Like if your master is harsh to you, like you still be a good slave because you have eternity in the afterlife, stuff like that. It's literally like accounts of slaves talking about it. They're like, when is he gonna come help us though? Like, where is he? And I think like black people, we be in such denial, like we be trying to deny it, and then we'll say shit like, "Oh, well, the God was punishing us because we were worshiping demons." No, the fuck we weren't. Like,
Hey, come
we
on
were
now.
not worshiping no goddamn demons. Like, just because a deity is different doesn't mean it's a goddamn demon. Like, they always like to give an excuse like, oh, well, we were doing something that God didn't like. So God had to put us back in life. Yeah, by fucking enslaving us and letting us be tortured and beat to death for 400 years. What the
Indoctrination,
fuck?
all that. Yep.
Like, like literally what? And we're still struggling. Like, okay, can we get the fuck up? Like we've been punched and punched and punched. We have yet to be able to get the fuck up yet. Like, when is the punishment over? And it's so sad because like even when you listen to like Negro spirituals, I have never heard a happy Negro spiritual.
Never.
Like ever.
Sweet
All of it.
rose,
Exactly. I was just about to
sweet
sing that thinker.
Even our movies are
chariot.
rooted in pain and shit. Like it's just no happiness. There's no happiness. All
Yes.
it's just nothing but straight pain, suffering, and just down dirt. Like, ugh.
Yeah, that I
Like what
can't
you said about
stand.
this.
I can't stand
My
to hear them
fault. Go
sing
ahead.
"Amazing Grace." Like they be like,
Sing
"Amazing Grace." Like
Sound like somebody
why?
crying their eyes out.
Yes, like why? I don't listen to gospel music. Like it
At
is so
all.
depressing.
And it's not even just that. Like what you said about what Maddie said about the slaves are like be a good slave. Like our only reward comes in death when we're long gone and ain't shit we can do about it. As long as you're on this earth, you do this, you live by these rules, you do this, you'll be great. You'll when you die, you'll have everything you ever want. Who the fuck wants to wait till they die to get what they want? Are you
Thank you. And mind you, I don't even know if this is real or not. So
come on now?
I'm being a good slave. I done had so many opportunities to hit him in the back of hit my master in the back of the head, to trip him, to spit in his food, all that. I'm sitting here being a good slave.
Mind you, they
Just
Just
to
used
for me
die
to
and get
die and it
nothing
go
from it.
black.
they
Just for me to die and it go black.
yeah, mind you, they used to get beat for praying. Like they weren't even allowed to pray. They had to go to church just to learn how to be obedient slaves. And if they were caught praying, they were beat for praying.
Truth. The only way they could pray is if they had not moderator, but someone to watch over them while they prayed. So that way they
Yeah.
kept it from any like plans being enacted in the prayers and stuff like that. They
Yep.
were watched while they prayed.
Yep. They were scared they were gonna plan to get to become free.
Not even just that. They had their own type of Bibles. They had slave Bibles. They told black people the only reason you exist is to serve the white man. This is your purpose in this life. This is your existence. This is what you exist for.
Yeah, the
Who the
slave.
fuck exists to serve?
Exactly. Now, here's the crazy thing, because I get a lot of black Christians who will come up here and they'll say, "Well, slavery only was allowed because they had the slave Bible." And here in North America, they didn't use the slave Bible; they used the regular Bible that we still read today.
Mm-hmm.
The slave Bible was only used in the West Indies, and it was only used during the 18th century. It wasn't
that they did not use that Bible to enslave anybody. They used the Bible we read today because it condoned slavery. There was no need for them to create a different Bible. What they did in the West Indies, they did not want rebellions, so they took out the scriptures that would have made a enslaved person think that they could get free. That's what they did with that slave Bible, but they didn't use it to enslave. They used the Bible to enslave.
Shit is sad. That shit is sad. Shit is actually sad. This United States has existed for what, 250 years? 246 of those years have been slavery.
Exactly.
246 years of a 250-year-old country has been slavery. And I don't understand how my brothers and sisters cannot fucking wake up, look at this shit and go, wow, this ain't for nobody, let alone me. This like it's not even just that. You got look at the fucking presidential shit that's going on right now. He painted himself as God. You had some of his supporters seeing him as a god.
Yeah,
Dang,
no, they
Christian.
wasn't fucking with that, which was kind of funny.
A lot of them wasn't. A lot of them wasn't, but you got some that were.
Like, you got me fucked up. You could never be God, and it's so funny. But they still are evil bitches. I don't care. But I think it's hard for like our older generation. One thing about I feel like Gen Z and our younger generations is we're so different. I'm sorry, Thinker, and everybody else. We're low-key kind of different from millennials. Like,
damn, Maddie.
I'm sorry. Like, I had to realize you was on a panel.
It's okay. We deal with facts and logic in here. It's the truth.
That's
I feel like because Gen Z, we're kind of like a no bullshit people. Like, even when it comes down to the way we do customer service, right? We be snapping back at customers sometimes when they do stupid shit. Like, I feel like because of our mentality we have from being raised by our parents, and then also kind of like our eyes opening, we're deconstructing more. They're stuck because they've been brainwashed, and they're kind of stuck in tradition. Like Gen Z, I feel like is one of the generations that came out and wanted to break traditions. Like, no, fuck purity culture, fuck this, fuck that. Like, no, we're not doing any of that. Like, we're one of those generations that really like, I'm not gonna say we started it, but we definitely carried the flame and kind of gave it a little bit more lighter fluid and gasoline than what it had, right? It probably was like a little flicker, but then we make that bitch burst. Like, that's just what we do. And I think, people like Thinker, some of the good millennials.
Some of the good ones.
What's the generation older than millennials?
Let's be real. Let's be real. Like, Gen Z is doing their thing, but they not all the way there yet. Like, a lot of them are.
Okay, Thinker, we're not even going to you. Come on.
No. Like, let's deal with facts. A lot of them are reconstructing back into Christianity. A lot of the males are. And they're focused on male domination and restoring the patriarchy, right? Like, they're being indoctrinated into this incelology, right? And so, like, Gen Xers are, Gen Z, they're doing their thing. We need more Gen Z to deconstruct from these. They're deconstructed from the religion that we grew up in, but they're reconstructing into a different type of religion, if that makes sense.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
That's also the problem. I feel like also with us, it came like the internet, and a lot of people don't realize it. I try to talk to my mom about it, but she low-key be kind of shutting down on me. My mom's still a believer. I be trying to tell her, like, the Bible is misogynistic. Like, just like, fuck them saying the women can't speak in the church and all that shit, even though that's still fucked up. What about the children, the baby boys that are worth more than the baby girls? Like, that don't scream that shit's weird to you?
Not even just that.
When a woman has a girl versus when she has a boy, she's unclean for longer. Like, with no explanation. Like, these are just weird ass statements skewed towards women and how we have to have a fucking virginity test, but it ain't no virginity test for the men listed out in the Bible to know if they're a virgin. Like, this, it's weird. Like, and they don't realize, like, this Bible is. Bless you. Oh, bless you.
Thank you.
This Bible is just. it's misogynistic. It pushes like subtly, it pushes like all the wrong type of things. Like, and I think when I was younger, my mom used to say like a lot of crazy shit, and I would kind of look at her crazy, and then she would be like, it's in the Bible. And then when I got older, I would kind of challenge her on it, and she's kind of let some of those ideas that she's gotten from this book go. Like, my mama doesn't do the whole purity culture thing. She kind of did when I was younger, but she definitely doesn't do it now. And then like she also did a whole bunch of other shit. Like, look, she was just real deep off up in there. But I was like the kid that came, and I was kind of like, I was her first one. I was like, no, I don't give a fuck. Like, we used to, my mama always let me like voice my opinion, and we used to be going back and forth, like in a respectful way. We would go back and forth. I'm like, no, mom, that's not right. Like, no.
She
My
came
mom
in
used
here
to
to
be,
double check on your ass, though.
yeah, she did. She did. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of scary, but
She came and
like we used
talked
to
to us
argue
and
about.
everything. She gave us the green flag to deconstruct her daughter.
Yeah, like my mom's okay with me deconstructing and stuff like that. Even though the other day when I expressed my feelings about my baby, something possibly being wrong with my baby, I forgot to tell you this thinker. She said, and I quote, "Well, I know you don't do this anymore, but maybe you need to pray." When me and your daddy had you, wait, hold on, we're not even to it yet, y'all. Hold up, don't even laugh yet. Don't even laugh yet, y'all. This ain't even the funny part. When me and your daddy had you, we prayed the Down syndrome white out for you.
Oh my
Bro,
gosh.
I was at work, bro, when I told y'all I
What?
lost it. What do you mean you
Mom.
prayed the Down syndrome off of me? What do
Mom.
you mean?
Yo.
Like, I'm telling you, sometimes I just gotta let her have it. I literally responded. I said, Mom, what? She was like, look, baby, you don't believe no more, but when I tell you, me and your daddy, we prayed at that church, we got that Down syndrome right up off you, girl. You came out and you was smart.
Oh my gosh.
Mama. Like, she was hard down on that. I'm like, bro, I had to call her when I got off. I'm like, what are you talking about? And she was telling me how the doctors thought I was gonna have Down syndrome when I was in her stomach. And my dad and her, well, she was talking about maybe having an abortion because she didn't want to, she didn't think she was mentally prepared for that. And my dad was like, no, we gonna pray. So that's what they did. They prayed. And apparently them praying is why I didn't have Down syndrome. But I don't know, I still got a little bit of autism, so it ain't worked too good, I don't think. But yeah. But besides that, I used to argue with my mom about being homophobic. And she would use a scripture in the Bible. And I used to tell my mom, like, me as a Christian, I was like, but God made them how he wanted to make them, right? Why didn't God just make them like a woman? She's really homophobic to men. Not so women, it's more men. I was like, well, why didn't God make them like women? She was like, well, they're choosing to like another man. I was like, well, can you choose to like a woman? She was like, no, I don't like women. I said, and they can't like women? Like, what? And I think after that conversation, she was mad at me for like a week. But after that, her homophobic comments definitely went like from very frequent to like rare. Like, I never hear them now, like, at all. Like, and she don't say that to my sister either. And my sister be like, oh, she got a girlfriend. And I see my mama like side eye her, but she don't say nothing. She'll side eye her like a motherfucker, but she don't say nothing. She just be like, like, I know I'd be bugging her because I dated a girl, and me and my mom, we really had like a battle. And my mama would call my Mimi and say that we're going through a spiritual battle. But y'all, she lost. She used to fight me so hard on it. And I used to she was dead ass telling me like, well, nobody's going to be gay in my house. I said, okay, I'll leave your house when you want me to leave. I can leave tonight. And then once she realized I was serious, like, she came in my room because we were texting, like, we would text and argue while living in the same house because she couldn't face me and have the conversation with me. So she came in my room. She was like, so what, you wanna be gay? And I kept telling my mom I wasn't gay. I'm like, mama, no. I'm pansexual. I'm not gay. I still like boys. So like, but you dating a girl, so you gay. I'm like, okay, I guess I'm gay, mom. She like, yeah, well, you gotta get out. I said, okay, I'll pack my stuff right now. Stop getting up. I'm packing up my stuff. I'm like, are you serious? You gonna leave the house because you want to like a little girl? You gonna leave the house over a little girl? I'm like, no, it's the principle. Because what if it's not this little girl? What if it's another little girl? What if I get married to a girl? Like, you're gonna keep going. So I'm just gonna leave now, and we can stop talking about it. And literally, she called my grandmother, crying, boohooing on my grandmother's phone. My grandmother's more religious than my mom. So my grandmother called me and was like, why are you about to leave the house? I said, you know why I'm about to leave the house. She said this, this, and that. And my grandmother like, well, she'll get over it. My grandmother that's way more religious, by the way. She's like, well, she'll get over it. Like, we love you even if you're doing that. Like, she'll get over it. She'll calm down. She'll come to her sisters. I don't know what's wrong with her. And my mama, she was crying. She had woke me up at like 4 a.m. And she was like, why do you want to be gay? Like, did I do something to you? I was like, bro. Like, and I was so like loopy. When I first wake up, I be loopy. Like, I can understand what you're saying, but I don't respond quick because my words ain't coming up yet. She's like, what did I do to, like, what did I do? Like, why are you gay? Why are you like this? I'm like, what? I'm like, Mom,
Why
I'm
are you
not gay. I just had a boyfriend. I'm not gay. She was like, okay, well, why are you going through this phase, Madison? I'm like, Mama, this is not a phase. I'm like, bro, I literally told you I had a crush on somebody in 5th grade when it was a girl, and you just act like I ain't hear it. Like you ain't hear it. She was like, no, something has happened. That girl must be the devil. She done did something to my baby. She done did something to my baby. She done busting out crying all over the bed. Like, I'm just sitting up looking at her like, bro, there's no way that you're in my room at 4 a.m. falling all out. Like, it was crazy.
The fear that this religion creates for what's different than them is just in fucking insane. Because you have grown ass adults scared to even just know or consider that a person would like the same gender. The way they be freaking the fuck out over that, like, I do not understand that fucking fear. And they don't see it as fear. They be like, phobia? What's a phobia? I ain't scared. But then, well, remember that guy that ran from the stage when I was like, your God got you policing men's dicks in another man's anus, and he said, no, don't put the don't put the image in my head. And I started singing the song, "Women lick clits, men stick dicks," and he said, no, and ran from the stage. Like, the fear is, I like it. I don't fucking get it. And I was thinking today, like, literally, the the most their God could say about people being gay is gross. Like, your whole powerful, almighty God is in heaven running around on his tippy toes going, gross. Oh my God, gross. Like, that's the worst fucking thing. Because anytime we ask them, like, what's harmful, right, about homosexuality, they have absolutely nothing that they can bring up except that it's not natural to them. It's gross. And your God is telling you to, like, kick your kids out the house because something is gross. Like, your God is telling you to kill people because something is gross. Like, that's you. And that's you not knowing how to engage with something that's different from you. And, like, it's just weak as fuck to me. But, like, I don't understand the fucking phobia. You hush, motherfucker.
I'm not gonna
You
lie.
probably who I'm talking to, Ed.
I don't think that it was really even homophobia. I think it was more, it was supposed to be talking about the not talking about, it was supposed to be like denouncing pedophilia. Last I checked, it was man shall not lie with boy, not
No,
man.
That's
no,
not what
it
it says,
doesn't say
friend.
that. It doesn't say
Yeah,
It
that's
that.
not what it
doesn't.
says.
Mm-mm.
No.
It's
No,
man with man.
no, it's not.
No,
It doesn't
it's
even
like
say that. That's the crazy thing.
it's more like man shall not lay in the layings of a woman. Like, it's
It's
something really
laying in
like,
her bed. It's man shall not
yeah.
lie in the bed of a woman. And so, like, scholars have absolutely no idea what the fuck that writer was talking about. But if we use common sense and we see that the scriptures prior to that verse is talking about the female relationships to the male Israelites,
right? So don't sleep with your father's wife, don't sleep with your father's daughter, don't sleep with your father's auntie, don't sleep with your,
Okay.
so it's the female kinship relationships of the male Israelites. That very next verse says, and man do not lie on the beds of a woman, it is impure. So if we take that concept that is talking about incest with female Israelite relatives, it's that verse is saying, and likewise, don't sleep with the male relatives that belong to the female Israelites, right? So it sums it up for the female as well. But also, uh, if we look at the historical context, it could be relating to not sleeping on her bed because she's unclean, because she has periods, because we know how they thought that women with periods were unclean.
Mm-hmm.
So like, don't lie on anything that belongs to a woman. It is impure. It could be relating to that. That to me doesn't make sense in the context of the scripture that is written in. It could be referring to, in those days, same sex relationships were not frowned upon, especially for women. A lesbian woman could marry a priest, an Israelite priest. That's how much they did not frown upon it. But the if you were a high status man, if you got penetrated, then you lost your status in society. So you had to be the penetrator and not take the position of a woman and get penetrated if you were high status. And that's what Sodom and Gomorrah is about, and what Judges 19 is about. Like, they're sodomizing the men there so they can pull their status down. It was an act of war that they performed against men to destabilize them in society. And so it doesn't make any sense for it to be translated as a blanket condemnation of homosexuality, especially when it does not address women lying with women the way they lie with the men. There's no condemnation for that at all. And then the very next verse condemns them lying with beast. And so the very next verse after that one says, "Do not lie with the beast as you would to have sex with it." And then it says, "And woman, do not stand in front of a beast to have intercourse with it." So if the author knows to condemn both man and woman from sleeping with animals sexually, it would have known to condemn women as well, right? If it's a blanket condemnation for homosexuality. But I think the forced translation came from the Targum. I think that's the earliest that we see it in the Aramaic. And so every translation after that just takes whatever the Targum says. But the condemnation for homosexuality really didn't start in society until 11th century CE, when Rome took over Christianity.
Thicker, that just reminded me, on like an off day where we're slow or something, or right before you end, I have this story about like basically the first, well, I think it's one of the first documented like lesbian murders, and the whole reason like they couldn't be together is because it was against, it wasn't Christian. And the other girl unalived the other one. Yeah, that's all I have to add. But I wrote a whole like presentation for it on my gay class I took when I was a freshman.
Is this a relationship that was in antiquity, or
No,
oh,
it's not in the Bible. It's like
not in the Bible, in history, in antiquity?
no, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
It's like it's right before like psych wards actually started taking care of patients.
Oh,
Like
okay.
they weren't like abusing the patients. They actually started like realizing that there was something wrong with them and you can't abuse that out of them. It's like right before that.
Another thing that I don't understand, especially like with coming from the Black community and this belief system, they will literally say that gay Black people or trans people aren't Black. Like, where the fuck did that come from?
Like the melanin just disappears.
Yeah. Like, where the fuck? Like, what justification do they have for that shit?
I believe that might be a form of separation, a way to further push someone who looks like them away and put them in a different category so that way they can't also be lumped with it. That's just one way I can see how it would make sense in their eyes, even if it doesn't make sense as a whole.
Yeah, so they can do the violence without feeling like they're killing their
Without
own
feeling,
people.
yeah, exactly.
Or
It's
when they,
just
oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I paused for you to go, but I guess I was gonna compare it to how Christians say that other Christians are lukewarm or they're not real Christians. And it's kind of to separate yourself from whatever you think is bad or not good.
To take their race away? That's it. That's insane for them to think that they could do like that. Like, I don't get it. Like, it's just insane.
Oh, where did friend go? He dropped?
Yeah. What you scream for?
Because I didn't know why he dropped. Like, I don't know, the whole panel went quiet. Did he say bye?
No, I don't know if he had a phone glitch or what. But that I got like it's about as bad as them saying I'm black before I'm Christian before I'm black. Like for them to be like they've gotten to this point to where they're willing to be completely transparent, right? Like I don't know what the fuck they're doing, but they're erasing blackness for the God.
But also, I found it stupid. I don't know if I told you, but when I asked my mama that, she said, "Don't ask her no dumbass question like that. She gonna always be black." so
Well,
I
tell
don't
her
know, like,
her black brothers and sisters don't think that. And then like you should show her that video from Tiffany Montgomery.
which one?
The one where she's saying, "Don't let your like that your blackness has become an idol and that you're worshiping your blackness."
Oh no, I
Um,
did, I did, and my mom said that she's stupid because at the end of the day, white Christian versus black Christian, they're gonna automatically see you as black, so you're lesser than.
exactly.
They don't give a fuck about you being a Christian. She was like,
Exactly.
your skin color is always first. It doesn't matter how good of a person you are, what religion you worship. That skin color is first.
And I only see black Christians being the ones that feel like they have to not be black to be Christian or not be black to be successful. Like for some reason, they're willing to gain proximity by erasing themselves. And it's similar to when a person say I don't see color. You saying that you don't see color means that you have to erase my blackness for you to uh respect me as a human or pretend like you're my friend. You should be able to see my blackness, and if you could see my blackness, acknowledge my experience as a black woman on this earth and still be my friend, then I can trust you. But if you have to not see me as a black woman, you don't need to be around me. You don't need to be around me because that means that you won't understand my experience. And that goes for anybody, even a black person who says I don't see color. Like you need to be able to see all of me and all of my experience and respect that the same way that I'm going to see you. Like if you are white, then I see you as a white male or a white woman, and I see and hear your experience as a white male or a white woman or a Latino, an Asian, uh, uh, a Native American, because all of our experiences are different, and like we have to be able to learn how to acknowledge that we have different experiences on this rock because of religion is one of the reasons we do, but also being raised in different parts of the world, being taught different culture, right? And if we think that we need to erase that and become this fucking monolith with that white supremacy has built and try to fit into that, then we lose everything. Like I think we lose what's great about humanity. This is why we don't know how to fucking get along.
I agree. And I also think the whole like making yourself less black or not wanting to be black is internalized racism that basically stems from us going through slavery and them demeaning us and telling them like we're nothing. Like I don't know, like if you ever see Well, you probably do. How Africans, like, they'll try so
Hold on,
hard to
Maddie. I
be
need to
like,
address something. Jace in the place. What the fuck did you get over? Like, what the fuck did you get over? Like, how the fuck you get over your whiteness? Please educate us on how you got over being white. Like, cause you still white. Like, y'all always say the dumbest shit, and then on top of that, like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, there is literally no reason for you to be here, none. You're in a live stream that is held by predominantly black people. Why are you here? There's no reason for you to be here. And you are the type of individual that I'm talking about. If you need us to erase our blackness, you're going to hear us talk about black shit in this motherfucker. You're going to hear us talk about it. Nobody in here is going to erase their blackness for you. Nobody. You can whine about it all the fuck you want to. And if that bothers you, then you don't need to be in my stream. Go ahead, Maddie.
yeah, I was gonna say like how people in Africa, they always try to like or for like better reference, me and my friend Nani, she's Dominican. Like we always make this joke making fun of Dominican people that's like, oh no, we know black, we Dominican. Like they'll do anything to separate themselves from being called black until it's convenient. Like you erase being black until it's convenient. And I feel like that's because blackness was like really demonized. So we'll do anything, including throw away our blackness or ignore hurtful stuff in the religion pointed towards us. Like I've seen black Mormons. Literally, what the fuck? Why? That's dumb. Why are you black and Mormon? What? Like they'll do stupid shit like that, like demean themselves, I guess, to get more closer to being white proximity or be seen as something more than just their skin color. But that shit will never fucking happen. Like that's never going to happen where we're seen as more than our skin color, because our skin color is a part of who we are. That's our history and it's ingrained in us, no matter how hard you try to fucking wash that shit from history or ignore what the certain group did to us. Like that's just who we are. Being a Christian won't change that shit. Being Mormon won't change it. Like it's just us. So it really bothers me when people try to like say, oh well, I'm not black or I'm this before I'm black. No, you are always black. And everything else comes after, no matter what. And nothing else matters because the first thing somebody sees before they ask you anything is that you're black. They don't know if you're Christian yet. They don't care. You're black. A racist motherfucker don't give a fuck if you're a Christian. They're gonna be racist and Christian too. They don't care.
Like the whole idea of motherfuckers wanting us to forget what the fuck they did. Like when y'all motherfuckers keep going back to fucking Adam and Eve. Like you want us to believe that we supposed to carry the fucking sin of two motherfuckers who ate a piece of fruit in a fucking garden 8,000 years ago, but you want us to fucking forget what the fuck they did to our ancestors less than 300 years ago? Y'all got the game fucked up. Jace. No, Adam and Eve is they're claiming that the Bible is that Earth is 7,000 years, 7,000 years old.
Wait, do Christians believe in dinosaurs? Because like you can't believe in
No,
dinosaurs and think, well,
no,
I was a Christian that believed in a dinosaur.
no. I said Jace, not Jay, not you, Jay. I said Jace, Jace in the place on YouTube, not you, Jay. No, they don't believe in dinosaurs. Which is why I say like the book literally talks about dragons, and their fucking serpent has legs. Like why the fuck don't they think that's a fucking dinosaur? But they don't think. But no, they don't believe in dinosaurs.
What the fuck? Like, I don't know. I must have been a lukewarm Christian my whole life. Me and my mom were like obsessed with fucking dinosaurs. Like we used to watch so many like documentaries about dinosaurs. My mom was also obsessed with like aliens for a good point of her life. Like, what was that shit called? Ancient Aliens. Look, some shit on Discovery Channel. My mama used to be watching that. I almost convinced her that aliens helped the goddamn Egyptians build the pyramids. But after she saw that episode, she stopped watching it. It almost worked. They almost had her until they said
Mods,
aliens had something to do with it.
mods, can y'all please block that comment? Block that person in that comment. Do y'all see it? Is there a mod on YouTube? I swear Christians are so fucking disrespectful.
Hey y'all.
Hey, Ken, give me just one moment, please. Do we have a mod over on YouTube? Oh man, where is Ethereal? Has Ethereal been gone? If you are a dragon and you are willing to be a mod on YouTube, can you please message me on Discord? I need more mods to manage the YouTube chat. Hold on for a second, y'all. All right. All right, thank you. All right. Ken, hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. How old are you?
I'm 20.
All right. And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Deconstructing.
Okay. Pisces, are you there? Pisces. Venus, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Do you want to take this one?
Yeah, sure.
All right, go ahead.
So Ken, what did you come up to talk to us about?
When y'all were talking about like slaves and how they were given the Bible, I never knew that until like last week. And that's all it took for me to just stop believing in the entire Bible. Like I don't know. I feel like our ancestors are more important than like, forgive me, but some man in the clouds.
Yeah, a lot of Black Christians will hate everything about whiteness except for the book that they gave to our ancestors that they used to enslave us. Like they'll find that they you know, like I can't take someone seriously when they're like, okay, these people did this to us. And then I'm like, yeah. And Christianity supported that. And they're like, no, it's these people's free will. And it's like, yeah, but the this moral code for this all-knowing, all-powerful, all-loving God includes the instructions on how to enslave people. Like, isn't that kind of crazy?
Yeah, that's real crazy. And that's all it took for me to just realize that all of this is kind of bullshit. Sorry, y'all, but it is.
I like you. Your program strict.
Yeah, that's all it took. And after I started reading the Bible, I realized that all the shit is bullshit. From the book of Genesis all the way to the end of the book.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Hey, and ignore anybody for judging you for
Yeah, like I
just
was
now
not
hearing
taught
that.
this, y'all.
Like,
Like
don't
my
look.
mom is a excuse me, go
Yeah,
ahead.
you good. Don't look in the comments. I think what people don't understand is not every First of all, schools don't even talk about what the fuck, like Black people getting given the
Like
book and all the shit it says
exactly.
about being a good slave. They don't teach that in school. That's definitely something you have to seek out on your own. And a lot of Christians don't seek that stuff out because they don't even talk about slavery like that. Especially like
Yes.
Black Christians, like Baptists, we did not talk about slavery like that. Like that's not a we we don't do that. That's definitely something you have to learn by yourself. And when you're in the religion, you're not readily thinking about that. Like it's always kind of pushed to the side. So just because somebody's just now hearing that don't mean like attack them. At one point, we
Yeah.
all didn't know some shit. Like, come on now.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
like I
one
said,
second, Ken. Definitely, this is a place to deconstruct, right? So we should not be judging somebody for her learning. Like, I know we're not doing that. Like
Yeah,
this is
because they keep saying like reading is free, but like okay, but you gotta you gotta be prepared to read
hold on,
that.
man. Y'all remember the reason that I created this space, right? It's not to judge people for just learning. Like, that's not what we do in here. Like, keep that in mind. If y'all start doing that, then people are going to be scared to come in here just like they scared to go to church. Go ahead.
But Ken, it's hats off to you because keep in mind, other Christians, other people of color, black people, learned what you learned and it's still in this religion. So literally hats off to you that you had enough respect for yourself and our ancestors to be like, oh fuck no. Like, cause some of us are still in this hard. And we don't give a fuck that it says that, or we just completely ignore it and go past that, and we don't want to look at shit like that, and we don't want to talk about it. So it's good that you were like, what the fuck? And got rid of it. That's amazing, actually. It's hard to do that.
Yeah, and my mom is like a full blown Christian. Like, if I was to be saying the stuff that I'm saying on live to y'all, I would probably would get kicked out her house. But I don't even live with her anymore. But yeah, I don't know. And I know I still got a lot more stuff to do, but that's all it took. And then the fact that they were trying to say that Adam was the first human, that just never made sense to me, even as a kid. Like, all that, it just doesn't make any sense. And I'm still young. I'm still trying to, like, figure out what do I want to, like, do besides that. But I just think I'm just going to be an atheist because it just, and all gods are male. Like, I just feel like women, they get degraded for so much stuff. Men, they get hyped up. Like, the stuff that women get knocked down for, a man would get hyped up for, such as body count and all of that type of stuff. And all of that type of stuff is in the Bible. Like, I don't know.
Well, like the good thing is you don't have to put a label on it because maybe you won't be atheist. Maybe you'll be like agnostic or something. And there are some religions with women as like the main god, and they're very well respected too. Like I think it's well, maybe not the main gods, but they definitely are gods. I think it's in Buddhist, they have like a bunch of women, like female deities that are for like protection and guarding. Like there are some out there that do respect women. Like literally in the book, if I'm not mistaken, God was getting jealous because they were worshiping uh a woman deity. The Israelites were worshiping a woman deity, and he did not like that shit at all. So
That's kind of crazy.
yeah, I think it is Hindu that I'm thinking of actually. Yeah, but there are if you just kind of like research, especially since you're probably not going to be scared to do it now. I'm in Hindu, my bad y'all. Especially since you're not scared, like literally like go look it up. There are some female gods out there that are very well respected in their cultures.
Yeah, and another thing about the female gods, when I was like deconstructing Easter, I was researching how Easter has always been around, but it wasn't never called Easter. It was under a female goddess called I don't know how to pronounce her name. I don't want to say the wrong name, but it was a female goddess, and basically Christians, they came around, took it, and made it about something else. Like how a man rose from the dead, when in reality, spring is about, everything is growing, every flowers are growing, changing
Are
colors.
you thinking
But they
about Demeter, maybe in Greek,
it
or
starts with
another one?
An O, and she's a female goddess, and she's basically the goddess of fertility and spring and stuff like that. I think it's called Ostara or something, and Easter derives from the.
Ophelia?
Ostera.
Yeah, I think
Ostera?
that's how you say it. Yes, and how that's been around, and Christians that came. Yeah, somebody said it in the comments, but
Yeah.
how they Christians, they came around and they made it about a man. Women can never be like whole. Women can never get credit for the things that they can do. That's what I'm trying to say.
I
Like, this
think
book literally tells women to obey, right? Like, to be subject to their husband. And the Greek word that's used there is telling them to be reflexively obedient, right? Like, they use two different words when they're talking about slaves obeying their master and women being subject to their husband. But in Greek, both of these words mean to obey. They just have different meanings. And the one that's used to tell women to be subject to their husbands is I can't pronounce it. It's like hoop art asto. It's hoop art astas is how you say it. But it means to be reflexively obedient, right? And that means you obey without thinking. You jump. Like as soon as your husband tells you to do something, you do it. Like you don't think about it, you do it. But for a slave, when Ephesians 6:5 tells a slave to obey, the Greek word there that they use is hupaku, and that means to attentively listen and understand, then obey. So, like, even a slave was expected to use their mind when their slave master was giving them commands. Women were not. Women were told to be thoughtless and just reflexively obey. That is fucking insane to me.
Yeah, I think that's kind of, and that just doesn't align with what I believe in. I believe women have power just like a man do. Like, that just doesn't align with what I believe in. And I'm ready to fall out with anybody for my beliefs. Like, not just because they believe something different than I do, but I don't know. We hold men accountable and credible for everything. Like, women get no credit for nothing. A woman have sex one time, she's labeled a slut and a hoe. A man have sex with a woman, oh, now all of a sudden he gets all the hoes and all the ladies and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That the Bible just it's I don't know. It contradicts itself and it's misogynist, like Maddie said earlier when she was talking to Jay. It's misogynist. And God does a lot of stuff in the Bible that we are not supposed to do, that we're so-called not supposed to do. That's hypocritical.
Especially when the stories are priming your mind to accept the authority of the human representatives on earth that speak for the God and do for the God. Like if you're the stories are making people justify these atrocious acts and ignore the fact that it's human beings saying God said do this, God said do, go over here and kill this person, rape this woman as a punishment. And it's the human being making the command, deciding the punishment, and then commanding other humans to do it. And all they see and hear is God. That's the type of indoctrination that um, is happening, and that's the dangerous thing because if you're taught to not question God, you're also taught not to question the authority, like the delegated authority from the God, because the God doesn't have a body, the God doesn't have lips. And for some reason, Christians just fail to acknowledge, they fail to see it and they fail to acknowledge it, even in conversation, that their God can't do anything outside of a human body. He can't talk, he can't write, he can't walk, he can't do shit. And that is human saying God said, and has always been human males saying God said.
Yeah, and I just don't believe that what did you just say? I just don't believe that don't question God shit. Like I just don't believe that. Like we all have free will. God gave us free will, right? He gave us free will. So why we can't question the stuff that they put in the Bible for us to read? And then the Bible has been rewritten so many times. How can we know that this is true? Like people need to start actually using their brains that God so-called gave them and actually start questioning the shit that's written in the Bible. Like, and then when I used to like go to church, like my pastor, he never talked about the stuff that actually went down in the Bible. He only talked about like how to be good to your neighbor and how it's all the good things, never the bad stuff that's written in the Bible. Like the book of Deuteronomy, it talks about this whole sacrifice thing. I just don't want to get into that, but yes, I don't know. That just doesn't make any sense.
Well, I agree. I definitely appreciate you for coming up. It was a good conversation. I wish you luck on your deconstruction journey. You're more than welcome to chill in here. We go live 4 nights a week, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and then on Thursdays. My live is normally 21 and up, except for Tuesday nights is 18 and up. But you're more than welcome to chill in here in the comments, learn with us. Like we like to have fun and laugh and all that stuff. So don't let anybody, like Maddie said, don't let anybody shame you for learning. That's the whole process, that we all had a point in time where we didn't know some shit, and there's still shit we don't know that we'll learn, things that we think are true right now, and we'll learn more information about it and allow ourselves to grow from that. So don't ever let anybody shame you for learning and not knowing.
Cause some people still stuck in this shit their whole life. So you already on a good track.
Thank y'all for
Hey,
having me up here. Thank y'all for having my back.
you're welcome. Have a good day.
You too.
I was gonna ask this, but I didn't want to get her off topic. So when I was watching Boondocks, I promise you this is related. This is about Christianity. Uh, so was did Christmas used to be a day that the Greeks had gay sex?
I don't know. Why
Oh,
you think that?
cause Boondocks.
Because Boondock said it?
Okay, look. Okay, Huey, he be on his like activist shit. He was like that the Greeks was having gay the Greek men were having orgies on Christmas. So I was like, oh, and we turned that into God's birthday.
Oh, I
So
don't
yeah.
know. I know they had orgies in the shrines to worship their gods. Like that was a sex tact, like a sex ritual was a way to pay homage to the Greek gods. The women would have sex with the statues, or they would have orgies in front of the statues. But I don't know if they did it on Christmas.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go look that up. I was gonna ask you first to see if you would just be like, where the fuck did you hear that? But you ain't say that, so
Yeah, I ain't never watched the Boondocks. I ain't haven't seen it yet.
I'm surprised you haven't heard it though, because oh, it's Roman. Oh, Roman and Greeks are like cousins, so basically almost the same thing. Uh, Asteria, the Holy Bunny, said it's called Saturnalia, and it's Roman.
That's
So I guess it
interesting.
wasn't the Greeks.
Philosopher. 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 Okay. All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing your belief or thinking about it, or an atheist, an 18 and up, there is a room for you on the stage. We've had some good conversations so far. A better Maddie's hour. Y'all keep tapping the screen. Feed the bees. Let TikTok know y'all are awake. It is almost 3 a.m. People will start waking up in a minute, getting ready for work. Let's see if we can keep the stream going. If you are nervous about coming on stage, I don't see you in the request box, AG. If you're nervous about coming on stage, don't be. As long as you are civil, we will be civil. We only match energy. If you are disrespectful, then again, we match energy. We don't deal with bullshit in here. What's up, AG?
Hey, Thinker, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
So far, so good. I want to touch a little bit on the prompt. I think this is a great prompt. Uh, I know that sometimes when you make your prompts, sometimes they have deeper meanings and other things. So, with my complex, beautiful mind, I see it a little bit different. I think that you're opening up a discussion because you get so many believers saying, are you church hurt? Are you this hurt? Who hurt you? But now you're giving them a chance and an opportunity to come up and have an honest conversation with you about it. So I think that's a great thing if I'm reading it correctly.
I'm not actually. That's not why that's up there. Actually, like I'm.
Okay.
It's up there. I mean, they can ask if they want, but that's not why that's up there. That like I'm actually disappointed. It's because of the conversations, the hatred, the violence, um, that I've experienced in these conversations over the last 3 years. I get
Yeah, I
very
yeah, I agree
disappointed.
with you. I agree with you. I just thought it was like just a good segue to have some good conversations because I get tired of hearing them say, "Are you church hurt? Who hurt you?" But now you have a way. Well, the way I was reading it is you have a way to discuss it. But since I turned atheist at a young age, I didn't have much personal disappointment within myself, but I had disappointment in family members and my mother, because this religion will make you shun your kids. It will make you deny your kids of being a kid, like trick or treating, Halloween. I remember like being young, and like some of my cousins and them, they would get dressed up for Halloween and go have fun, where me and my siblings had to stay in the house. They got to eat the candy, but we got nothing. And then I also think about like Mama Bash, how she was missing out on some stuff because of this religion. And I hear some of the creators and what some of the people go through, and it's very disappointing because you miss out on life.
Yeah, there was a kid who joined Mama Bash's live. He was listening to them talk about how they couldn't wear pants and stuff. And he joined her live and basically was speaking to them as if, their experience was not true, and that's not Christianity. And he was speaking from his um, time period and his experience with Christianity, and not taking into consideration that he was talking to an older generation of people who had been in this religion longer than him and way before his ass was even born. And he couldn't even sit for a second and just listen to them talk about the things that they missed out on, right, in their life, because of dogmatic religious teachings. Here he is saying that the religion that he believes in today doesn't have dogmatic teachings, and they are not banned from wearing pants, or not banned from participating in Halloween, because he's being introduced to a very different Christianity than most of us were introduced to, and that does make us, sad that we missed out on a lot of our childhood, a lot of our young adulthood, and experiencing life. And I think that today's younger Christians don't understand that, and all they see is their experience and what they're being taught today.
Yeah, and like another disappointing moment that just came to me, I've always been a hustler all my life. So I realized that when Pokemon first came out, that it was a big thing. And a lot of the liquor stores around my neighborhood didn't have the cards. So I found a seller that would sell them to me wholesale, where I can go to the liquor stores and sell them and make three times my profit, make three times more than what I spent. And my mother found the cards, and she swore up and down I was slinging demon cards. And I'm like, no, mama. I mean, to me, in my mind, I'd rather slang Pokemon cards than D-Rugs or something like that. And she shamed me for it. And I felt like really bad about that. So, yeah, it's just amazing what this religion can make you do. And then as far as like being embarrassed, I do remember growing up thinking that women did have an extra rib, and I would have betted my life on it that yes, since Adam gave his rib, that women had an extra rib. So that's just my little embarrassing moment.
Why an extra one though? Why not just Adam's
Because we
rib?
didn't think. Because we didn't think. We just played it simple.
I could understand the thought that, Adam, all men had one less rib, but an extra rib on the woman. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. So that's all I want to say. And yeah, I read it differently. So again, complex, beautiful mind. So you can let me down, and y'all have a good night.
Thank you, you too.
All right. Bye.
Yeah, I don't even care when a Christian says, "Oh, you're not a believer because your church hurt." Like, I don't give a fuck. Immature activist.
Hi,
Hi, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good. How old are you?
I am 29.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Deconstructing.
All right. What are your thoughts on the topic?
Um, as a, By deconstruct, I want to more clarify. I still believe in a higher being, but more so the Bible. As I learned more, it frustrated me in my learnings and my teachings. Um, and one, I want to share my embarrassing moment because I had actually been to a creation museum, a creationism for Christianity, and I think it was 2 years like before I actually like been to the Smithsonian, and so like when we were walking around the creationism museum, and like everyone was saying like the Earth was like just thousands of years old, I was like, well, I literally went to another museum, you know, with like science and everything, and dating of rocks, and their rocks are like older than thousands, you know, millions and billions. So like the contradictions of just like walking through like the creationism museum, and like I remember as a child we went to see like the Adam and Eve part, and then I asked the assistant pastor who was with us, I was like, so when God was creating everything, why did he create the tree if that was like the only rule? I was like, there wouldn't be rules if there wasn't the tree, right? And then like she like pivoted and got mad at me, and I was like, I'm just asking questions, like, but more it's like you learn the more frustrated you get, because it's like it's contradictory. It doesn't make sense, and even when they try to make sense, it's more like faith-based sense that's still not sense. that and everything. So
Yeah, I don't think there's any sense in it. Like you have to forego logic in order to hold on to the belief. The very idea that um, the world started 7,000 years ago, you have to ignore, like you said, the um, dating of rocks. Like the we are walking around with jewelry that has uh, a jewel in it, that a mineral in it that is over 4 million years old. Um, like that, it doesn't make sense to me. Like we know that Neanderthals existed, and though they were animalistic, right? Like they didn't have the ability to communicate the way that we communicate with language and questions and systems and all of those things. Like, why would we just ignore the history and the science behind that, the hunter gatherer period and all of that? Like, it doesn't make any sense. And if you even bring that up, then you're immediately shut down for using logic. And so, one of the things that I have noticed is that logic, facts, evidence, and data are enemies, enemies of this God and this religion. And so, if you are talking to a believer, they're going to either run from you when you bring up facts and information, or they're going to get really, really angry and lash out at you, almost to the point of wanting to fight you.
or my favorite one, just a random scripture out of nowhere that has nothing to do with what the question I asked.
Yeah, like that
Or
first God kept
Jesus
doing
loves
tonight.
you.
Yeah. Let me tell you about this testimony. Because the imagination is, I think, the most powerful thing that they have in this belief system is the ability to get people to imagine what could be instead of what is. That's why they deal with they stay in the areas of the unknown, creation or after death, or these fantastical visions or dreams that they have, or these testimonies. Like these are all um, areas of the unknown. And whenever you try to ground them in reality, they kick and scream like a child going to the fucking dentist.
And it's worse because you would believe with the time frame that Christians have had, that they would have gathered more evidence to have these questions answered, but it all contradicts with things with science, and then science has had much less time to develop, but still has far more answers and far better answers at that, and answers that actually make sense and just not, well, we can ask later, or just pray on it, or something that's just not sensible.
Yeah, mom, that kid that came on Mama Bash Live, she was doing a deconstruction live where, she just wanted to talk to people who were deconstructing. Um, and a believer came up and he was like interrupting the vibe. And Mama Bash just started going, "Oh, you mad." Like, that
The
that sound,
plies.
yeah. You mad. You wanna argue. Hearing Mama Bash do that flips me the fuck out. Like she shut his ass down quick with that because they like to argue. Like they don't, like we'll just be sitting here talking about amongst ourselves about why we don't believe, and they'll come up and they'll bring a lot of chaos and be very angry at the hearing us say that we don't believe and talk about what our experiences are. I don't understand why they get angry when they hear people say they don't believe. And I've asked so many times, but they've yet been to answer it because they deny that they're mad or angry, but their actions say differently. It's almost like they're not aware of what they're feeling, the anxiety, the fear. Yeah, and they do not take accountability for that. And so they're so filled with a lot of chaos and toxicity when discussing this book.
I definitely agree. Definitely agree. But yeah, that was more so. I've been listening for a while, and I love this space. I've actually learned a lot more here than I have actually in church, which is crazy. But it's absolutely true. But when you know the truth, it's liberating on a level to know that you don't have to lean on that, because in a way that's what Christianity is. You're leaning on that to keep your sanity, but that's not a good thing whatsoever.
I agree. I don't know. I don't think they have sanity. I think a lot of believers are walking around depressed, and they're afraid to admit that they're depressed, or they know they're depressed and they're calling it a blessing, and they're making an excuse for it, right? Like it's spiritual warfare, and the devil keeps attacking me because I'm so special to God. Have a good night, Maddie. Um, and so I don't
I'm
think.
gonna be, I'm sorry. I'm gonna be back in the morning. I have to take my boy cat to go get neutered around 7 o'clock.
Okay.
So I'm gonna be back after I get done till 10.
Okay. Hopefully we still here. We can keep the conversations going.
Y'all better be here. They better come up.
All right. But yeah, I don't think that they know that they're or are willing to admit that they are not okay mentally. Like literally we've had some come up here and say that they would do what Ezekiel did and eat bread over shit, cooked over shit, if their God told them to. You can't be okay mentally saying that you would do some shit like that.
Yeah, it's absolutely wild.
And the crazy thing is, most of them don't know that that story is in the Bible, but when they learn that it's in there, they'll double down and be like, "Yeah, I'll do it if God told me to." And it's like, I know you fucking lying, right? Like you're just saying this, so, but one, so you could defend your belief, win an argument, but also the fact that you would say in front of 500, 600 people that you would eat shitty bread if you're if your God told you to, is a mental illness within itself.
It very much is, though. And that's just why I had to separate myself from Christianity and the book itself. Like, even though I do believe in a higher being, it's just like that I cannot. I refuse. It's too much wrong. It's too much wrong that is justified, and justified with nothing. Nothing but we'll see. And then that's never good enough. Like, it's definitely not good enough, especially for a God that can do and be and is supposedly everything. It's not enough.
Yeah, I agree. Did you have anything else?
No. You could drop me down. Like I said, I love this space, and thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up, and I hope you have a good one.
You as well.
Damn, Maddie and Pisces left.
Yeah, you're the only one left. Midnight, what's up with you?
Hey, yeah, I just actually had remembered because this prompt is so good. It's bringing back so many memories and different things. But another thing that I'm really embarrassed and kind of like disappointed in is like I have a family member and they have 4 kids and they are convinced that God's going to help them win the mega ball. So they're not saving for retirement or really trying to save money or anything. They really believe that this God is going to help them win the lottery.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's not even like,
irresponsible.
yeah, it's not even funny to me. It just makes me really sad and for her kids, and I don't know, this just really bothers me. Like
I'm shocked. I thought Christianity teaches against gambling.
Well, like they don't read the book, so.
Yeah, but there's nothing in the book about gambling. But Christianity
guess so.
definitely. Most pastors preach against that and say it's a sin. I'm shocked that's what they're waiting on that God to do.
Yeah, that's just people make stuff up. They make up their own God and their own rules, and that's how they live life. So.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Did you have anything else?
Yeah. Like the only other thing I could think, like, I don't know, this is my family in general. Like, I just feel like this belief has shaped their lives in a really weird way. Like, I think my dad, I'm kind of disappointed in him because I think he's a workaholic and he works a lot, like, obviously, right? And he just doesn't really spend that much time with me. And I feel like he thinks, because he wants to become wealthy so he can pass along wealth, and I get that, but like he doesn't spend time, and I really truly believe at this point, because I've been pondering on it, I think he thinks he'll have time to make up for it in heaven.
He thinks that he can make up time with you in heaven?
Yeah, I really believe that, because he really believes, like, for real. Like,
wow, that is fucking insane.
Yeah, it kind of breaks my heart, but at the same time, he's not. We don't really let's just say we don't have a lot in common, so I'm not like missing it too much. But at the same time, I just think about that. I'm like, does he really think that he can just make up the lost time in the afterlife?
That's a first.
Yeah, he's married to a pastor. They got married a couple years back, but like they be like fasting and stuff. Have you ever heard of a church that like a Christian church that's fasting?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I didn't know that was really a thing, but
yeah, my dad used to call 3-day fast all the damn time, and I would get so like irritated. Like at our church Kojic had we had denominational days of fasting. So every Tuesday, every Friday, we had to fast till 2:00. Every Tuesday, every Friday.
Oh my
And
goodness.
then on top of that, my dad would call 3-day fast, which means we couldn't eat for 3 days, and we had to go to the church every night of the 3-day fast and pray as a church. And then sometimes he would call 3-day shut-ins, which means we would have to go to the church at 7 o'clock Friday night, and we couldn't leave until the end of Sunday service.
What? What kind
hmm
of denomination were you?
I was
Was
Church of
that
God in Christ.
Church of
Coexist.
God of Christ?
hmm Yeah, Pentecostal.
Oh, Pentecostal. Okay, okay. I think you've mentioned that before. Yeah, it's crazy. That's pretty much all I got. Like, I'm not sure how long you have this prompt up, but I'm pretty sure like more stuff's gonna resurface. But it's just crazy. Like, I have a coworker. Last thing I'm gonna say, I have a coworker, and she's actually Native American, and she had someone pass away in the family, and she told me that they can't have salt for 6 months to a year now. And I was like, what?
Why?
That's just a part of the culture. It's like something I looked into it, and it's like something about the spirit not getting attached to the physical realm. So the family members that are mourning can't have salt for 6 months to a year.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it pisses me off. I'm like, this is hurting people. This stuff hurts people. Like, what the heck?
But is that a Christian belief, or is that a belief that in
It's
their
a native.
native?
It's a Native American
Oh
belief.
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know what reason they have for like that. It's interesting.
Yeah, they decided it's because it can keep the family member attached to the physical realm or something like that. And like,
Yeah,
I
I
don't
don't
know,
know
man.
anything about that. I only know about Christian beliefs. I try not to talk about things that I don't know about, but that is interesting.
Yeah, yeah, and it's just like at this point, I used to feel bad for like even bringing stuff. I didn't mention anything to her about it, but when I hear stuff like that, it's like it just prompts me to be like, okay, people need to know the truth because this stuff hurts people, even if it's just yourself. Like it's hurting people. Like we can't keep going on like this. But that's pretty much all I had to say.
All right, thank you so much for coming up, Midnight.
You're welcome.
All
Thank
right,
you
have
for
a good
having me.
one.
Bye.
All right, if you're a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist, y'all, the guest box is open. There's 554 people in here with another 100 on YouTube. Let's keep the conversations going. Tap the screen up, share the live out, feed the beast. Keep the comments flowing so that we keep the conversations going. Y'all know I don't like silence and I don't like to talk a lot. I don't like to be the only one talking.
We need people who are believers, deconstructing, or atheists. No spiritualists, please. Because every time we try to get a definition from you guys, it's a rabbit hole.
Yeah, spirituality is very, very vague. I wish the first person would have engaged with my question about how could they have possibly had a spiritual death and a spiritual awakening at the same fucking time. But the way he just kept running away from logical uh, questions, like even where was your spirit at? Where is your spirit when you're on the anesthesia?
Yeah. Have you heard of that study that they did where they put different objects around the room that the person who was knocked out and had an out of body experience couldn't see? And then the person, when they reawakened, they were asked to read out the things that they saw around the room that were placed there. And they couldn't do it. So this whole remote viewing, your spirit leaves your body when you go under anesthesia is like, it doesn't make any sense. It never has. And there's absolutely no evidence of spirits.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. The fact that they think that the soul, like they don't realize that what they're talking about is their brain, their personality, their likes, their dislikes, their hopes, their dreams, their fears, and their experience. That's what they're calling spirit or soul. And
It's,
they don't, like, they fight against that. They don't realize that.
And I seriously want to know, how does a soul see? Like, how does a soul know where the fuck to travel if it doesn't have eyes? You know,
It's like an
where is it?
antenna.
Yeah, like, where is it keeping information? Yeah, you have a brain for a reason. Your brain stores information. It has chambers for different types of information. Where is the spirit holding this information when your brain is dead? Like, I don't know how they think a spirit works. Like, I'm so fucking confused on that.
They don't even know what it is anyway. I've never heard anyone define what the fuck a spirit is. It's like it's the real you. Well, what's the real me? Your spirit. And it's like very informative. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, lizard spirit. How are you?
I'm good. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. How old are you?
29.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm currently deconstructing. I would consider myself an atheist, but I'm in that in between zone right now.
Okay. What are your thoughts on the topic?
Well, I was just thinking about how embarrassed I am, definitely for sure. Like, definitely went through that period of spiritual psychosis, and I still cringe at it. I would say that.
You said you went through spiritual psychosis. Like, did you have, like, what type of psychosis? Was it religious psychosis, or were you believing that you were a spirit, talking to spirits?
Like from Christianity, so it's like, how do I explain this? You know how you're already programmed within the biblical scripture to believe certain things will happen to you. Like, oh, if you're uh like within the religious community, they're always feeding in this paranoia that, oh, like, if you're at peace, that's bad, like demons are gonna come after you, and that's like a good thing because the Lord and all this shit. It was just a lot of these sorts of people within my life and online just feeding into this. And I guess, like, with just regular trauma and all that stuff, it just sort of triggered that, and I'm like, oh my god, I was just so disconnected from reality for like literally years.
Yeah, I was growing up. We used to do suffering checks because we were told that if you were happy, then that meant that the devil got you. Because we were supposed to suffer, like Jesus suffered on the cross, because he said, "Be ye persecuted." Like, you'll be persecuted the way they have persecuted me, or whatever. And demons existed for the sole purposes of torturing the saints. And as I think about it today and look at it from a logical standpoint, it doesn't make any sense. One, the demons in the text know who Jesus is, and they seem to be buddies. Like, they seem to, I don't know, come from like the same place or whatever. But also, what is the motivation for a demon to fuck with a believer? Because they don't come and say, "Hey, worship Satan." Like, if they're causing you to struggle, that pushes you closer to the God, not away from the God. And so the demon is obviously working for the God.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense when you think about it logically.
Yeah, I definitely thought about that too. And the conclusion that I came to is that, okay, God's a narcissist. And, whatever comes of him, good or bad, within that dualistic framework, he's utilizing both teams to torture you for his own amusement, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. I actually, when I first started deconstructing and recognizing the God for what it was, my very first thought was, damn, this is the devil. We're worshiping the devil. Like, and I started freaking out. I was like, they done tricked us into worshiping the devil. And then the more I studied, I'm like, okay, so the devil isn't real.
Hmm.
And that I had this realization that the devil belongs to believers. Like, I'm not a believer. This isn't like, I don't believe in the God. I don't believe in the devil. Both of these characters in this story belong to the believer. And I ran a live one time saying to the believers, the devil belongs to believers. And they was coming up so fucking confused. And at first they were denying it. And then when I gave my reasoning for it, they could not deny it anymore. And they were so fucking pissed. Like, this is your devil, not mine. Like, I don't believe in your fairy tale. You need the devil in order for your God to be good. You need the devil in order for your God to do things for you, in order for there to be a reason your Jesus died. This is your character, not mine.
Yeah. And I don't know, like a few months ago, maybe 7 months, I just gradually came to the conclusion that Jesus was evil. Because I guess I kept getting scolded by Christians telling me to pray and do this and that. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go and actually get to know the real Jesus, because I'm secretly feeling all this resentment. And then I start reading his wording, and I'm like, this guy's calculating and evil, like Loki, and also like Satan or Lucifer is innocent and probably doesn't exist either.
Exactly. But like, Jesus is a supremacist in the text.
Yeah,
He
dude's a racist.
Yeah, and he condones slavery. Like, he does not condemn it at all. He's a like, to me, he's a fucking pimp. Like, he has a band of women following him, like financially supporting him, like paying all his bills and shit.
Yeah.
He only like, when he heals people, like, he needs to know if they have faith or if they believe. And like, sometimes he'll ask, like, do they have faith or do they believe, or he will admonish them for not having faith, and then he talks down to them, right? Like,
Yeah,
the way
he's a
believers
jerk.
do. Yeah, like, but the Jesus that we were taught about was like, oh, he's so innocent, he's so sweet, and he just loves the world, and he did such an amazing thing for you. Like, no, he literally says that he only came for the lost sheep of Israel. He ignored a woman in need, and like, his disciples shooed her away, and he's like, I don't give a fuck about that bitch. All right. And so and the whole oil thing, like, when the lady is like rubbing him down with oil, and Judas goes, wait, what are you doing? Like, why are you wasting that shit? We could
Mhm.
sell that for 300 denarii and feed poor people. And his response is, the poor gonna always be here. I'm not. Like, that's some narcissistic ass shit to say, especially from a God. Like, who gives a damn that you came down here in human flesh? What did you come down here for? Like, you're saying that you're not gonna do anything about poor people. Well, who
Mhm.
cares that you're here in human flesh? You came here to die, and that means you need to be oiled up. What did the oil do? And when I ask believers that, they go, the anointing. Well, he's fucking God. Like, why do you need oil as the anointing on the God? Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. But yeah, he is not a good person. He tells people, he tells in Luke, like, he says to, take care of the poor and needy, but he doesn't do that while he's on the earth. Like, there's
He
not
thinks
one
he's too good
story.
for it.
Exactly. And it reminds me of how the church is established, right? Like, the Christians are the ones that are being told to take care of the poor and needy, but at the same time, give me the money, rub me with oil so I can pay the church's bills and buy me a jet.
Yeah, and every single day, because I do tend to read a bit scripturally daily, every single day I understand Judas more and more and why he did what he did.
Judas was a whole part of the plan. Like,
I know.
like, Satan entered Judas. Satan was a part of the plan. I feel sorry for Judas, because think about it. Like, he has a friend, right?
Oh yeah.
Jesus picks him, knowing Jesus knows this whole time that Judas is going to commit self unaliving because of what Jesus and his daddy decided to do in heaven. And then he's talking to them, and he's like, yeah, I chose y'all to be my homeboys, but one of y'all, are going to betray me, and one of you is a child of the devil. And they all looking around like, who the fuck he talking to? Even Judas. And then he hands Judas his piece of bread, and Jesus' buddy Satan enters Judas, and then Jesus talks to Satan and says, "Go do what you got to do and do it fast." And then once the job is over, Judas comes to his mind and he's like, "What the fuck did I do?" And he repents and then he takes his life. Like that's some cruel ass shit. Like
Yeah,
I
he
feel
he
sorry for
pushed him.
Judas.
He
Yeah.
pushed him to do that to himself.
Yeah.
It's so interesting. Like I really love your lives because you're like one of the very few people who will just outright say, F him, and I love that. I feel so validated. Um yeah, I definitely feel really bad for Judas too. I don't think that the results like, okay, if Jesus was never crucified, would anybody even care?
Exactly. No, and it's his crucifixion that makes people feel loyal and indebted to him. And it reminds me of the whole Charlie Kirk thing, right? Um when all that was going on, I thought about the saying in the Bible where Jesus says, "If I be lifted up, I'll draw all men unto me." And that's Jesus becoming a martyr. So he's like, if I die, right, then what my cause, more people will start following me if I die, right? If I become a martyr. And that when what happened to Charlie Kirk, and they just immediately put him in martyrdom. And everybody, like people who had never heard of him, had changed their PFP, and they were like, "I'm a follower of Charlie Kirk." But then when we would ask them, "What's your favorite saying?" They didn't know. They just started following him because they felt sorry because everybody saw it. Right, it was all over social media. Everybody saw what happened to him, and there was one lady crying, talking about Charlie Kirk, like crying and didn't know. She's like, he was such a good Christian. Like,
Oh, just because he's Christian?
yeah, and she was a black lady. And it's like, girl, like, do
Really?
you know what he said about you? He said you're not
We are
smart.
Charlie Kirk. We
will
carry
carry
the
the
flame.
like what?
It's
But
catchy.
yeah, and like if you think about Jesus, right? Like, everybody is singing songs about Jesus because poor Jesus, he was such an innocent person. He was hung up on the cross. He
Oh my God,
died.
he died just like everyone
Yeah,
else will.
yeah, yeah.
Like everyone's gonna die eventually, and people have definitely died on the cross before him, but his is like the worst.
Yeah. Like what about the robbers that was hung too? Like there were robbers. There were two other people hung with his ass the same way he was hung. What about them?
You know what? Like I think about it, right? The one of the guys next to him was like, "Hey, if you're really something God, do this. Like save us." I feel like he had a point.
Yeah. And then he brags and goes, I could get 10,000 of my soldiers, my angels to come and snatch me off this cross now. Like, why are you lying? Like you were just in the garden uh begging your daddy to stop it. Your daddy didn't even answer you. You can't get 10,000 soldiers to take you down. That's not true.
I definitely think, yeah, that's probably a part of his grandiosity or like his narcissistic delusions.
Hmm. There was a
Oh yeah.
psychiatrist that she analyzed Jesus, and she said Jesus suffered from narcissism and from delusions of grandeur, from um auditory hallucinations, and like she said Jesus had borderline schizophrenia.
I agree. I definitely think that him being homeless, living a very unstable life, he was hungry all the time. Like, dude probably was sleep deprived from the dogs that he hated, like barking at him and stuff. He probably hallucinated just off of that. He probably was predisposed to some sort of psychotic disorder because his mother Mary made up that story. But that's another topic of her being preyed upon.
Yeah. The dogs that he saw were other humans though. Like he was calling Gentiles dogs. And the story where he's calling the Canaanite woman a dog, I'll read it and replace Jesus with like a white supremacist. and the Canaanite woman, I'll replace her with a black woman, and
Oh,
yeah, and say that is her child that needs bread. And when I read it to a believer, they'll go, "That's not right. That's not right." And then when I let them know, well, that's Jesus, like just that's the same story as Jesus and the Canaanite woman, and then they'll completely go, "But Jesus was testing her faith." Like, where are you getting that from?
what kind of test would that be?
Exactly. And they say, well, she was willing to be degraded. She was willing to be dehumanized so that she could be blessed by Jesus. He did, first off, he didn't bless her. Like it literally says he like your child is healed, go. Like he didn't say you are not a dog, stand up, don't ever let anybody dehumanize you like that. Like he left her in the same condition she came.
I absolutely agree.
They don't pay attention to stuff like that. And that makes us demonic because we do.
And they called her a Canaanite woman, or was it Matthew? I don't know, but she was just a Gentile. She was a non-Jew. Like,
Mm-hmm.
is a Gentile and just a non-Jew?
Yeah. She was
So
Greek.
everyone
She was
everyone can
Greek.
get it. If you're not a Jew, if you're not Jewish, if you're not of Jewish descent, Jesus hates you.
Yep. And I take Hebrew, and I just finished my fourth semester of Hebrew, and one of the students in the class is ethnically Jewish, and he asked me. He said, "Why don't Christians know that Jesus don't like them?" I said, "Because they reinterpret every damn thing. They don't pay attention. They listen to Paul. They don't pay attention to shit their Savior says because they listen to Paul."
I don't listen to him. I don't even I'm still trying to figure out why people do listen to him. He placed himself in that position. He did something. And like who invited him?
Paul invited himself, and I think he was suffering from a mental illness too, though. Like his rants are very incoherent. He just rants, and like you can tell the difference from his writings and the writings of the pastoral epistles. This is why I say I think there's like 6 Jesuses in that Bible.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like the malignant side of Jesus really spoke to Paul, because like Paul was a bad person. He's like, man, like I love this, like a savior that appears to be good but is actually like insidiously evil. I can like be a more obvious version of evil and get away with it, like with him shielding me.
Yep.
He was an
As long as you say
opportunist.
Jesus.
Hallelujah.
That's the power in his name. You do fuck shit and people go, "Oh, it's not evil. It's not fuck shit. It's holy. We have grace."
You know, the story that really bothered me the most, actually, no, like there are plenty of stories that bother me a lot about Jesus, but the one where he said that the dad you will always have with you, he allowed this guy's father's corpse to just rot out in the open, just didn't bury
Mm-hmm.
it. I'm like, this guy, like that's psychopathic behavior for real. Like, and it just seemed really cruel to me. Like he wanted, like within that moment, I just imagined him getting a sadistic kick off of like hurting this guy by not allowing him to bury his loved one.
Yeah, like saying "let the dead bury the dead," like it's in fucking insane. It's yeah, it's very sadistic. I saw a video today. There's a creator on here. She's a really nice person, but she's an art teacher, and when she's talking to the kids, she'll make them repeat after her. And in one of the videos, at the end, she said it's a very powerful thing when you can make people say what you want them to say. And she was going ha 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 ha, and the kids will go ha 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 ha, and then she go and they repeat it, and she's like, "That's so powerful." And it immediately made me think of Jesus and Christians and pastors. I think they do get off on the authority and the control that they get from mind fucking people, and uh work using the fear that a person has of burning for eternity, or the fear of a God striking them down, or making them lose a job and go through some type of suffering. People who are in authoritative positions, whether they be just regular men over religious women, pastors, bishops, parents, I think they get a kick out of using this religion to control the minds of the people in their lives, and getting them to just obey what they say using fear and confusion and a lack of knowledge.
Absolutely agree. Like, it's a narcissistic religion.
Yeah.
The deity himself, like, malignant narcissist in the sky, 100%.
Yep.
And like, the reason why, like, I started deconstructing, well, accidentally, is because I was told that, or there were like a lot of Christians who think that Jesus is so separate from Yahweh, and his cruelty, and it that doesn't seem to be the case. Like, I don't think he is his actual son. I don't believe in the Holy Trinity. I don't believe that Jesus is really this sort of demigod, or he's really divine in any way. But even if Jesus views his Father in heaven within the literal sense, I mean, the apple didn't fall too far from the tree. The dude's cruel just like him.
Yeah, I definitely think Matthew's Jesus, I think Matthew's Jesus was an failed apocalyptic prophet, um, who was attached to the God of Israel. Matthew's Jesus uh, is attached to the God of Israel. John's Jesus is. I don't think the earlier letters of Jesus is attached to the God of Israel. Um, I think the later pastoral epistles attach him to the God of Israel, and earlier Luke's writings are not. I think that you can start to see it over time as they started making interpolations and stuff to the text and editing it. Then you start to see them kind of intertwine. But
Mm-hmm.
I definitely think, because Paul's letters were written first. I think in those letters he's talking about a completely different person. I don't think he's talking about the Jesus in the Gospels at first.
Yeah, the timelines in which the Gospels were written, it's very sparse, it's very spread out, and that's very problematic to me.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to do with all that.
It's insane. Like I love analyzing it, researching it, and pulling it apart. And noticing the edits that they make, and the online Bible versions, Bible Gateway now will just take out the verses that each author add to the next author's books. So like whoever wrote Matthew made a lot of edits to Mark, and so that they could reconcile the stories. And now the NRSVUE has just removed those added verses. So you'll be reading it and it'll skip from in one book, it'll skip from verse 26 and it'll skip 27, 28 and just go straight to 29. And that's how you know that they've removed something that was never in the original text. And instead of them reordering it, they just keep the verse numbers the same and completely just skip those verses altogether.
Oh, that's clear manipulation.
Mm-hmm. And I don't think people notice it. I don't think a lot of people have not noticed the changes to the Bibles even today, to the digital ones.
Okay, I have a question. Why do you think that Jesus seemed so sensitive to criticism? Why he was always so defensive? Like, do you agree? And if you do or not, why?
Because he's a narcissist. Think about, like, I don't know if you've ever dealt with a narcissist, but they
Oh
don't,
yeah.
yeah, they don't like to be around anybody that's, more intelligent than them or appears to be. They don't like to be questioned or challenged on what they're saying, and so they uh, try to get you to change what you are actually experiencing and question your reality and what you already know. And so he used uh um what word am I looking for? Oh shit. Like he would put people down. I don't know why I can't think of the fucking word. He
He
would have
did humiliate people a lot.
yeah, yeah. Insults. God damn.
Oh my goodness. You
Yeah.
know what's interesting? I have a file within my computer that just has every verse where Jesus insulted someone or attacked someone verbally.
It's a long list.
It really is, and most of the time it's for no good reason. He's always on the offense, not the defense. And when he's on the defense, it's because he offensed and didn't want to take accountability for it. So he avoided the repercussions of his own offensive behavior. It's very much he throws rocks and hides his hands.
Yeah. That's what manipulative people do. Like if believers act the same way, right? Like when we're having the conversations and we'll bring out, like most of the time they don't read this book. And so they don't know that a specific story is in the book. And when we read it to them, they'll scream context. And we'll go, okay, well, what's the context? And they have no fucking idea. And so the next thing that they start doing is attacking our intelligence, or they'll say, you can't understand it because you don't have the Holy Ghost. You can't understand it because you're not a believer. You can't understand it because you don't have spiritual eyes. Right. So, and they do that as a way to negate what they don't know and what they're feeling unlearned about or confused about. And that's the same thing that Jesus does. Like when he tells the Pharisees that they can't understand the parables because they're not chosen, they're children of the devil, right? Or
They just wouldn't get it.
yeah. There's one where he's talking about eating his body and drinking his blood, and the disciples start looking around like, this crazy motherfucker, what the fuck is he talking about? And a lot of them leave him, right? They stop following him because they like, nah, he going too fucking far. So he looks at his disciples and go, y'all gonna leave me too? Huh? Like, yeah.
I'm sorry. There's I don't know if you saw that viral video, but it was of this woman preacher. It was a clip where she was like, "Oh Jesus, it's in the cup."
Oh, I haven't seen that one.
Okay, I think it's only available on TikTok, but anyway, it's weird that you want to eat of his body and drink of his blood. Like that's some weirdo behavior.
Yeah.
Like he really wanted to be that deep. That close to you. Ugh. It's very invasive, I think.
It's witchcraft. Like the same thing that they call it's a ritual, right? The same thing that believers say people who are not Christians, they would call it witchcraft if they were doing it. Like it's a fucking ritual. It's a blood ritual at that. And it doesn't make any sense for like why do you have to drink blood every fucking year? Like why is he calling them to do that? As much as they can. And if you read any of the literature from or the early Christian movements, like the anti-Christian authors, they were scared shitless of them. Like they was scared shitless of these motherfuckers. And they talk about how they would go into their houses and like only certain people could come in whenever they were doing the Eucharist, and they thought they were in there eating people for real. Like they was they was scared of these motherfuckers in real life.
Oh my goodness. Wow, that just sort of reminded me how these elite people actually do that.
Mm-hmm.
Even metaphorically it's weird.
Yeah.
It does, and it does nothing for them, honestly. Like it's just a ritual, and I think it keeps them. And it, like, as I did the communion as well, and I I don't really know why. Like it was just in remembrance. Like every first Sunday, it was in remembrance of Jesus down on the cross, and I think that is just further indoctrination to the loyalty to the debt that, as a believer, we feel that we owe Jesus because poor Jesus died on the cross. So I think it just further indoctrinates you and reminds you you owe Jesus.
Yeah, like why do we need to pity a God?
Right. Who
Why
decided
does
to do
he
this shit?
Yeah, he came here as a human to play in our faces and show us that, oh, he can suffer and it be more than us. What the actual F is that? Like, ugh.
It's a way of controlling it. Like as long as you feel
Why do we
like
need
you're
to
in
pity
debt.
him?
That the pity, I think the pity is what is the strongest emotion so that you feel like you owe a person. Like the more you pity him, the more you feel like you have to defend him. You have to be a part of the religion. Um, you owe him. I think that's what the pity serves.
This is why I definitely agree with the current discussion here on TikTok that our ancestors suffered more than Jesus because they did.
Hell yeah, they did. But it's interesting how they don't pity them though. They can hear the stories, right, of what our ancestors went through, and they will argue us down that Jesus went through worse because he's a God and he did it for us. And they like I have a video on my
No.
page where I'm talking about my ancestors suffering more than Jesus and asking like why y'all want me to fucking continue to remember what some Jewish men went through 2,000 years ago, but I'm supposed to forget what my ancestors went through 200 years ago. And my ancestors went through way more. They're in the comments saying Jesus suffered way more. Our ancestors did not suffer more than Jesus. I'm like, are you
Seriously,
fucking serious?
I would hope that they're bots because that is incredibly alarming. And Jesus didn't even die for our ancestors. He died for his. He died
Hmm.
for the lost tribe of Israel.
There's literally the conversation in John where uh, Caiaphas says it's better for one man to die for the nation than for the nation to be destroyed. And they're discussing Rome coming down on them because of the shit Jesus was doing. And they didn't want the trouble with Rome. It literally says he died to protect Israel. And they ignore that.
I wonder why.
Because it has to be about them. It has to include them. They will ignore anything that doesn't include them.
You know, honestly, Jesus's fruits or his followers showed me who he is because you know a man by his fruits, right? These is Jesus's fruits, a bunch of covert narcissists who are spiritual.
Mm-hmm.
They use the same tactics as him, just like you mentioned.
Yep, absolutely. I don't believe in spirits. I don't believe in demons, but definitely something happens to the brain when you are indoctrinated into a belief. They don't all think the same. They don't think the same things about their God. They don't all believe the same things about their God, but they act the fucking same. Even the nice ones. Eventually, the gaslighting comes out. The narcissism comes out, even when they try to be a different Christian or try to show us that they're a different believer, it
Hmm.
always comes out. So,
I've noticed that very consistently. Even
yeah,
listening to your live, I've seen quite a few narcissists come up on here, and I'm like, wow, wow, look at Jesus's children. Look at his sheep, his sheeple.
yeah. Did you have anything else? It was a pretty good conversation. Thank you.
No, nothing else. Kind of came on here spontaneously.
Well, I'm glad that you did, and I hope you have a great rest of the night, okay?
Thank you, you too.
All
Take
right.
care.
All right, you too. Sorry, I don't know how to click off. I'm looking.
I got you. Jeremiah, how are you? Jeremiah? Jeremiah, are you there? Supreme Tory, are you in the guest box on purpose? Guys, please remember, if you are a friendly and you're in the guest box on purpose, to use a nerd emoji, or else I won't automatically bring you up. E-Slush?
Hi there.
Hi, how
How
are
are you?
you?
I'm doing well. I'm definitely sorry I missed all of the uh things that would bring me in here. So
You said you missed all the things?
all the things like the emojis,
Oh, no,
this,
no,
that, and the
I
other.
wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the people who are subscribed.
Oh, fair.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 40.
Okay. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm not atheist.
All right. And what are your thoughts on the topic?
With the entire topic, disappointed and embarrassed that I once believed.
Yes. What did you request for? Did you come up to talk about the topic, or?
You know what I did, and I think I need to sit back in the comments for a second
Okay.
and then come back up.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you. I think also, like, if you are new here, just want to let you know that I do one person on stage at a time. I do have permanent hosts that will come in and come out, but they are pre-selected hosts. I don't allow uh, people like from the chat to come up and chill on stage. Good morning, Fee. And
Good
participate in the
morning.
conversations. Only you must be a dragon status member in order to come and participate in the conversations. And those that are dragons know who they are. And that is someone who has subscribed to the community for at least a year. And so I think sometimes people will come in and they'll want to participate. As an atheist, they'll want to participate in the conversations. I actually do not run my platform that way. Atheists are allowed to come up, but it'll be a one-on-one conversation the same way I do one-on-ones with believers or people deconstructing. Lucifer's son.
Hello,
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Thinker?
I'm doing good. So I assume you are deconstructing or an atheist with that username.
I'm deconstructing, yes.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay. Venus, are you awake?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Go ahead.
So I wanted to give like some input on the topic. I am very disappointed and like embarrassed because the I've been I was an ex Jehovah's Witness and ex Baptist at the same time, which is crazy, but um, and it really made me think that I could like do a lot of things because of the fact that I was told these things. I was read. I didn't read the Bible, and like a few days ago, I commented on here like, yeah, like it made me think that I could walk on water. Um, and I tried it, didn't work, but uh, like that's how disappointed and like just indoctrinated I was into believing this because lo and behold, like you can't question God, and that's what they tell you. Um, and I want to say I I've been looking like like I found you like I want to say last year, and around that time I wasn't I wasn't technically like believer. I did believe in God, but it was more so like,
Like
um,
non-denominational or like
yeah, yeah,
spiritual?
no, Baptist, like Baptist and Jehovah's Witness. Um, but yeah, so at the time, uh, me and my friend, we were kind of like, I guess, discussing whether or not, we should get more into it. And uh, so we did. And with me being gay, she was like, well, I don't think that, God would forgive you because, you are a sin, like you are this, thing that he hates. And you could try to repent, but it may not go as you see it. And, it really did hurt me because I was just like, well, I believe that, God loves all of us at the time. And so I had to like step away from that. I had to be like, you know what, no, I can't do this anymore because I can't believe in something that thinks I am a mistake or I thinks I, am wrong. Um, and so, after that, um, I just began deconstructing. And that's when I found your live thinker. And, I've been here ever since. So,
Venus, are you there?
Sorry, I stepped away for a second. Would you mind repeating yourself?
which part?
Sorry, just the ending part.
Oh, okay. So basically, one of my friends at the time, about a year ago, me and her we weren't like Christian, like fully into it. Like I was still Christian, but we weren't like really, really into it until we like discussed like whether or not, we should start, getting back into it and things like that. And so, that's what we discussed. And then she had said to me like, since you're gay, I don't think that, she doesn't think that, you know, I could be forgiven for it because, she, at the time she did say like, oh, it's an unforgivable sin. Like God does not like that. He disapproves. And,
Yeah, that's weird. Sorry that happened. It's
it's,
definitely not listed as an unforgivable sin. And I'm sorry I stepped away without even thinking. I
it's
didn't
all
want my
right.
food to burn. So
It's fine.
yeah,
It's fine.
that definitely isn't true. And I'm not completely convinced that being gay is even a sin in the Bible anyway. Right.
Yeah.
The only verses that hold any substance in kind of saying that what homosexuality is supposed to be bad, they're all in the Old Testament, and Christians don't even think that they should be following the Old Testament anyway. So it's either that or it's just not what it actually says, right? Every uh scripture that we can look at that they think suggests that gay marriage or homosexuality is bad.
Yeah, and I really do get that. And I've been like in like the lives for for like a while now, and because of the fact that I like my ex friend now, she basically had one of her pastors because she was I guess she was getting more into the faith. I didn't really know about it. I didn't know that she was getting more into it, and so she had told one of her pastors basically about my life story and things like that. And she was the only person I ever told because I felt like I could trust her, and I felt like she wouldn't tell anyone else. So she told her pastor, and basically he and his aunt or whoever, like I guess their entire congregation, like uh, had they came to me and they were just like they were basically, I don't know, we were having like a debate, right? Or it wasn't even a debate because I wasn't trying to debate anyone, but they kind of just sprung into it. Um, and so it really was just like, wow, like it confused the hell out of me. And, you know, they told me that, like, they came up to me and they were just like, well, you know what you're doing wrong, right? You know you're wrong, right? You're like because of what
Honestly,
you.
they like never keep the same energy when it comes to like other sins versus like homosexuality, which they perceive as a sin and isn't actually a sin. It's so crazy that they like lose their minds over this like half sin or thing that isn't even a sin. They just, most of them just kind of use the religious narrative to like support their bigotry. They don't actually care what the scripture says about it, and they don't care how it makes people feel. They just feel like, oh, it's a bad thing, and this God loves me, so he must totally agree with me. It's really terrible. They would never do the same thing for an unfaithful husband. They wouldn't have the same level of intervention for that. They don't have the same level of intervention for actual pedos that they protect in the church. So it's just so strange, and it literally screams, this is not real. This is just made up stuff that we believe in to support our bigotry. It just makes it so obvious.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And like like I've known like a lot of those people in that church have done a lot of things, and they told me, they were like, well, God will forgive those, but I can't be forgiven because of of what I am. And they were just like, and I was just like, well, why would God punish me for making me in this way, basically? Like, wouldn't he, like, doesn't he love all of us? So like, in my thinking at the time, it was just like, well, I think that he would care and love and things like that. He wouldn't make a big problem out of it because I can't say like I just chose to be this way. Like um, but it wasn't it wasn't that. And like my family is very heavily Christian, so it's just like I know, like, if I ever like told them, like, yeah, like if I ever told them these things, like, it would not go the way that I expect. um and like, I don't know, it's just like I said, I didn't read the Bible at the time, right? So I thought like that is what was what, and it made me feel really bad about myself because I felt very disgusted with who I am, right? Because of what they had said and like what I've been told over and over again.
Yeah. I'm sorry they made you feel that way. You should never feel disgusted about who you are, you know, especially if it's something that you have no control over as well. And if this God is making people down to like the molecule, then I still don't understand why the hell he's making things that he doesn't like, that people have no choice over. Like, this isn't even something that you can free will away, right? Because attraction isn't a choice. And I don't know why there's still people out there thinking that you get to choose who you're attracted to. It's it's absolutely, it's primitive. It's honestly primitive.
I don't see how they can hold the idea that, you know, humans could not stop sinning, therefore this Jesus had to die for their sins, and they still sin today. But this one sin is our responsibility to stomp out because Jesus couldn't. Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense to me how they can, you know, have more grace for a liar, a habitual liar, than they would somebody who is gay. Even if they thought it was a sin, like, it's fucking hypocritical as fuck. And why do they think it's their responsibility to eradicate it or, you know, help Jesus save somebody from it? Like, either your Jesus's blood is powerful enough to save everybody who sins, and you just let that whatever Jesus is gonna do, and that's it. Like, I don't fucking understand why Jesus's blood needs their help with this
I,
one
I
thing.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like I don't know, it's just like, because I've been told, like, since me growing up Baptist, and then converting to like JW. Like I don't know, like it made me believe like many different things, and so it was like, well, is this the truth, or is this like I didn't know. And I didn't open up the Bible to like actually read and to understand what was being taught, what was being told. And so I just believed everything that I heard other people say, and so it really, I guess, messed me up when I was told like these things to my face, and I was just like, and I really did feel bad because like all through high school, like I was scared. I was just very in my in a shell because of the fact that like there were so many Christians and there were so many people around me who like demonize being gay and like the LGBTQ plus community. Like they really like uh, make it out to be something worse than any other sin. And like I was saying, like me and like my ex friend, like she was never really like when me and her became friends, like this, like she was never like Christian, right? She did go to church, like her grandmother and all that. Like her grandmother was like very religious, right? And her grandmother did not like me, right? Because I am gay, so she hated me. But like she was very like she was always like supportive and things like that until she started getting really into like the religion and getting into church and things like that. And then that's when she started to demonize me as well and try to make me out to, seem like I'm worse than someone who unalives people, you know. And I don't know, it was just very weird, and I'm very disappointed in myself that I actually did believe things like this. But yeah, that's all.
I'm sorry
Well,
that you experienced that. Like it's the hate that I'm like literally feeling very disappointed in that parents would even go that far to make their children question themselves and hate themselves for something that they've never seen.
Yeah, but thank you for having me up.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, thanks for
I hope
sharing
you
your
know.
experience.
I hope you find friends here in us and know that you don't have to be around people who, uh, make you feel like you need to change who you are in order to feel loved by them or by some supernatural force. And the thing is, I think a lot of believers don't know what love is because they've not allowed themselves to be loved by themselves or by the humans in their lives, and because they're always looking for love coming from this God, right? And so I hope that you stick around the community and allow us to be a friend for you, whether it's online or in person, because we do have get-togethers and you know uh, travel with each other and things. So it's definitely not just like a parasocial relationship. Um,
Right.
Getting to learn how to lean on the humans in our lives, right, and experience life together as humans. Um, One thing that believers always say is uh, we're atheists because we just want to sin, and I think that's just the stupidest thing because they sin with
Yeah.
their Jesus. um, but most of us are atheists because when they preach about love but don't know what the fuck it is, and like I just rather enjoy humans, um,
Right.
you know. So
Yeah. Thank you, Thinker. Thank you, Venus. Um, yeah, and I
That's
really,
okay,
really,
Lucifer.
and I really, I think I'm definitely going to stick around this community. It is like the support. and the love that this community brings to each other. It's like it's not like anything I've ever seen before, and yeah, it really makes me smile like to see like all of these things. So thank you.
You're very welcome. I hope you have a great rest of the day, okay?
You too.
All right.
How do I get down?
I got you.
Thank you.
Yo, does the Bible ever give like a like say if you if you don't believe in Jesus, you'll be this type of person? Does it ever do that? I don't think it does. I think it just condemns you for not being a believer. Like it doesn't give a good reason why being a non-believer condemns you. Does it? Can
I
y'all
think
think
the
of
mo-
any scripture that says all believers are liars or all believers are murderers? I mean, non-believers are liars. Non-believers, like if you don't believe, you'll become a murderer. You'll become this type of person. Like, does it say that at all?
no,
Does
I
it
think
also say that if you don't believe in God, you can't ground logic or morality?
Right. Like I'm trying to understand why believers are condemned.
I think the lack of belief is the sin in their mind.
That is
So I
insane.
don't. Yeah, I don't think it needs to be accompanied with anything. I think in and of itself, they consider that the sin, which is fucking wild. Because again, who can control that?
Yeah, but the sins are the laws. There's no law that says that they have to believe. So they would be making that up.
Yeah,
Like that's what I'm saying. Like so the God sinning is what sends you to hell. And then just out of nowhere not believing sends you to hell too. Not accompanied with a sin, with the transgression of a law.
yeah, they just smuggle that shit right on in.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Cause like it'll tell them like being a believer gives you these types of fruits, right? Being a believer, you'll gain these type of morals. You won't kill, you won't steal, blah blah blah. But it doesn't give you the negatives of being a non-believer. It just says if you don't believe, hell.
Right. I'm assuming that what the believers will do is they'll take the fruit that they think their belief should create in them and then assume the inverse for us and say that's what we can't be. Or, we're dishonest because their belief is supposed to make them honest. We're untrustworthy because their belief is supposed to make them untrustworthy. But in actual practice, in these conversations, it seems to be the opposite.
I actually think that would be a good topic because
Yeah.
like can you prove that an atheist is uh like atheists behave, I don't know if it's behavior or because I don't want the whole thing to be about what's moral. Like I don't want it to be about that, but the belief claim is better, that can make you a better person than a non-belief claim.
You said a belief claim or non.
Than a
Yeah.
non-belief claim can make you a better person because they always say you the only reason why you're an atheist is because you want to sin. And
Hmm.
anytime I ask them, what sin am I doing? Like, what do you think I'm doing as an atheist that I cannot do as a believer?
I think also they think about us or they see us in like kind of like the pit bull off the leash. I think that's what they see because these by accepting Christ and worshiping God and supposedly following His laws, I think they see that as a regulatory tool. And when we don't have that, they just assume we are just like buck wild. Y'all can do anything. It's nothing stopping you. But
But
again,
they don't
because
even have that. They don't have
no, they
laws.
don't. They don't have any laws. Nope,
Exactly.
they absolutely don't have any laws. But I think the fact that they call themselves a Christian implies that they follow certain laws, even though they don't. And even in them talking out their belief, the law isn't there. So no, I don't. I do think if you push them to kind of quantify it or qualify it, they couldn't.
And they want to act like this lead is like some form of like let's just say control, or like this, I don't know, this promise, but really it's like on this lead that they think we don't have is like misogyny, slavery, a promise of eternal life if you donate 15% of your income that I can't actually verify. And they're like, you guys are so crazy for not believing in that. You must be wild. And
Yeah.
it's like
MK83XD, come to TikTok and debunk this black woman logic. Like, don't sit in the YouTube chat talk shit. Like, if what we're saying is illogical, come and show us. I would love for a white man to come over here and teach this black woman that what she talking about is illogical. I should see you in my request box in like the next 10 minutes. Sure enough, you're not gonna be sitting over there just talking shit when you have the opportunity to teach a black woman something. Get on my fucking nerves. I'm a black woman logic. Bring your ass to TikTok.
I guess Plato was a black woman. Must have been.
Like, they trip me out. Don't put no angry emoji. Bring your motherfucking ass to TikTok. As a matter of fact, since you're on YouTube, I'll be with Matt Dillahunty on next Wednesday. You can come holler at me then on the line. I'll be on the Atheist Experience next Sunday. You can come holler at me then on the line since you just need YouTube. And then this Saturday, I'll be on the line. If you just need YouTube, you can call in and holler at me then. And let's see if you can debunk this black woman logic. How about that? Since you don't know how to find YouTube, TikTok. Exactly. Like, there's so many opportunities. It ain't just TikTok. Y'all, the guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, and you can answer this question, I do want to know. What is it? What sin is it that you think I am doing as an atheist that you cannot do as a Christian? I would like to know. Like, what is it that I need to cast off your God so that I can do freely? If you are deconstructing or an atheist, of course, the guest box is open. Still 18 and up while we have one of our youth. This one is a youth pastor. Who's a youth pastor? Oh, they're always youth pastors, unfortunately. Y'all don't get quiet at 600 people in the room. Like, I love it when y'all talk shit in the chat. I just wish y'all would bring your asses on stage and do it. Don't your Bible say that for God has not given us the spirit of fear, but of joy, peace, and of a sound mind? Why y'all don't bring your sound minds on stage? Why y'all be bringing your fear in my chat? That's what I'm trying to figure out, MK Ultra. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, why is it quiet? Why are you typing in the YouTube chat? No, I think are you scared? Are you used to hiding behind the screen? You control that. You just feel safe in the chat. That means you don't believe in your Jesus. That means you're a liar. You're dishonest. What's up, Steph?
Hi again, Thinker. Hi everybody,
Hey, Steph.
and special hello to my compatriot Venus. Good to have you
Hi,
on here.
Steph.
Yeah, like I did already. I also already came up this week to talk about this topic. It is a topic that I feel like I could talk about every night, about how disappointed and how embarrassed I am about the things I once believed. You didn't make me say anything about my embarrassing story the last time, so I will. I'll try to make time to do that before I get off tonight. Oh, hi to Nora in the comments. But yeah, the other thing, of course, I think I've mentioned this already, but the rage, the anger I feel about the years, the decades that were lost to me, trying to still stuck in this belief system that was so damaging and harmful to me, and particularly in regard to the topic that the previous speaker talked about I also, of course, was horribly inhibited about my sexuality, and it wasn't until I actually got out that I was actually able to start opening up to my gender identity, which was that's been a wonderful journey, but also a scary journey because I'm still living in a society where that is so. Where there's such hostility towards people who are trans, just as with people who are other members of the LGBTQ community. And just what I'm conscious of tonight is the horrible harm that those beliefs perpetrate against our community, just without people having to do all that. I mean, they do it constantly, or at least that was my experience growing up. Homophobia was everywhere, and you call people gay. To call someone gay was a horrible insult. I've just recently, with my therapist, became aware that I kind of knew that I had symptoms of CPTSD already, and I couldn't work out. I was racking my brains for why, because I hadn't been in a war zone. I'd had some kind of horrible stuff in my upgrowing, but it was not anywhere near the scale of some of the stories I hear about. And it wasn't until one point that I was listening to some stories about war veterans, combat veterans, that it happened a little bit later, I've got to admit, like the next day I twigged that, oh my God, yes, I was denying during my childhood, during my teenage years, all through that time, all through my life, really. I denied my own humanity in order to survive. And it is like somebody was pointing this out to me the other night, that it is such an existential threat that we face as members of this community, of the queer and LGBTQ queer community, because it talks about, like this other person, like I heard this speaker talking about how that instinct to be part of community is something that is so wired into our being as human beings, because in our evolution, long before we formed society, to be excluded from the community was to die, literally. Literally, a human would not survive by themselves in general. And I think that, that is what I can like. That hearing that helped me to really understand just how powerful and just how harmful that homophobia and transphobia is towards us. And I put a little comment in the chat about a particular support service for LGBT people, particularly in America. I'm pretty sure that it's the Trevor Project, which I think is really important for everybody who is LGBTQ community members or has somebody that I love. In particular, I think they provide support for parents of members of the LGBTQ community. I think that is so important for all of us in this community to who are like particularly Americans. The same for anywhere in the world. There's resources here in Australia, and certainly I have. I'm grateful that I have moved to a point in my life where I started reaching out for help from such organisations, and I have benefited a great deal. And I know others have talked about the benefits of counselling, of therapy or counselling. That has really so very much been my experience. And after all those years in the church, where this was like Christianity was sold to me as something that would make my life better, that I would learn God's beautiful plan for my life. And instead, it made me miserable. It made me terrified that I was going to be tortured forever. It's just like we've gone through these things. We tend to go through these things each night, I know, but that is the disappointment, the embarrassment, and more than that, the rage that I feel about that lie that I was told, that I was sucked in, that I was conned by the religion, and I suffered such harm from it when I could have been making progress. So I made zero progress over that time. And now, since I've left and since I've started reaching out for those support services from LGBT support groups, I feel myself starting to make progress. And it's no picnic. Like, I've got a lot of tough issues that I'm dealing with, but this is real support. This is real help. It's not the phony deceptive help that is promised in the scripture, like in the Christianity, which I found to be a complete lie. There's always these promises that if you pray, God will answer. God will, it's just like the lies that they come out with. And then you turn around and say, but I didn't get the answer to prayer. And then they'll be like, God's not a genie. You shouldn't like. And then they're like, well, why were you expecting him to? You need to love him no matter what. It's such a sick religion. The more I think about it, the more I realize how sick and how gaslighting and how harmful it all is. Sorry, I've talked a lot. I'll let you have a chance to talk there.
No, I was gonna say I'm glad to hear that you feel like you are better as a person because you're not fighting yourself, you're not blaming yourself, condemning yourself, and being you're at a place where you're learning to be at peace within yourself and in your mind, and learning how to exist within the society that we have right now, and going to get the therapy is a big step. And like you said, the therapy in the program, like you're getting real help, not the fluff and inspirational bullshit that you got to keep dipping yourself in order to make it through the day. Learning, I think it's really important to learn actual strategies that we can use and execute on a daily basis to help us reach, that goal of being at peace and finding joy and happiness in our lives. I wanted to ask, when you were a believer, were you were you transitioned as a man as a believer because the church was telling you that you had to? Like, were you fighting like your identity as a believer?
Sorry. In terms of transition, I'm actually feminine. I know my voice doesn't really help. I haven't done the voice training yet. I don't know. It's a big hurdle for a lot of trans
No,
women
I'm saying
to.
like when you were a believer, were they? I'm sorry, and I may be wrong. You're feminine. You're a she her, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you were a believer, though, were they trying to make you be something else?
It didn't even occur to me to try
Okay.
to transition in the church. I just knew, like, it wasn't even a topic. I don't that I can remember. In the churches where I went to, the like trans identity, certainly at the time that I was going to church, wasn't really even on the agenda. It was such a it's changed a great deal now. Of course, there's so much more awareness and so much more hostility. But the language that I encountered was homophobic, and it was to me. I just would have, if I had have thought about it, I would have automatically assumed that transphobia, they would have hated it even more, because that's been my experience. While there is some acceptance, I think there is more of a level of acceptance for gay, lesbian, and queer people, bi people, the trans community, even within, it's very sad to say this, but even within the community, there is hostility towards trans people. And rightly that is condemned by a good deal of the community. So like you'll find people who refer to themselves as part of the LGB community. They leave out the T, so they're explicitly saying, no, you're not part of us. Like I said, I think I wouldn't even have, I seriously wouldn't even allow myself to imagine that, even though I'm aware that I was starting to open up to it before I deconverted. But no, it wasn't until I had deconverted that I could permit myself to really start opening up to that. And one of the things that they talk about when you're living as a closeted trans person is that it is this thing of denying who you are as a human being. It's a similar thing to what happens to soldiers in those combat environments, where they're having to deny their humanity to do things that humans were never meant to do, in terms of unspeakable acts. Whereas for the trans person trying to be with the combat soldiers, one of the things they were talking about was their need for stealth and keeping their natural human responses under control, so that they wouldn't swat at insects. So they just had to ignore insects crawling over their face and whatever. And that in itself was a dehumanizing experience for them. And this kind of thing, obviously, in both ways, for trans people as well as the combat soldiers, would lead to these quite difficult, painful, psychologically painful symptoms of CPT or PTSD or CPTSD in my case, of not being able to form relationships, of hypervigilance, sleeplessness, substance use, and these are going to be things that many people in the LGBTQ community are very aware of and very vulnerable to. And of course, tragically, very tragically, the higher risk of self-unalivement for our people. And of course, I know that we're not the only ones that are experiencing these kinds of traumas, and I'm deeply sympathetic to the Black community, Indigenous and people of color communities. I relate deeply to that struggle for justice, and sorry, I think I've probably gone off on a little bit of a tangent, but yeah,
No, I agree. I think a lot of us have PTSD, post-traumatic Jesus disorder, because it literally does cause trauma on damn near everybody that is indoctrinated. And there are believers listening to us right now going, I don't have any trauma, which is not fucking true. They just deal with it and they call it spiritual warfare. Or they call it Christian persecution, or whatever, or just being a Christian. But yeah, I agree.
What was the most embarrassing thing that you wanted to share with us?
Well, I should disclaim, I'm not going to tell the most embarrassing thing because I would just literally die, but I'll give a taster. It was a reasonable second best. Like, somebody was talking about being in religious psychosis, and that is really what, okay, so the story goes, I don't know if any of you remember a thing called the Toronto blessing. It was something that, like, it was like supposedly a move of the spirit amongst, and it was big in Pentecostal and charismatic churches, and it kind of took off a little bit here in Sydney as well as I think other places in Australia, and that led me to have an experience, some pretty and really I did go into some religious psychosis. I believed that on one night that I was having a demonic kind of experience, and they did this kind of deliverance ministry. But apparently it turned out that they didn't believe me. I later found out. So there was kind of performative. It was kind of weird. And I think they told me to go back to Newtown, like to my home church.
Wow.
Like, so I just got up and caught a taxi back to my home church. It was really weird.
Oh my goodness.
And then, like, during the follow-up of that, I had these delusional beliefs about, like I had this idea that God was telling me that I was going to be as important as Moses. I'm so cringing, so cringing to remember that now. Oh my goodness.
You and our Secretary of State, Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson says he is modern day Moses, and he says that God told him that. Yeah.
I can imagine that. I didn't hear that until you told me, but my gosh, I feel for him. Mike, I wonder if he'll get to the day where he will be, oh God, that was recorded.
But Mike Johnson has a lot more not like to be embarrassed about, but I think if he ever did deconstruct, like, I don't know that he would be able to deal with the guilt of the bullshit he's done in the name of this God.
Yeah, I so totally agree. And then the other thing that I wonder about, though, with these like, I mean, it's a similar thing with the Epstein class. It's like they do lose their humanity, it seems, and they just surf their way to the grave, doing this unspeakable, awful thing, these speakable and unthinkable things. And that really gives me pause for thought, that they just, there is no divine justice. There is no, like in a sense, the reality that there is no hell leaves us with that really unpalatable reality that people just get away with shit. In some or many cases, that the rich and the powerful will never be brought to account unless we do it, unless we humans make the change. Yeah.
I agree. Well, thank you so much for coming up, Steph.
Thank you again, Thinker.
Thank you, Steph.
Thank you so much to everybody here and everybody in the chat. Love you all.
I love you too. Have a good one.
Bye.
Hey, Bridge. Bridge? I think she's up here. Are you up here on accident or on purpose?
That was by accident.
Oh, okay. No worries.
How you doing? Anyhow, since I'm here,
I'm doing
how are you
good. How are
guys?
you?
I've been listening all night. I'm going down the step with my phone in my pocket.
Oh, okay.
That's why.
Yeah, TikTok be doing y'all dirty, throwing y'all on stage.
I know. I was with you all night, pretty much though. I enjoy. Thanks.
You're
Bye.
so welcome. Have a great day.
You too. Bye bye.
All right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or thinking about it, or an atheist, and then 18 and up tonight. Tomorrow we'll go back to 21 and up. So if you are 18, today would be the day for you to come up and participate in the conversation. Sincere, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Y'all know TikTok gonna start throwing y'all in here. There's 600 people in this room for the guest box to be empty. Don't be scared to come on stage, especially if you are a believer. We do match energy, so if you come civilly, we can have a civil conversation. But if you come disrespectful or an asshole, it's gonna be a conversation where we treat you like one. So just don't be one. Hey, Sincere, how are you?
I'm all right. How are y'all?
I'm doing good.
Very sincere.
Good, good.
All right.
Um, so yeah, I wanted to come up and talk about like how um I was embarrassed. Uh, how I was embarrassed to almost becoming uh a Hebrew Israelite. Um,
Ooh, juicy.
yeah. So like around like 2019, going into like the pandemic or whatever. Like that's when like the whole thing was like, blowing up. And, like I had friends that was like talking about it, and, like they were um getting into it, and they had like people that was a bit like older than them, and they was, I guess, putting them on game about it or whatever. And it made me intrigued or whatever. Uh and I was, starting to look into it, but like so like I've always been um like a skeptic or whatever. Like I growing up, like I had spiritual beliefs or whatever, but like I never really was like really fully into anything. Um, and like how it kind of like happened for me, at least when it really did get into like the pandemic, I ended up being diagnosed with hypothyroidism, and my hypothyroidism came in like in a very aggressive kind of manner or whatever. Like I was like, like I was like super anxious. I was having cold sweats. I was having random moments where I was just crying, and I couldn't sleep. Like literally, like I couldn't sleep for like 6 months. Uh, and I think what was kind of like pushing me into it was that like I mentally, like I was having like I guess a moment of mental weakness or whatever, and was just thinking to myself like, well, maybe I should try it out or whatever and see if you know Jesus uh can heal or whatever and stuff. And I think what was kind of like driving me towards like more so like the Israelite direction with it. I think just simply just because it was like a black movement. Uh, but I knew that I was fighting against my own logic because like I wasn't raised religious, and uh I was taught pretty early about slavery and how we got the religion. And like that made me not really fuck with Christianity in itself. Um so like there was that I was just like battling with, and then it was just the whole idea of like the curse. Like it's like I get it, but it was just like we didn't go back to Egypt, and we had a buyer. we had buyers, uh, and then it's just like the idea of considering yourself as a people to be cursed. It just felt like low racial self-esteem. Um, and like I cringe at the thoughts and ideas of like when black people say that they are a slave to Christ. It makes me cringe. It made me cringe all the time. And so I think like just dealing with this logical battle while also dealing with my health, um, like like it really made me feel like, and it was like the pandemic, like I felt like I was low key going insane. And uh so like one of my friends, right, that's like he's like deep into it, like he's like in the trenches of it. And I remember, so like this was like part of like the thing that was really like me like breaking away from it. um I remember going to one of the camps situations or whatever. They was out there preaching and stuff, and I remember like how they was talking about like ham or whatever. And like they was talking about how we're not Africans, and how we're separate from them. And and like how like I guess like Africans, they have like a slur that they call us or whatever, and how they knew that we were the Israelites. And I remember there was this African girl who was listening to them, and I don't know what's going on through her mind, but she probably stopped and listened because it's like, oh, like it's these black men that are outspoken and they're talking about the Bible or whatever. And but like once she was hearing how they were slandering Africans, like like it made her walk away. and and like I seen like the sadness like in her face, and that fucked me up because it's like, damn, because like better, like that you're West African. And it's just like, damn, like these niggas is going hard on being African. Um, so like that was a big part of it that made me. That was one big part of it that made me really skeptical and really step away from it. Um, the slavery thing, like that. And then what was like the bow on top of everything? Well, two other things. The misogyny, right? I I just didn't like the behavior that I was just seeing. I didn't like how they talk to women. I don't like in general just how us as men, how we talk to women, but definitely like how religion uh in this identity of being this higher man thing or whatever, and how that you know how that makes us talk to women. I just didn't want to be a part of that. And then um it was also the homophobia. uh so like so there was a part of, so like when I got better in terms of like my health.
Did he cut out for y'all too?
Yep.
Yeah.
Sincere?
Maybe he got a call.
It still really wasn't clicking with me. So then I
Hold on.
tried to.
Sincere, you cut out. We didn't hear the last part that said because of my health. That's the last thing we heard.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So because of when my health got a little bit better and I was able to sleep, I was trying to look for like a different way of looking at it or whatever. And there is like, I guess, different denominations of Israelites or whatever, but it still wasn't really clicking with me. And I tried to look into Rastafarianism, and it was a bit better or whatever because like they got more of a of the whole thing with being about like being in nature and peace or whatever and stuff. And it was a more of a they have a more of a self-reflecting philosophy. But I remember I got this herbal book and it like it had like the general biology stuff and but it also they also had like Rastafarian philosophy with like Christianity and like Kemetic spirituality in it. And I remember it talking about like essentially like having chemical imbalances and how I guess food causes those kind of things. And it was like talking about like essentially like talking about like how like homosexuality is like a like a spirit or whatever, and it's something that's bad. And it just made me just be like, bro, no. Like, God, like, I was just like, I remember reading it, I was like, God damn, like,
Like it's every fucking well.
yeah. And, again, it was one of those things that, like, I was raised to know, like, this is not a bad thing for myself, just observing from, my community and all that. Like, it's like, bro, like, this is not a bad thing. And, for me personally, uh, my brother, my older brother, he's bi. And like I got the coolest older brother ever. You know what I mean? I can go to him for everything. He's always been supportive of me. He kept me out of a lot of dangerous situations that I could have got myself into when we was living in the projects and stuff. And like everybody loves him. Like he's a real lovable person. He mad cool. And I just remember reflecting on everything and just being like, mind you, like I ain't really like really like read the Bible. This is just me just going through my mind and my mind with my morals and thinking logically. And I know how serious, like in their theology, like how serious the God is. And if you're going to uh be a part of his kingdom, like you gotta take it seriously. So like I just felt like this is something that I'm really signing my, quote unquote like soul over to. And that's a serious thing, I feel like. And I feel like I would have had to defend all of these things that would have became a contradiction for me. So like there's just nothing in this world that would have made me go against my brother. Um all just because of a belief and go against a whole community all because of a belief. So it just made me just be like, nah, I can't do this. And you know what I mean? And then that's when, you know, I I found y'all or whatever as a community, and it's helped me with my general like critical thinking and just seeing how all different walks of life just think. Um, yeah, but yeah, that's where I'm at with it right
Well, thank you for sharing that with us. And I think it's interesting how we fight against our own brains in order to subscribe to the belief system. And I know it had to been difficult to one thing that you mentioned. I'm gonna go back to Deuteronomy 28 right quick. The point of we were never in Egypt, right? We were never enslaved in Egypt, or like the text says, I'm gonna send you back to Egypt. Noticing that the text says that, but the doctrine of Black Hebrew Israelite is yelling at you and forcing you to see Egypt as America, right? Those, and it's like in your brain, you're like, motherfucker, I know that fucking says Egypt. I know how to fucking comprehend
what it's saying in this text, but you are fighting with your brain to accept what these people are saying. And then you won't have a buyer. Yeah, we did. People bought. They did buy us. Like what? Like you're telling me to ignore that? But that word right there says won't have a buyer, and they're telling you like they're twisting the words, right? And saying a whole bunch of stuff to get you to not look at the context. That feeling is what makes me cuss a motherfucker out. So I can only imagine how you felt fighting the logic in your own mind while trying to belong to something. You know what I'm saying? Because I often describe it as the feeling of attempting to take a scalpel to my brain. That's what it feels like to me.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And it's just like, and there's just so many plot holes to it. Like I'm still trying to even figure out how would we been able to get from how would we would have been able to get from the Levant all the way into West Africa, and
Right.
what was even like the exchange, like they just accepted us in, or like those kind of things aren't really explained or really fleshed out. So it's just the whole thing just seems like it's just an identity crisis, and it's just wanting to feel like uh we've been down for so long, and we tell ourselves how great of a people that we are, because we know the lies um that has been told on us. So it's like to feel like you are something great, it got to be uh from a book that is supposedly supposed to speak highly of you or whatever. But it's just like, if this book drove uh varying different white nations to be hateful and kill, and to have and make all these, like, this elaborate scheme and plan to rule, I just don't see how I just don't see like how we would relate to it, and how we could be a people of peace from it, when it's clearly a bunch of there's a bunch of sick shit that's going on in the book. Like, you're reading this, putting yourself into it, and saying, "This is my ancestors. Like, this is like we went in and murdered and raped and all this under the name of our God." What always like I hate when people say that they're like Levitical priests or whatever, because it brings me straight to Judges 19. It's just like, you you want, like, that's what you want to be. Like, it just
Hmm.
don't, yeah, it don't make sense.
It makes no sense. And like I used to ask BHIs, they don't come in here as often anymore. But I used to ask them, like, what, let's say we are the people in the book, now what? And they had no answer. Uh, I think I got like once or twice they were waiting on aliens to bust through the sky and zap all white people and uh, give the world to them. But they don't have a reasoning. Like, the logic behind it is you're waiting on every black person to accept this God as their God before the God will bless you. And you don't understand that you are saying that you won't get blessed. Your God is holding up blessing you until every black person on earth accepts him as their God. That makes no fucking sense. And then you're claiming that your God is going to give you back the world. Like, you're supposed to be rulers of the world, and um you have no military, right? And I would ask them, like, how are you going to uh get it? Like, you have no military. With what fucking military are you going to fight this war with?
And literally, they were talking about chariots in the sky. And I asked, like, what are the chariots? And they say UFOs. Like, you're waiting on fucking aliens to come and help you?
Yeah, yeah, yo, like it's some like when I hear a lot of them talk, it really be sounding like anime because because the whole thing like they think that like essentially like they're going to get zapped into the UFOs and given and be given power, and then they're gonna go back down, slaughter all the white people or whatever, and then boom, new planet, new Earth. It's
Yep, that's what they think.
like
Like, what? You weren't part of that group that thought that the rapture was happening standing on their rooftops, were you?
huh? No.
Okay, I was gonna say you got silent for a second. I was gonna say, no, I'm joking. There was a group that thought the rapture was happening, and they packed their suitcases and stood on the roofs of their houses waiting on Jesus to come.
Yeah, yeah, I remember. I remember that. That was ridiculous. People, yeah, people selling they selling their cars and stuff. It's like, damn.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh. When you were talking about like the whole military thing, and I remember I forget what year it was, but like I remember watching a video of them like talking about like preparing for uh the Lord's return or whatever and stuff. And I remember they was talking about like, yo, like we're going to like they essentially set up like a not a bank, but like a like somewhere they could put funds, collective funds together, uh, so they can I guess like as a community prepare themselves uh for what's to come. And it's like, but what what's the money gonna be for? Like y'all about to have y'all about to have God come through. Like what's the point?
I'm pretty sure somebody was using it, but there was a leader of one of the camps that collected a bunch of money and was using it to buy houses and spoil his girlfriends and stuff. And he's in jail now. Um, yeah, but I'm sure they would plan on using the money for their own personal gain. Um, it was as far as like you talked about the misogyny, um, and the camp. So were you a part of a camp, or were you just like a part of like a
No,
part of a group?
I wasn't a part of no group. Like
Okay.
yeah, I was completely skeptical. I didn't join nothing. I was on the fence. But like my friend was, he's heavily deep into it, and like he was doing a camp or whatever, and I went to go watch them in person.
Okay.
Uh, yeah,
I know that I've talked to a lot of them. They are very misogynistic and violently misogynistic when it comes to women. And I talked to a few of them that believes that they believe some of them believe in sharing their wife with their camp leader. And they have to like pay these dues and sign up. And when they sign up, they have to agree that the camp leader can sleep with any woman within the camp that he wants. And the women who are married to the man that's becoming an Israelite has to agree as well. And if they have, if any daughter they have, or anybody in their family that's gay and she's a woman, they agree to rape her 10 times to get the gayness out of her.
that's foul.
Yeah, yeah.
Jeez.
And like I'm so glad that, like, if you notice, like a lot of them now don't identify as BHI. Now they're s- they're saying, "Oh, I'm not Black Hebrew Israelite," or then they went to, "I'm just Israelite,"
Now they're just not even identifying as that. We can kind of tell what they are identifying as by the doctrine, and they don't realize it's not the name they choose, it's the shit they spew
Hmm.
that makes them unique, because they have a lot of violent and hateful doctrine that they teach. And it sounds like it's coming from, as you stated, like people looking for identity, but also I think a lot of people who are taught, like they've been beat down by the narrative of what black men are, right, in society. uh they've either had like a rough upbringing, and now they're looking for something with meaning. um
Hmm.
and some of them are very low intelligence. Not all, but a lot of them that come in here seem to be like very low on the educational spectrum. uh like maybe uh not that it's bad, like, but dropouts, if that makes sense, who are looking for something that gives them status. And then you have those on the higher end that have education, that are in it, that are looking for a identity of the black man, who are usually the ones that are directing or guiding them. Does that make sense? And
Yeah.
yeah, so like it's like I try my best to empathize with them, because I understand that we were taught that we were God's chosen people, that our ancestors were enslaved because we disobeyed. Like, we were taught all of that. We were just never taught that we were like to call ourselves Israelites or anything like that. Um, so, but I empathize with their desire to look for history, like to know who they are. I don't empathize with the need or the desire to double down on made up shit. I don't empathize with that. And then their violent nature, like the some of them want to be slave owners.
Hmm.
I don't get that shit. Because why would you want to do to someone else what was done to your ancestors?
Right. Exactly. And that was one of the things that I was contemplating about. Like, that don't. That's just like, if we're supposed to be like so called like having like the moral uh high ground or whatever. Like, why would you want to do stuff that I that I would consider like that would be below you uh to do things like that. Like, I remember, like, you just like sparked like that memory or whatever, like, of me being at that camp and them like bragging and talking about, like, like when they do get these riches of heaven, and these people are slaves. Like, they was bragging about, like, yeah, like, I'm gonna have them wash my back and all this other.
Like, that is insane.
Yeah.
They sitting around talking about, man, I'm gonna make that motherfucker cut my toenails. What? Like, listen to yourself. That's insane.
Even those videos of them like really guilt tripping and really like uh slamming hard on like white people that like walk up to them, and like they really have like put people in like a submissive uh state, and like they had like people get on camera and like kiss their boot, like they had white people get on their knees and kiss their
What?
boots and stuff. Yeah. Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
they did it?
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. They did it. There's even like videos of like white of like I saw this one video of a white man, and he just seemed, I don't know, he just seemed like really like kind of timid and uh or whatever. And like he was like saying how, like, yeah, like, how like black people are the real Hebrew Israelites or whatever, and how, we are uh Edomites or whatever, and how we wronged um we we wronged black people or whatever, and we're gonna suffer for what we done to them. Like there are other people that like really egg on and like boost, like really hype their ego up or whatever. And it's kind of like one of those things, like just because a, 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 a white person is saying it, like that's just supposed to make it true. It's, yeah, it's weird.
Where did this idea come from that white people are Edomites though? Because like the Edomites are modern day Jordanites, like the people in Jordan. Where did this teaching come from that if you're white, you're an Edomite? Do you know? Do they teach you why they say white people are Edomites?
I think it has something to do with Esau.
Yeah, Esau. Yeah, that Esau descendants are Edomites,
Oh,
but they're modern day people in Jordan.
but
They're
I
not
think it's
Europeans.
I think it's the whole idea of like how God um hated Esau or whatever. So I think that they're connecting that hate, um, that hate that God had, that essentially like God has this hate for white people. So white people, um, and since the whole prophecy or whatever, how we're going to be enslaved or whatever, is like essentially like they believe that um that those people, like since God hated them, it's like okay, we're going to seek this kind of like retribution against y'all. So like they're connecting that, okay, like since this is our punishment, like this has to be like Esau getting back at us, something like that.
That's this is why I say like they anytime I'm talking to them and I ask them like what research have you done, and they swear me down that they've done a lot of research, and they be trying to like send me links um and book titles that like they used to fill my DM up with bullshit. But like you're reading all of that but skipping the book itself, because like one, the book says that the Israelites are Aramaean, and then there's another verse in the Bible that tells them not to hate any of the Edomites because they're your kin.
Mhm.
And when they're like on the street corner screaming at white people, calling them Edomites, claiming to be the Israelites, and then saying that they have to, the reason why they were enslaved is because they disobeyed. Like they're not, like if you are claiming that you are Israelite, what you're doing to who you say is you, the Edomites, you're doing what the God told you not to do anyway, right? Like if you read the book, you would know that you're not supposed to hate the Edomites as an Israelite. Like it's
Yeah,
like the lack of understanding, like in the book, and the cherry picking, like they don't know this story, and I think they're just identifying with the words slave, and they're identifying with the words ships, and they're
hmm
just going, that's us, because they're believing
yeah,
the story, the narrative that only black people were transported in ships into slavery, and that isn't true at all. But that is what we were taught, right? Like we were taught that. 'Cause, like as black people in America, in our educational system, we only heard about the black people in slavery. We were not taught that white people were indentured servants. And it may have been mentioned in like in passing or whatever, but the most of what we were taught about slavery, it was black people. And that was for a reason, right? To create this image of white supremacy. Um and I think that's why when they see slavery, they see ships, they automatically think that's us. But they don't read anything else.
yeah, yeah. And 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 that's the thing. Like another part about it that like also made me, there was two things. Uh, one thing that I forgot to mention. Um, in terms of like me recognizing the indoctrination that I was putting myself under. Uh, I remember like when I would like go like when I was like going out and I was walking. This is like really the embarrassing thing in my mind. Um, like if I saw uh somebody that was African or whatever, like in my head, I'm saying Hamite. If I saw somebody white, I'm saying Edomite. And like I remember like the first time that popped in my head, I was like, wait, nigga, is this how indoctrination works? And it like that instantly made me click to my brain, just like, bro, like this isn't right. Like you know that this is not how you identify, and this is how you look at people. Um, and then what was the other thing I was gonna mention? Um, I'm sorry. What did you just talk about, thinker?
Just talking about how they don't read the book. They cherry pick things that they think match our history. Like even the curses, right? Like you made a great point. Because I don't understand people identifying as a cursed people and thinking that that's the thing to do. It's no different than Christians saying, I'm wretched, like I'm born in sin, I'm wretched. Like you're constantly telling yourself that you're wretched, that you're sinful, that you're evil. How can you be, a better person or a good person if you believe that you were born wretched? I don't, the Black Hebrew Israelites are doing like double the fucking work. Like I'm wretched and I'm cursed. You know what I'm saying? Like I agree with you on that. Like constantly, I mean, I claiming that identification and constantly telling yourself that's why you are a chosen group of people is because you're cursed. You in your head, you're going to live as if you are a cursed people,
Yep.
right? And that's how indoctrination works. Yeah. And but also I think again, because of the history of America and how America has seen and treated Black people, what they're identifying with is that, and they're saying, "Yep, we're cursed."
Right. Right. And it's like I don't know how a lot of I don't know how a lot of is Black Hebrews like women feel, but um for Black men, it's like you said, like you're doubling down on this um on this curse thing, and it's like as men we're already like men already think that like that they're meant to suffer or whatever, and that they're just meant to be providers and all this thing. So it's like as an Israelite man, now you're putting a reason to your suffering, and like you really feel like you're just doomed to suffer, and you have to be a servant, subservient um to your suffering until uh this new kingdom is supposed to come back. And it's like y'all just putting yourselves under crazy chronic depression on top of the trauma that you've already experienced and been through as a Black man in general. And then if you lived in poverty, I mean that's a whole nother, you know what I mean, that like that
Yeah,
just adds on a whole nother layer.
yeah, absolutely. I don't
um
see it as any different than what uh, Jesus believers are doing. Like they're both waiting on a new kingdom to come, and they're both agreeing to suffer until that new kingdom comes. Like I don't see any, like it's the same damn story with just different gods.
mhm mhm and changing and changing the caricature.
And then some of them will
um
brag about their dietary. They're so proud of themselves they don't eat pork anymore.
right, yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's like,
How hard, man, how hard my man is really be going over not about pork. Like he really used to, cause like my so like all my like real like close friends or whatever, like they they're pretty much like Christians or whatever. But like, you know, like they eat pork or whatever. Especially my best friend and my friend that's an Israelite. This nigga used to always got something to say about this man eating pork. Like, let this man eat his pork, bro. Like no, like it don't matter that it's not on your plate, bro. Like you just trying to just be judgmental or whatever and stuff or whatever because you thinking like you got that you have the right knowledge and that you have uh you know what uh how we're meant to be or whatever and shit. It's like, bro, like that man not he don't care.
It's crazy because like they'll brag about that, and I don't understand why they don't ever want to learn Hebrew. Like they're claiming that they're the true Hebrews. There used to be a guy that used to come in here. His name was G. Will Hebrew, and he would come and chill with us. Like we thought he was cool. Okay, he was a Hebrew Israelite. He didn't like Christianity, so he came and said he wanted to learn how to debunk the Christian claims. He was a respectful person whenever he came in here. We would always debunk his claims too. Like, and he would conversate with us. Well, one day I was like scrolling the FYP and he done like put the whole fucking get up on, okay?
Uh-huh.
This man is an engineer, all right? His daughters are intelligent than a motherfucker, and I'm telling you, they've gotten awards for being smart as fuck. They've gotten scholarships. Like his children are smart as hell, and so is he. And so, like, we were going through the curses one day, and I was like, "That's not you. That's not you. That's not you. That's not you. Like, you have a good ass job. Your kids are smart. Like, I'm debunking, you know, what he's claiming to be this cursed person in the world. So he, despite all of that, he is gung ho, right? Black Hebrew Israelite. So he starts with growing his beard out. He has the turban on his head, like he's in the camera, like looking like he lived in the fucking Middle East. But I think he lived like he's an American, but he's dressing like now he's from the Middle East. So he's he's in his camera doing a live, and a ethnically Jewish person starts like they're in the chat and they're typing in Hebrew. And this motherfucker was getting mad because he don't read Hebrew. He don't know what the fuck that man was saying. And I'm like, this is fucking embarrassing. Like,
Mm-hmm.
bro, you don't put the whole fucking get up on, claiming you are a Hebrew, and an ethnically Jewish person gets in the chat and is going at you in Hebrew and you can't even contend. Embarrassing.
Yeah, that shit's sad as hell. And it's and that's the thing, like moments like that should be like a humbling moment, I feel like. Cause if you like real stubborn, I feel like if you was real stubborn or whatever and you really was about it and you seen that he did that, I feel like that would make you want to learn Hebrew and make you even like want to do like I don't know, like maybe do like a deep dive and see if there was like any text or whatever, you know, that's like specifically that's only that like can only be found in Hebrew or something that can trace it back or whatever to black people or something like that. Just to, cause that's just like their mentality. I feel like it is like they're just trying to have brownie points and prove so hard on that this is their identity or whatever. So like to have somebody essentially like for I'm sure like in his mind feeling like he's being mocked, uh, like to not do something about it, like
Yeah.
you just look crazy.
But the thing is, like now, like I've seen him on other panels. All he does is hop on other panels and yell and scream now. Like you went from being this respectable, like he was well put together when he first started coming in here. And it's like you are willing to dumb yourself down for this. You were already somebody. You did the work to like take care of your children, make sure your children had a comfortable living, make sure they had a good education. You became something despite whatever the fucking narrative was. Why are you reaching for this, and why are you willing to dumb yourself down for it? I don't fucking understand it. And this is how, like, we talk about the indoctrination. You can't keep telling yourself that you identify as a cursed people and then not become that. You know what I'm saying? Like like, and start displaying that. Like it um I don't fucking get it. And then he didn't like the fact that I laughed. I was in the live, like I said, we were cool, we were mutuals. I laughed because the shit was fucking funny. Because you can't contend, this man, the Jewish man was talking about Elijah's dry bones, and he was getting mad. So a couple of days later, he had just left my live, okay, chilling. I'm scrolling the FYP, he in there dogging my ass out. Mad because we debunked, like, he was talking about Adam and Eve, and the reason Adam and Eve were black is because the dirt, because dirt is brown. So we had pulled up samples of the fucking dirt in Mesopotamia, the sand in the desert of Mesopotamia, and showed him what people would match that color dust or sand in the desert. And that pissed him off. Like, so he went and did a live. He hosted a live dogging my ass out because he didn't like the fact that I did not believe that Adam and Eve were black because dirt is brown. Like, dude, you were an engineer. Like, what? And this is your logic?
Yeah, I think it's a major self esteem issue. I mean, I don't know his history or his past, but I just know that for a lot of black men, uh, I think growing up like having the beliefs of having like this supposed to have this like structure or whatever, uh, having like that family structure, especially like having a father and all that stuff, and then on top of um I guess feeling inferior uh to white people or whatever. Um, I just feel like a lot of black men just think that like what they're doing is not enough um until like they can feel like that they are uh like at the very top, and instead of recognizing that they are enough, and uh that what they're doing for themselves, for their family, and how they're impacting their community is enough.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I'm glad you got away from it. I'm glad you fought logic and won. Well, no, wait, logic won. You tried to fight logic and logic won. You didn't win. You won, but
Yeah,
logic won so that you could win.
yeah, I don't think I had no choice but to, and I don't think my mom would have, like she raised us to, um, she raised us to allow ourselves to be our own, uh, person, but she also raised us to keep whatever that we believe and whatever like to ourselves or whatever, like, uh, and that's very so much like how my family just is in general. Uh, like, I don't even know what my mom or my abuela like even believes, like if they have a belief or whatever. Like that's how kind of like private it is. And even like uh my immediate family that does go to church and stuff, um I've never I've never really heard conversations around really like around spirituality or like that. Um and around like religion. It would more so be like just culture type of stuff in terms of like being in the church or whatever and stuff, but like it was never like nobody ever tried to like sat me down and put me on scripture or ever try to like tell me to pray about something. You know what I mean? Like and like both my and like my family, cause like my great grandfather, um, he was Christian, but like his sisters, they converted to Islam. So like my other half of my family, they're Muslims, and like when we like when we're all together or whatever, like there's no conversations um surrounding that. Like there's just this general respect, and we just having a good time, just being family. And I just felt like that's how it, like if you are religious, like that's how it should be. But instead we have a lot of people that's trying to harp on other people's lives and try to um just go gun ho on like just making it feel like people like this is like this is your identity or whatever, and this is like all we should be talking about or whatever.
Yeah, I agree. And I wish we could talk about other stuff other than this guy, but we are unfortunately still enslaved in our minds as a people for the religiosity of our community is in the 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like even for me, like I'm kind of new to like I guess like openly um say that I'm atheist. Uh and like I had my first conversation about that with one of my friends. She's more spiritual, but like like she's very open minded, and I can feel like I can talk about that kind of stuff, uh and she wasn't gonna get offended, and I was able to like speak all my thoughts and how I just really just didn't really feel like I could relate to any of the stuff anymore. And I just feel like any like the I kind of think about like me going back home and how that's gonna look. Like like at least with like my real close friends, cause like they know like at first like I was more so agnostic or whatever. So to say that I'm atheist or whatever, I kind of wonder how their thoughts and feelings is gonna be. And then I also worry about my dad, um, because he's like he's in the trenches of it, but like in a down bad kind of way. Cause like he's been through a lot or whatever, and like whenever I really have a conversation with him about life and stuff, like he's just always sad, he's always down, he's always depressed or whatever, cause like he works a lot or whatever. I mean, like he already had like 3 older kids, and now he's raising 3 young kids or whatever, and got a wife or whatever and stuff, and he's the main one paying the bills and all that type of stuff. So like he's just always tired. Um, but like I know like that his trauma of what he's been through growing up, kind of like always replays in his mind, and I kind of feel like he's really a believer because of wanting that trauma to go away. So kind of like that whole thing of like you know of being in paradise and all those kind of memories, um not not having to deal with those kind of memories. I kind of feel like he's not uh he's not like he's not dealing with his actual trauma and what he's been through and hiding behind uh the religion. And whenever like whenever we get up and talk or whatever, he always like I don't want you to go to hell or whatever. Like I want you to be with me, and your grandmother or whatever, in heaven or whatever and stuff, and just like pops, like I just can't, like, I can't do it, like I can't believe in this stuff. So, cause like, well, I think it was last year or whatever in spring when we kind of had that first conversation, and we was kind of like, it got kind of heated, like we was going back and forth, um, about a lot of it, and it turned out good in the end, but I don't know. I just kind of think like when I go back home and I visited him, and like his wife is super religious too. Uh, I just kind of like just wonder like, okay, like how that conversation is gonna go, but I kind of feel like I'm probably not gonna speak on it because I think I'm still figuring things out in terms of
Yeah.
being atheist and what I believe, and like, cause like it's kind of like changing my relationship with a lot of things. Like it's changing my relationship, how I look at things, like the whole thing with spirituality, how I look at life in general, and it's changing my relationship with like even my music. Uh, cause like I went back, like sometimes like I'll go back to like listen to my project or whatever and stuff, and like I talk about spiritual, like certain little dabs of spiritual stuff, and like I don't feel it the same way. Um, so even just like how that relationship with how I'm gonna write is different, and I just feel like I just need to really sit with it before like uh you know I'm willing to like open that part of me, and because I know I'm gonna get questioned about it.
Absolutely. It's always better to be strong in yourself and um, so that you know how to defend and you're not being persuaded by uh, their emotions or their guilt trips because that's what they're going to try to do. Like that whole, I want you to be with it doesn't happen. Your grandmother, like that is straight guilt tripping you into the belief. And so it is good to keep it to yourself. Like I don't even know if you ever have to even share it. My
Right,
microphone just
right, right.
turned off. Yeah, I don't like it's nobody's business. But they try to make it their business. That's the problem. Um, but yeah, I agree. Keeping it to yourself. Go home, visit your parents, enjoy, time with them. And I think that's the most important thing, unless they try to, you know, force their belief on you or dig into places where they're not invited. And just because you don't invite them into that part of your life don't mean you don't love them or respect them. And even though they're trying to make you think that's what it means.
Yeah, yeah, and at least with my dad, like there's still like a certain level of respect, because even like after we had that conversation, um, like we really don't talk that much, but like he like after that conversation, I thought that like he wasn't gonna fuck with me or whatever. But like he still hit me up or whatever, and it's just like, hey son, like what I mean, I'm just checking up on you or whatever and stuff. So
That's what's up.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, that's what's up. I love parents who uh don't put the God before their child. That's what's up.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And I just know, like, and like that was my worry, because like having like hearing how y'all have people like in the community, how like y'all have had a lot of those kind of experiences, and even my friends uh that are Christian, like like they've you know been through a lot of stuff like that, um of being put out, and uh not feeling love or whatever because of you know the religious all the religious stuff. Yeah.
I wish that we could get the answer as to like why they're willing to do that. I don't even think they know. In their mind, it's just God. But I've been trying for the last 2 weeks to kind of dig into that. I told y'all AX. shared a clip of me and Justin, and a caller called in. She was a Black woman who is atheist, and she was asking about whether I was afraid to come out to my family as an atheist. And we were talking about how in the Black community is frowned upon. And in the comments of that clip, there are Black Christians saying, "No, we don't. We don't care." And that it's a bold-faced ass lie. And I don't understand. I don't get it. We know and feel and see the demonization that we get from our community for not believing in this God, but they're denying that they're doing it. That shit is fucking wild, and it's confusing to me because we'll never get the answers that we need from them because they are not honest about that shit. Like, why do you feel you can't be my brother or my sister, my mother or my father if I don't believe in the same God you do? And they won't have that conversation with us.
Yeah, it seems like that default, like that blind obedience default setting. I just think that that just switch on um, as kind of like a defense mechanism to whatever uh, logic, and it's crazy because it's like what what's uh, logical to us or whatever is like we're just asking for we're just still asking for your love, and like you're just putting up this wall just because we have this whole new difference of opinion. And I think that's another thing too. Like we just don't, you know, I think people are just too used to um, having people that disagree with them, or just not used to being questioned. At least with religion, people might question other people. People might get questioned with other stuff, but I don't think I don't think even like religious people question each other enough. Like just in their own space. So like just so to have uh people that don't believe question or whatever, I think it just throws up another wall.
Mind you, they're just now starting to question each other. They're just now they first off, like, I don't know if you've ever scrolled past a believer live. It is so it's more chaotic than the shit that happens in here. 50,000 people talking at the same goddamn time. None of them are the same damn denomination. None of them believe the same thing about Jesus, God, or Yahweh. And they're all talking at each other, accusing each other, pointing at each other, arguing with each other. But like they're just now starting to question because they saw us doing it.
Mm,
So like
that's
it's
interesting.
new for them because they've been told that they can't, right? And so I think they feel comfortable questioning each other because they're still talking about Jesus.
Mm,
But I think it's new territory. And I think the more we have these conversations, they'll feel comfortable having that conversation with their family members that are deconstructing. Um, they still might be a little scared of those that are all the way atheists. I think they think we literally eat babies. Um, but I think they'll feel more comfortable talking to the ones that are deconstructing before they feel comfortable talking to those ones that identify as atheists. But I try to have patience and empathy for them as well because I remember getting in trouble and for questioning or being called demon or being rebuked as Satan. So I understand that part, but it's been 3 years that we've been having these conversations. And honestly, it's only been what, not even a year that they've started having theirs. Have you noticed it's been like what, a year that all these Christian lives are starting to pop up now? About a year?
Yeah, I think so. I'm definitely seeing more Christian lives than I did before when I first joined this community. So yeah, they're definitely increasing. I think I'm glad about it, but I agree with you. It's going to be a while before they're ready to tackle conversations with us.
Yeah.
At least honest ones.
I think
Yeah,
they're just
yeah,
now starting to read the book the way we do.
yeah, yeah. Yeah. I think with y'all is like it's an instant like instead of having a conversation, it's an instant one to go on the defensive. Um, and I'm also I don't know like I'm kind of and I guess it's like this is like the importance of history or whatever because like, I'm kind of surprised or whatever that they don't have those conversations on the regular because like ain't that what all those councils were like they were arguing over what doctrine to keep and what to put in and what was this and like they like if
But
these
they see those men as divine, damn near. God used those men to put this book together. Like those are men of authority. They don't see them as like honestly, I think anybody that had anything to do with this Bible is like Adam and Eve to them. Glorified bodies. They could do things. There's no way they made a mistake with this book because God used them. Like they don't care about King James's life. You could tell them that King James was a homosexual and they do not give a fuck. But they will say homosexuality is a sin. And you I've asked them so many times, like you don't care about the life of the man that you're saying your God used to give you his word? You're claiming homosexuality is a sin, yet he used a homosexual man to give you his word? They do not care.
and I think that's the like that's the current issue that we uh have right now like they don't want to question um leadership and authority or whatever because they think that like well some of them think that like whoever uh whoever like is like in rulership like essentially like has the say or whatever and this is kind of separate but it kind of goes into it and like I feel like specifically for black people so um so recently uh so like in like the hip hop community or whatever so like recently African Bambaataa has passed away. He's a hip hop pioneer. He stopped a lot of in the 80s he stopped a lot of gang violence or whatever through hip hop but he he's a pedophile or whatever and you know since his death or whatever it causes those divides and one thing that like so like another like major pioneer came to his defense being KRS-One and there was like an old video like when all of this stuff was stirring up and he was talking about how like as black people we shouldn't be so quick to judge and demonize when these accusations come up um about our leaders or whatever like they like the leaders need to be uh not questioned or whatever because
What?
they're this person and it's like that makes no sense like he was of the community he grew up in the same project that you grew up in did doing the same living the same struggle that you live he is of the community he is no better than us and just like uh the president or whomever have these higher powers is like these are just humans you can question them you like the moment you don't do that then more harm is going to happen especially for us it's like I feel like when one of our leaders pass away uh or something comes out that happens to them just because they do something so great we feel like we have to uphold their name we have to uphold whatever legacy they had and not confront um the harm that they did just because we think we need to have a leader, when it's just like the community just needs to realize that we are enough and that we can do this, we can fix all of this shit together, and it doesn't need uh to have a head figure. And I think with religion is it always has to be some type of head figure to look up to and to guide what's going on, because they don't trust themselves, and they don't believe in themselves.
Yeah. And that's why a lot of bullshit is allowed to happen in our communities and in our houses. The celebrities have the same motherfucking authority in our community as these preachers do, as these religious figures do. Which is why these presidents know during the election time, they know who to appeal to: a preacher and a fucking celebrity.
And that's the thing about I was watching a thing when it came to DT or whatever, and um like essentially like he has this philosophy of like for business of like essentially like to for him to have the upper hand or whatever, um he essentially like bargains with you or whatever, like I have something that you want or whatever, and if you do like this something I want, you just got to give me something in return. And like at least when we talk about celebrities in the music industry, he was all up and down and through there or whatever throughout the 90s or whatever. So I think uh and with hip hop in particular, like we glorified his riches or whatever, and being because he's like this billionaire outcast or whatever. And I think for people that like kind of have that street mentality, they kind of had that, like that was something to like um aspire to or whatever. So DT, he was able to get close into our community and barter and wage stuff with us. So he can have you doing these concerts or whatever, or supporting his his campaign or whatever. Like it was weird as hell when Snoop flipped the whole switch or whatever and not rocking with him, and then all of a sudden he does or whatever. Like it's I don't
Did you
know.
see the video that was talking about how he uses leverage to do that? Like it
Yeah,
was,
yeah,
yeah. Like I saw
yeah,
that too, and that's
yeah.
why I said like people will sell you out. Like
Mhm. Yeah,
can't just because they have the same skin color don't mean they got your best interest at heart.
not at all. And I think like that's the part of it too, is like we don't realize how powerful of a voice that we really have, like especially in hip hop. Like it's it's the most, like you can say whatever you want. It is the most outspoken genre of music, damn near. And when you have somebody that wants to have leverage over you, they can paint whatever image of you, whatever, because you're trying to get out of poverty or whatever, and live to these higher heights or whatever, and not recognizing the uh the long game or whatever on how this is making us look bad, or just how it's going to affect the community, or affect how we can push and use leverage in the industry that is already against us. Uh, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I don't subscribe to the celebrity hype at all.
I don't know. Yeah.
That I was saying, like going back to like the Hebrew Israelite thing, during the election, I, and speaking about logic and indoctrination and vulnerability, like there was a camp of Hebrew Israelites who voted for Donald Trump just because they believed that he was going to give them the deed to America, because Donald Trump knew that they were the true owners of America.
What?
I don't know how they're indigenous Americans and Israelites at the same goddamn time.
I was thinking about that too.
Yeah, but that's what they said. And he said that, like, we don't know, that's not the real Donald Trump. That he Donald Trump was a black man in whiteface pretending to be
What?
Donald Trump. Yeah. Yeah. And he was like 6 months. 6 months after he wins the election. Watch. 6 months. And I said, you gonna come back 6 months later, and when you don't get that fucking deed, are you gonna come back and are you gonna apologize? Are you gonna rescind this Hebrew Israelite bullshit? And I'm talking about a motherfucker that didn't even know what a descendant was.
He didn't know what a descendant was.
Mm-mm. He kept saying his children were his ancestors. And I was like, no, the fuck they're not. Your ancestors are dead. Your children are alive. Your children are your descendants. And he like was calling me all kind of bitches and everything, claiming that his children are his ancestors. The
Yeah,
same
there are people.
motherfucker believed that Donald Trump was gonna sign over the deed to America to them 6 months after he won the election.
But they didn't vote. But when it came to the UN, they didn't vote for us to have reparations.
Exactly. The same way DT's team fucked over the Latino community. Whoever
Mhm.
was pushing for DT in the black community amongst the Hebrew Israelites, fuck these people over. They fuck their minds up, have them thinking. Like, can you imagine the representative for DT, for his political team, having meetings with these fucking camps and promising them that Donald Trump is a black man in white face, and they believe in this shit, they eating it up, promising them that DT knows, like DT loves black people and he knows y'all the real Israelite. He knows that y'all the true owners. Like eating this shit up. You know, like I'm telling you, they had to have walked away thinking taking candy from a baby.
Right, right. And it doesn't, and it's so and it's such a contradiction because you think that you're gonna rule over these men, but you think they're gonna
Yes, they thought
just
that.
hand you over shit. I don't get it.
You know how many black people voted for him thinking that he was on their side?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Okay. See now, okay. See now, yeah. Now, see now, I gotta look into that because that's ridiculous as hell, man. I I I really need our people to just wake up, or just have a backbone. Like if you gonna stand by not liking the white man, and you know you gonna be the ruler of this earth, at least stand by that. Like don't take offers from people that you know. I think that's another thing too. I think I think a lot of Hebrew Israelites before they became Hebrew Israelites, I think they really were all like conspiracy theorists
Yeah.
first.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. That guy, he wasn't a Hebrew Israelite, but that was, I think a lot of them are conspiracy theorists. They have to be. They have to believe, in order for them to believe that their God is still good, but they see all of this evil that's happening. They, in the name of their God, they have to believe that there is some type of conspiracy that's causing this shit to happen because it isn't God's will.
Hmm.
And I was saying yesterday, you know that guy that was on here yesterday screaming the Rockefellers created gay
Yes.
people?
Yep.
I don't I don't understand their logic behind that shit, because ultimately you're saying that pedophiles, a grown person essayed a child, and Rockefeller sent that grown person to essay that child to create a gay man. That child is the victim. As an adult, in your mind, this victim became gay as a result of the pedophile sin, right? Why
Mhm.
why does the sin, like, why does the victim become the sinner, not the pedophile? If they
I get.
believe, you know what I'm saying? Like, if they believe that pedophilia is what makes people gay, why does the victim become the sinner?
I mean, well, I guess because like a lot of people think that the whole thing of being homosexual is a hyper is a whole hypersexual thing. So maybe it's a they. I mean, I guess because for them sex is is spiritual or whatever. So maybe they think that the the child that's getting essayed or whatever, that for the person that's doing the essay is like, I don't know, maybe like transferring this energy
They're more mad
onto
at
the
the
victim.
victim than they are the pedophile. They don't scream about pedophilia the way they scream about homosexuality. Like, it's like, if the pedophile is creating the gay people in their head, they should be more mad at the pedophile than the victim, right? Because and according to their logic, and when I tell you sincere, I thought about this all fucking day yesterday until I went to sleep. Because I'm like, it doesn't make any fucking sense for them to be saying that the reason why there are gay people is because they were fondled or molested when they were a kid. Because ultimately, you're saying that your God is telling you to kill victims. Your God is telling you to abolish the victim and not the perpetrator. They don't scream. They are not mad at pedophiles the way they're mad at gay people or the trans community. And if they think that they are the ones creating them, like, what the fuck? Like, it don't make sense. Bigotry makes no sense to me.
Well, it only makes sense if you don't think about it, because that's the only way you can accept it. Because you're right. Like, if that's where it started, according to them, then they would absolutely be vilifying the victim of a situation that was not their choosing. Like, it makes no sense. No way.
Yeah. And saying their God is also doing it. Like, the God chose to vilify the victim.
I I wonder if it's a thing of like, if it's a thing of like they can, who's in more so like a proximity or whatever. Like if they are able to be in more proximity of the person that is the victim, then they can point that finger and blame the victim and not
I
go
hear you.
after the pedophile.
The pedophile be in
'Cause,
their houses. That's what I'm saying. The
yeah,
the pedophile be they daddies, they husbands, they grandparents, their uncles, their aunties, their cousins, their brothers, their sisters. The pedophiles be in their homes. They're pastors, they're church leaders, they're music ministers, youth leaders, basketball coaches. The pedophiles are right within their community. They're eating dinner with them. They're protecting them. They're forgiving them, but they're vilifying the what they believe to be are the victims.
I think it kind of goes back to what I was saying of like protecting the image of who these people are,
Yeah.
and instead of looking at them for who they truly are and dealing with that uh straight on or whatever. Like uh for people that these are their parents and stuff, is like if they know that their parents is doing this to them, and they put them in jail or whatever and stuff, is like, like you gotta deal with the reality of like you have to take on this child. And I don't think a lot of people want to do that. So
Yeah, I'm gonna force that conversation out because
I
first,
don't even
first,
want to keep going
huh,
on that thought.
huh,
No, no, I was just thinking to myself, like, I don't even want to keep going down that thought path, 'cause that was dark.
yeah. But I am going to have this conversation for one, to dispel the myth that people are homosexual or trans because they were molested. That's not true. That isn't true.
Mhm.
Um, but also, like, where do they think the first, if they are saying indoctrination is what makes a person gay or trans, and they believe that their God created one man and one woman, or Adam and Eve and not Adam and Steve, then where the fuck did the first Adam and Steve come from?
Right.
Like, where did the first gay person come from if it's a result of children watching two men? Like, somebody had to be gay before there were ever two men or two women together. That uh, attraction started somewhere. Like, it don't make sense.
They're gonna somehow try to point it to the devil or something.
The devil got in somebody's ear and said, "Don't he look good?" But they say that the reason why the devil didn't uh destroy the humans when it was fewer humans on earth is because the humans were still protected, even though they were spiritually dead from the God and kicked out of the God's presence, kicked out of the garden. Like, they the way they try to like think real quick and answer for the shit that is illogical, they just create more narratives to try to make it all make sense, and they don't accept that it's illogical. It's just hatred. And if you just give up the fucking hate, it's not your responsibility to make sure men are men or whatever
Mhm.
the fuck you think a man is. That's not your responsibility. It's not your responsibility to make sure women are women or whatever the fuck you think a woman is. It's not. Live your life. Don't harm anybody. Don't harm yourself. Don't harm your children. Don't harm your neighbor. It should be that fucking simple.
Right. Right. And they make it seem complicated. And like when that dude was talking, when he was bringing up Rockefeller, and he was bringing up like the whole thing with cartoons and stuff, like I think back to my childhood, and like I think of, and like I look at a lot of the, like how there was like um a lot of like uh anti gay propaganda, like like in Powerpuff Girls, like the character him, he he was very feminine in dress or whatever, and when he spoke with a feminine voice or whatever, had the high heel boots on and stuff, but his body and his character, and like the way how his character is shaped, is of a devil. uh the
In the cartoon? In the Powerpuff
Yeah,
Girls?
yeah, him, the character him.
Oh, I haven't seen Power. I know what the Powerpuff Girls are, but I've never seen their cartoon. I've never watched the episode.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, like there was stuff like that. Even like for like Cow and Chicken, like there was a character who was like a double looking figure or whatever, and I guess you would say like he was like more like flamboyant or whatever, and like his whole thing was like how like he would just like have his butt out or whatever, and or whatever. Like they there was propaganda in our cartoons to make us think that these were uh that this was very wrong, which is why I think for a lot of for young for young boys, um I think we were very much so miseducated, and I think those were the kind of things that um made us think that being gay was was a hypersexual thing, because it's so much it's so much focus on what's going on with the body and how they're moving and speaking or whatever. You know, uh like so this kind of like goes into like with homophobia and like dealing with patriarchy, misogyny or whatever. Because like I can remember like growing up as a boy or whatever, like boys that identified as straight or whatever, like they would joke a lot, uh like having like these quote unquote like gay jokes, but like a lot of those jokes were extremely hypersexual. And uh when but like if a boy who um who like knows that they're gay, or you know quote unquote comes off as that, tries to clown and joke around like that as well, everything gets serious. You know what I mean? It's like nah, we can't do that. We can't do that with you. And it's stuff like that was just such a weird paradigm or whatever. And then it's like that kind of immaturity on top of like having parents that is religious or whatever, and they're telling you how um these people's lifestyle is wrong. It only adds fuel to the fire, and it only adds to the education of how we're understanding um of these people's lives or whatever. And it's harmful. It's just and it's harmful for young boys, and it's harmful like when we're seeing uh grown men or whatever uh that is gay or whatever. Like we're mentally just being trained very early without even noticing it, um of having those judgments.
Yeah, they never think about that type of indoctrination. They swear up and down that, Disney is indoctrinating people into LGBTQIA, but they don't think about the hatred, the indoctrination that's in these shows, that teaches young men to hate other men who are in the community. And my brother sent me a video the other day of two young black men. One was gay and he had a purse and he was grocery shopping. The other guy is a straight guy. He just walks up to him. He's videoing him. Like the guy, like he's dressed regular. Like he just had a purse and uh, the guy just starts picking on him and beats him up just for being gay and videotaped it and post that shit on Facebook. Was it like
Shit,
2 weeks ago? Posted it on Facebook. That's picking with him. Like for what? And they don't ever talk about the indoctrination, the hatred, the bigotry that's in these shows. But swear up and down that kids are being indoctrinated, seeing two men on TV to be gay.
Yeah, it never. I don't know. It never made it never made sense to me, because it's like again, like me watching the propaganda that I was seeing. just the real life encounters or whatever. It's just like I just never felt no kind of way. Nothing ever made me uh question my sexuality. If anything, uh other men other men will make other men question about themselves or whatever. That is straight over. Like just because like if you didn't like want to play football or you just didn't want to do the most hyper masculine thing, like they will like just straight up identify you, like try to identify you as gay. And it's like, and it'd be grown men that will like tell these young boys this, and it's like you don't realize how confusing that is to try to put those kind of things in their like in their head about themselves or whatever because of your ignorance on what all this stuff is.
Yep, and even I'm noticing, like even with my grandson, my son is, with the whole he's a boy, he gonna play this, he gonna do this, and I'm like, you don't know what he want to do yet. And my granddaughter, she will sit there and she'll watch basketball, like she gets excited. She's one, but like if my son is watching a basketball game, she's with her dad watching basketball and paying the fuck attention where my grandson is playing with his trucks. He don't want to what? Like he don't give a fuck about that. He wants to play with his toys right now. He doesn't want to sit down and watch basketball. And my son wants him to be a boxer, and I'm like, let him make the decision on what he want to do. But even though I didn't raise my sons to be to subscribe to like patriarchal ideals, well, let me take that back. Yes, I did, because I did the whole the boys take out the trash, but the boys do the dirty chores and the girls clean the kitchen. And, I did do all that until my daughters pointed it out to me. And I was like, what the fuck am I doing? And until I taught both my boys how to cook and, the girls take out the trash, they clean the boys clean the bathroom. Like everybody just pitch in, right? Like do what needs to be done. But still, even though I caught it at a younger age and I stopped doing it, it's still in them. Like they're still patriarchal. And I could see my son doing the same with my grandson. And because that's his son, I respect him being a father, right?
Right.
But I give advice about what the ramifications of that type of teaching can do. But I don't overstep, and I can't. And it's difficult, right? Like it's difficult when your kids become the parents,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I somehow it's still there, even though you try not to indoctrinate them into the same ideals. Society will still get them. And I can remember my oldest son not wanting to register to vote, and he kept saying, my vote don't count, my vote don't count. And I'm like, where the fuck is you getting this? Like this didn't come from me. Like, and he got it from social media. And I remember thinking that the voices in society are louder than mine.
Yep.
And I think me and Thinker was texting about this the other day about how, where did our sons get these ideas from? And I don't think that we can be raised in this society without it. Me and Justin and his dad went to dinner, I think last weekend, and they both work for the same city department, so they know some of the same coworkers, and they were talking about one of the ladies that they work with, and she's a bigger woman and she has a very big appetite, and they were both like, well, she doesn't eat like a lady. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? Does she swallow before she chews? Like, what are you saying? And so I didn't go in on them, but I just kind of asked a few questions like, well, what does that mean? Who told you what sets the rule for a woman's appetite to be different than a man's? And they were like, well, I don't know. I mean, I'm like, that's just patriarchal bullshit. That's what it is. And they're like, everything we say. I'm like, yes, because everything you say is steeped in this nonsense. Like, ask yourself, who told you that? What makes that true? But I think even with our best efforts will not prevent this residue from sprinkling on our children, because it is baked into it. Like, like Sincere was saying, like it's baked into the cartoons, into like every part or every piece of media that we consume. Like it's in the music. I was looking at a damn, I think it was a Breakfast Club, something with one of the members of Boys to Men that was talking about his relationship with Brandy. Did y'all see that?
No. Who had a
Oh
relationship
my
with Brandy?
God.
I saw that post and
Wanye.
I'm
It
still
made
mad
What?
about it.
I didn't know
stomach
that.
turn. He said they were like, because she came out with a memoir and they were like, well, what's up with that? He was like, I mean, she was younger. She was old enough to get it. And she was like 16.
What?
The bad part is he did that years before her memoir.
Really?
Old. That is old. So he did that years ago.
We were
Oh
watching.
my gosh.
Yeah,
Not
it's bad.
Yeah.
It
what?
was it was bad. And sometimes me and Jay will be in the garage like watching like old school videos because he loves like music from our generation and before. And he was listening to some of the lyrics. He paused it one day. We were listening to Belle Biv DeVoe. He was like, I'm sorry, what did they just say? Like backstage underage. I was like,
Underage,
yeah.
adolescent,
Yes. I'm like,
adolescent.
and it's
What
Yeah.
so
song was
many of them. We were laughing about the Lionel Richie video when he was stalking the blind girl, talking
Oh,
about hello. Like the fuck? Why are
hello
Oh
you a
is
my
teacher?
gosh.
Why are you a teacher
stalking
being
a blind
attracted to
girl.
a student? The
Yeah.
shit was just
Did
yeah.
you
I mean,
see the what's the video? Oh my gosh, my baby may not be rich. Sing I want her down.
mm-hmm.
Hear it for the boys. She's dancing with little boys
Oh my
in that
goodness.
video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, and it's, I think realizing this just kind of wakes up something in your mind. Y'all know I read constantly, and I'll start reading a book. And if it's about like an older man or a person in power having a relationship with a person that's under them, I'm like, I can't read this shit. Like, I don't want to, I can't watch TV anymore. Cause I'm like, that shit is not fair. It just changes the way you see so many things. And you see that patriarchal mindset in so many areas in life.
But they'll ignore all of that. Shit is insane. I'm so disappointed. Shit's crazy. Did you have anything else, Sincere? Man, this was a good conversation. Thank you for coming up here.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. I don't have anything else, but yeah, I definitely, appreciate the conversation. Uh, I definitely cause like you had this prop up for a couple of days, and uh, you know, I was thinking about coming up. I don't know why I be having so many jitters about this kind of stuff. I can get on stage and I can do my thing. I can't I don't know, like come up and just talk and just have a real conversation for some reason. But um, you know, I I, I I definitely want to, give y'all flowers and, like say, I really appreciate, uh, what y'all do, uh, for the community. Um, like y'all really are dope people. Y'all really are a safe space for what's going on. And, speaking truth to power to things. And, like, again, like y'all really helped me out with just critical thinking in general. Um, because I think for a long time for myself. Um, I've dealt with doubt on how how I thought and how I felt about things. Um, and just been I don't know like I became very quiet and I just became more observant. Um, because I kind of had this thing of feeling like my voice didn't feel that important, and the only thing that did make my voice feel uh important was through music or whatever. But you know like hearing, how y'all speak and how confident that that y'all are, like it only makes me want to build that confidence and get better. And like I haven't really gone through and really touched through the Bible or whatever, but I really do because like because I do want to understand more of what the perspective is and what this narrative is, and seeing the things that's happening in society, um and in the world, and I don't think I ever like do lives or whatever and stuff, but like just being able to like navigate better conversations with those that I do know and love or whatever, and how to deal with those stranger encounters, like yeah, like I feel like y'all have built up, like train my mental for it.
Well, I'm happy to hear that because that's what we're here for. And know that you can continue coming up, challenging yourself on what you think you know. If you ever decide to, have that conversation with your parents, you can come practice with us. They always come with the same things, no matter what you say, as far as like why you don't believe. So that's what we're here for, and I appreciate you.
Yes, same here. Thank you. Oh, and one more thing. I didn't. So I know I told y'all that I was gonna be taking my exam or whatever on the 13th, but it got canceled, and I'm taking it on the 27th.
Okay. Well, I wish you luck on that. And then let us hear some of your music sometime too, because we like to support.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, I got you. I got you. Yeah, because I mean, like, yeah, like it's my only project that I do have out. It's the same. It's my same name as on here, and the project is called Lotus Flow. So, um,
Is it on
uh,
Apple and Spotify?
yes, it is. It's on
Okay.
Apple, Spotify, it's on YouTube or whatever and stuff. And like those songs were like a collective of songs that like that I made from when I was a teenager, uh, into my young adult um time or whatever. So, and it was like my first project that like, I really went through and like really been in the studio consistently. So a lot of things don't really sound that amazing, but if you kind of want to get an idea, kind of like where my mindset was, I talk a lot about the environment that I grew up in. It's it's a nice little introduction, I guess. I feel like to who I am, and I think for the music that I'm want to make on forward, um, it I feel like it's gonna be not totally different, but I feel like there will you're gonna notice a difference or whatever, because I'm not having so much of a spiritual bit of a spiritual perspective a little bit on things.
Yeah, I love music, artists where we can see their growth, um, in their music, if that makes sense. It's more real to me. And I tell my daughter that she just released a new song called The Rock, and I can see her growth even in her talent, like how she's uh, her writing is getting stronger, and her voice, like as she belts her notes and stuff out. Like I love being able to track growth of an artist. So yeah, I look forward to checking you out.
All right, for sure, for sure. Yeah, good talking to y'all, and I hope y'all enjoy the rest of y'all day.
Thank you. Same to you.
You too. Have a good one.
A good
Peace.
one.
Well, Lindsay, you've been begging to come up, but you ain't in here. Y'all need to stop that wait list stuff. I saw you asking to come up, but you went window shopping. Crime boss? Crime boss? Everybody on the wait list? I don't see any emoticons in here. All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, the guest box is open. Please remember, if you are a friendly and you are trying to come up on purpose, Um, I need to see a nerd emoticon in the guest box so I know that you're trying to come up on purpose. If not, I'm going to clear out the guest box because all I see are friendlies in there. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, the questions that we have for believers are, why do you get upset or offended when someone tells you that they are an atheist? Specifically for the Black community, I know atheism in the Black community being out and in the open is new. And so we've had some very violent or I would say angry responses to our conversations. I would like to know why that is. Like, what do you hear when a person tells you they don't believe in God? Is it about? Do you automatically make it about you? Like, do you hear us saying that something's wrong with you because you do? Like, why the reaction? Also, if you are someone who thinks that homosexuality is a sin, uh, where do you think the first gay person came from? Um, why do you think why do you think that if your Jesus died for everybody's sin, why are you pointing out one sin and picking on that group of people? Like, it doesn't make sense to me. These are the things that have me disappointed at this point in time. Just letting you know the questions that I have. If you are deconstructing, I would like to know what is it that you're disappointed in as when you are a believer, now that you are deconstructing. What was one of the most embarrassment things that you believed or did as a believer? And then if you are an atheist, same question as the person that's deconstructing. If you're an atheist that never believed, are you disappointed in what's happening in the world today as an atheist? The things that you see happening because of the belief system as an atheist, and those are the conversations. And the guest box is open. It's been we had one believer come up all night, and actually that was our first call, and it was just a platitude conversation. No matter what we asked, he gave bot responses. And he ended up getting cussed out and fighting the mute button because he wasn't here to actually have a conversation. He was just here to quote Bible verses and preach. Like, he literally came up and said, like, just assumed that the reason I don't believe anymore is because something bad happened and Jesus didn't fix it, or I had church hurt. Like, he just started assuming. So I asked him, why did he assume that? I said, you didn't ask. And I said, I don't believe anymore because I studied and the information didn't line up. I went through all of that. He just kept on with the Adam and Eve and the serpent in the garden. That's like their regular shit. And then I like he went right back to me not believing because I was hurting the church. And I said, I told you that's not why. And he said, no. He said, you don't believe because of something. He said, no, I forgot. You don't believe because of something. And I said, what do you mean something? You didn't listen. And he said, something happened. I said, you didn't listen, did you? He said, no, I didn't. Like, I don't think they care why we don't believe. I think they care more that we don't. But that whole conversation was just very bot like, and it was not good. But we had a lot because we were going off on him because of his behavior. He kept interrupting us. He wasn't listening. And because we were going off on him, we had a shitload of Christians wanting to come up and wanting to fight instead of have a conversation. And so I didn't allow it. But if you are like, I don't want to fight with you. I want to conversate with you because these are real questions that we have as far as like why y'all get so upset because there are people who don't believe in your religion, even like people in your family or people in your community. I don't understand it. I want to know what's happening in your mind when you hear I don't believe in God.
I also want to know what it is that you think atheists are doing, because I don't like, we hear y'all say you just want to sin. What sins do you think we're out here committing that you don't do or can't do with your Jesus? Because y'all still sin. Y'all, we've had several conversations on Mama Bash's live where y'all know you sin as a Christian. So why would we need to not believe in your God just to sin when you can do it and still believe? That doesn't make any sense. So I don't understand that. I don't know if there is anywhere in the Bible where it explains what damage is caused by someone being a non-believer and why that person deserves to go to hell for simply just not believing. Like, is there a scripture that tells you if a person don't believe, they're more likely to be a murderer? Those are the questions that I have for you if you are a believer. Not yet, Mr. Rimbles. No, they've been in the comments all night. Y'all tap the screen up, share the live. It is almost 7 a.m. Central. We did get 3 restrictions. I think we're still on those restrictions. Yeah. So we've been restricted since our very first conversation tonight. Somebody, I guess they mass reported us for like bullying and harassment, but we've had 3 restrictions all night. So continue to tap the screen up. Y'all got to comment, let TikTok know that y'all are awake in here. Y'all are enjoying the conversation. Share the live and feed the beast. Yep, they took me off the FYP because of that very first conversation. But it's been a quiet night. It's been a quiet night with it being just like people deconstructing. No yelling, no screaming. Like, so it's been pretty cool.
Always refreshing. Hey, also.
Yeah, man.
Until also came. I don't know. He just made me think about Chuck E. Cheese.
How?
I don't know. As soon as you said that, I thought about Chuck E. Cheese, and then it's like I could taste the pizza.
I guess I'll just go jump in traffic or some shit.
Like, that was very, very far low.
Well, I mean, you told me I reminded you of fucking Chuck E. Cheese pizza. That's not a compliment. So.
But also, you don't know what Chuck E. Cheese means to me, so you probably should have asked.
I know what it means to me, and it means I need to go play on I-26 right now.
I didn't say you that you remind me. Like, I remind you of Chuck E. Cheese. I said you remind me of Chuck E. Cheese. Chuck E. Cheese was one of my favorite places. That, like, the pizza is the best in the world. So you just took it as a negative.
They recycle their pizza slices. You know that, right?
No, they don't.
Okay.
Anytime I've eaten their pizza, it has been fresh. I don't know what Chuck E. Cheese you done been to.
Let's just say we both have different experiences.
Yep, exactly. That's why I'm saying you remind me of my experience with Chuck E. Cheese. Pressure P? I figured you weren't there because you hadn't said nothing. Yep, the pizza is the bomb. I don't want to do a restart to get rid of the restrictions. So y'all come on up here and talk to us. Don't be scared. Shoney's had pizza?
Shoney's had everything.
Shoney's had pizza?
Yeah, my first job was at Shoney's.
Did y'all serve pizza?
Absolutely not. I don't know what they're talking about. Like, the Shoney's in Georgia did not serve pizza. I've never heard of Shoney's.
I never heard of that either.
Ethereal said they did. What? I don't think I could eat pizza from Shoney's. Back when, also. Are you talking to Fee? Fee, you see that?
He is. I'm not. I'm gonna choose to ignore Oso. That's what I'm gonna do.
Shoney's is a restaurant.
Also are two different people. I don't run.
Oh, so you will never be able to age shame me, friend. Ever.
Oh, she said she meant Showbiz Pizza. Girl, how you get Showbiz Pizza from how you get Shoney's from Showbiz Pizza, Ethereal?
I do remember Showbiz Pizza.
Yeah. But
So
Showbiz turned into Chuck E. Cheese though.
It sure did.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. That's why I was like, what? Ain't no way in hell I would eat Shoney's pizza. Kill Bill, are you in the box on purpose? Go ahead. Okay. Y'all remember, I need to see a nerd emoji if you're a nerd and you're trying to come up on stage, okay? Because I don't want to leave y'all in the request. If I don't see that, I'm not going to add you to the stage. Hey, Kill Bill.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Good
Good
morning.
morning, panel, good morning, chat.
Good morning.
I did post it, or maybe I didn't post it right. I thought I posted it already, which maybe I didn't, or maybe you might have missed it. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see
But
it.
I did perfectly fine, thinker. But thinker. So earlier you were talking about Mr. Wanye Morris from Boys to Men.
Mm-hmm.
So I know Wanye. I know him, and I know Sean Stockman. And when I say I know them, they're not like my homies or anything, but I know them. I've worked with them, and the connection I have with them is I don't know if you guys were aware, but they were both BHIs. They were both Black Hebrew Israelites. Yes, they were at my camp, or my church, the Israelite Church of God in Jesus Christ, and they were in the Philadelphia division. I'm trying to find out. I have to go back in my vault because I'm ready to get off work. I'm on my way back to Maryland now. But I do have video proof, and I'll post it in the Discord, of Wanye speaking about it. He's speaking with the dude Tazadakia, or quote unquote the comforter that I was telling you about before that passed away. I have an old YouTube video of them together, on a clip that's cut.
You posted
of them
it in
speaking
the
about-
Thinker chat? Where did you post it at?
I haven't, but I will. I
Oh.
just wanted to let you know first. I don't know if I have any evidence of Sean. I have to go back in my old notes on my vaults and look, or any pictures. But when I get off, I'll definitely post the video that I have of Wanye, himself in the studio, speaking about it. But when you made reference to that earlier, none of that stuff comes as all the stuff that has been coming to light about his previous activities, so to speak, isn't a surprise to me, considering the mindset that I know that he at least one time had. You feel me? So.
Wow, my heart is like really broken. And I looked it up, and it said like they were dating when they did the Broken Hearted duet. And that used to be one of my
Yes,
favorite
ma'am.
songs of Brandy's. And it ruined my childhood. Like that is insane.
It is sad. It's sad.
Yeah. What?
But yeah, as soon as I get off, I will go into the Discord and post it in the Thinker Live chat. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Jay said her friend dated Wanye, and she was 17.
Wow. Oh, I see it in the yeah. That doesn't surprise me, especially now with all the things that are coming to light concerning his dating history, if I can even call it that. But yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all.
Wow. Well, thank you so much. I look forward to, not look forward, but I'll be looking out for it.
So when I do post it in the Discord, I'll just make sure I go in the chat and let everyone know so who wants to see it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep. Y'all have a good one.
You too.
I'm here.
Huh?
I'm here.
Okay.
Damn,
You
you.
were gone?
No.
You were sleeping?
Why would I be sleeping? It's only.
No, I figured you were sleeping.
Damn. No, but
That's the
it's
only reason why I
literally not
came
even
up.
that
Venus
late.
awake now. I gotta leave.
Sorry.
So the
Don't
only reason
listen
why I
to
came up is
Elsa.
because you were asleep. But now that you're awake, I gotta go.
I'll be right back.
What? Really?
Yeah, yeah. America first. Sorry.
No, I usually take magnesium supplements and I stopped taking them for a week and I took my first one again tonight, so it just makes you like hella tired.
Isn't that metal?
Is magnesium a metal?
Right.
Um yes it is. It's in the second row.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. So that means that like aluminum would also work.
No. Aluminum's not gonna put you to sleep. Anyways,
Put it, roll it into a bat, knock it over somebody's head. Probably work.
yes.
Lead would. Lead definitely would. Thank you, Joshua. Yeah. Multi-purpose metals. I wonder why it is that like whenever we open the floor up to like the younger ones, 18 and up, and it'd be a whole cast of people that's like in that age range that they could have, I guess, like a more stimulating to them conversation. Or they just don't show up. They'll show up here every day except for that day.
All the Phil
That's weird
bros,
to me.
all the Kalam, what's it called? The Transcendental Argument for God. All of them are like
Yeah.
12. And it's like the one night where you guys get to like, I don't know, like gibberate all over the place. Y'all don't want to show up and do that? I don't know.
Should I do a reset? Get rid of the
I
restrictions?
guess. Yeah. We're gonna have to come back and punch the FYP in the face if you know what I mean, though.
Yeah. We did pretty good tonight though with 3 restrictions. We did pretty good. But
I agree. There was
yeah.
some good combos.
Yeah. All right, y'all. Give me just a second. YouTube, bear with me. When y'all come back, share the hell out the live. Y'all know what to do. Bear with me. All right, y'all. Welcome back. Welcome back. We should be able to be on the FYP now. Tap the screen up, share the live, feed the beast, do all the things. I think we had a live with 570 atheists or 570 people deconstructing. That's a good ass number. YouTube don't accept guests. Why are you asking me to do something YouTube don't allow? Where do you see a place for YouTube to accept guests, James? We're at 15 shares, guys. Keep going. Keep sharing it live. Thank y'all. Galaxy Glimpse. Galaxy Glimpse.
Yeah, know what's going on.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I used to be, now I'm atheist.
Okay. What are your thoughts on the topic?
And my thoughts on the topic, I'm actually proud of you for leaving because I'm did some research on the Bible and everything, and I used to be a Catholic Christian. And as soon as I realized that God harmed babies in the Bible, he allowed slavery, etc., then I just said, no, when I'm leaving this shit. So I just left, and I became astrophysicist and everything. So I'm a lot better now.
That's
And
what's
I
up.
feel a lot more
How
free.
old were you when you first learned that that was all in the Bible? And 19 is pretty young. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I learned that, I think, 2 years ago.
Wow. But do your parents know?
Yeah,
They support you?
yep, of course.
That's what's up. That's not normal. Most parents be like, "Who you want to eat
And
babies?"
my parents are my God, so hey, I guess them that made me in the first place, you know.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. What is there anything that disappointed you the most? Like, were you in like a? Did you believe you were in a relationship with the God? Yeah, we had 49 shares. Keep sharing, please. Help us get to 100 shares within the first 15 minutes. Did you believe that you were like in a relationship? You know how they say it's relationship, not religion.
Wait, what? I couldn't hear you properly.
Did you believe that you were in a relationship with the God?
I thought I was until I kept on praying and praying and asking for a supernatural experience, and I didn't get one kind of evidence or any thought on my mind, or it didn't come talk to me. I didn't get a dream. He didn't say nothing to me. Then I realized, is this dude even real? Because if praying actually works, why are people still what they are today? You know, it's like if people really want to have a relationship with God, why are we having to ask for evidence? So Malcolm can't just show us that he's real and actually come us and hug and everything, you know? It's
Yeah.
like I shouldn't have to ask for evidence if he's actually real, like generally.
And were you disappointed when you learned that it wasn't real?
No, not at all.
That's what's up. I think the younger you are, the less disappointing you become because the less time you've invested in it. I was a believer for 28 years and I was a missionary. And I did believe that I was in relationship with the God. And I was disappointed. I was angry. I was scared. Like I had a hell of a lot of emotions when I started realizing what it was that we were worshiping. Um, and so I'm very proud of you too for, coming out of it as young as you are. Go ahead, Pisces.
Galaxy Glimpse, why are you lying on the panel right now? Because I just went through your reposts, and you're not an atheist, you're a Christian.
He lost me at 19-year-old physicist,
His
but
ass is lying up here.
you know.
You said he lost you at what?
Me too, so 19-year-old astrophysicist.
He said he was a what?
He said he became an astrophysicist.
I
Astrophysicist.
did not hear
Y'all should have
that.
saw my face. I was like, the fuck?
I
When
did.
did that?
Why didn't y'all say? I didn't
Yes.
hear him say nothing about no astrophysicist.
Yeah, when he started going on that diatribe, I was like, yeah, this sounds real fishy. So I went on his reposts, and all he has is
No, I did not hear him say that.
he is reposting all types of Christian shit. Ain't nothing atheist about this motherfucker. He is lying.
So why
Who
are
the
you
fuck is he
lying?
talking to, dude?
Why are you lying about being?
Ooh, now
Stop.
you
Hold on.
getting mad.
Hold on. Why are you lying about being an atheist? Why? What
No,
was
I'm not
that
lying about
for?
being atheist. I just post shit, and yeah.
Why do you post Christian content? Did you say you were an astrophysicist?
Huh?
Did you say you were an astrophysicist?
And I said I'm trying to become one, and I'm studying on it right now.
Oh, I
That
didn't. I
was
didn't even
what
hear
you
that.
said.
Well, like, why are you lying about being an atheist though?
And I'm not lying about being an atheist. I'll legit go get my parents to actually tell you yourself. Like, I'm not lying about nothing.
Why do you? But you post Christian content for what?
Because first off, I just post random shit I see, and that was what? How long ago? I think that was 2 weeks ago when I was trying to get back into the Christian thing, and then I just couldn't.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, his bio says he's an atheist, though, y'all. His bio says atheist, astrophysicist, study on biology, study history, study marine biology. You study in all of that?
Yeah.
Well, if you are an atheist, I'm proud of you for coming out of it. If you are a Christian, I don't know why, and you know what the goal is, but I hope you have a great rest of the day. Okay, you there?
You see how he got mad when I brought it up though? His lying ass.
I
I
was
mean,
AFK, and then as soon as I came back and you were talking shit about me, say that shit to my face. The fuck's wrong with you, dude?
Ooh, you
I don't.
mad.
Hold on, Pisces.
It's like I
Yeah,
don't
hold
respect people
on,
for
hold
talking
on,
shit
hold
and
on. I don't see
behind
the
people's
reason.
backs.
Wait, I don't see the
So
reason. Like, if it'd be one thing if he was up here to troll, but he didn't say anything for trolling. I don't know if he's an atheist or not. Like, all right, have a good day, okay?
yep, that's him to you.
All right. Like,
Fucking dickhead.
it'd be. I don't. Right now, like, I don't see the reason. Like, if he came up here to, like, he didn't do the things that believers do. Like, I'm not. If he's an atheist, he is. If he's not, he's not. Like, he didn't come up here and say anything out of the way. So I don't see. I don't see the point.
Oh, sorry. I just like he. It was just the fact that he just came up here and lied the entire time.
But we don't
Cause
know if
he's.
he's lying though. Like, someone reposting Christian content, like, he could have been a Christian and is now an atheist. Like, we don't know if he's lying though.
But that I don't know if he reposted that he reposted in like in the last couple days. Like unless he turned an atheist in the last couple days, then
Yeah, but I'm not here to test whether somebody's an atheist though. Like, that's what Christians do. I don't like, that's not what I want to do. Unless he came up here to troll, right? But he didn't have trolling behavior. And if he's lying about being an atheist, that's on him. Like, I'm trying to, like, if he's trolling, that's one thing, but he didn't have trolling behavior, right? And he wasn't being disrespectful. So I don't see the point. Unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, I can't see a motive for lying about being an atheist in this circumstance.
We've had Christians come up here and lie about being an atheist, and then, like, we can tell because of the way they defend the God. But I didn't pick up on any of that.
But even if he was, like, I'm trying to see what I'm missing. Like, what am I missing? Because, like,
I
if
stopped
we,
listening at 19
I think it's the extreme
year old
defensiveness and threatening
astrophysicist.
to
I
fight
didn't even
me
listen.
over it is the crazy part.
well, if I was being accused of something, I would have reacted the same way, right? Like, if somebody, if I'm, you know, uh, I would have reacted the same way. Because I mean, it came out of nowhere. Like, I didn't see him trolling. I didn't hear him say anything about astrophysicists, but I would have responded the same way, to be honest. And keep in mind, like, my goal isn't up here to nitpick whether people are true atheists. That's what believers do, right? But there's a difference if somebody is up here being disrespectful, right? And with the intent to troll, and I didn't pick up on that. But I don't want us picking people apart. Like I just didn't see the motivation for that. How do I pronounce your name?
Nav Heru.
Navaru, how are you?
Yeah, and I agree with your thought. Just
Uh,
now, I've just
no, it's
came in
okay.
and
I don't.
listening.
Thank you. It's okay. I don't want to go into that. That was a conversation I was having with my host team. Um,
Yeah,
how old are you?
35.
Okay. Are you a
Yeah.
believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Uh, so I was Christian first because I grew up Christian, influence of family. Then I was an atheist for a long time,
What are
and
you
now I
today?
believe in a supreme being. I do believe that I changed my stance from an atheist. I do think there is a supreme being. I don't think it's
Okay.
a man god in the sky like that.
Okay. So so I only talk to people who are believers in the God of the Bible, people who are deconstructing their belief in that God, or atheists.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'm gonna take you down, but I hope you have a great rest of the day. Okay.
All right. You
All right.
too. You guys take
Thank
care.
thank you.
You know how it goes with these supreme higher being people? It's like, first of all, is this thing a god? And they're like, yeah. And you're like, okay, so why are we calling it a supreme being or a higher being and not a god? And they can never answer that. And you ask what the supreme being is, it's spirit. It's out of this world, out of anyone's reach, but it just made everything. It's, and they don't even have like doctrine or scripture to attack. It's just, it's
Yeah.
just pure like just imagination. That's what it is.
Yeah. That's why I don't go into it. Like, if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, Cedric, bring your ass up here. Like, you were in the comments calling everybody lost, saying that we are hurt. Why are you in the chat and not on stage? Thank you, Kill Bill. Cedric, are you scared? Sounds like you're scared, Cedric. This is what y'all do. Y'all come in here, call people lost, call people blind, but you are filled with fear. You are scared. You are scared to approach it or to face it head on. This is what I don't understand, why believers get scared when people say they don't believe in your God. Fit by Faith, how old are you?
I'm 31.
I assume by your name you are a believer in the God of the Bible.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what are your thoughts on the topic?
You said disappointed and embarrassed. I once believed. Yeah, so I just
And this is my thing. I'm not here to like to debate or anything, but I just want to know like the perspective of it. So it's like,
Yeah, I don't debate. That's why it says live discussions.
oh, okay, cool. Yeah, because I don't do all that weird stuff. So it just made me ask. So it's just like, what's your insight on that? If you don't mind me
Insight on
asking.
what? On why I'm disappointed? Insight on my own emotions? Insight on what?
Yeah, like your emotions, like the way that you were moved by not just by a person's like anecdotal opinion, but
Hold on for
by
a second. Hold on. I
okay.
understand that. No, I'm not talking to you. I understand that you are shaking in your fucking boots, T. Taylor, but don't type in all caps in my fucking comments. Like y'all start feeling some type of way because people don't think like you. This is why I'm disappointed. Like for some odd reason, because someone else has a different perspective or a different worldview, believers start acting like that. They come into my chat, they call us lost, they call us blind, they type in all caps, yelling, but can't explain to us why they behave that way as soon as they hear, I don't believe in a God.
I could tell you why. I could
Why?
tell you. Basically, that's why I don't really be paying attention to the comments because most times people are oppressed.
What does oppressed have to do with their behavior?
Meaning that they're being oppressed by their own demons, basically.
I don't believe in demons.
You don't believe in demons. So you don't
No.
believe but it does say that there are demons that do believe in God though too.
I don't believe in a God though. I'm an atheist.
I
Demons
mean, that's
belong to y'all. This is y'all's belief system.
So then do you believe that so you're saying that you don't have a soul?
No, what is a soul?
I mean, the soul is just basic of what you are, like you as a person, like have a personality, you have your own thoughts, you have your own emotions.
What I like to eat is my soul.
I mean,
Me loving this Panera bagel right now, this cinnamon crunch bagel is my soul loving this bagel.
no, it's just you having your own thoughts of what
That's a
you.
brain though, Fit. My brain, my taste buds, my
Yeah,
hormones.
it's
That's not
just
a soul, that's my body.
yeah. I mean, you have your own thoughts, you have your own feelings, you have
That's
your own
my
emotions.
brain. How is that a soul? If my brain is dead, what happens to my soul then?
I mean, you got to think of how your brain was constructed. So it's just like when you have your thoughts, do you think of your own thoughts? Do you think your own thoughts?
what?
Yes.
Who else thinks her thoughts?
Exactly.
It's
It's
not
in
an
the
argument;
phrase.
it's a question.
Casper, apparently.
Right. I'm not arguing. I'm asking who
I know,
else could
but it's
think
just the
her.
way I
Hang,
said it.
hang on
It's
a hang on a hang on a
okay.
second.
Okay.
Right.
All
Like
right.
I think if we stop speaking past each other, like it's not an argument. Us asking clarifying questions is not arguing. It's not a debate. Who else could
It's just the
think thinker's
tone.
thoughts? Just think
No,
about that for a second.
I am. It's just your.
Right. But
It's
it's a
just
time.
She doesn't
okay.
don't tone police her. That's not, don't do that.
But that's how it is. It's like when you go
Mm-mm.
off of your demeanor, you go off
No,
your
don't
tone, and
tone.
you go off your
No, she's confident. Don't tone police her. No one has to talk to you soft.
own policing. What is that?
Yeah, that's you. You bringing up her tone and how she talks to you. You're trying to police the tone of her conversation. She doesn't have to
No,
talk to.
it's
She
just like
doesn't.
when you're.
Hold on,
It's just like
like you're interrupting
okay,
me.
okay, go ahead.
She is a grown ass woman. She does not have to talk to you soft or talk to you like you are a child. And all she asked was, who else is gonna think her thoughts? What do you want her to
So
say? Who
so if I
else?
talk
I don't. Why
aggressively,
are you
is that
talking while I'm talking right now?
Run it again, dude.
I'm so confused.
What, you're confused that you shouldn't be interrupting me while I speak, but you want to police the tone of her question?
I can put myself on mute real quick and let you finish.
But that would be proper etiquette for a conversation. Like, I don't understand why you're focusing more on the tone of her question than the question itself. She is a grown woman. She don't have to talk to you like you're her uncle or her granddaddy or her father. We're all adults in here. You're gonna hear us curse. And I don't give a fuck who don't like to hear curse words. If you don't like to hear curse words, you're gonna have to scroll out.
And he called her aggressive. Like, where was she
He didn't
aggressive
call her
at?
that.
I
He
never
said if
said
he
that.
get
See, now you're
aggressive.
putting words in my mouth.
Hold on, stop. Don't. He didn't say that. He said if he gets aggressive.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. I didn't hear that. I just heard the aggressive part. I thought you were talking to Fee.
And really, the only thing I said was, who else is going to think her thoughts? right? Like I think sometimes you all say words like soul and spirit and essence, and where do your thoughts come from? And you're speaking to people who think about the mechanism of the things that we posit as functionality. So if thinkers asking you like, what is a soul, and you start talking about things that are functionalities of the brain, and then you ask her, well, where do her thoughts come from? Like, who else would think her thoughts? That wasn't. I'm not sure what you interpreted that to mean, other than that what I said.
They're called her thoughts because she's thinking them. So it's kind of a prerequisite. But I have a question.
Hold on. Let him answer the question we asked first before you
Oh,
say
okay,
No,
something.
I'm gonna
okay.
just wait until everybody finish their thought
No,
and
I
then
don't
I'll
have
speak.
conversations like that. I'm
Well, I don't
neurodivergent.
know how y'all
Wait, will
want me
you
to have a
stop? Wait,
conversation.
listen.
Okay.
Listen, I'm neurodivergent. The live is set up the way it's set up because of my brain. Okay. I cannot have 5,000 thoughts bouncing all over the place. Okay. If one question is asked, please allow that question to be answered before we move on to the next question, before we pivot. That goes for the guest, that goes for the host as well. Okay. Can you please answer Fee's question?
There's a lot going on, so I don't know what the question was.
Fee, can you repeat your question for me, please?
I was asking, like, you responded to my question to you in a very particular way, and I'm asking you, how could I have asked that question to not elicit that response? Because I simply asked, who else would think her thoughts?
So what is the question?
How could I have asked that question in a way that would not have landed the way that it did for you?
Is that the question?
That's the question.
Because ask that one more time, because it
She's
just sounds like you're
asking
stating
you.
and then asking.
She's asking you, how could she have asked the question that she asked you in a better way so that it would have landed better for you?
I mean, you have your own free will of your own thoughts. I mean, if you want to think what you want to think, I mean, that's just who you are as a human being. So
Then
it's
why
just like
did
when
you
you,
then why did you comment on her tone then if she has free will? Like that's what she's
well,
asking. Like, hold on. You commented on her
okay.
tone. She's asking what would have
hmm
been a better way for you for her to ask the question that she asked.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's just how you have, it's just like when you're going out to eat and you want somebody just to reciprocate what you're saying as much as what I'm saying. So if I'm hearing what you're saying and I'm gonna let you finish how you speak, I would rather just hear everything you have to say before I speak.
You're not
Just like
answering the question.
I'd rather hear
It-
everybody else's thoughts
th-
before I speak.
that's not the question that we're not talking about interrupting people.
Okay, but I'm going off of the
But
tone though.
no, what tone? You're not addressing a tone.
I am dressing the
You're
tone.
not. Do
Just
you
like,
know what tone is?
oh well, it seemed like you want to give me a definition. I'll let you go
I
ahead
don't.
and
I
give
know.
me.
I'm not going to give you a definition of anything. I'm not here to teach
You
you.
just questioned me though.
No. That was rhetorical. You
I didn't know it was
commented.
rhetorical.
You commented on her tone. You don't even know what the fuck that is. And what really the issue is that she is a woman having
Okay.
the audacity to have
Okay.
confidence and intelligence. Like you think
I'm
that
not
because
questioning
you
her
are you. Why
intelligence.
are you talking while I'm talking?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
you need to police yourself. Police your own behaviors before you try to police somebody else's.
Oh,
We are not
okay.
your children. We are not your mother. We're not your sister. We're not here for you to police us. Police yourself while you are on the stage.
I thought we're having a conversation. I don't know why we're arguing.
Because you decided to address someone's tone like you are their father.
You're getting mad because I'm
Yes.
just addressing what I'm hearing.
You don't even know how to address shit. All
Why are you getting angry,
you're
man?
doing is fucking complaining.
Why are you
You
angry?
know what? I'm not getting angry anymore. Get the fuck off my stage.
What the fuck was that?
I'm sorry for asking a question on top of your question, Fee. I thought my question was the same question, but then I was like, oh, that's not the question I thought you were asking.
And he thinks saying that in that monotone ass voice was gonna make it seem like he was making any sense. What
I
is
don't want to
wrong
talk
with you?
about him anymore. Y'all, the guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, 18 and up, that just really pissed me the fuck off. I don't like when conversations get like, I don't know, like that just ew. Right. I don't want to spend time talking about like It's like meta. I can't take that.
It was literally meta.
Yeah, the conversation didn't go nowhere.
Was he a believer?
Yeah,
Mm.
insecure religious male believer that can't handle intelligent women that wants to tone police, and we're not gonna fucking put up with that shit.
Good morning, ladies.
Costello, how old are you?
I'm 39. I could be 40. I don't remember anymore.
Okay, are you a believer?
Yes, I am.
All right, Fee, you want to start this one off?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Go
Good
ahead.
morning. How are you, Costello?
God bless you guys. God bless your day. May the Lord continue to bless you.
What are your thoughts on the prompt?
What are my thoughts on what? I'm sorry.
On the prompt, with the we are former
I'm just
believers.
wondering, a believer goes to nothing. What made them feel that way? And well, I talk about it.
Well, I mean, it was a couple of things. Primarily, it's reading the Bible
Okay.
without the lens of theology, understanding words have meanings, looking up the original language. The
Hey
thing
man,
that
you got the Holy Ghost breathing through your microphone, so I'm gonna put you on mute. Like, I don't know what's going on, but we can barely hear her.
not the Holy Ghost.
Breathing life into the microphone.
Yeah. Yeah, I think beliefs that have not been examined will, when they are examined, sometimes we'll realize that they are not our own. And that happened for me in learning the character of this God, the actions of this God, the choices of this God. There's no way I could align myself with it. And then having conversations with believers on this platform has pretty much solidified that reality, because it does not produce favorable or pleasant qualities in the believers of this deity. That's why I'm no longer a believer.
You can come off mute and respond now.
I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I have some breathing problems. I'm not drunk or high. Actually, I woke up about an hour ago. And I just want to have more context. What actual scripture made you feel that way, if you want to share?
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of them. Like, you can start in Deuteronomy, where this God is okay with slavery. I mean, all through the Old Testament, the God sanctions and condones slavery because he gives his people rules on how to do it. He talks about women in very derogatory ways. We are not equal to men. We're supposed to be under the subjection of men. We're listed as property. He commands the genocide of entire people groups. I don't think that's right. I will never think that's right. And yeah, like, I mean, throughout the Old and the New Testament, the nature of this God is just not something that I find positive.
I didn't drink. Can you hear me? Am I still on mute? I'm sorry.
We can hear you. Yeah.
I'm not going to look at the comments because people don't know me. I
Right
apologize.
decision.
Yeah, ignore the comments.
I came to speak and, just hear how you feel and maybe hopefully show you the love. And I understand there's a lot of things that in the Bible I don't understand at this moment, but I'd have to believe it because I am a believer. I have to stay true to it. And the Old Testament, there was a lot of things that I don't understand. I really don't understand. But I know that Jesus is the light. I know he's the life. I know he saved me, saved my family. I truly, truly believe that.
Hang on 2 seconds, Costello, because this panel, this prompt isn't about like testimony. It's ultimately about you all understanding why we are disappointed in this belief system. I don't doubt that you've made use of it in ways that have helped you and your family, but
My God, yes, it did.
Sure, but in the reality, that's not all there is to it. Like, there's exhaust from this belief system that we have to breathe in. There's real life implications of people that believe in this God and this deity, and that they are the chosen people because they're taking the lives of actual human beings. So I don't care how beneficial it is to a person individually. On a systemic level, it's just fucking everything up.
God, his love is so great that sometimes we don't understand, and we need patience and understanding from him. He is so great, it's out of our league. We are just human, And that's just the way I feel about it, ladies. No disrespect to what you believe, but he is love. God is love. Jesus is love. And I spoke to somebody the other day who went through a horrible situation, who I don't know at all. And, they believe, but they're turning away. Also, they don't understand things, you know. And, and the person's name was funny, her name was Patience. That was her name. And I told her, your name is Patience, and you need to have patience in order to understand what exactly is going on.
Yeah,
But you
Costello.
being a believer, excuse me, I'm sorry, I talk long. I apologize. And I try to break it down, and I hope I can. If was
No,
a
but
believer,
that's not what we're talking about, though.
let me finish. I'm sorry. And if I'm saying
No, you're
something wrong,
going.
please
Yeah, no,
correct me.
I'm correcting you now. That's not what Fee was asking you. She already told you not to do a testimony. Now you're trying to give somebody else's
No,
testimony
I'm
based
saying
on
if you're a
whatever it is.
believer at
Hold on,
one
and then
point,
now you're doing it again.
I'm trying to get to that point. I'm sorry. I apologize. It takes me a little
Okay,
while to
so
get
let's
there.
get to it. Thank you so
If
much.
you was a
Appreciate it.
believer at one point, and then you read things that you didn't understand, so now you're going to nothing, that doesn't make any sense.
What do you mean going to nothing? Tell me more about what
An
you mean.
atheist believes in nothing, correct?
What do you mean
I'm
believe
sorry if
in
I'm confused. That there
believe
is
in?
no God, there's nothing, you are God. Or is that what it is?
Okay. Why don't you ask instead of assuming?
I,
Right?
I thought atheism believes there is no God. I apologize.
Again, if you ask a question, you'll get an answer as opposed to assuming what we
Please
believe.
explain to me.
She is. Like, you need to go on mute. She is explaining it.
Okay.
Atheism is a lack of belief. It is not a claim that there are no gods. It's simply saying, I've read this information about Yahweh, about Allah, about Vishnu, about all these gods, and I'm not convinced that they are true. It's not a belief in nothing. I believe the things that I understand. Belief is not a choice. Belief in is nothing more than make believe in my mind. No one has been able to point out a symmetry breaker. So when you say that going to nothing, I don't know what that means. I live a full life. I have friends, I have family, I have a job. I'm about to hop on a plane now to go to a fucking work conference. Like, I do things that I enjoy. So I don't know what you mean by you say going from belief in God to belief in nothing. That doesn't mean anything to me.
Who created you? Where are you going when you pass away?
Well, my parents created me when they had sex, and I would assume I would go to the same place I was before I got here, which is I don't fucking know because I have no awareness of it.
Okay, I can understand that. You don't know, and you don't want to be wrong. Is that what it is?
Well, it's not that I don't want to be wrong. I mean, being wrong is the only way I learn. And I don't know. I
True.
mean, we know things that we do know. The things that we do know about the universe are the things that we can demonstrate. But just plopping a God and a gap in knowledge doesn't make any sense, especially when that God is as dangerous and detrimental to humanity as the one in the Bible. So no, I'm not going to stay cozied up to that God just because there are things about this universe we don't know.
That's very true. And knowing, not believing in nothing and not following nothing, excuse my French, that and no one is very dangerous also, I
Also,
believe. Oh, because he is the way, the truth, and the light.
well, not
He
for
is
me.
the life, and that's what he said, and that's what we need to follow.
I don't need to follow that. Just because someone said they are the way, the truth, and the light doesn't make it true. Some men wrote this in a book thousands of years ago. They don't know anything about me as a human. They don't know anything about moving in the year 2026. I'm not looking to the guidance of people I don't know for direction. I don't know if those people heard from a God. And if they heard from the God in this book, I still don't care. This
See,
God
that's the,
kills
go
babies.
ahead. I hear what you said. And that's the problem when you don't want testimony and you don't like to hear about it. This is something, we have to use our imagination. In the dictionary, imagination is something that you believe in that you can't see.
Well,
Okay?
that's
But
you. You have to do that. You don't get to tell me I have to do it. I don't
I'm
have
not
to.
telling you. I'm
Well,
just
can you
telling you what the
stop?
Bible
Let her
says.
Hold on,
finish.
stop. You're doing too much. Go
You were
ahead, Fee.
telling me what the Bible says. I've read the book. I know what it says. What I'm telling you is just because someone wrote something down does not make what they wrote true. You have no way of demonstrating that anything in that book actually happened. You have no way of demonstrating that anyone in that book heard from a God. And this God has some issues. This God is narcissistic. This God is not kind. This God doesn't give a shit about women. This God does not move with fairness. I don't care what they wrote about this God. I don't need this God to be a decent person. And I don't want to go to wherever this God is leading. You have to unmute to respond. Are you still here? You have to unmute.
I'm sorry, I was talking and nobody can hear me. The Bible wasn't wrote by one man. It was wrote by many men, correct?
Correct.
And it all coincides with each other. It all connects with each other.
It doesn't.
It does.
It is full of contradictions, Costello. That's why we keep telling y'all think that we're just rejecting some sort of authority, which in a way I definitely am, because fuck authority. But no, this book is full of contradictions. We go through them on a daily basis. If you have to work to harmonize a thing, then that means it's not already harmonized. If you have to find apologetics to smooth over bumps, that means it's not smooth. This book is full of contradictions.
Sorry you feel that way. I'm sorry you feel that way. And I hope the Lord shows you that every word in that book is true. And sometimes you need to have the test in order to have a testimony and to feel him and to see him. And God hasn't. He wants you to find it on his own, on your own,
Costello,
excuse me.
how are you going to ask for something for her that you haven't even asked for yourself? You even said you don't know what's in that book. You don't read it. So how are
I
you?
never
Hold
said
on.
that. I
You
never
did say
said I
you
don't
don't know
know.
what's in that book. You said that you don't know much about the Bible.
Did I say that?
Yes, you did say that.
I don't know
So,
much about the Bible.
well,
I learned
how are
as
you?
much.
How are
I'm
you
new
going?
to the faith.
Just a minute ago, you said I never said that. Now you did. Now you did. Remember, you said it.
If you
Like
said that, I
hold on.
believe you.
How are
I'm not
you?
calling you a liar. I
How
just
are
don't
you
remember
going to
saying that.
pray for something for her that you haven't even prayed for yourself?
I pray for myself. You're
You
right.
don't know that everything in that
I
book
need
is
to learn
true.
more too.
You don't know if
I need
every
to
word.
learn more
Stop.
too.
You don't know if every word in that book is true. You
I
should
believe
you
it.
should want to
I
you
don't know, but I
no, you
believe it.
said no. Exactly. You just believe shit. You don't actually check and research and validate it. You can't pray that shit for her. You haven't even prayed it for yourself or checked for yourself. And the reason for the testimony, the reason for the testimonies is so one, because you don't want to read the book. You don't want to check. You just want to believe it.
I do.
Two, no, you don't. If you did, you would have already done it. And then two, hold on,
Okay, go ahead.
stop. And then two, your testimonies serve as ways to gaslight people. Like it's like magical thinking. Your testimonies are anecdotal. It's you assigning.
It's
I'm
definitely.
talking right now. Both of us cannot
I'm
talk at the
sorry. I
same
thought you was
time.
done, man. Please don't
No,
yell
you
at me.
didn't. Stop. What? Do you hear how loud your voice is?
No, I don't.
Your voice is loud. And
I
you continue
apologize.
talking over us. What the hell do you think we're
I have
gonna
a
do?
good speaker, I guess.
Then
It
go
picks
on
up
mute.
everything.
Go on mute. God damn. It was really peaceful in here until believers start coming up on stage. Like I felt like I have to, I don't know, kindergarten rumble or some shit. I should not have to police grown ass adults on how to have conversation. This is ridiculous. And then y'all swear up and down that y'all got some supernatural patience. That's the problem. That's why we're disappointed in this shit. Like y'all, your supernatural testimonies, your supernatural claims is the fucking shortcut that you all take to try to be better people, or claim, not even try, claim to be better people because you don't want to do the fucking work. It takes work to be patient, and you don't fucking have it. And you shouldn't be in here telling other people that they need to have patience when you haven't gained it yourself. You shouldn't be in here telling other people that you hope your God shows them that every word in that book is true when you haven't even tested that claim yourself. Don't type in all caps in my comments that'll get you muted. And then you're going to be whining and crying persecution for being muted.
God bless you, ladies. I hope the best for all of you.
Fuck you.
I hope you.
they
Y'all don't listen to shit, huh?
they don't listen at all.
He
Yeah, don't
absolutely was
yell
not
at
paying
me.
attention. That was bizarre.
Don't yell at me.
Mind you, he's just been constantly yelling. Like, he's never spoken with his inside voice once. And he's like, don't yell at me. It's like, dude,
Omega Talk, you're not connecting. If you came up on purpose, you're gonna have to request again. Real Spock and Firebird, I see y'all in the guest request, but I don't see a nerd emoji to let me know if you're in there on purpose or not. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, someone deconstructing or an atheist, the guest box is open. I swear. It's like I gotta get into fight mode when believers come into the chat. It's fucking ridiculous.
And shouldn't it theoretically, according to their belief system, be the opposite? Like, shouldn't it be peace whenever they're on stage
It
and
should be.
chaos whenever we're engaging with non-believers?
It should be, but they won't they don't have enough fucking courage to admit that they're mad that we don't believe in their God. They act mad and then lie and say they don't give a fuck.
you know what he really wanted to say? He wanted to say, fuck you, ladies. But instead, he's like, God bless you, ladies. And he laughed.
And what was crazy is how he was saying how he had to tell the woman her name, that name was patience, that she needs to have patience. Like, why would you say that to somebody?
It's like how people say, oh, thinker, you need to think. And they're like, ha, ha, ha. It's like, dude, that's so, that's
They
so
love that.
corny. So
Exactly.
cringe. He's like, that was actually like a dad joke.
DJ, what are your thoughts on the topic? The other day when you were up here, you didn't answer my questions. I hope we are not going to have a repeat of the other day. Did we learn something from the other conversation?
I did.
Awesome. I'm actually going to let you start off with Fee, and let's see how you do with theology. Go ahead.
Hey, DJ, how are you?
Good.
What are your thoughts on the topic?
So I think the topic is one that I cannot relate to, but it's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you'd be able to relate to it because you're not a non-believer. But like, I do think that you would, or I would assume you would be interested in the reasons that we feel disappointed and embarrassed because you are part of the belief system that's causing that disappointment and embarrassment.
I am.
So, what are your thoughts on have you listened to the conversation since this has been the prompt?
Yes, I have. To be honest with you, I haven't listened, for a very long time, but, still want to address the prompt.
I mean, even what we were just talking about, right? Like, normally when believers come up here, at some point in the conversation, it's going to turn contentious. We hope that it doesn't. But I think there's so much defensiveness when discussing this belief system, so that whenever we talk about things that are logically inconsistent or just morally reprehensible, like any, hearing babies being bashed or women being raped, like just the natural response to that. That doesn't seem to be what happens with you all. Do you pattern as well?
I do.
So how do you reconcile being affiliated with a belief system that is so consistently represented in this way?
Well, I can't reconcile it. I can't reconcile something that I was not there for.
Not reconcile it for the person. I'll give you an example. Like, I'm an interpreter for a living. And I'm part of I'm nationally certified, so I'm part of an organization that holds the responsibility of ensuring that people who do what I do for a living do it in a specific way. We have a code of ethics that we have to follow. There are continuing education units that we have to get, in our certification cycle. And there are certain things that we cannot do and remain part of this organization and maintain our certification. If I noticed that the people that do what I do for a living in this and just ultimately the certifying organization did not continue to ensure that they were keeping interpreters accountable to that code of ethics, or people that were representing this organization were doing things that were harmful to the community that we serve, I would not remain part of this organization. I would figure out a way to do what I do separate from this organization. That doesn't seem to be the case with Christianity. And I think it's for two reasons. One, there is no certifying organization for Christianity. So you all are just kind of encumbered with all of the behaviors of Christians because no one comes and says, yep, they're real Christians. Nope, they're not real Christians. And you're ultimately a certifying organization of your own, yet claiming unity, which is supposed to be what your Christ tells you we should see amongst the believers. Those two things are inconsistent. And if it were me, I would think twice about being affiliated or wearing the badge or the jacket of this particular organization based on the behavior, the consistent behavior of members of it. Do you think about it from that lens?
I do. I look at it through that lens every day.
And then what? Like, what do
And
you?
then I say to myself, I have no control over what happened in this organization before I got here.
In an organization before you got here? What do you mean before you got here? I'm talking about right now.
Well, yeah, well, you're talking about things that happen in that organization, right? Before.
No, I'm talking about what Christianity is today and how
Okay,
it's
well, what is it
represented.
today to you?
Well, today, to me, in these conversations, is a lot of unregulated humans who have little to no introspective powers, who have little to no desire to be accountable for their own choices and actions, and those who feel as though claiming membership in an organization or wearing a label automatically makes them a better person, and those who are not curious about anything outside of their current worldview. That's what it is to me.
Well, you didn't describe me in all of that, so maybe I'm not a Christian,
Right.
but I do wear that label.
I mean, anybody who decides or professes to be a Christian is a Christian. Like, again, there is no certifying organization for Christianity, and God doesn't clarify. But when you came up, though, Thinker referenced, I guess, a previous conversation. I don't remember when you were, maybe it was late and I was asleep, but I don't remember. It didn't seem to have gone well.
Oh, it
So how are you
didn't.
other?
He cursed us before he left.
Did not.
Oh, really?
Hmm. Do you remember that,
Mm-hmm.
DJ? The curse you
I
said,
do.
the prayer you said before you left. You hope you pray God does what to us?
Oh, I didn't pray anything. I said that, and I'll say it again. I said that there will be regret
For what?
for not giving God a chance.
Like it's pretty interesting, DJ. Are you ready to answer the question that I asked you the other day?
I am.
What's the answer, DJ?
Okay, well, you're going to have to repeat the question because that was the other day.
You remember the fucking threat that you said before you left the stage, but you don't remember what made
That
you make that threat?
I just said that I just said it, and it's not
If
a
you would have
threat.
listened, DJ, that was your problem the other day. Now you've already told one lie and said that you've learned from your last behavior when you were on stage. You remember the threat you uttered when you left the stage, but you don't remember the question that made you utter that threat?
There were many questions. You're going to have to refer to a specific question.
That isn't true, DJ. We couldn't get past the one question. What can your God do here in the physical world outside of a human being that does not include creation or death?
He can give you a state of mind.
That is creation, DJ.
No, it's not
It
creation.
is creation.
It's not creation. Okay, so consciousness is creation.
Where did you get your consciousness, DJ?
I don't know. Where did you get yours?
My mother and my father gave it to me.
Okay, well then they are God.
Well, then I guess they are my gods, DJ, because there isn't a God in existence. Did I make you mad asking you that question, DJ, because you realized that there is absolutely nothing your God can do outside of a human being?
No, I'm not mad at all.
Then why did you utter that threat before you left the stage?
There was no threat. I'm just saying that there will be regret.
How
And many people regret things.
how per se do you say that I will feel this regret, DJ? Where would I experience this regret, here in the physical world or when I die?
Well, it could possibly be both, right?
No, well,
Anything's
if it's
possible.
both, then please tell me, what can your God do to me here in this physical world outside of
Well,
a human being?
and that's why I disagree that it's a threat, right? Because God is not going to do anything to you
So
ever.
then, DJ, what is it that I'm going to that's going to make me feel regret for not choosing your God?
You keep saying your God.
It is
God
your
is not
God,
going to.
DJ. It is not
Okay,
mine.
God is not going to do anything to you.
What's going to make
You.
me feel regret for not choosing your God, DJ?
It will just be a feeling.
Why would I feel regret for not choosing your God, DJ?
It would just be a feeling
Why would I feel it?
because you have feelings.
Do you see the problem I had with DJ? Yep.
Yep.
Why do you come up here? You don't ever say anything worth saying. Why are you here?
I'm just joining the discussion.
For what? You don't have anything worth listening to, worth discussing.
Okay.
Oh, goodbye. Don't come back, okay? Goodbye, DJ. Are you going to do what you did the other day and stay on my stage even though I asked you to leave? Leave my stage, DJ. Scott,
She's not. I'm here.
how old are you?
I'm 57.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
A believer in what?
In the
So I
God
know,
of the Bible.
of course, the God, Christian, who saved
All
my life.
right. What are your thoughts
I
on the
got it. Let me
topic? Hey,
finish.
hey, hey, hey.
Let
No,
me
I don't.
finish.
No. I don't care about your testimony. What are your thoughts on the topic? You're on mute. Come off of mute, Scott. All right. Have a good day, Scott. Disciple of Christ, how old are you?
I'm good. How y'all doing today?
I'm doing good. How old are you?
I am 60.
All right. What are your thoughts on the topic?
Well, when I look at the topic, as far as what you have up there, it says ex-believer, now atheist, disappointed and embarrassed once believed. Well, I guess all that would be. What do you have to say about it? Because that's not, what I don't have anything for that.
That's interesting. Like, why don't believers ever say, well, why are you disappointed that you once believed?
Well,
Why hold on,
yeah, I just
it's my turn to speak. Like the thing about believers is that you all swear up and down that you have this supernatural deity who died on the cross for you so that you could be a more compassionate, more moral human being that knows how to love your neighbor as you love yourself. But a simple why question, when someone says I'm disappointed or I'm embarrassed, always tends to like escape your mind. A simple attempt at understanding never ever
that's
crosses.
what you're seeking.
I'm talking right now. Like you all don't know how to understand, right? You don't know how to communicate for understanding. And then for some reason, y'all think your voices are the most important voices in the world, so that you can't sit there and listen long enough so that you can understand. Even though in your Bible, your God says, listen to the words that I say, and God will give you an understanding.
So are you saying I can speak now? I don't want to step over your feet.
When you were in school, did they teach you how to have conversations?
Well, a second ago, I just tried to do that, but then you rebutted me and said I was interrupting when there was a great pause.
Do you think that's true?
Well, that's what it proceeded like.
No, that's not what happened.
Well, if you would, I mean, since we're on two different pages, just so I can make sure that I stay in a realm of the conversation, please let me know when I can talk so I can overstep my boundaries.
Do I need you to tell me when it's my turn to speak?
Well, you're the host of the platform, ma'am,
But
and so I'm
do
just
I
trying to be
interrupt
respectful.
you?
I'm just trying to be respectful.
I understand. But for some reason, when you all have Jesus, you don't know how to have conversations.
Really?
Yes,
Okay. So, what kind of conversation would you like to have?
we're having one right now.
Well, actually, it seems like we're having a one-sided conversation. That's you talking to me because I haven't answered any questions or anything that you want to ask me yet.
Are you answering me back?
You haven't asked me no questions yet.
Are you responding to me?
I am talking. Yes, that's response.
That's a conversation.
It's a conversation of words going nowhere because there's no questions being answered.
They aren't going anywhere for you, but I'm learning something. Fee, are you learning anything from this conversation?
Well,
Yeah.
I am definitely learning something, but I don't think it will be to your appetite.
I don't care what you eat. Fee, are you learning anything from
But
this
see,
conversation?
Dara, look
Why
at
are
you.
you
You're being
interrupting me?
disrespectful
Why are you interrupting me?
because you're being disrespectful.
I don't owe you any respect.
I don't owe
Fee,
you any
I
either.
didn't ask you for any, did I?
I didn't ask you for any.
Yes, the fuck you did. Listen to the words
No,
that are
I
coming
didn't.
out of your mouth, you whiny motherfucker.
I say you're
Yes,
being
you did.
disrespectful.
Shut the fuck up. All of you that have Jesus inside of you are like just fucking insufferable. Fee, are you learning anything from this insufferable ass conversation?
I am.
I'm learning how varied the insufferability of believers are for sure. Yeah.
Venus, are you learning anything?
I'm learning that believers have grade 5 level communication skills, and when you accuse them of things that they do, they go, "No, you."
Like kindergartners. What did you learn?
Are you asking me?
Yes, because you kept answering when I was saying Fee, so I'm not sure if your name is Fee also.
Okay, so what I have learned so far is, and this is only what I can base all this talk of, since I've been here is whatever is said is going to be based on your belief, and my beliefs mean nothing. So
Are
whatever
you
I say
whining?
is false. So whatever I say is false, and whatever you say is going to rule everything because this is your platform.
Are you whining right now?
No, you asked me what I believe.
That's a belief.
Well, from this conversation we're having, yes, that's a belief.
Didn't you ask him what he learned?
Yeah. Like it's
Oh,
ridiculous. It's ridiculous that
when you
like
learn,
I'm
don't you
sorry, why are
believe?
you fucking talking while I'm talking? Like you have this Holy Ghost power in you, yet it does absolutely nothing. What is the purpose of it?
Well, I don't think you really understand because you're in disbelief already.
So then why are you here?
Hopefully, to break the chain of bondage that you are in,
Then do it.
but you have to be receptacle of it,
Oh, so why are you
and
here?
you're not.
Receptacle.
So why are
Trash receptacle?
so
A
why are
trash
you
receptacle?
here?
Okay.
So why are you here?
Well, I was hoping to have a conversation based on why you choose not to believe, and you said you once were, but now you are not a follower of Christ or believer, and I was just curious why.
Did you ask me why?
Well, your title basically says that, so that's you're seeking a question without me asking.
I'm seeking a question without you
Or let me
asking.
rephrase that. You are seeking an answer, and you already asked the question by the title of the platform out there.
What answer did I post?
Well, you're answering your own self by the title that you put on the top of the platform.
What question am I
What did
answering?
you put? You put ex-believer, now atheist. Well, in order to be an ex-believer and turn to atheism, just got to be a belief in that. So you have a certain belief already.
Like, are y'all okay? Are you okay?
Why don't you believe? Can I ask a question?
You probably should have asked this question first.
Well, I'm still here, so can I ask this question?
I don't think you would understand it.
I think I would because I was there at one time.
I don't think so. I don't think you have the fortitude or the wherewithal to understand it. I think your eyes are too open to understand why I'm not a believer.
Well, again, I don't want to. I'm trying to have a conversation, dialogue.
I am.
Um, okay.
You didn't
Well,
like what I just said to you? You saw that offensive.
no, I didn't.
So why is your response you're trying to have a dialogue? I am.
Well, I'm trying to have a conversation.
I
I'm not
am.
trying
I
to be
responded to you.
responsive.
I responded to you. I don't think you could understand it.
Well, I can.
I don't think you can.
And the reason why I can is because I didn't know there was a God until I was
I
at the
don't
age
want to
of.
hear your testimony. Your
I'm not
testimony,
giving a
it
testimony.
doesn't matter to me what you believe. Your brain has absolutely nothing to do with mine. I don't care why you believe what you believe. I'm not asking you that.
Okay. So let's go to you then, since it's all about you.
Of course, you see that pronoun there that says I?
Yes.
Of course it would be about me. But again,
Yes.
I don't think that you can understand why I don't believe.
Try me.
No,
So why even have a platform up here then?
for people who can understand.
Really? Okay.
Hmm.
Well, I can only assume the reason why you don't believe is because of all the violence going on in the world,
Nope.
of the rape, of the
Nope.
robberies.
Nope.
of the unalignment.
Nope.
Okay.
You think all that just started? Like, what? You think all of this stuff just now started, and you weren't a believer through all of that before? That's crazy.
So let me ask you a question, but I don't think you'll answer it.
You probably should stop assuming, and maybe I will have a conversation with you.
Again, I didn't
Stop
assume anything.
interrupting me. Every time you say you want to ask a question, you assume my answer, and I give you exactly what the fuck you assume. So you probably should stop doing that.
Why are you so hateful?
I'm not.
Your language says you are.
I don't care.
Your attitude says you are.
I don't care.
But maybe that's the problem.
Nope. You aren't anyone I'm trying to impress.
You know, God loves you.
I don't give a damn.
You will one day.
Okay.
I love you.
I don't give a fuck.
It's okay. I'm not asking for anything back.
You're being so weird.
Like,
Oh
it's
my
so crazy.
god.
Like, you all throw out that word love like it's like you're saying Tuesday morning. You don't mean the shit.
Yes, I do.
Sure you do.
Because without love, I would have hatred and I would
Mm-hmm.
have animosity. I would have just all these bad.
Animosity.
Well,
Like
okay, well, maybe I didn't say it correctly.
you should be focusing on another L word,
Really?
literacy. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Especially if you're going to be carrying
And it's
around the
supposed to, it's
highest. I'm
supposed to,
sorry, you're
it's
talking while
supposed
I'm
to,
talking. You have not yet learned that if you're going to be carrying around the highest of all intelligence, then maybe you should sound intelligent. And here's the interesting thing, right? You all tell people that you love them, but do you care if someone eats in a day?
yes.
How many times have you called a person and said, "Hey, have you eaten today? Do you need food?"
Well, being that I worked the night shift, probably none because they're sleeping.
Oh, I'm sorry. Venus. Venus, are you there?
Yeah.
How long have we been up?
Um well, I wasn't, but a couple hours.
Almost 11.
Yeah, crap.
I mean, because there are people that are awake third shift, right?
Y'all have been up for like a couple hours.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of crazy.
Yeah. Like, you all make excuses as to why you can't pick up the phone and call someone to find out if they need anything. But you want to tell me that you love me. You don't even know if I've eaten today. You don't even know if I have water in my house. You don't even know if I have a fucking house. But you love me,
Same,
though?
same here.
I don't love you, though.
No, you don't. And you don't
I
know
do
if I have
not.
enough food on my table either or water in my
You are
house.
not my problem. I never told you that I love you.
You're self righteous.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I never told you I was righteous.
You're above all. That's how you come across.
Did that make you feel some type of way?
No, it
Above
didn't.
you.
There's no
I never
anger in
said I
my
would.
voice. There's
I
no,
never. Well, no, there's not anger. You sound like
oh,
you're about
there
to
you go,
cry.
cut me off now.
It's not anger. You sound like you're about to cry.
No.
Hmm. You all should probably change the way you talk to people, and maybe people wouldn't approach you this way. You don't like it when people feel when people treat you as if they're on a pedestal and you're not. It makes you feel small.
Well, I'm no better than anybody else.
That's not how you came in here.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. You don't
You
like being
said
treated the way that you treat other people. Don't fucking do that shit. Go ahead, Venus. Sorry.
you said that we weren't receptacle. So you came up here thinking that like, you know, you had this sacred special knowledge, and all of us atheists are just we're not receptacle to receiving it.
Well, I mean, look how your replies are back to me, and that basically tells the truth of how you are coming across. So yes, you are not being receptacle because of the way you come across.
It's receptive. Where is your Holy Spirit? Why hasn't it corrected you yet? The correct word is
Everything he said
receptive.
is trash. Everything he said so far is trash. So we're not accepting it. That's why we're not accepting it.
Your church doctrine or your Christian doctrine has taught you to think that non believers are closed off. Non believers don't want to believe because they're hurt, they're lost, they're blind, they're ignorant, they're evil. And instead of you asking, instead of you being open and receptive, like you're trying to say we are not, you came in accusing us and assuming. And then you are
Really,
shocked at the response that you are getting.
really. Well, I beg the difference because I didn't come in accusing anything.
You did come in here accusing, you came in here accusing us of not being receptive, like we just told you.
You also came in here assuming that we don't believe because we were hurt, because something happened. Also, because there's rape, there's evil, there's this in the world. You did. You didn't ask one damn question. You didn't ask why. In fact, you came in here starting with you, why you believe, your testimony. Not one time did you ask why I'm disappointed, why I don't believe, why I'm embarrassed. And the topic is about me. I even pointed you back to the topic, to the pronoun I, and you still wanted to talk about yourself and what you assumed. It took you forever to ask the why question.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to pray for you, okay?
Fuck your
Heavenly
prayer.
Father,
Your
I
God
come
has
to you in the name of Jesus
your
Christ,
God
Father.
has no
Father,
power.
I
Your
lift up
God
these
has no
people,
power.
your sisters in
Ask
this
him,
platform, Father.
pray and ask him to come off mute. How about that? I'm going to pray for you too. Dear Satan, disciple of Christ is on my stage being self-righteous. He thinks that we're atheists because we're hurt by his non existing as God and his illiterate Holy Ghost. I ask that you endow him with the spirit of critical thinking, the spirit of literacy. Teach him how to pull out a book and to read, even if he has to start with his fingers. Teach him the correct meaning of receptive so that he is more open minded to those who do not share his beliefs. Let him know that Jesus is a ruse and something that the powerful and elite and his pastors use to influence him and to control him. Also, before you leave, remind him that his Jesus has no power. Ashe.
Perfect.
Hail Satan.
Oh,
Lulu, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
How old are you?
35.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm not sure what I would consider myself to be. I'm just here.
Do you believe in the
One
God
day
of the
you're here,
Bible?
the next day you're gone,
I need
type
to know.
shit.
I'm sorry, Lulu. I need to know which one of those three are you? Do you believe in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing?
Or sometimes.
Sometimes what?
Sometimes I believe, sometimes I don't.
Okay. Um, I only talk to people who believe in the God of the Bible, people who are deconstructing their beliefs, or atheists, okay? So I'm gonna have to drop you down until you figure out what you are, and then you can come back up,
Oh,
okay?
I'm perfectly fine with that.
All right, have a good
That
one.
was a hell of a prayer, by the way.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
I'm gonna have to go to the replay and screen record that because that was great.
DJ Nice, you're not connecting. Please try again if you are trying to come up on purpose. Good morning, everybody. Rebel, how old are you?
Hi,
Hi, how
can you
old are
hear
you?
me?
Yes.
I'm
How old are you?
37.
Okay. Are you a
I am
believer?
37.
Okay. Are you a
I
believer?
used to be.
I'm sorry.
I used to be.
Okay. Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I might be deconstructing because I'm not happy with what's going on in the book as I read. I'm pissed off, amongst other things. So, this is that deconstructing?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. You
Yeah,
had a
yeah,
belief in the God of the Bible.
yeah. I married a man, and he was a 7 days Adventist, and I just got baptized just like that. And then after I started doing the research, I brought a couple of things to him that was disturbing, and he wasn't interested at all. He just turned into somebody I didn't recognize. Like they're a cult. They have an automatic response if you ask a question. This is just my observation of the people who I've been around who started treating me differently as I ask more questions and as I deconstruct. And uh, it started with his family. They weren't kind at all. I had moved into this new house and I didn't want to live with him, but we had to share the house. And his mom, she came to the house and she was like, "Let me pray for it." And I was like, "No, I do not believe in Jesus." And she said her prayer and finished it. They're bullies. Like, I don't know. Well, it's been hard for me. Every time I try to speak out on the rape, on the murder, on the killing off everything but keeping the small version, it's disturbing. Like, how could anyone read a book and not be disturbed? So I don't know where I'm at, but I do not believe the God of the Bible anymore. I do not believe in Jesus anymore. And I don't think the book should be used because it's tearing the whole world apart. People will kill for this belief unalive. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, you can say kill.
And and where I'm from, they you're an outcast. You're an outcast. And I'm good with it. I don't mind. I don't mind being an outcast. I'd rather be an outcast than to be hive mind because to me at this point in my life, with everything I've tried to look into and try to understand, I'm not the best reader. I have to read in my dictionary most times to understand certain words. But I know deep down inside that that is not okay, what's going on in that book, and I don't want to be a part of it. So I denounced it and I removed myself. I do have an inner knowing though. I feel feel God within me, because just the other day I was having a really, really bad thought, and I said to myself, this is not my thought. Remove yourself from my mind immediately. And I think that was God, like for a second. I don't know. Or the force, the living force that gives us life. I think it would want us to be good. It would want us to be safe. The force that gives us life, that we can breathe and we can get this oxygen that no one knows where it comes from, or we can make it last forever. I believe that there is a force, and I honor that force, because I woke up today. I'm healthy. My home is well. My daughter is fine. I'm thankful for that, but I'm not giving the thanks to Jesus or anyone. Am I going crazy?
Well, it sounds like you are giving things to something outside of you. We know where oxygen
No,
comes
to
from.
myself. To myself.
Well,
It's so
not
selfish.
well, not for the oxygen, right? Like we know where oxygen comes from. Oxygen comes from trees, right? Like from the release and inhale of carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide. Like we know where oxygen comes from. So there's no need to, mysticize oxygen. I do
Okay.
know that some people are grateful for life, right?
I
Um,
am.
yeah. And I get that, but I don't think there's a need to see it as a deity. Being grateful for life, um, is an amazing thing. But we know where it comes from.
Am I gonna be okay though?
Yeah, deconstructing is it's not an easy thing, especially when you have very religious family. Um, and you're right. Like if you tell them that you don't want prayer, they do it anyway. They're very.
Yeah, they force it
Let
on
me. I'm gonna
you.
second. You and I can't talk at the same time. And
Sorry.
yeah, thank you. Um, you refer to it as bullying, and it does feel like that, right? Like they feel like that they are entitled to push their prayers on you, even if you don't want it. I ran a live one time saying that believers should ask for consent before praying for a person, and they were mad that we were saying that we don't want their prayers and they should respect our boundaries. And they were literally saying, I don't need your permission to pray for you. I'll pray for you when I want to pray for you. Like literally sounding like a rapist, to the point to where like we literally made up a word and just called them prapists, and because they spiritually rape people.
They do. We have a way too that what I've noticed that if you're trying to bring up a point where the Bible is concerned or where there's a contradiction, they all gang up on you to make you feel like you're so wrong, or there's something so wrong with you, or or they're there to tell you that God is mad at you. I deal with a lot, and I learned a lot of cool ways to cope with it. But it's sad. It's sad.
Yeah,
And it's not fair. It's not fair at all.
yeah, I
It's
agree.
not.
Well, did you have anything else, Rebel? Did anybody have anything for Rebel?
No, nothing.
Well, I definitely thank you for coming up. Okay.
Thank you, ladies. You've been a breath of fresh air ever since I joined this panel. And to see that there's other people is who actually understand, who actually did the research, and they can actually pinpoint to so many things to make it easier. I just want to say thank you to everyone, because I've been coming to this panel and I haven't felt alone ever since. And I am just grateful. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your knowledge. And thanks in general. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
I don't know how to end it.
I got you.
Thank you.
Victor?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. How old are you?
I am 34.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I am a believer.
All right. Venus?
Sorry, just one moment.
Okay. Go ahead, Victor. What are your thoughts on the topic?
I guess my question is like, it says ex-believer, right? So my question to you is just what made you not believe?
Excellent question, Victor. I stopped believing when I was actually trying to get closer to God. I was a missionary, and I was trying to find the God's name, and I had questions about, how the God actually felt about the Black community, because I was noticing some things, and my brother and I had a conversation, and he said, "I don't think God loves Black people," and I said, "I think you might be right." And so I set out to find find answers to the questions that I had, to seek the God's name out. And I decided that I was going to read the Bible like a history book and validate the claims. I wanted to look for the like the people in the Bible, the places in the Bible, the events in the Bible, and find them in history and match them up so that I could find the God's name. And when I did that, I learned that a lot of it is made up. Majority of it is made up. It's mythologies from other nations, uh, historical fiction. And then the more I studied, I learned the character of the God, met the God in the text for the first time, actually, and realized that I did not like the God that I was reading about. I don't match that God. I did not understand how I could be worshiping a God that told his chosen people to kill their own kids, that threatened to rub shit on their faces, that condoned slavery, that condoned rape. And then Jesus was a supremacist. So I didn't want to be associated with that God anymore. It wasn't the God that I thought I was in relationship with anyway. And so the more I studied, it just chipped away, and I just became atheist. Like I stopped believing because I couldn't find any truth in it. And I realized that everything that I was crediting to the God, believing that my prayers were being answered, I was doing everything. I was the one getting up, going to work. I was the one applying to programs. Like I was the one doing everything, but I was just saying God did it. So, yeah, it's information that made me stop believing.
Got it. I mean, to be honest, like I haven't read the Bible like from page to back. I
Give me
just
just a second. Give me just a second, Victor. I'm so sorry. Did everybody see Lulu get up here and say that sometimes he believes and sometimes he doesn't? Am I crazy?
no, he said
No,
that.
you're not
Yeah.
crazy.
And now he's in the comments
Oh,
calling me bitter.
Lulu, what the heck?
Lulu got up here and got stage fright. Now he back in the chat and he talking shit.
No, well, I feel like from his
No,
point of
Hold on, I'm
view.
not asking you. Hold on.
no,
I'm
that's
not
not for you,
asking you.
Victor.
You got up here and got stage fright. You were on stage. Your turn came. And now you in the fucking chat talking shit, Mr. Sometimes I believe and sometimes I don't. I don't know what I am. Oh, the shoe don't fit, motherfucker. You can't put now one of them bitches on. You a little scary motherfucker. Go ahead, Victor.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, it's a lot. I'm not well educated myself, like I was mentioning. Like I haven't read the Bible front to back. I just grew up Catholic. My parents taking me to church, so I'm just familiar from like tradition, I guess you can say. I do feel blessed because, you know, just like everybody, right? We have good things going on for us. And I know a lot of us are going through tough situations, and my tough situation is not compared to your tough situation, or you know, everybody has their own path in life and
I'm not
have.
going through a tough situation right
No, I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying, like, in general, like everybody, right? Like, well, I'm going through a tough situation, right? And I know my tough situation is not. I can't compare it to everybody else. So it's like my own path. Like my difficulties can't compare to others, right? So what I'm trying to get to, what I'm trying to say is, like someone touched on it. Like I've hated the fact that sometimes we try to compare or try to push religion or push God, push Jesus on anybody if they're not receptive, if they're not interested, like how you guys are saying. If you're not interested, like why would I even try to turn you a believer, right? Like to me that makes no sense. Like I feel like believing or not believing, it's your own path, right? So like you could try to turn me a non-believer, but it's
now. Why
you know
would I
it's
do
gonna
that?
be who makes it's me who is gonna make the decision at the end of the day, right? And growing up, like I would even see like a
I'm sorry,
Catholic fighting.
Victor, what are we talking about right now? Like you didn't address, you asked me why I don't believe, and now we're talking about you. Why are we doing that? Why didn't you address why I don't believe?
Because I know I'm not gonna be able to make you a believer.
Is that what you're here for? Is to make me a believer? Are you here to
No,
understand why I
no,
don't
I'm
believe?
trying to understand why you stopped
How are
believing.
you going to understand that if you're talking about yourself?
Like I'm trying to relate to you.
How? What is it that I've said that makes you think that I relate to you and your big problems and what you're talking
Well,
about right
because
now?
like kind of like you said, you were a missionary, right? I feel like you were on the path to pretty much have a connection with God, find the God that you were seeking, and I'm in that same path. I'm in that same path. Like, do you think I've seen Jesus in front of me?
I
Do
don't.
you think
What?
he has came to me and said like,
What?
hey,
What are we talking about, Victor? You asked me why I don't believe. I told you I do not believe because I studied. I
right,
studied and I researched. I
right, I'm on
accepted
that same
facts.
path.
I
Like, I'm
accepted logic. Then talk about
right.
that. Talk about the information is why I don't
Information.
believe. The claims were not true.
Well, that's what I need to do. I need to do my research, right? And that's where I started. Like, I haven't educated myself. I've done less than you have. Like missionary work. Like I haven't. I've only went into a church and walked out of a church, pretty much. You know, and I don't even go on panels like this. You're the first panel that I jump on to even like talk about my belief. Like I don't even like talking about my beliefs, if that makes any sense. Like
Can I ask
if
a question to the
if
topic?
I'm at work and there's like religion conversations, I'm like, let's not even talk about it. Like I don't even want to go into, hey, are you a believer? Are you not a believer? Oh, my way is the right way. Your way is the wrong way. Like I hate having those conversations because once again, no one is gonna convert me to believe or not believe. Just like I believe nobody should be converted. You know, it should be your own path. So I mean, I'm just trying to understand what made you. Because what if I'm going that route, right? Like where I'll become an ex-believer and then become an atheist.
Why are you thinking about becoming an ex-believer?
Well, it can happen, right? That's
I
what
mean,
happened to
I don't
you.
know. No, do you think that I went into it thinking that I was going to be an ex-believer?
I'm not thinking that you went
I
into
mean,
it that way.
well, then why are
You just
you
said you're the
thinking?
information,
Why are you thinking
and
about it for you? No, I
well,
didn't
it
think
happen.
that.
It happens to the
That,
whole like half
but
of the
well, then
world, I would
evidently,
assume.
if you think it
If
can
not everyone
happen,
is a believer.
like goodness gracious, if you think it can
Sorry, go
happen
ahead.
to you, then that means that there is some doubt there. That didn't have anything to do with me. Like when I knew of atheists, I knew that there were non-believers. Just because there were non-believers in the world, it did not make me think that I was going to become a non-believer. My faith was my faith. Nobody could make me become a non-believer. I became a non-believer because I accepted the information. I researched. right? Like just because you no more than you being a believer is going to make me be a believer. If
Right.
you think that there is an opportunity or a chance that you will become a non-believer, that means you don't really know what you are claiming that you know, what it is that you are having faith in right now. It means that you still
Well,
have doubt.
that's the thing. So faith is like a tough topic because faith you can't prove it, right? Like faith, either you have it or you don't. In my opinion, I might be wrong, but
Well, I mean, do you have it?
I believe I have faith.
Okay, so then what are we talking about then? If you believe you have faith, then why are you saying that you may be a non-believer one day? That doesn't make sense.
Well, did you have faith when you were a believer?
I did believe I have faith, but I
And there
did
you
not.
go. That's my point.
Victor, I did not think that I would ever be a non-believer. You do, though.
Bruh. Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Venus. Or go ahead.
I was asking Thinker, not you.
Oh yeah, you don't have to ask.
Okay. It's just because I'm sorry I was a bit busy before, but I'm done. But Victor, what is faith useful for exactly?
I thought you didn't have a. Oh, never mind. Sorry. Repeat it one more time. I thought
What
you were
is
asking. You were
okay?
asking Thinker.
No. What is faith useful for?
To get us to heaven.
How so?
What do you mean? Faith is to me like the number one thing. Like if you don't have any faith,
Okay, I get that. I get that it's important to you, but what for? Like, how does faith get
make it
one
to
to
heaven. I
heaven?
mean that should be the end goal for everybody, in my
Yeah, but
opinion.
how does it get you to heaven? How does faith equal you get into heaven?
You believe in a God, and that's pretty much it. Like, and
Yeah,
then
but
kind of like how Thinker was saying, you're gonna try to build that relationship. You're gonna try to go look for him. You're gonna do the missionary work, And then what if I do that and then I go atheist because with the information I know that I know the Bible. I've heard of little stories here and there in the Bible, and some of those, like she said, why would a God tell their people to go and sacrifice children, right? And I believe there's only that
I
one
didn't say that. I
episode.
said, why would he tell them to kill their own children for
Right.
not
And
believing in a
I
God?
question that too, right? I question that too.
Where is that at in the Bible?
Bro,
Why does he tell the Israelites to kill their own kids?
the Israelites to kill their own kids. Well, I mean, he didn't like what they were doing. There was a lot of sin in the world, I assume, right?
No,
I'm wrong.
no.
Okay.
Yep. But you said you questioned it, so I want to know, like, why did he tell them to do it, and what questions did you ask about it?
No, well, you explained to me why did he ask them to
But
do
you
that?
questioned it, so you should know. I shouldn't have to tell you that. If you actually questioned it.
No, because it's wrong, right? Like if he was to ask us
What's
today,
wrong?
kill all our children, how would I think it's okay? Like absolutely not.
Do you actually know if that's in the Bible? I could have made that up.
I know it's in the Bible. Well, now you're telling me that there's some stories that are fiction, right? Some stories that are not true.
But I could have made that up, Victor.
Right.
I could have made all that up. And I could be wrong.
Oh, great. Well, yeah, that's history books. That's everything. Were the dinosaurs here? I mean, I guess you can find fossils. Yeah.
Yeah, but why do you believe in something that relies on faith? Faith is a very bad epistemic framework. It doesn't require evidence. You can have faith in anything. Why is something as flimsy as faith required to have a connection with this all-powerful, all-knowing God who could give you the strongest evidence that could ever exist?
I don't know. I think it comes from and that's the funny part. I think it comes from like from my childhood. Like it's been ingrained, I guess you can say, right? I've been programmed to believe in Jesus and believe in God. And since a little kid, like I would pray. Since a little kid, I would, put my faith in God. I would pray to angels, just watch over me. And I know
I feel like you don't understand my
I know that there was bad
question.
things that happened, but I still know that there's just like anything, there's good and bad in everything, you know, and in this world, you know. So it's just, I don't know. It's just it's a belief that was just I just feel it inside. I mean, someone here
Okay, is
mentioned
your
it.
understanding of faith that faith is believing in something without evidence? Is that your understanding of faith?
100%. That's literally
Okay,
there's literally that's literally God. Like I told you, like I
but
haven't had Jesus.
is there any instances though outside of this belief system where you would be believing in stuff without evidence?
I mean, yeah. I mean,
Okay, what's an
I
example?
believe in doctors are, you know, doing the right thing for me, but now are
No, but
they?
there's evidence
You
for
know,
that,
like
Victor. There's plenty
medicine.
of evidence for that. So I'm asking you, what's a scenario where you believe something without evidence? There's evidence that doctors and medicine works.
Yeah, but I've seen incidents where it doesn't work and they're actually trying to
Okay,
kill
but
you.
it doesn't say that it works 100%. Do
Uh-huh.
you do you understand what the conditions of like humans used to be like 50 years ago? Our lifespan has doubled because of medicine and science. The way that you're communicating with us through this phone is because of science and medicine. It works. It's a model that
Technology.
predicts accurate results. So let's not try and undermine the good that science has done for humanity. The good that your God hasn't done, by the way. The question was, is there any instances in your life outside of this belief system where you're believing in things without evidence?
No, I mean, can you give me some examples? I don't know.
The point is you don't. That's
Question
why it's
about
kind
your
of
life. I should give you an example about your experiences. For cutting you off, Venus. I didn't know you were going to speak then, but it's about your experiences. How could she give you an example about something in your life? That's like, that's not how that question works.
Are you there, Victor?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, did you hear that?
No, I mean, I don't have an answer.
You understand that that's like I get that it's a lot to take in, but you understand that that's like unreasonable, right? To be expected to have this unreliable method of proof from this God who could just give you regular evidence. Like, do you agree that that's a bit weird or inconsistent?
Well, yeah, and that's where the doubts, I guess you can say.
There's nothing wrong with having doubts and asking questions. Like, that's a good thing. You know, that's what deconstruction is. Like looking for these answers to these questions.
Right. And for me, one thing that comes to mind, because I have children, you know, I have kids, and you know, like in my head, right, in my brain, my God, my Jesus has done, like I mentioned in the beginning, I'm blessed, right? So in my head is like, I know I'm blessed, and it has helped me to believe in a God. Why wouldn't I pass that down to my kids?
How do you pass
And I
down?
don't, and that's the problem too, right? You
How do you
don't want to
pass down
force it on
faith?
your kids. You don't want to
But
force
how
it
do you
on
pass
your
down
kids.
belief? How do you pass down belief?
It's it's pretty much in my head, right? I would duplicate what happened to me, like just
I
as a
thought you said
child.
that didn't happen to you.
No, as a child being taken to church, you know.
So taking their choice away?
No, taken to church. Like to
Taking
me,
their choice away?
okay, so don't take him to church. That's my point. Like if I know exercising is good, right? As a child, I grew up playing sports. Like I want my child to play sports to stay healthy, right? So if I didn't care about my child, then I would just be like, no sports for you.
you
I
know,
mean, what if
No,
they
or
you
don't
make your
want
own
don't.
to play
decision.
sports?
Make your own
What if
decision
they
on
don't
sports.
want to?
But
Yes, they
you know
should.
for a
You
fact.
should
No,
not.
exactly.
No, you should
No,
not be able
but
to
as
force
a
your
father,
child to play sports.
no, but as a no, trust me. Trust me, like if I would have been asked as a child, hey, do you want to play sports
That's
or play
asked.
video games? Play video games, what am I
No,
gonna choose?
no, playing sports and sitting in the house and playing video games is two different things. You can get
Okay.
exercise without playing sports, Victor.
So
But
you
also, why,
okay.
like, your kids can come to the faith on their own. There are a lot of kids who've done that. Like, I think sending kids to the
100%.
church at a young age
I
to,
could die
wait,
today, die
Victor,
tomorrow,
Victor,
Victor,
let
and
her
wait, wait,
finish.
Victor,
they're
Victor,
on their
Victor,
own.
Victor. Oh my
Sorry.
gosh. Like, come on, bro. Kids can, like, people can go back to the faith even if their parents don't take them to church. Like, just like a kid can go play a sport even if their parent did not play a sport. Like, you don't have to indoctrinate your children young. Like, what's positive about taking a child to church and letting them hear if they don't turn their life over to God, they're going to burn in hell? What's positive about that's inciting fear in a child. Of course, they're going to believe it if they're hearing, oh, if I don't believe this, well, I'm going to go to hell. I'm going to burn. That's scary.
Victor,
Like,
you
there's places who have, like, there's countries who are now classifying that as abuse because that's what that is. Like, you can go to jail for that now in other countries. It's not a good thing.
Victor, you sound like you are an adult. You sound nervous to even talk about losing your faith. Why would you pass that on to your children?
Because I think faith is a beautiful thing. Once
No,
again.
the anxiety that comes along with it.
Oh, I'm just nervous. I don't talk. I don't do public speaking. To be honest, like I mentioned in the beginning, I don't. You guys are the first panel that I've jumped on to even talk about God. Like I don't even talk about Jesus. You know, like even to my kids. Like I literally. It's my 5-year-old. I asked him like a month or 2 months ago. I'm like, do you even know who God is? I know my story, right? And he was like, yeah, I know who it is. It's Jesus. I'm like, who's telling you this? Because I haven't taken you to church, you know. And he was like, oh, it's just like my uncle, and it was like my brother-in-law. But I was like, wow, that's what I'm telling you guys. Like, you want to lead a child to the best of your ability, right? To the good things that you know that you're not going to teach your child, like, hey, like go drink
Believe
alcohol
in
if you
things
know
without
alcohol is
evidence.
bad, right?
Victor, I have 4 children,
Go ahead.
adults.
Hmm.
Only one of them is a
Kids.
Christian. Only one of
Hmm.
them is a Christian. The other 3 are atheists. None of them are convicts, teen parents,
I'm not
runaways,
saying they are.
drug
I know.
addicts.
I
My
know.
children are very
No, and
smart.
I'm
Will
not
you
saying.
stop? My children are very intelligent, very respectful children. They're normal children without a God. I didn't force my children to their beliefs. What they believe, that's what they believe. And when they ask me and they talk to me about what I believe, I'm open and honest with them about it. But I don't force them to be atheists because I'm atheist. And I didn't force Christianity on them even when I was a Christian. I started to. I
Sorry,
started
Victor.
to when they were younger. And then I stopped because I didn't want to do the same thing that was done to me.
But, like, also, why would you want to pass down, like, the fear and the anxiety that comes from this to someone young, like a 5-year-old? To be honest, even when I was a Christian, I did not want, like, nobody else. When I thought about kids, I did not want nobody else to be the person that introduces my child to Christianity, especially my 5-year-old. Like, that's kind of weird, and I feel like that's a boundary that needs to be placed. Like, why are you introducing something heavy like religion to a kid? Like, what? That's that's so weird. I don't understand how y'all don't see that's weird, especially all the shit that comes with this and like that trauma and fear can start at such a young age. Y'all will allow y'all kids to be indoctrinated that early. Like, literally, this religion will give little kids nightmares. You don't think little kids have nightmares after hearing they're gonna burn in hell for lying?
Some
You don't think your kid would hear that? An innocent kid that's probably just, because kids lie. That's a thing kids do. Why would they want to feel fear because you asked them, well, did you eat the rest of something? And they're like, no, because they're scared they're gonna get in trouble. But now they're also scared that they're gonna go to hell because they lied not to get in trouble. That just adds it on.
Listen in the comments asked me, how is my relationship with my son who is a Christian? It's a great relationship. I don't treat my children any different based on what they believe. And they don't treat me any different based on what I believe. And children lie because everybody fucking lies.
All right, guys, I got to get ready for work, unfortunately. Love hearing from you. Thank you for letting me be on the panel. Appreciate your guys' input.
Have a good day, Victor.
Okay, bye,
You as
Victor.
well.
Bye.
All of you lie. Everybody fucking lies. Especially those of you that believe in this God. You will lie for the God.
My whole thing is he says he's going to pass down a blessing. I wanted to get to this, but then he had to leave. But how can you prove that what's going good in your life is because of a God? Like a lot of times believers think that the things that are going good in their life is because of a God. But like, no, you have a good ass job because you worked hard and you got experience in this field. Like you didn't just get this good ass job because you walked your little silly ass up in there and said, God has blessed me with the opportunity to get this job and they hired
I
you. Like,
am
no,
chosen.
that's not how you did that. Like, that's not how you did that, right? Like you having a nice house isn't because the God blessed you. No, it's because you worked your ass off to get that house. You worked your ass off to get that car. You worked your ass off to take care of your kids. You worked your ass off to stay in a happy mindset. Like, that's you. You can't prove that any of that is a blessing from God because other people who don't believe and who denounce this God and talk shit about this God have those exact same things.
It just
Shirley?
so
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Venus.
I was just gonna say, it just so happens that people that live in first world countries are all blessed and highly favored, while the ones that live in third world countries are just, I guess God just doesn't like them.
Right, but Jesus loves me though, Venus. That's all that matters. Jesus loves me.
He don't play about me.
Shirley? Shirley, are you there? We're gonna send you an invite, Shirley, and see if that helps. All right, Shirley. If you want to come up, try again later. Remember, if you are friendly and you're in the guest request box, I need to see an emoji, a nerd emoji, so I know you're in there on purpose. If not, I will not bring you up. S3.
Hey, good morning. You can call me Riri.
Riri, how are you?
Good. How are you doing? Good morning, panel.
Look good. How old are you?
I'm 39.
And are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I am an atheist.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on the topic?
I think so. First of all, I get it, and I appreciate that you use the word embarrassed and not ashamed, because I think that, at least speaking for me, I've been an atheist for like 15 years. I had a lot of shame when I first started to deconstruct, which I don't know how normal that is, but it felt normal for me growing up Southern Baptist in a very religious family. So I get it. And now, in retrospect, when I look back, I definitely am like, oh, I really was out here just like, oh yeah, there were giants. Like, why did I think that? What, like, there was no evidence. like what was happening to me? And I think with a lot of us, it's like a desire for community, right? So when people want to be in community, it's very easy to get them to buy in to ridiculous things. And I definitely like went through that. I wanted to belong somewhere. But as I got older, and I'm bisexual, so as I got older and started realizing that like I couldn't stay in a community where it wasn't okay for me to be myself. And I was like very much the church girly. Like I was like the chairperson of the youth council at church. I was at choir practice. I was on the praise team. I was like there on Saturdays putting together like youth explosions and all types of stuff. But there was like a whole part of me that I had to hide, right? It wasn't okay for me to like girls. It wasn't okay for me to be curious about my sexuality, or to ask questions. And so when I look back now as an adult with a son who's about to graduate, I'm like, man, I would never want my son to feel those things. And it's crazy to me that my own parents didn't have the desire to like ask questions. Um, so yeah, I get it. I also feel very embarrassed that I was a believer.
The giant thing is making me laugh because that is one thing that I did believe. And I remember having a conversation when I first started deconstructing on here. There was a guy, and y'all, this video is on YouTube. This is one of the first, some of the first conversations that I started having when I started doing these deconstruction lives. And this guy's name was, I think his name was Ray something. I can't remember, but he was talking about the giants, and I remember the first time I had the thought of like giants with big dicks and 5-foot humans. Like, how the fuck did they have sex? And I remember thinking that I said that on live. And I was like, are you trying to tell me that, because he kept saying the giants was 30 feet tall. I think he went all the way up to like 80 feet tall. And I'm like, wait, what the fuck, dude? Like you're up here thinking that this 30-foot, 80-foot tall giant fucked a 5'2" human. And then we were talking about like the sons of God, being angels. And I'm like, wait. I said, hold up. I said, how did they get dicks? I said, do angels have dicks? And I was like, do they procreate in heaven? Like this whole conversation, I swear, is on YouTube. I was like, do they procreate? I was like, do angels procreate in heaven? And he was like, I don't think so. I was like, well, then where the fuck did they get their balls from? And then this guy said, he said they changed their bodies into human bodies. And I was like, oh my gosh. And I'm like, I cannot believe. His name was Raymond. There it is. Thank you. I was like, I cannot believe that I believe this. And then he said, we got to talking about the serpent in the garden talking. And I asked, well, I said, who let the serpent in? And he said, the other fucking animals. I said, wait, the other animals talk too? And he was like, you got to read the book of Jasher. I was like, what?
What in the utopia do they think was going on in Eden?
Thinker, I just did the math for like height to penis size ratio. That would mean those giants had like 2.80, like 81 feet
Hell
of
no.
penis on them. That is a lot. Like what?
Hell no.
Like oh my,
We
and that's
talked about
the
that. Like we
that's
would
the
fucking run. Like we would run.
that's the smallest ratio to measure it by the
Shit.
percentage, because it can be higher than that. I just did the smallest ratio, which is 9.4%. That's like really scary. Like I don't know if you ever seen that meme of the person looking up and it's like
Like hell
that's
no.
horrifying.
Man.
Oh my God. Yeah, whenever I think about the angels coming down to have sex with the human women, I always picture like a Red Bull commercial. because we always grew up with like angels have wings. So I'm like, so was y'all in a tree? Like did they take you up? How does it work?
That we inquiring minds want to know, because what?
I'm just saying.
And the fact that we were believing this is It is quite embarrassing. Like I can't tell you how many times we've preached about the garden story, and the serpent said, and not even like crossing my mind that I'm saying, and the snake said, like what?
Right.
And believing that snakes had legs. Well, like what the fuck was we
Listen.
thinking? And I was asking the other day, I was like, can you imagine a fucking snake with legs? Motherfucker, can you imagine a snake running behind your ass with some fucking legs? And you know damn well that
Listen.
motherfucker gonna catch you. I can only imagine it running fast than a motherfucker. Like, no. Hell
Do you
no.
reckon it stood on
Crocodile.
its do you reckon it stood up on its legs or was on all fours?
I picture it standing up on his leg, that motherfucker running fast. Like shit.
Yeah. Yeah, like
All
standing
fours is
upright.
also terrifying though. Like a gecko snake. I don't like it. Standing
But
up
like,
on.
how would you even fight it off though? Like, like it don't even. All it gotta do is jump. Like, not only is it chasing you, it just gotta jump at you. Like, how are you fighting it?
Yeah, hey, y'all gonna give the believers nightmares. They starting to scroll away. They don't want to dream about fucking serpents chasing their ass with legs and shit.
I don't
And do
know
they
why
only
not.
have
They talk
legs?
about them enough.
I don't know. You said they will have legs?
Do they only have legs or do they also have arms?
That's a good
Ooh.
question. That's a great question. Did he take their arms away too? Well, then maybe they were on four. Maybe they had four legs.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe they had four legs.
Yeah, being Christian was a wild time. It was a crazy time in life, and I'm glad I'm through it. I'm glad we've all made it to the other side.
Yeah, it is. The journey though was a motherfucker because the fear, right, and the anxiety,
Mhm.
the what if I'm wrong bullshit. And I was telling him like it took me forever to get over the allness of the word Christ.
Mhm.
Like I said, I think they chose that word because it's like a fail safe. It's like you get to the edge and you're ready to go to the other side, and then just that word Christ, you hear oh, and you're like, nope, I'm going back. Like
Maddie, not the. Okay.
It's my biblical depiction of the serpent when it was talking to Eve. This is it right here. Like, you can't see the legs, but just imagine it standing up and being like, "But Eve, listen, your
Okay.
eyes
Why
are
you make it
going
look
to
like
be
it's a
open."
believer in Jesus though with that head wrap? I don't
Okay,
know.
because they
Justice
said
for the
it was
serpent.
okay. Do
Justice
you
for the
want me to go get
serpent.
the sassy one instead? Because the only
Man,
other option
dude.
was the sassy one. Do you want the
That
sassy
motherfucker
snake?
look like he bowing down to Jesus.
No, he's definitely talking up, and it's because Eve will be taller
That
than
white look,
him.
she don't make the serpent pure with
He
a
can't be
fucking
a
white
modest
head.
snake thinker.
Man,
What if he
fuck
wants to be
that.
modest?
Ah,
What if he
shit.
wants to be modest? He has to cover up maybe his micro hairs on his head or something. I don't know.
What
He
But
modest.
also, like,
Maddie
low
got some
key.
deconstructing
Oh,
to
I'm
do.
sorry.
Maddie's still thinking about pure white as snow. She still got some deconstructing to do. Dang it, Maddie.
You know what's crazy though, and I didn't realize this until, speaking of deconstructing, until I started watching Your Lives Thinker and like Xena and Mama Bash, all of that, is that I really only started realizing in the last year or so that I still have a lot of things from indoctrination to deconstruct. Like, I started catching myself being like, oh, that's real misogynistic. Why do you think that way? So there's still like a whole lot of work to be done.
Yeah. Fee and I say all the time that deconstruction is probably a lifelong journey. One of the reasons
Mm-hmm.
why I say that is because we don't know what we will experience and what we haven't experienced as a non-believer. Because
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like there were so many beliefs put into us about life and how to engage with it. Like we just don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And I was telling somebody else the other day, like big events in our life, like especially death, losing a job, losing a house, or something like that. Those big events are the times that
Mm-hmm.
most people want to reach for a supernatural power because it's things that are outside of our
control, that we feel like we wish or need something with some magical power, something bigger than us. But learning
Oh yeah.
to depend on one, learning to accept and realize that life happens, and then also learning to be open to receiving help and asking for help, and depending on the humans who are here, even if it's just them being present and helping you breathe
Yeah.
through certain things. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. Okay. Sorry, Maddie. This is crazy.
Well, she complained about my modest
I
snake,
mean, that one
my
is
modest
ugly
snake.
too.
So now I have the sassy one. Thicker. All snakes have
What?
beauty. Like that is so rude of you. Like why
I'm
is it
not trying
ugly
to be
because it's
rude. It
green?
looked like a
Do you
fucking
want a
plant.
brown snake?
It looked like a
Are you a
plant.
colorist snake?
It looked like a leaf.
Okay, but like, okay, what is he supposed to look like if he's in
A
the Garden of
snake.
Eden? Isn't
That
he supposed
motherfucker
to?
don't look like no
That's a
snake.
snake.
No,
He's a
the
snake.
fuck is
Okay,
not.
so you want a fucking
A snake.
rattlesnake in the goddamn garden. That's not convincing. I'll be scared as fuck. This snake right here looks like now you really gonna
Why?
be a
Why
dumb
does
bitch
it
all your
look?
life,
Why
Eve.
does it have stick arms?
I wanted to have like, do you think the
That's
snakes
a.
had any other type of arms? Like,
She
why
done
wouldn't
went
it
and
have
asked
snake
the
arms though?
AI to make a snake out of the fig tree.
No,
Like those
actually,
are the
it's drawn
fucking
on.
what?
It's
You
drawn
drew that
on.
on there? Oh my
No, I
gosh,
got it
man.
from somebody else who draws snake pictures. It's more, but
They
still,
drew
he looks
that?
like yes, he looks like he's
Where's
gonna
six
say.
pain? We need 6 pain to draw as a snake.
He looks like he's gonna say, "Now you really gonna be a dumb bitch all your life, Eve."
It look like a hand puppet.
You really not gonna eat that apple, Eve. You
No,
want to be
it look
dumb all
like
your
a it look like
motherfucking
an index
life.
finger puppet. That's what it looked like.
Okay, why are you
Oh
cracking on
my
my snake like
god.
thinker? We're supposed
I,
to be open
I'm just
minded.
being honest with you. I am being
She's not
I'm being
receptible.
receptacle. Like seriously,
Like her heart is hardened. Hardened
She's
like
not being very
Pharaoh. She will never
receptible.
understand. She would never understand. Just because I don't look like what you want me to look like, you're gonna judge me now? I was supposed to
I
be a
love
brown
you though.
snake.
Jesus loves you. Even though you
Ugh,
fucked up the whole world, Jesus loves you.
ugh. Honestly, this probably looks like the face it was making to Jesus too. Well, God too, when he was saying, "Don't let they can't eat from that tree." Like, now you dumb bitch, you know they gonna eat from that goddamn tree.
Bye, TFMJ. Have a good day. Thank you for the $25 super chat. Thank you. Have a good
Oh.
day.
Can Thinker, can somebody block evangelical heretic in the comments? They're spreading lies and rumors, please.
Betty eats
Can we
What
get
did
the
who?
spiders?
mods? Can we block them, please, before anybody interacts with that?
What did he
Can we
Do
say?
block
you
them?
eat spiders, Maddie?
Nothing, Thinker. Just know.
Yes,
Can
she
we drop
eats spiders.
Venus?
Hey,
Okay,
You eat
don't
okay,
hey,
spiders?
don't
okay,
feed
guys.
my
The
nephew or my
snake,
niece a fucking spider,
the
or me and
snake
you gonna
eats.
fight.
Listen, the snake eats the spiders. I am not the snake. I am
Hey,
We
not the
have a
hey,
serpent.
field day in
hold on.
Australia.
Put all seriousness aside. Did you hear what I said?
If I would.
Huh?
If I want to feed this goddamn baby a garlic
Don't
parmesan spider,
feed
I'm gonna
my
do it. And
niece
you
or
cannot
nephew
stop
no
me
fucking
though.
spiders, or me
But
and
you
you
can't
gonna
stop
fight.
me though. Okay, well tell
Watch
me
me.
that my
Watch
snake
me.
is beautiful.
Fuck
Tell
this
me that
snake.
my snake is beautiful.
Fuck this snake. Watch me.
I'm gonna
Watch
buy
us.
it. All
Watch
right,
us.
watch this.
Watch it.
Watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna go searching for it right now. Don't
Girl,
worry.
I
I
swear,
eat them alive.
I'm finna call your
I eat them
mama.
alive.
I'm finna call your
Well, you
mama,
can
and I'm
call my
finna tell.
mama. You want to know what? She just lets me be crazy. She just lets me be crazy. It's okay.
No, who said spiders are full of protein? Y'all stop feeding her head up with that shit. Who
Yes,
said
they
that?
are. Like they're so high in
Relaxing.
protein. Insects are very high in protein, thicker.
Maddie,
You should really try it.
You better put
If
that
you
shit
come
on
to
hold.
Australia, you'll have an
Tell
all-you-can-eat
me
buffet
my
of
snake
spiders.
Exactly. You
is
better put that shit
beautiful.
on hold.
Tell me my snake is beautiful, thicker.
I'm not telling you shit. Don't you feed my niece and nephew
Okay,
no
yeah,
fucking spiders.
I just gave you a chance to save your niece slash nephew. Now they're going to be subject to the spider eating. Yeah, I just gave you a chance.
Beautiful is a
Y'all
crazy
better tell
thing.
me my snake is beautiful, or else,
Yeah,
or
girl, shut
else.
up. You sound like Yahweh. Love me, or I'm gonna burn you. That's what you sound like. Tell me
Love
my
my
snake is
snake.
beautiful. Tell
And
me
look,
my
he
snake is beautiful,
reminds
or
me.
I'm gonna feed my baby spiders. Like seriously.
I don't know if y'all see that movie where it's like baby's gonna burn. What? Your fucking baby's gonna
Yes, I
burn?
have. I love Legion.
That is insane. Uh, I think your snake is beautiful. By the way, please don't feed that baby no spiders.
Don't be trying to like that baby gonna be
No,
okay.
Thinker has to say it. Thinker has to
I'm not
say it.
saying it because
Well,
Y'all can
I'm
try
not
to
saying
take up for
she
Thinker,
not finna
but
feed that
Thinker
baby no
gotta say
spiders.
it.
She ain't feeding that
Okay,
baby no
you think I'm
spiders.
let me go on Amazon right
You
now.
better not.
Let me go on
She
Amazon.
ain't feeding that baby no spiders.
I don't know. She sounds pretty serious, but
Girl, Maddie, she ain't gonna do it.
I don't know. But I didn't really have anything else. I just wanted to weigh in. I appreciate you guys. Thinker, I appreciate so much the information that you put out. It always gives me a lot to think about, even as an atheist. Always love Fee's word of the day. I feel like I keep a notepad because I don't know a lot of words sometimes. And sometimes I just got to jot down what Fee say and then go Google it later. But I appreciate y'all. I appreciate the community you guys have cultivated.
Well, thank you so much, Riri. I appreciate you being here. It was a great conversation, and I hope to talk to you again.
Awesome. I'll talk to you guys later. Have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
Bye.
Maddie, I'm
Just
telling
found
your
the link
mama. I'm telling your
for the
mama on you.
chocolate covered ones. I just found the link for the
Okay,
chocolate
all
covered
right.
ones. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna put this on my registry
You
list.
do it. You can put it on the registry list. Ain't nobody buying that shit off the registry list. And then by the time
Well,
you
my
have
man will
your,
buy it. My
by the
man will
time
buy it.
he ain't finna give you no fucking spiders to feed his
Yes,
child.
he will. He'll
No, he
buy me
not.
whatever I want.
No, he
He'll buy
not.
me whatever I want.
No, he
Yep.
not. No, he won't.
Yep. Yep.
You can put it on the register list. Ain't nobody finna pull it up off of there. Nathaniel.
You in the bathroom, Nathan?
It sounds like he either washing dishes or something.
That's the
Probably
crazy one. He
showering.
was saying that I got Archangel. You ain't buying shit for me calling me Madeline. I'm finna block you. What the fuck?
Who called you Madeline? But who's offering to buy it?
No.
Who's offering to buy you spiders?
Wait, nobody's
Hold
offering me to buy
on.
me shit. Nope. Guys, run.
Hold on. Who's offering to buy them?
Nobody, Thinker.
Yala.
That's not Yala.
Yala.
Yala, be quiet. Why you commenting? Like, come on, bro. You're
Don't
supposed to act like you wasn't here.
don't gas her up. She don't need to be feeding that baby no spiders. What's up? Fire? How are you? Firebird.
Good morning. Good
How
morning,
are
y'all.
you? How are you feeling?
So. Thank you for asking. It's been a lot happening. I wanted to answer the prompt really quickly, and yeah, I appreciated what you said. I wrote it down, Thinker. You said that there are so many beliefs that, and this isn't exactly it. I tried to catch it as you were saying it. So many beliefs that were put in us about life, and especially the big events. And I am trying to hold. I'm not trying, but I am holding myself with a lot of compassion, because I look back and, oh my goodness, the things that I believed didn't have a lot of nuance to them. And I'm still very much in the thick of deconstructing. And I think I've been with this particular community for about 6 months now. And it's interesting because my the thing that I think I am most upset about in or one of the things I'm most upset about in Christianity and the belief is how it tells you to ignore the truth of that your body is telling you, because I have known in my body for months that something was not okay with my husband, following the death of his dad. And you know that that thing about like the frog being in the water and slowly the degrees are turned up and it doesn't realize it until it's too late and then it boils. That's not really true, but that idea is kind of how it has felt, to look around and realize I don't recognize him. And I'm out of it now. I actually I left, and I told him I was going to leave if he didn't get help. And there's more to the story. It's more nuanced than that, of course. But I'm sitting here like in an Airbnb about to move states because I am my eyes are finally opened, and I'm finally like trusting myself. And it's been hard to leave a situation that I just didn't think I would be here. But looking back, I can see like, yeah, my body was slowly starting to get sicker and sicker, and there's a thing that happens in my chest. It feels like there's like a brace that's being like tightened more and more when I'm either having a panic attack or when something is not right. And I've been feeling that, especially over the last few weeks. I didn't realize how worried my family was about me. And yeah, I guess I'm just saying this to like have someone else bear witness to what I'm doing, because I feel really proud of myself for leaving. And I didn't leave without offering help, but I did what I said I was going to do. And like I could not stay in a situation that was killing me. But I feel like growing up in the religion or in this belief system, I at least was taught that love is enough, and like this is God will make a way, and that's lovely, but that's also not true. So yeah, I guess I just wanted to say that. And
I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Very proud of you. Yeah. Congratulations. And like, I know it is scary.
Yeah.
And learning to trust your gut, trust your decisions, and whatever happens, you know, you'll be able to face that as, life continues. But the step that you're taking is a very big step, and congratulations.
Thank you. I could feel it. My twin sister has we have we're twins, so we have a twinny relationship, but she doesn't really hold back, and she was telling me like, you don't look good, you look bad, and I just couldn't really see it. And then when I got here to the air, something happened in the last 24 hours where I'm like, I gotta get up out of here. He's never been violent to me, but emotionally, as I look back, the harm has been compounding. And I just feel so much compassion for myself, but also I think I do feel a little bit ashamed that I didn't see it until I saw it, you know?
Don't like, I can't tell you not to feel shame, because your feelings are valid, but work through it.
Okay.
I felt like shame and embarrassed because I kept, even afterward, I kept trying to protect his image, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And sometimes I still find myself doing that. I know y'all have heard me say several times, he's trying to change now. Like, so, because this is my kid's father, right?
Mhm.
But like, work through it. Feel your feelings, acknowledge them, and work through them.
Yeah, I will. Thank you. And I think one of the things that I have been really grateful for, I love children, but I'm so grateful we don't have any right now because my heart needs so much care and healing, which is why I'm moving to be near my family. And I currently live on the coast, and my family is in the south where it's so much cheaper, and I don't have to have the stress that I would here in this expensive ass but beautiful place. And I also really appreciate what you said about noticing that you were like trying to protect his image, because that's what I was doing, and I didn't even know, you know? And I'm going to say something because I feel like there's like it means something, like it matters to hear myself say it and to bear witness to it with people. But I first of all, I think if you ever live with someone, everyone having their own bathroom is amazing. So we both had our own bathrooms, which was awesome. But I noticed like over the last year and a half, like my bathroom was a sanctuary. Like it was beautiful, it smelled nice, it had so many candles. Like I sketched it and then I made it happen. And I found myself after some really intense um uh I would call them intense moments of fellowship, but like just in moments where my husband he can't see anything except his own pain right now. And that doesn't work in a relationship. I'm not asking for 50-50, but I am asking to be seen because it doesn't work the other way. And I found myself like in my bathroom, sleeping on the floor, and I thought this was normal. And I would tell myself, well, it's pretty in here and I have like blankets and stuff on the floor, so it's fine. And I have a whole ass like disease. What am I doing on the floor going through chemo? Like, what is happening? Like the things that I normalize, that's the part that I recognize and recognizing I had some shame about. But I'm here. At least I got here, and I already can feel like something inside of me is definitely grieving, but it released. Like my chest doesn't feel heavy, it doesn't feel tight. My sister said yesterday I'd only been here for 3 hours and she said you look different. And I'm just grateful to me. I would not have said that a while ago, but I did this shit, and I have heard myself, this will be the last thing I say, but I heard myself repeating something I've heard you and other members on the panel say, like, no, I am the reason I did this. And I would be in a really tough moment where I'm like, I got to make a decision. I need to do this quickly. And I heard myself say, Kisa, you can do this. You can get through this one step at a time. And I want to thank you for the work that you're doing, because I'm not sure when I would have left. And it was slowly stealing my light. So thank you. If you ever doubt, all of you, if you ever doubt the work that you're doing, if it matters, because there's some people who come up here that, they will try your nervous system, but I want to tell you, and I know you know this, but I just want to say thank you, because I feel free, and I want to be free. So thank you.
Love you.
Yes, you're so welcome. I'm so happy for you. We are here for you, in your corner, rooting for you. And I'm so glad that you are doing what's best for you and what's right for you, and putting you first, and your health first, and your mind first, your heart first. And we love you.
Thank you. I love you guys. You'll have a good morning.
You too.
You too. Sending you so much love and hugs.
Thank you, friend.
Have a good day.
Thank you too.
W. Firebird. Nathaniel.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
All is well. I apologize. You called me up when I believe I was washing my face.
Oh, that's okay. How old are you?
I'm 41.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I am a follower of Jesus Christ. I do follow the words of the Holy Bible.
Okay. There is a topic on the screen. I'm going to go ahead on and give you a boost there, let you know why I don't believe anymore. And it's because I researched the claims in the book, and they do not line up with history, with logic, with evidence. I also do not see myself as anybody that would worship a deity that is discussed in that book. When I studied the book and learned more about the deity and what he stood for, what he did, the decisions that he makes, it just does not align with me. So I slowly but surely started deconstructing until years later, I now am an atheist.
Okay. If I may ask, something specific happened to you, or it was just
No, I just told you why. It's all information.
okay? Do you believe that you are doing God's will by doing that?
I don't believe there is a God.
What?
So I believe that.
I am an atheist. I don't care if you think that I'm doing your God's will. I don't care about that. I do
I
not
was going to
believe in a
ask you
God.
about a perspective.
My perspective, I just gave you my perspective.
No, I was going to ask you about a perspective.
A perspective of who? Whose perspective?
That even those people who are not following God, He is the power that is causing them to do that, to test them.
I don't care what you think like that. What do you think that that's going to change? Like your God is the power that behind people raping little girls. Your God is the power behind the trafficking that's happening with the JE files. Your God is the power behind the war in Iran. Your God is the power behind me taking a shit. What do you think that was going to do?
Can you show me the scripture where God commands grape?
Can you show me the scripture where your God commands me not to believe?
Well, you said that He commands grape, and I don't
You
believe that
said
you're
that he's
speaking
the.
the
I didn't.
truth.
I don't have to show you shit, but and I also did not say to you that your God commands grape or rape. I didn't say shit about your God commanding rape, but you said that your God is the power behind me not believing. Show me that fucking scripture.
Yeah, I actually can. If you give me a moment, I can get my Bible.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, I can tell you about it while I grab my Bible.
Mm-hmm.
The scriptures do explain that there are people here that are here for the purpose of wrath,
I have
vessels of
no
wrath.
wrath. I have no wrath.
You're wrathful now because you're leading people away from God.
Nope. I mean, I know what wrath means. I have no wrath. Your God is the God of wrath.
Can you not hear the wrath in your voice?
No.
Okay, well,
What?
yeah, you did.
He
You're not
tried it.
speaking.
He tried
Verbal? Verbal
it.
sacrifice?
He tried it.
This
So
is what.
then I
Remember?
guess you
Hold
think
on.
you're
Hold on. I'm
speaking
talking right now.
nicely.
Hold on. I'm talking right now. Do y'all remember what I read to y'all the other day in John the Baptizer? Do y'all remember that I read it on Mama Bash's
That Jesus
live?
is, yep. About how gaslighty Jesus was? Yep.
Yeah,
He
redefining
don't answer
words.
questions.
Read it. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. That's what they do. Watch. He gonna do it the whole fucking time. Go ahead.
That's just you not receiving truth.
Okay.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be getting something right now?
What makes you think that I'm not?
Let's stay focused because you can't get something and also be unmuting yourself to talk to us.
I
Let's go
haven't
get what we
unmuted
were asked to
myself.
get to.
So you
Okay,
see how you assume that you're right
right,
when you're not
right,
correct?
right, right, right,
Right,
right. But
right.
have you got the scripture though? But have you got the
I'm
scripture though?
getting the
But you're
scripture.
not getting it because you're sitting here talking to us. That's my point. Get it.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
You
Thank
sound
you.
You sound
Thank
wrathful.
you. Thank you. No, I don't sound wrathful. I sound irritated. Let's learn tones, okay?
Okay. You sound
Very
hostile.
irritated.
You're
No, I'm
hostile.
irritated. No, I'm irritated.
Okay.
You're still
Find
not
the
getting the
scripture. I don't
scripture.
want to go back and forth. Please find the scripture. Y'all, I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Don't fall in the toilet.
Y'all continue to tap the screen, share the live. I know we had a restart, but let's see if we can get these likes back up to at least 200K by the
Okay.
end of
We
the
can.
hour. Hold on, I'm doing a mod announcement. Let's go ahead and help Thinker with her GG, the one that she set and the one in her gallery. Also, thank you so much for gifting the panel. You can continue to gift the panelists of your choice. Let's continue to collect those heart me's, also the popular arrows, collect the popular points. Continue to push us out on the FYP so we can have conversations that are valuable. Thank you.
You know what the other thing is about this whole vessels made for destruction thing? If your God is making people bad, then it's unfair for him to punish them for the way that he made them.
So like I'm not sure what the purpose of him saying that is or finding this verse.
Okay, so we can start with let's see, Romans 9:22. What if God, willing to show his wrath and to make his power known, endured with much long suffering the vessels of wrath fitted to destruction? And there's many other scriptures that explain there are literally people here who are vessels of wrath to test other people. So I believe that it is God's
Hold
will
on.
that
What
you're.
scripture did he give? I just got back.
It
Is
was
that the one where it says there's oh my gosh,
The
Romans
vessels
about
of
Vessels
the
made for
destruction.
yeah.
yeah. I
Yeah.
was just about to say
What's
like
the
who
verse? I'm sorry, Maddie. What's the verse?
you're fine.
What's the verse?
Romans 9:22.
Okay. All right. Let's read in full context.
Like also, how are the vessels of wrath testing you if you brought your ass in here? We
So
didn't
Okay.
call
Hold
seek
on.
you out.
hold on.
Hold
Can I
on.
answer a question?
No.
Right. So there's no
No. I
context.
said no. Let's read it in context.
Right.
Thank you. It says, hold on. We're gonna start with. Actually, let's start from the beginning. God, I am speaking the truth in Christ. I'm not lying. My conscience confirms it by the Holy Spirit. So Paul is saying he's speaking and his conscience confirms it by the Holy Spirit. This is a human just like you saying shit just because and saying that a Holy Ghost told him to say it. I have great sorrow and unceasing anguish in my heart. For I could wish that I myself were accursed and cut off from Christ for the sake of my own brothers and sisters, my own flesh and blood. They are Israelites. And to them belong the adoption, the glory, the covenants, and the giving of the law, the worship, and the promises. To them belong the patriarchs, and from them, according to the flesh, comes the Christ, who is over all. God bless forever. It is not as though the word of God has failed, for not all those descended from Israel are Israelites, and not all Abraham's children are his descendants. But it is through Isaac that descendants shall be named for you. This means that it is not the children of the flesh who are the children of God, but the children of the promise who are counted as descendants. For the word of the promise is this: about this time I will return, and Sarah will have a son. Nor is that all. Something similar happened to Rebekah when she had conceived children by one husband, our ancestor Isaac, even before they had been born or had done anything or good or bad, so that God's purpose of election might continue, not by works, but by his call. She was told, the elder shall serve the younger, as it is written, I love Jacob, but have hated Esau. What then are we to say? Is there injustice on God's part? By no means. For he says to Moses, I will have mercy on whom I have mercy. I will have compassion on whom I have compassion. So it depends not on human will or exertion, but on God who shows mercy. Well, that sounds like free will is at the door. For the scripture says to Pharaoh, I have raised you up for this very purpose, that I may show my power in you, and that my name may be proclaimed in all the earth. So then he has mercy on whomever he chooses, and he hardens the heart of whomever he chooses. You will say then to me, why then does he still find fault? For who can resist his will? But who indeed are you, a human, to argue with God? What will is molded? What is molded say to the one who molds it? Why have you made me like this? Has the potter no right over the clay, and to make out the same lump, one product for special use and the other for ordinary use? What if God, desiring to show his wrath and to make known his power, has endured with much patience the objects of wrath that are made for destruction? And what if he has done so in order to make known the riches of his glory for the objects of mercy, which he has prepared for beforehand, the glory, including us, whom he has called, not from the Jews only, but also from the Gentiles? Also, he say in Hosea, those are my people, blah, 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 blah. Who are the vessels first off, Paul says, what if, but who is he talking about here, Nathaniel?
So a vessel of wrath
No.
isn't.
Who is he talking about here?
So a vessel of wrath isn't someone God randomly created to destroy.
Who is
It's
he
someone
talking
who
about?
rejects them.
Who is he talking about here? That's why I read all that shit.
I'm trying to tell you. Why aren't you letting me say it?
Who?
I'm
Name
trying to tell
them.
you.
No, you're not.
It should
You
be
have to
easy.
be silent
It
to
should
let
be
me speak
easy.
to
The
hear.
answer is Israelites. Israelites.
That's not
Israelites.
true.
It is. He
That's not
literally, yes,
true.
it
Can I
is.
say it? Can I speak?
Shut the fuck up. No.
Right.
I
So
literally
you're
read all of that, you dumb motherfucker. The
why are you so angry?
answer is Israelites. The
You're wrong.
Israelites are the vessels for destruction. The Israelites are the ones that your God blinded. The Israelites are the stumbling block to your Christ. He's talking about the Jews.
Yeah, I can. Why won't you let me speak?
But also, he can't answer the question because he wasn't listening. He
You
was in
won't
the
let me
comments
speak.
on a
That's
completely
your whole
different
game.
topic, right? But when
Your
other
whole
people are
game is to
talking, you're
not let
supposed to
anyone
be
else speak.
silent.
No, because
It's
you
You're
to
want to
supposed to
paint.
talk.
be
No,
silent.
because you want to talk while other people are fucking talking. I asked you a direct question. Who is
You
he
did
talking?
not let
I
me
asked.
answer.
No, shut up. I asked you a direct question. Who is he talking about? Not what is a vessel of destruction. He is talking about the Israelites. Learn to read.
If he's talking about the Israelites, then why in Ephesians does it say we by nature were children of wrath?
Who is we?
All humans who
Oh
are born with the
God.
sinful nature.
Then maybe that would be you is a child. You're a child of wrath. This is your God, not mine.
Right. So I'm trying to explain it to you and you're
So
acting
then
belligerent.
you are the one who has wrath, not me.
No, listen to what I'm saying. You want to go to Ephesians chapter 2, verse 1 through 3? It explains it. The children of wrath are not just the
Why the fuck
Israelites,
would I
thinker,
go? Why the fuck would I go to another
because
scripture?
you're wrong
Why?
about what you
Shut the
just
fuck
said.
up. Why the fuck would I go to another scripture when you can't
You
even
don't
explain
see you
this one?
sound wrathful?
Why the fuck are you talking while I'm talking? Why would I go to another scripture when your dumbass can't explain this one?
I can't explain
Also,
it. You won't let me speak.
I am letting you
he
speak, but
just
you're talking about something else.
You keep interrupting me, screaming with
No, you're
hostility.
talking about something else.
Would
Maybe
you
you
like
should.
me to explain the
Shut
first
the
scripture?
fuck up. God damn. Maybe you need to go wash your fucking face again.
kinda, he says he's answering the question, but it's kind of like if I ask somebody, "Well, how was your day today?"
And then I
Like
scream and you try to
Bluebird.
answer.
No.
Hold on, Maddie, because we both
That's
can't
what
do this
she's
at the same.
doing.
Shut up! Like I can't deal with you interrupting and then me and Maddie both trying to have a conversation with you at the same time. I asked you who is Paul talking about in Romans 9. Who is he talking about here? He is talking about the Israelites. If you go on and finish reading the fucking chapter, he tells you that. The children of the promise are the Gentile Christians. The children of the curse are the Israelites under the
That
law.
is
Under
false.
the
That
children under the law, when he says that the Sarah and Hagar is an analogy for children that are free under the promise and children who are under the slave woman, under the curse, he is saying the Israelites were under the curse of the law. They are the ones that are cursed. They are the vessels of destruction. They are the ones who were blinded. And then the Gentile Christians are the children of the promise because he changes the fucking promise in Genesis and makes it about Jesus. That's what the fuck Paul is talking about. But you don't know how to fucking read.
so let me know when I can reply. So if that's the case, then why is the scriptures make it clear there is no separation between Jew or Gentile? Why are you saying there's separation, but Paul is saying there's not?
Under who? Under who? There's no
I think.
separation under who?
What do you mean under who? There's no separation between Jew or Gentile,
Under
all
who? Under who?
under Jesus Christ.
Right. Are you saying all Israelites worship Jesus?
You're just
Do all
twisting the
do
scripture.
all do all Israelites worship
That has
Jesus?
nothing to do with there
Oh,
being no
really?
separation.
So what about the Israelites that don't worship
Hold on.
Jesus? What are
You
they?
just said there was separation. So let's
There
acknowledge you
is
lied.
separation.
No,
There
there's
is, yeah.
not.
So the Israelites
No,
that
there's
don't,
not. Thinker, you're lying.
The Israelites that don't worship Jesus, what are they? What did your Jesus call them?
Heathens.
Oh, so you're lying. Show me the
Vessels
scripture
of
where he
wrath.
calls no
I
he
mean,
he
what are
calls
you
them
getting at?
children of who?
I just said that. Children of wrath.
No, children of the devil. That's what your Jesus calls the Israelites who don't believe in him. And when
All
Paul,
people,
shut the fuck up.
not just Israelites.
He's talking to the fucking Israelites. And he says, your father Abraham. He's talking to the fucking Israelites. And Paul says that they're under Christ. There is neither Jew nor Gentile, neither slave nor free, neither male nor female. But guess what, Nathan? There is a separation of male and female, isn't it?
No, I told you in Ephesians chapter 2,
So
verse 1 through 3, were by nature the children of wrath. It's not just the Israelites.
no. That I didn't, Nathan.
I understand he was at
Nathan.
that moment talking
Nathan.
to the
Nathan.
Israelites,
Nathan.
but it applies to all
Nathan.
men.
Nathan. Is there a such thing as male and female?
Unless Nathan is subscribing to us all being non-binary, I'm with it.
Is
Go
there a
ahead.
such thing as male and female, Nathan? Nathan. Anybody know
I'm
how to
listening.
whistle? You mean
This is what you do when you're wrong.
What's
is
The
that
funny?
same
Nathan? I'm
thing you
answering
guys
your
do. You
question,
become
Nathan.
angry or you become belligerent.
Nathan, I'm
That's
asking you a
all you
question.
do
Is
when
there a
you're
such
wrong.
thing as male and female?
We all know there's such thing as male and female, thinker.
Oh, but isn't that in the same sentence as there's neither Jew nor Greek? That in
I'm
the
listening.
same sentence?
Make your point, please.
I already made my point, but you told me that I was wrong.
You are wrong.
No,
And I can show you the scripture proving that
hold
you're
on,
wrong.
Nathan. If there's no separation between the Israelites and the Gentile Christians, then there's no separation between male and female. There are no genders. And those of you that are fucking messing with the transgender community need to fucking stop because you're going against your Jesus.
Now you're just saying strange things because you're wrong. So as I was saying,
Is there
when can I
male and
speak
female?
without you
No. You just
interrupting,
said no.
thinker?
You just said I was wrong. Is
You
there a
are
separation?
wrong and you're
Okay.
not letting me
Is
speak. You
there a
haven't let me
separation?
speak at all.
Is there a separation between male and female, Nathan?
We're just talking about the same thing,
Is
thinker.
there a separation between
You
male
don't
and
have to
female?
interrupt me to
Nathan? Is there a separation between male and female? Are there no more genders?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Actually, let me read the scripture since you don't know.
You're the only one
Stay on
talking and
mute.
you
Stay
won't
on
let me
mute.
reply.
That's okay. Stay on mute. Hold on. See the NRSVUE. As many of you as were baptized into Christ have clothed yourselves with Christ. There is no longer Jew or Greek. There is no longer slave or free. There is no longer male and female. For all of you are one in Christ Jesus. And if you belong to Christ, then you are Abraham's offspring, heirs according to the promise. Is that not what the fuck I said?
No, you said there was separation. Remember? That's what I said. What the
Under
scripture
Christ,
said.
there's no separation under Christ.
That's what I said.
Those of you that follow Jesus, but the
That's what I
Israelites,
said. What you said was the
who
opposite.
do not follow your fake ass Jesus are the ones who are considered the children of the slave woman, the curse, the law, the vessels of destruction, the devil. He did it. He fucked up your promise. That's who the fuck I'm talking about, and you on that bullshit. Get the fuck out.
Can we go to Ephesians 2?
No.
And right, because you're wrong and you know you're wrong.
No, all you're doing is bouncing from scripture to scripture, motherfucker. You haven't handled shit.
You're
I'm
wrong,
not finna
thinker.
run behind you
And I can show you
like
the
I done
scripture.
caught the fucking Holy Ghost on Sunday morning from chapter to chapter to chapter. Deal with the shit that we already brought up. God damn it, this ain't holy roller night. Deal with what we already brought up.
Well, I guess there's nothing else for me to say since I can't talk, thinker, right?
Deal with what we already brought up, Nathaniel.
Since I can't speak freely.
Deal with what we already brought up, Nathaniel.
I'm trying to, but you're saying we can't talk about it.
Nathaniel, you brought us to Galatians 3:28. Deal with it.
I actually brought you to Romans. I haven't brought anyone to Galatians yet.
You quoted the Jew, neither Jew nor Greek. You quoted that. Deal with it.
I'm talking about children of wrath.
So
And
you
tried
forgot.
to, and
So
you
you
and you
forgot.
lied.
You forgot. You fucking quoted this scripture, motherfucker.
No, it was in response to your lie.
Did
It's
you
not the
quote
topic that we're
Did you
speaking
fucking
about.
quote it, Nathaniel?
Yes, when you
All right,
lied.
deal with
It's
it.
not. Is it the topic
Deal
that
with
we're
it.
speaking
Yes,
on?
yes. Now deal with
No,
it.
it's not the
Then
topic.
you
So stop
fucking
it.
brought it up. Now deal with it, motherfucker.
Because you lied.
Deal with it, your scary ass.
Ephesians chapter 2.
No. Deal with it. Deal with Galatians 3:28. Deal with the fact that neither Jew nor Greek, male nor female, slave nor free is under Christ. And anybody who is an Israelite, not under Christ, is a vessel for destruction. Deal with that.
Does anyone on the panel know what we're talking about? Because I don't think anyone does,
Yes,
thinker.
Nathaniel. Some of us are not. Most of us.
Can you
Sorry, all
explain,
of us
please,
except
Venus?
all of us except for you aren't concussed.
Can
You
you
don't
tell us,
seem to.
Venus, what we're talking about, please?
Okay, so essentially, you quoted a verse to say that there's no Jews or Gentiles under Christ. The verse that you quoted was Galatians, and think I read you the rest of Galatians to challenge your reasoning for concluding that there are no Jew or Gentile. Because if you use that verse to make that conclusion, then you would also have to concede that there's no such thing as gender.
Yeah, so the initial topic, okay, is why she became an ex-believer or an
Yeah, but
atheist.
you no,
Hold on,
but you
don't let him
quoted
say-
And hold
this.
on, let me
Hold on,
finish.
he's trying to
And I
gaslight the fuck out of
explained
you,
that
Venus.
I thought
He's
it
trying
was
to
because
gaslight
she's
you.
doing God's will. So that's how we got there. And then
Okay, but we're here
you're
now. You quoted the verse, and now you're
right.
being challenged. So, is there male or female? Do genders
You
exist?
keep asking the same
Yeah,
thing.
can you just
This
answer
is
it? It's not
I've
that
answered
hard, mate.
multiple times.
Yes or
It's
no?
kind of
Yes or no?
strange.
Yes or no?
So for about the 10th time,
Nathaniel.
yes. Hold on, listen. We all know that there's a difference between male or female, but you keep going
Okay,
back
great.
to
So
it.
you can't say that there's no difference between Jew and Gentile.
Do you hear what you're saying? It has
Yeah.
nothing to do with physical gender. It
has nothing to do with physical nationality either, you dumb fuck. That's the
It has
point.
to do with it has to do with spirit and belief.
Under Christ, dummy. Under Christ. And the Jews that were not under Christ, that didn't follow your fake ass Jesus, are considered children of the devil, children of the curse, vessels for destruction. Shut the fuck up.
Ephesians 2
is talking about the Israelites. You dumb fuck.
You got that, Nathaniel? Now do you understand what we're talking about?
If you won't let me show you, that's fine.
But why are you pretending like, oh my God. Do you guys remember the male victimhood meme? And it's like a guy sitting in a
Ephesians
puddle.
2 says
Wait,
she's
dude,
wrong.
I'm talking. Like he's sitting in the very shallow pool, pretending like he's drowning when all he has to do is stand up. You have a chance to talk and you use it to whine and complain that you don't have a chance to talk while using the chance to talk. Stop doing that. It's so frustrating.
You're lying. Let's go to Ephesians 2.
Okay.
No, but this is what he's doing. He's changing it from
Why are
vessels
we
of
going to
shut
Ephesians
the
2?
fuck up. He's changing it from saying that I was a vessel of destruction, right? A vessel of like his God created vessels of destruction. But now he wants to say, because Ephesians 2 says, we're all once were children of wrath, that would include you, motherfucker. But nobody is finna fucking follow your ass around this whole fucking Bible to find the word fucking wrath until you find some shit to prove your fucking point. You started off saying that I was doing your God's will. I told you I don't give a flying fuck. I don't care. Then you went to vessels of wrath. I proved your ass wrong on that. Then you went to it's neither Jew nor Greek. I proved your ass wrong on that. Now you're in fucking Ephesians. I'm not following your dumb ass from every fucking book in this fucking Bible. You haven't even dealt with the ones you brought up.
If I'm speaking false to you, then why are you so angry?
Because you talk over people too fucking much and you have pissed me off.
You haven't let me speak for 10 seconds. I can speak for 10 seconds and explain what I'm trying to say to you.
I already know
So,
what the fuck you're saying. I just laid out your
right,
whole
so you
goddamn.
won't
Shut
let
the
me
fuck
speak.
up! I already know what you're saying. I just laid out your whole motherfucking argument.
You haven't heard it, thinker.
I don't listen. I don't give a fuck if I was pulling your God's dick. I don't care.
Then why'd you call me up if you won't
I
let me
didn't
speak?
call you up here, motherfucker. You requested.
Then why did you let me come up if you won't let me speak?
All right, you know what? My bad. I'm done for that shit.
Thank you,
Go
right.
wash your fucking face.
Was that a picture of his head, like photoshopped in clouds?
I don't know, but he is
It's
fucking
creepy as
insufferable.
hell.
Like, who the fuck edits their face like that?
Like, I swear they want us to give a fuck about their goddamn God. I don't care. Shit. Call me your God's mama. I don't give a fuck.
Thinker, have you been seeing Melissa's comments?
Nuh-uh.
Okay.
That's ridiculous. Is Mama Bash going live? Y'all, I see some friendlies in the guest request. If you are in there on purpose, please drop a nerd emoji. We have 40 minutes left in the stream. If you are a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist, y'all, the guest box is open. Man, talk to your fucking fellow brothers and sisters in Christ. Shit. Like, y'all get on my goddamn nerves. Always trying to police a fucking atheist, but scared to talk to your own fellow Jesus brothers and Jesus sisters.
You know when you asked if anyone knows how to whistle, do you know how to whistle, Thinker?
Well, I know how to whistle.
Mm-hmm.
Hell no.
That's why she asked us, Venus. Why you exposing her like that? Like, come on, bro. That's why she.
No,
Right.
I just look. I once upon a time I didn't know how to whistle either.
Venus, to be honest, you still don't.
Ooh, oh my God.
No, I can do the kill bill
But
thing.
Thinker, she can do it better than you,
She can do
though.
it better than me, though. You're right.
That's whistling.
That's okay.
Okay, Peppa Pig. Venus, you remember that episode of Peppa when she called Susie Sheep? It was like, I can't whistle. And she hung up on Susie Sheep as soon as she whistled. That's
I
Thinker.
can't whistle. This me. I can't whistle for shit. That's air.
But you're close. You gotta make sure your lips are moisturized, Thinker.
That
You
ain't
can't
got nothing
whistle
to
on
do
dry
with
Yeah, you've got to
lips.
wet your whistle.
It don't have nothing to do with moisturized lips. I can't do
Okay,
it.
but
I have
like
an overbite. I can't
I
do it.
have an overbite and I can whistle, thinker. You're just making excuses,
Wait,
Pepper
I
Maddie,
Pig.
are you whistling
tried.
through
I
your
have
teeth?
tried my whole life. I cannot whistle.
Because
Maddie's whistling through her
your
teeth.
mouth is dry. Lick your lips, thinker.
Hold on, Vita. You said I was hissing?
Maddie's whistling through her teeth.
Hold on. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it.
Wait, Venus. Let's let thinker try. Have you licked your lips?
Listen, this by her whistle. My lips are always, you know damn well my lips are always moist.
No, they're not
I
moist enough for whistling. They gotta
I
be
don't know
wet.
how to whistle.
Oh my gosh, thinker. There's no way.
I can't whistle. I've tried my whole life. It just won't work.
Well, don't be bald and bullying people who have hair. Just because we can whistle, don't mean you can bully Venus and say she can't whistle.
Yeah.
Venus whistle. She whistle.
I can whistle.
She's better than me. Venus's whistle is about on the same level as Rhea's whisper.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Rhea can whisper.
Not Rhea catching a stray.
The real Spock. Okay, there you go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hey, how are you?
All right, how's everyone?
Doing good.
Good.
I was listening to these people, man. They are insufferable, like a few people have been saying.
Yes.
But yeah, my journey was a little different because they never convinced me. Even from 5 years old, I always asked why. You know, I was born and raised in the Catholic Church and went to seminary school and everything, but they could never answer my question. So I never believed. Never. Even though I was born and raised in the Catholic Church. I
Wow,
never
at
believed.
5?
Yes. I always asked why. I was born with that in me. Curiosity. I want to know why. Every question. And I kept getting punished for questioning. I knew something was wrong from then. I knew right off the bat. That's wrong. How can knowledge be bad? So I knew from the beginning that something was wrong with it. And so I never believed. And I kept trying. I never believed. Never got constructed.
That's what's up.
I was born not believing bullshit. You got to prove that shit to me. That's just how I was. That's how I just want to tell you. That's how my story. I was just wired that way. You got to tell me why. You know. And whenever the first lessons they teach you, knowledge is bad. Eating from the tree, knowledge is bad. That right there told me something wrong.
Yeah.
Why is it bad to have knowledge? So I never believed. Just never. Never.
That's what's up, the real Spock. Thank you so much for coming to share that. I know your knuckles was hurting in Catholic school. I know you got in trouble all the time.
And my butt with the paddle. Yes. Like I said, I got all the way to seminary school. And then the more I learned, the more I didn't believe. That's how bad it got. And the more Christians I met, the more I didn't believe. Cause I'm like, these ain't Christian. What the hell? You know what I'm saying? This ain't good. So it's like the more I learn, I'm 60-something years old. The more I learn, the farther away I get. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think that's why there's such a campaign against knowledge and critical thinking, because that's what happened to me. The more I learned, the further I got away from it.
Exactly. Like I said, they never constructed me. They tried, but it wasn't working. They're like, no, you have to answer my question. And when you tell me knowledge is bad, that's a red flag right off the bat.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for coming up.
All right. Take it easy. I appreciate it. I like you trying to help these people, but hey, they some of them can't be helped.
Well, that's true. I'm learning that.
Okay.
All right. Have a good one.
You too.
I'm tripping off of Lulu. Did y'all see the way, like, that? What the fuck was that? Like, what was that?
Lulu Sour Lemon.
Why did they do that?
I don't know, because he got up here and choked the fuck up.
He was like, I don't know, like, whether I believe in it. You think it's all good, and like, you're like, right. That's cool, mate. You drop him to the comments that he's like, that's not what I said. You're bitter. And it's like,
I
And then
said,
he
then he's
kept
like, I said
going.
what I said. You bitter. Like,
it's like,
why you didn't do that shit on stage?
it's so weird.
And then he was
because
like,
he
keep
got
in mind, y'all,
muted.
she recorded my answers.
Like, he got up. It's like, are you a believer, deconstructing, or I don't know. I think I'm both. Like, what?
He's mad he got muted for typing in caps.
Oh well. Like he went down there and puffed his whole fucking chest out.
The your bitter thing was so. Oh,
He
no.
had the opportunity to say that shit with his chest, and he chose to say it with his fucking fingers. That shit is crazy. A, how old are you?
I'm 26.
Are you a believer? Are you a Muslim?
Correct.
All right, so I don't actually have conversations about Islam here. I only want to talk to people who currently have a belief in the God of the Bible, or who are deconstructing their belief in that God, or atheists. Okay, so I'm gonna drop it back down. All right.
Take care.
All right. Have a good one.
Venus, how are you from Australia, but you don't have an Australian accent? Are you a poser? I'm
And you know
sorry.
what? I've got a secret, guys. I'm in Detroit.
Girl,
What?
you ain't never had no motherfucking accent, even when you weren't in Detroit. Please.
I'm actually in
Please.
Detroit.
Please. Venus, I'm not gonna play with you right now, bro. Please, bro. Like, not right now.
Venus, do you remember when she tried to do a Southern accent?
Who, me?
Venus.
No, that was a good accent. Ask Mama Bash. It
Venus,
was
do
just
it. Do it.
okay. All right. No, I'm nervous. Okay. What do I say?
Go down there around the corner down there to the corner store and grab me a bag of potato chips.
Okay, y'all.
Damn. Wait, no, now you made me shy. But I did it so well on Mama Bash's live. Okay. Okay, wait, give me 1 second. Let me practice it.
I don't know. I don't have a Southerner accent. I don't think I do. I just sound country. I don't know.
Okay, I think it sounds okay. I love me some cornbread. And
Can we block him right now, chat?
my name is Shirley Temple. And I love cornbread.
What is going,
What?
guys?
Wait, what? Who do you think you're what? What
Can't
character?
can't be the South. I don't know
What
where the
character
fuck
are
she
you
coming
doing?
from.
Right, blocked immediately. What character are you doing? She said, I Shirley Temple, and I love me some cornbread.
Look,
Like,
I was just saying
absolutely
stuff.
not.
Okay.
It's not even what you were saying. It's how you said it. Like, no.
It sounded so good on Mama Bash's live. I can't recreate it. It was like a golden moment.
Say she don't even know what she talking about.
In like a Southern accent?
Yeah, she don't even know.
Nah, you're Australian one.
Like, just talk like me. She don't even know what she even talking about.
It feels wrong. It feels like I'm mocking you when I try to do it.
All you have to do is be like,
hey, what you just did
know what
was
she talking
like
about.
what you just did with the Shirley Temple. I'm trying to correct that shit because I feel offended. Say she don't even know. Like what?
Okay, this is my moment for redemption. Okay. What do I say?
She don't even know what she even talking about.
She don't even know what she
don't even know what she even talking about.
She don't even know what she's talking about.
She don't even know what she even talking about.
She don't even know what she even talking about. Don't clip this. No one clip this. Don't do that.
Oh my God.
No, reported.
Block and reported, please. Can somebody drop Venus off the panel?
Oh my God, I want to bite off my tongue. Look,
that shit is hilarious.
I'm gonna practice my Southern accent more. I can do a British accent, that's easy. I can like kind of do my country accent. Sometimes it's good and sometimes it's not. I don't know.
I love the self motivation, the self inspiration, the self congratulations. Keep that up. That's important.
All I was saying was Venus sound like she from the UK and not from Australia. I don't know. I never thought she was from Australia, so I think that's a hoax and that's a lie.
It's because, like, I'm first generation, so my parents were born in Liberia and most of my older siblings. So, like, when Liberians or West Africans learn English, they tend to speak Old English. Like, they say, piazza, or like, the way the accent translates is to Old English. So, for some reason, most of us just sound like kind of British with a little bit of a, little bit of Australian sprinkled on
Can you
top.
say crikey, mate?
Crikey. Yes, I can.
No, no. You don't sound like what you
You,
call it. Steve
the
Irwin, I need you to
crocodile
sound like him, but
Dundee.
you're not real. You're not real. If you don't sound like Steve
Crikey.
Irwin, you're not it. Yeah, no. Mm-mm.
That's the biggest gator we've seen.
Absolutely the fuck not.
There's different kinds of Australian accents. You've got the Bogan one, then you've got people from Adelaide that sound like really posh.
Are you from Australia for real?
I was born here, unfortunately, and I haven't left.
Okay. Maddie, why do you think she's faking her accent?
I'm just saying she doesn't sound like it. Like, I don't know. Everything's opinion based. When I first heard Venus talk, I thought Venus was some type of British, like somewhere in that area. Like, that's what I thought. Then I heard this. She said, "Oh yeah, I'm from Australia." What?
Like, what do you want me to sound like? Nor Cleary.
What?
Nor. Is that what you want me to
What?
sound like, Maddie?
They don't even sound like
Nor.
that. Like, what's going
Clear.
on? They don't even sound like that.
Meat pie. Tomato sauce. Magpies. Kangaroo. Is that what you want me to sound like?
I don't want to like
Wait, is
engage in the
nar no?
stereotypes going on right now. I don't know. Nah, like
Nar.
what's
Is
going
that how
on?
they say no?
Nar,
Nor.
nar,
Nor. Okay. Nor. Nor.
no. I can't do it.
Oh my gosh. It's 7 people in the guest box. If you are like, I see 7 subscribers in the guest box. If you're in there on purpose, remember I need to see a emoticon so I can bring you up.
We need to mute Ellis.
The rains and plains so gently on the plains.
No.
The rain in Spain falls gently on the plain.
Where's that from?
It's from some show. What show is that from? The rain in Spain falls gently on the plain. What show is that from? Oh my gosh.
I don't think I've heard that before.
I can't
That
remember.
My Fair Lady.
I ain't never seen no damn My Fair Lady. I ain't never seen that shit. I done heard it from somewhere else then. What the
It
fuck
sounded kind of
Yeah, that is
Australian,
My
that's
Fair Lady.
why.
what the fuck is My Fair Lady?
It's just a very quotable movie, and that's one of the quotes from it.
Oh, well, I heard it from somewhere else.
Oh, okay, yeah, it came from that movie.
That's crazy. Y'all be knowing movies I ain't never fucking heard of. Did y'all see any nerd emojis?
No, I think they're asleep.
All right, man, do these out.
I wasn't looking at the screens.
Thinker, I'm about to reach a year as a subscriber. I'm about to be a dragon.
I reckon I'm already a dragon.
Yay. Huh?
I think I'm a dragon.
No,
No,
my
not yet.
culture
You
is
can't.
not
It's a
your
year.
costume.
You gotta be a
My
year.
culture is not your costume. Let's stop that right now, dude. I worked hard for this position. You're not just gonna walk into my goddamn workplace and say you finna be in the same position as me. Fuck no.
Wait a minute.
No.
No way.
No, yeah, it took me a year to get here, so you just stay in your whatever months you're in, okay?
No way.
Yes way. Yes way, Venus. Yes
No
way.
way. I reckon I'm a dragon.
Can we please drop her? Like, what's going on?
No way. What are you?
Steven, are you Steven? I see you back in the guest request. Are you trying to come up on purpose? Villanias, I don't see you in the guest box, but I see your nerd emoji. I need to know if y'all are in there on purpose. Hey, Steven, how are you?
Good morning, Thinker. I'm
Good morning.
fantastic. How are you today? And the ladies on the panel.
I'm
I
doing
really
good.
appreciate you. You're so funny.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to be respectful and I am going to say deconstruction right now. And I am 65.
Okay.
And the topic is.
Uh-oh, Steven, you cut out on us. Glee. That's where it's from. Thank you, Seven Slayer. Steven, are you there? Wait, can y'all hear him? But I can't.
Nope.
Steven?
It's when I found out that I didn't have free will.
Hold on, Steven, you cut out on us. We didn't hear anything. Like, did you get a phone call or something?
I did. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, can you start back over? We
Okay.
didn't hear anything.
Yeah, I did. I was disappointed because, as Thinker knows, I was married for 36 years, and my wife took a journey with the last 6 of her life, and that was about 3 years ago, with cancer. So I was like, prayed and prayed and prayed that thing would go away or that it wasn't what it was. And I truly believed that she was such an angel that she would be one spared. I even got down to the point where when she was in hospice and I was taking care of her, she was sitting out in the back crying and asking why. And I was like, I mean, because she was more of a believer than me. I was like, I was confused. And so I just yelled out loud, give it to me, take it from her. And it didn't happen. So I kind of, knew some things were strange. But then when I started listening to Thinker, and I owe you an apology, Thinker, because the first time I came in, I couldn't describe you. You were like so awesome, I just couldn't describe you. But then after I thought about it for a while, I said, Thinker's the wizard. Because you are the one that departs this information so beautifully. And then you have your angels, Faye and Xena. They're like your angels who kind of departed with knowledge and strength. And then you have Kalu, like I said before, you know what he is. And so I think of Mama Bash as the oracle and Bash as the protege. And so those are the characters that I look at when this is like a story to me with lots of knowledge. Because before I started listening to you, Thinker, I thought things, but not as deep as you. And so you made me think that there's other things that I hadn't explored. And so with that being said, I always enjoy listening to you. Now I can't, a monthly subscriber, but at this point, it's just not feasible. But I do enjoy getting in here and listening to you. So on that point, on that point, I just wanted to kind of fill out the characters of the rest of my story. And I don't know you, Pravo, and I don't know you, Maddie. Just I haven't had a chance to listen to you guys much, or Pisces. But Venus, you're in the story now. We need someone that can play the flute softly. So your
Don't
voice
gas
is
her
the
up.
soft.
Oh,
Come
I
on,
thought no,
Thinker. You
I
gotta
thought you
let
was
me
gonna say
finish
something about the
this.
whistle. I thought you was gonna gas her off on the
Look,
whistle.
Tinker, you just a
I
hater.
thought,
Like, you just so
hey, I'm sorry. I'm
hateful.
sorry. I'm just gonna sit back. I'm gonna chill. I thought he was gonna gas her head up on that whistle.
Now you you gotta say she a good whistler, Steven,
And
because
I've
you
been
wasn't even
practicing my
talking about that.
whistle.
Like what?
Nah, because what I'm saying is her voice is so soft and lovely. I'm sure if she put practice in, her whistle would be the same. There you
See, I
go.
know. Don't look.
And then,
Now we
Yeah,
got now.
yeah, it's good,
and
Now
ain't
we
it,
then,
gonna have to
Steven? It's
listen to
good.
that.
and
That.
then,
Oh
and
my
then
gosh.
she'll be able to then she'll be able to hypnotize those rude Christians, and they'll treat you a lot better because they're so rude when they come in here. I'm like, what? Why? There's no reason for that. You guys are terrific. And like I said, I had the real thing where I got disappointed. So I just wanted to thank you, Thinker, for being who you are, because it takes a family, and that's what you guys feel like
I'm
to
glad you
me.
feel that way, Steven.
Yeah. And I didn't want you mad at me, Thinker, because I didn't give you a name. You were like, what happened to me?
I was okay being I was just okay being mentioned.
But I didn't want to leave you that way because I just didn't have words for you at that day.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Just
Hey,
happy
you
just
keep
happy to be a part of your story.
well, you keep doing what you do because what you're doing is making people open their eyes. And I think I had a problem at first because I don't have a problem like knowing who I am, but it's just I've been so much told that if you're atheist, it's not a good thing. So and that was my conflict is I believe what they believe, so how am I not them as well? But it was just hard saying the word, you
Yeah.
know. But understanding what you say and understanding what it means to me in my life, it's valuable. And if they ever get up there and listen to you, they can at least believe in what they want to believe in, but understand the ramifications from it. And that's why I like Faye and Zena so
It's
much.
fee.
I mean Fee. I'm sorry, Fee. Oh yeah, I did mess that up. Oh damn. Now Fee mad at me too. Oh my bad, Fee. My bad. So that's kind of my perspective from it. I really appreciate every time you let me up because it's a joy just being able to speak to you guys as a family. So thank you all, and I do love you all from my heart. And the thing that I love the most about you is you do what I try to do every day. Not that the people can hear it or see it. You provide hope, joy, love, and most of all, you provide me with peace.
I'm
And that's just a good way to live.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Stephen. And like, we love having you here. Every time you come up, you're very pleasant, and you share a lot of your journey with us. And we're happy. Let me speak for myself, and then they can speak for themselves. But I'm happy to be a part of it, and happy to see your growth and your healing, you laughing and joking, and all of that. So thank you so much.
Much love, guys. Deuces. I'm out.
All right, have a good one.
All right.
This is the third time I'm saying I gotta stop changing my name because these folks will talk to me and not remember me because my name changed too much.
She changes her name every 7 days, I think.
Yeah, it's just about every
But the
7 days. I'm
picture
gonna
is
stop
the
doing that.
same.
The picture is the same, but they be like, I don't know her, and I'm like,
Like,
nigga, you
I've been
talked to
here
me
for 2 damn
yesterday.
years. Yeah.
I've been here for 2.5 years.
That
I
is
think we
crazy.
need
Huh?
receptacle. Someone needs to be named receptacle.
I'm not doing that.
I'm shocked. I'm
They're
shocked
just
no
not
one did that.
receptacle.
I'm shocked no one did that. Does Mama Bash go live next? I can't go to bed until 2 o'clock, so I need
She
something to do.
live.
Someone said she's
She's
I
live
think.
live.
Hold
now.
on. Oh yeah, she live now. She live
Okay.
now. Yeah.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna hop over to Mama Bash, chill with her for a while since I got to stay up. I love y'all so much. Appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for the likes, the shares, and the comments. YouTube fam, appreciate y'all. Make sure that y'all are following us over there on YouTube at Archthinker. This Saturday, I will be debuting on the line as a permanent host with Sarah on a new show called Devangelicals. So make sure y'all tune in at 5 o'clock Central. Next Wednesday, I will be with Matt Dillahunty on the line. A little bit nervous about that one right there, but we gonna do good.
Matt is
Um,
gonna love you. That's a I can already
Yeah,
tell Matt
screaming.
Dillahunty is gonna love you. I can just tell.
I think starstruck. And so I'm already trying to like, I don't know, I guess practice just not being starstruck, if that makes sense. And then
Yeah, like
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. And then next Saturday, uh I'll be hosting the Atheist Experience with Trust But Verify as my co-host. So pretty excited. May 9th, we're gonna be on this stage with me, Bar, Be Easy, and hopefully Bash, where we're talking to the Black community. We're locking down the topic right now. Bash got a good topic, so just waiting to make sure that we can get him here on the 9th. And then Justin Deconstruction and I are working on getting our schedules overlap so that we can start doing more on each other's stages. So we got a lot of stuff happening. May 26th. Is it 26th or 24th, Fee?
24th.
May 24th, Fee will be with me on the Atheist Experience as a co-host as well. So we got, and Mama Bash is going to be on Truth Wanted May 24th or April 24th. Where is Mama Bash on Truth Wanted? Yeah, y'all know May 24th, I think.
I think it's May 24th.
May 24th.
I'm not sure Mama Bash is. Yeah, I'm not sure her date.
Thinker, could you put the links to like all the channels and the dates you're saying? Because people are asking where is it going to be on?
Yeah, Jarian and I are meeting on Thursday, and she's working on a website for me so we can get all that stuff. I'm not good at promoting myself, y'all. I swear I'm not. But we're working on that, and then I'll see if I can get a channel added to the Discord, so that all the links are there. Mama Bash Truth Wanted on the 24th, and I think Xena is going to be her co-host. But don't quote me on that because Greg will message me and be like, "That was wrong." So don't quote me if Xena is going to be her co-host or not. But I know Xena is also going to be on Truth Wanted. I'm going to hop on Mama Bash's. I'll see y'all Thursday. I am changing the topic on Thursday. It's going to be Christianity, and I want to know. So Christianity will be about the patriarchy, of course, and then I want to know what believers think we as atheists are doing, that we are running from their God. I love y'all. I'll see y'all Thursday. Have a beautiful rest of the week. Mama Bash Raid, if you're coming over there. Bye, y'all.
Love you.
I
Bye.
love Christianity. Bye.
Me too.
Bye.